was quite astute, indeed. His primary motive stemmed from curiosity and a desire for exploration. The three Dalarian beings remained incredulous, yet nodded in agreement, for the initiative rested firmly in their hands. Once they ushered Gao Yang into their civilization, whether or not to report him would be entirely at their discretion. Gao Yang waved his hand to terminate the communication and turned to the two Dalarian beings. Is this arrangement satisfactory? It is acceptable, but without insurance. We too can provide a further layer of security. With this safeguard in place, complications are rendered impossible. Re-establish the communication. No need for that. This insurance must be presented in person. Gao Yang descended from the spacecraft alongside the two Dalarian beings. Meanwhile, the three Dalarian beings were also escorted off the vessel by human warriors. Gao Yang watched with eager anticipation, curious to see how these two individuals would secure their insurance. Three Dalarans descended from their spacecraft, bewildered, and gazed upon the two Dalarans kneeling before them. The two Dalarans expressed their apologies, lamenting, "We are sorry to have involved you in this matter." Among the trio, one regained his composure and queried, "Why can't you take him for a stroll?" They explained, "Our vessel has encountered misfortune. Under such circumstances, returning him to civilization would reveal our vulnerabilities." The three understood, nodding gently. "What fate awaits us?" they inquired. "I cannot say. It depends on your conduct. However, even the best performance may not spare you from confinement, for they wish to keep their existence hidden from the stellar civilization." Chapter 334, Enlightenment. The three Dalarans were somewhat despondent. This answer was perhaps better left unspoken. The two Dalarans kneeling on the ground exchanged a glance, a flicker of resolve passing through their eyes, and continued, "Grant us a promise. As long as he does not issue an immediate order to annihilate the Dalaran civilization, you must protect him and ensure that all information pertaining to him remains concealed. Let him act as he wills. We pledge our lives as a guarantee for the veracity of our previous statements." With that declaration, the two Dalarans raised their hands, sharp claws extending from their fingertips, and without hesitation, plunged them into their chests. Thick, dark blue blood erupted forth, a sight both peculiar and haunting. The three Dalarans were momentarily taken aback. These two were committing suicide, vouching for the truth of their words with their very lives. Gao Yang instinctively moved forward to intervene. He found these extraterrestrial beings rather intriguing. However, he hesitated with a single step. Their demise would serve his purpose for this journey. He was not merely driven by curiosity. He sought to pave the way for humanity's future among the stars, ensuring absolute certainty. The two Dalarans, not yet fully departed from life, lifted their heads. "Promise us that you will take him out of our civilization just as you brought him in." "I assure you, I shall uphold my word." The three bowed in unison. The death of the two Dalarans had earned the trust of the three. They were convinced that human civilization was a fourth-tier civilization. Even if it was improbable, the two had staked their lives as assurance. Gao Yang gazed at the lifeless forms on the ground, enveloped in silence. Initially, he had been curious about how these two extraterrestrials would secure his safety, only to discover that they had chosen to do so with their lives. To guarantee the truth with their lives, what meaning did deceit hold in the face of death? The three Dalarans regarded Gao Yang with complex expressions. Gao Yang was indifferent to their demeanor. He merely shrugged. "Had you believed them from the outset, perhaps they would not have felt compelled to wager their lives for your assurance. Yet ultimately, they perished for the sake of their civilization. Such a sacrifice deserves respect." As the bodies were prepared for preservation, he contemplated the day when humanity might boldly emerge within the cosmic community, returning the remains for proper honors. Yes, the warriors set about collecting the bodies, while Gao Yang turned to the three individuals. "Do you have plans for our next course of action?" They nodded, first retreating into the spacecraft to attend to the remains aboard. With the assistance of the warriors, the cleanup was completed in mere minutes. After a brief period of ventilation and disinfection, Gao Yang entered the ship. The names of the three Dalarans were rather intricate, so he temporarily assigned them simpler names: Dalaran A, B, and C. The three Dalarans initiated the spacecraft, setting a course back to their civilization. Once the route was established, they looked at Gao Yang and could not help but inquire, "Is your civilization truly a fourth-tier civilization?" "I do not know." Gao Yang shook his head. "We are uncertain of the rank of our civilization, yet some recently deceased factions, belonging to a third-tier civilization, have referred to us as a fourth-tier civilization. Particularly, upon witnessing our ability to seal off space and obliterate a planet with a single shot, they proclaimed us as a fourth-tier civilization." Jia, Yi, and Bing were taken aback. With such formidable capabilities, how could it be otherwise? They fell into a momentary silence. After a brief pause, Jia cautiously spoke up. "First and foremost, after entering the civilization, to avoid revealing your identity and attracting unwanted attention, you must stand behind us." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, it is advisable to refrain from wandering about. It is best to remain close by our side." Escapes by slaves are not uncommon, and if a slave is found standing alone, they will be scrutinized. Since you are not registered, such inquiries could lead to complications. Gao Yang was aware of these protocols but chose not to interrupt the others, preferring to avoid any oversight. Understood. The straightforward rules were laid out. They were relatively lenient, merely staying by their side sufficed, with little else to concern himself. Should he need to undertake additional tasks, he could simply accompany a few individuals, presenting it as a service for the Dala people, who would be cooperative. It was best to minimize spoken communication to avoid being overheard, but they could utilize terminals or converse upon returning to their quarters. Their arrangements concluded. The spacecraft arrived at the star system of the Dala civilization. The moment Gao Yang beheld the star system, he was awestruck, for it boasted over 20 planets. Such a stellar configuration had never been observed before. Where could there be so many planets? Upon closer inspection, he noticed 6 planets aligned along the same orbit, forming a hexagonal pattern, revolving around a singular star of comparable size. The remaining orbits also contained 2 or 3 planets each. Gao Yang inquired with surprise. Were these planets transported from elsewhere? Indeed, as part of the Resource Collection Initiative. The execution of this plan has spanned over a millennium, during which 17 planets were imported from outside. In total, there are 18 habitable planets, along with a few designated for specialized life forms. For instance, that water planet is intended for aquatic intelligent beings, alongside planets with extreme low and high temperatures. Gao Yang was genuinely enlightened. Such methods were indeed possible. When space was insufficient, they could retrieve planets from elsewhere and modify them to suit their needs. It must be said that with technology reaching the third-tier civilization level, transporting a few planets was certainly within the realm of possibility. Modifying planets posed no issue either. Yet, Gao Yang remained in awe. Humanity, in its past, had battled nature for survival, while civilizations in the cosmos, striving for a better existence, seemed to be contending against the universe itself. As he pondered silently, Gao Yang suddenly contemplated a pressing question. What dangers lurked in the universe? Aside from other intelligent beings, what perils existed? He had yet to grasp this. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. He continued to gaze out the window, observing countless spacecraft. They were densely packed. At a glance, there were at least millions. The entire expanse of the stellar system is filled with spacecraft, resembling dust in the cosmos. The 3 Daluo individuals observed the expression on Gao Yang's face with a hint of apprehension. What troubles you? They inquired. It is nothing, he replied. I have simply never encountered such a scene before. The grandeur exceeds my imagination. Are there Daluo inhabitants on every single planet? Indeed, they affirmed. The Daluo population has surged to over 100 billion, necessitating their dispersion across various planets, for our homeworld cannot sustain them all. Gao Yang nodded gently. So, where shall we go now? At this moment, you may venture wherever your heart desires. We are unimpeded here. Let us wander down a street. I wish to explore, suggested Daluo Jia. If you seek to stroll, I recommend Planet 7 as your first choice. Its trading system is the most developed and prosperous, attracting extraterrestrial traders. The crowds there are immense. Gao Yang, unfamiliar with these matters, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us first visit Planet 7. Chapter 335, Arrival. The spacecraft selected its course, heading directly toward planet number 7. This planet, belonging to the Dala civilization, is predominantly a hub for trade. Surrounding the planet, numerous vessels hovered. Yet none were permitted to enter the planet's atmosphere directly. Instead, they were required to dock at a transit zone, from which they would be subsequently ferried to the planet's surface. This regulation was crucial. Otherwise, the planet would be inundated with various ships, making management and control exceedingly difficult. Gao Yang listened attentively to Dala A's explanation, nodding in agreement. It was easy to envision the chaos that would ensue if ships could freely penetrate the planet's boundaries. Such a scenario could pose significant dangers. Should someone contravene the rules and commandeer a vessel, any subsequent pursuit could devolve into a conflict among ships. While firing a few shots in space might not have dire consequences, a similar exchange on the ground could result in considerable casualties, potentially devastating entire cities. As the spacecraft drew nearer to the planet, not only did the vessels become more discernible, but Gao Yang also noticed turrets floating in the void of space, which served to enhance security in the vicinity. Continuing onward, he soon beheld the transit station, its design reminiscent of a Bagua diagram, featuring 8 entrances and 8 exits for the ships. A multitude of vessels queued to enter, while many others lined up to depart. Upon nearing the transit station, a voice echoed, instructing, "Please shut down your engines." The engines ceased, and although the ship lost its propulsion, it continued to glide forward, guided swiftly into the transit hub by electromagnetic forces. Gao Yang's eyes widened in wonder. The electromagnetic guidance system effectively mitigated potential congestion and damage caused by less skilled pilots. All ships maneuvered seamlessly under this guidance, swiftly approaching the designated drop-off area. The $3 individuals rose to their feet, stating, "Once we reach the drop-off point, we will disembark together. Just follow closely behind us and choose one of us." Understood. Gao Yang retracted his curious gaze and nodded. When the ship came to a halt and the hatch opened, a platform greeted them, attended by various extraterrestrial beings. The trio from Dala descended the ship calmly, and Gao Yang followed suit, somewhat astonished by the apparent lack of privilege displayed by these Dala citizens. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Given the Dala civilization's population exceeding hundreds of billions, granting special privileges would undoubtedly complicate matters. Perhaps the privileges of their civilization were already manifested in myriad subtle ways. Traversing the docking corridor, they arrived at the registration area, where the ship's identification number was recorded for retrieval upon departure. Additionally, a security screening awaited them. A straightforward metal scan required only a casual walk-through, while personal belongings would undergo a thorough examination. This phase was easily navigable. Gao Yang had prepared in advance. Though his body was a fabrication, it appeared convincingly authentic. Successfully passing through this checkpoint, he entered the grand hall. Standing in the hall, Gao Yang paused, his previous belief in humanity's technological advancements now challenged. Here, he realized that in terms of technological application, humanity still had a considerable journey ahead. For instance, at this very moment in the hall, there exists an individual gliding effortlessly above the ground, supported by a small circular platform beneath the feet of an extraterrestrial being. Its method of levitation a mystery woven in advanced technology. This apparatus is not only visually captivating, but also remarkably functional. As the protagonist, Gao Yang contemplates an array of no less than 10 distinct methods to achieve such a feat. Moreover, there are others adorned with glasses, engaged in conversation and laughter, embodying the essence of interconnected devices. Within those spectacles, one might perceive a seamless amalgamation of the virtual and the tangible, facilitating both locomotion and dialogue without disruption. The underlying technology, though seemingly straightforward, was once the subject of human inquiry, hindered by the limitations of earlier advancements. Yet now, the realization of such innovation is effortlessly attainable. The diverse array of extraterrestrial beings presents an overwhelming spectacle to Gao Yang, whose senses are nearly inundated by the multitude of designs. While the technical proficiency may not appear exceptionally advanced, these innovations have gradually evolved through practical application. However, Gao Yang recognizes that the enhancements in product development have not been mirrored in its application. Furthermore, the astonishing variety of extraterrestrial species incites Gao Yang's curiosity. Where do all these beings originate? Prior to the advent of human civilization, encounters with extraterrestrials were virtually non-existent. It was only upon venturing beyond the confines of the solar system that the vastness of exploration unveiled the existence of alien life. These beings, silently thriving amidst their own advancements, prompt Gao Yang to contemplate the future with a sense of anticipation. In the absence of any prior sightings of extraterrestrials, speculation abounded, whether they existed or not. The notion of their existence incited fear, as the thought of an alien civilization traversing the cosmos to reach Earth conjured images of a dark forest theory, or worse, interstellar warfare. Some pondered the absence of alien life, which, upon reflection, proved even more unsettling. How expansive is the universe? Its vastness renders Earth akin to a solitary water molecule amidst countless oceans. To assert that only humanity represents civilization within such an immense expanse is far more disconcerting than the existence of numerous civilizations. Ultimately, the conclusion emerged: extraterrestrial life likely exists. But the distances are insurmountable. Perhaps, akin to humanity, they are capable of dispatching a few exploratory vessels into the cosmos, signifying a remarkable civilization. Now, Gao Yang entertains a new hypothesis, that humanity occupies a remote corner of the universe, with extraterrestrial beings focusing their explorations toward the galactic center, where planets have undergone extensive evolution over eons. The prevalence of civilizations in such realms is unsurprising, especially when inter-civilizational communication has already been established. In essence, the multitude of civilizations is quite normal. Although Earth remains in its youthful phase, the cosmos harbors countless star systems that have long since entered their twilight. Even if all civilizations are relatively youthful, what transformations may they undergo over the span of billions of years? The abundance of extraterrestrial life is equally unsurprising. After the advent of communication between civilizations, weaker cultures, when confronted by more powerful ones, not only endured humiliation but also gained exposure to a plethora of cutting-edge technological advancements and glimpsed a new world. They strive diligently to enhance themselves, albeit slowly. Their perseverance ensures survival. In other words, had Earth been discovered by extraterrestrial beings during the age of dinosaurs, They might have found these creatures to be magnificent and awe-inspiring, suitable as mounts. Consequently, had they begun to domesticate these dinosaurs, they would have effortlessly dealt with any asteroid threats. Perhaps dinosaurs would still roam the Earth today, potentially evolving intelligence. The same logic applies to many other civilizations. Perhaps along the path of evolution, fraught with thorns, advanced extraterrestrial beings arrived and left no trace behind. Chapter 336. Unexpected Gains. Although the number of aliens is considerable, only a select few of them can be identified as third-tier civilizations through the badges they bear. Many belong to second-tier civilizations, while there are also those who are slaves, devoid of any insignia. This aligns closely with what the Dallarans have described. Slaves primarily follow individuals of second-tier civilizations, while third-tier beings, in contrast, typically do not accompany anyone. However, based on prior knowledge acquired aboard the spacecraft in peaceful realms, the number of stars on a badge merely indicates confidence, rather than the true strength of the extraterrestrials. Here, strength refers to financial resources and status. Numerous lesser civilizations amass all their resources to nurture a few individuals, pinning their hopes on these individuals soaring to greatness and subsequently uplifting their civilization. Conversely, the vast majority merely strive to acquire more resources while enjoying better lives externally, often relying on external might to suppress their own civilization. Many registered civilizations continue to endure hardships, primarily due to betrayal from within. This is, in essence, the tragedy of lower civilizations. In stark contrast, individuals from third-tier and fourth-tier civilizations, endowed with abundant resources and favorable conditions, extol the virtues of their civilizations. To safeguard these advantages, the denizens of higher civilizations ardently support their own. However, lower civilizations lack such privileges. The resources and conditions acquired through deceit can only be sustained by further duplicity. As for civilization itself, what is that? Gao Yang surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. He was akin to a sponge. No, not merely a sponge, but a veritable black hole, voraciously absorbing everything within sight. Not only he, but the entire upper echelon of the Dragon Kingdom was in the monitoring room, sharing in Gao Yang's perspective. They, too, were awestruck. Is this the universe beyond? So vibrant. This is merely a third-tier civilization, and they have yet to set foot on a planet, remaining within a transit station in space. The level of prosperity surpassed their wildest imaginations, bustling with activity. In addition, around the hall, they could observe shops offering food, weapons, and various items utterly unrecognizable. As they watched, discussions ensued. It was not solely Gao Yang who could glean insights from this. They too could analyze a multitude of elements. Gao Yang perceived technology, while they discerned details, the nuances of interaction between aliens, and so forth. Within these details lurked the devil. Many truths might elude thorough investigation. Yet even a mere glance could reveal clues. The four traversed the hall, and at its end, apart from a passageway, there was a currency exchange point. A large sign displayed the exchange rate. 1 star coin could be exchanged for 1,092 Dallaran coins. Such a complex exchange rate indicates the presence of a remarkably sophisticated financial system beneath the stellar civilization. This is quite extraordinary, suggesting that the oversight of these lesser civilizations by the stellar civilization is far more stringent than they had previously imagined. Indeed, there exist among humanity those who harbor reservations regarding Gao Yang's choices. They believe there is no necessity for concealment. After all, they have attained significant strength, and lowering their heads would not lead to the dire fates that befall weaker civilizations. However, it now appears that while the situation may not be catastrophic, the outcome will certainly not be favorable. Exploitation is an inevitability. Moreover, there is the matter of surveillance. Financial mechanisms can indeed unveil many truths. With the advancement of technology, it will become increasingly difficult to maintain secrecy. Should the stellar civilization discover the existence of a civilization that threatens its status, the first course of action would likely be annihilation. The three Dallarans exchanged some currency, which was not in cash, but rather stored within a terminal. Next, they proceeded to the passenger corridor, traversing it to board the transport vessel. The ship had but one purpose: to ferry individuals from the vastness of space to the surface of the planet. Once aboard, Gao Yang noticed that the three Dallarans had seats while he was left with only a handrail. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. Standing allowed him to behold the scenery outside. Through the window, he witnessed the entire process of the ship entering the planet's atmosphere. For the sake of user experience, the speed was leisurely, taking a full 2 hours before the vessel finally alighted on the ground. As the hatch opened, a cacophony of sounds erupted, revealing a multitude of extraterrestrial beings outside. Clad in diverse garments and accompanied by an array of conveyances, they appeared remarkably peculiar. Gao Yang glanced around, drawing considerable attention to himself. Such aliens were unlike any he had encountered before. Yet, After a few cursory glances, he averted his gaze, for he had seen many unfamiliar extraterrestrials in his travels. The three Dallarans were increasingly anxious. The closer they approached the planet, the greater their concern. They feared Gao Yang might act recklessly or harbor ulterior motives, and they dreaded the possibility of exposure. Should their identities be revealed, their civilization would be doomed. Wait, our transport is arriving shortly. Upon utterance of these words, a silver disc swiftly descended from the sky, its hatch opening to reveal a Dallaran peering out. Why are you back so soon? Did the transaction fall through? The rapid-fire inquiries sent shivers down the spines of the trio. But the Dallaran continued. What is this? Where is the employee who accompanied you? Why have you brought back an alien? Dallaran A took a deep breath. There were some issues with the transaction. We need to pause for now. The others are waiting aboard the ship. Dallaran B glanced back at Gao Yang, his eyes filled with regret and a silent plea, before adding. He was quite clever during our outing. Never seen one before. Give him to me. Dallaran D, who seldom spoke, wore a stern expression. What use is he? Why are you even considering this? If you don't want him, then don't. Dallaran B retorted. It is fortuitous that you have returned. The people from the stellar civilization are currently seeking partners for collaboration, and they wish to explore opportunities at home. You might be of assistance. Gao Yang was taken aback. The stellar civilization was one of the four fourth-tier civilizations. Was this an unexpected boon? Dallaran A replied. Look for someone else. We have matters to attend to. Gao Yang's voice rang out. Minor matters can wait. Business takes precedence. Jia, E, and Bing suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What does this mean? Didn't that influential figure mention coming merely to observe? How did mere observation morph into meddling in their domestic affairs? One of the Darla people inside the vehicle coldly remarked. This is no place for you to speak. Silence yourself. Jia, E, and Bing felt a wave of anxiety. If Gao Yang were to become enraged, the Darla civilization might very well face obliteration. You be quiet. Without further explanation, they pulled the individual down from the aircraft, and the three of them escorted Gao Yang into the flight area, sealing the hatch before taking off. They left the Darla people on the ground in a state of bewilderment, utterly flabbergasted. Inside the aircraft, the three Darla individuals regarded Gao Yang and said, She is our companion, albeit somewhat eccentric. Her words should not be taken seriously or given heed. Gao Yang shook her head and simply stated, The people of the Star-Striped civilization seek partners for collaboration, and you must seize this opportunity. Chapter 337. You help me. I help you. The expressions on the faces of the three Dallarans appeared somewhat rigid. Once again, it must be emphasized that intelligent life forms are far from foolish. Their ascent to a third-tier civilization attests to their astuteness. Gao Yang's emergence signaled a clear intent to adapt to and familiarize himself with the vast universe and its civilizations. He sought to leverage their collaboration as a stepping stone to engage with the fourth-tier civilization, to glean insights about it, and perhaps harbor ulterior motives as well. As indigenous beings of a fourth-tier civilization, it is entirely reasonable for them to capture and interrogate an individual of the same rank. However, being caught in the middle, they face dire consequences. Offending either side could lead to the obliteration of their civilization, especially considering the notorious scarcity of the Star-Striped civilization's population. The challenges of reproduction within their entire civilization are significant. Each alien from the Star-Striped civilization can assert dominance externally due to their limited numbers, rendering them unable to withstand losses among their members. Consequently, any casualties would yield catastrophic repercussions. It is not uncommon for a third-tier civilization to sacrifice one of their own for the greater good. The likelihood of our collaboration with the other party seems exceedingly slim. Gao Yang smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will assist you. The three extraterrestrials, A, B, and C, contemplated the notion of self-destruction. Naturally, if death could resolve all issues, they would have chosen that path long ago. Yet, they were paralyzed by fear, reminded of their two fallen kin before them. Their lives had demonstrated the profound terror embodied in this human before them, a being capable of annihilating their entire civilization. In their despondence, the two aliens felt compelled to curse their fate. Why must there exist such a fearsome indigenous being? Why must this indigenous entity target them? Observing the playful glint in Gao Yang's expression, they understood clearly that he would not relent. This opportunity to engage with a fourth-tier civilization was indeed rare, yet they felt genuine trepidation. The interior of the hovercar fell into a profound silence. Gao Yang heard a familiar voice whispering in his ear. They have made it clear that they are unwilling to cooperate. It is unwise to apply pressure. Mutual benefit is preferable, and separation will yield no advantage. This voice originated from the monitoring room, a think tank accompanying this operation. Gao Yang, multitasking, replied. Their reluctance to cooperate likely stems from their disbelief in my capability to obliterate them. Can we issue them a preliminary warning? In the monitoring room, a group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting apprehension. Is it truly advisable to bombard their planet directly? That would hardly foster cooperation. Gao Yang also felt uneasy. Annihilating the aliens posed no moral dilemma, but it risked exposure. What about deploying a collapse bomb on a nearby planet? That would not be sufficiently destructive. A light particle cannon, fired at close range, could obliterate a small space fighter? Gao Yang paused, struck by inspiration. What a brilliant idea. A small space fighter, traveling at remarkable speed and uncrewed, could simply charge in and open fire, ensuring the vessel itself would be obliterated in the ensuing explosion. It was a flawless plan. However, targeting their planet might incite hostility. Selecting an appropriate target was imperative. As Gao Yang pondered, he suddenly heard the voice from the communication channel. An asteroid is about to collide with Planet 9, with an estimated arrival time of 6 days. This asteroid, an irregular behemoth with a diameter of 17 kilometers, is set to detonate in 3 days, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that will create numerous meteor showers. Following the explosion, the optimal viewing locations will be announced. Gao Yang turned towards the source of the broadcast, and then glanced at the 3 extraterrestrials. You assist me, and I shall assist you. I shall handle this asteroid. In the astonished gaze of the 3 aliens, Gao Yang calmly declared, destroy the asteroid. After uttering this, he looked at the 3 astonished beings and added, alas, it is a pity that you will miss the meteor showers. The aliens gazed at Gao Yang in bewilderment, questioning whether his word was final. In the next moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the spacecraft. The chaos outside erupted as well. All shops and flying vessels sounded their alarms, and people rushed about in a state of panic. What was happening? Was another civilization attacking? The situation must be dire, as external communication terminals could not connect with the outside world, indicating a vast spatial blockade. A Level 1 alert had been issued. Everyone was to proceed to the underground shelters immediately. Amidst the clamor, cries of "Mom, where are you?" could be heard. The individuals aboard the craft, A, B, and C, stared at Gao Yang, their expressions suddenly shifting. Had he truly taken action? What scale of intervention could provoke a Level 1 alert from the Dala civilization? Normally, such an alert is reserved for apocalyptic threats. While they were enveloped in shock and speculation, the sky abruptly illuminated, and simultaneously, the planet's energy shield expanded, blocking the majority of the incoming energy from the outside. Yet, it still shone brightly for a brief moment. The alarm ceased, replaced by an urgent announcement. The Dala civilization is under an unidentified attack. Everyone, proceed to the nearest underground shelter as swiftly as possible. Do not push or cut in line. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd surged towards the buildings. A mass of frantic humanity swiftly disappearing. Gao Yang, intrigued by the underground world, remarked to A, B, and C, let us descend and observe how you construct your shelters. The 3 Dala beings felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies stiffening in shock, rendered momentarily speechless yet too afraid to remain silent. Their throats involuntarily producing a series of clicks. Gao Yang's mere words had thrown their entire civilization into disarray, and now he wished to inspect their underground shelters? Noticing their reactions, Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Are you concerned that I may target your shelters? Such thoughts are futile. I could effortlessly obliterate your entire planet. Your shelters, even if constructed within the terrestrial realm, would be of no consequence. The 3 trembled in shock and fear. It was who first spoke. Beneath all the buildings, there are passages leading to the underground shelters that allow direct access. The spacecraft descended, and the 3 Dala beings guided Gao Yang into the building. The expressions of the Dala trio were grim, their escape movements awkward, as those in shock often are. However, their reactions now seem rather inconspicuous, as an overwhelming number of individuals exhibit even greater panic. After all, this is the first time such a severe alarm has been sounded. In light of the circumstances, the only viable option is to flee underground to have a chance at survival. The 4 of them dashed into the building's subterranean levels, where they discovered numerous compartments, each capable of accommodating several individuals. They squeezed into one of the compartments, which swiftly descended. Closing his eyes, Gao Yang attuned himself to the sensation of depth. The compartment plummeted at an astonishing speed, descending nearly 500 meters within mere 30 seconds. To put this into perspective, 500 meters is roughly equivalent to over 100 stories in height. The descent was characterized by acceleration, growing ever swifter until it finally slowed after half an hour. Gao Yang was left in awe. His body's sensors registered an astonishing depth of 50 kilometers. Chapter 338, The Underground Sanctuary. At a depth of 50 kilometers, it is estimated that we have reached the very bottom of the lithosphere. Previously, humanity had only managed to dig a mere 12 kilometers into the Earth's crust. The difficulty of such an endeavor is immense, requiring substantial human and material resources. Yet, here lie the extraterrestrials, having constructed a sanctuary 50 kilometers beneath the surface. If the arsenal consisted solely of rudimentary energy weapons, such as laser cannons or electromagnetic artillery, even the advanced third-tier civilization's photon cannons would be rendered ineffective against this sanctuary. Unless one directed their fire towards the access tunnel, there would be no feasible way to harm those within the sanctuary. 50 kilometers of soil and rock is truly formidable. Were it not for the existence of collapsed munitions and the super-energy photon cannon in Gao Yang's possession, the annihilation of this civilization would indeed pose a significant challenge. Meticulous arrangements must be made for the fleet's descent underground. It would be prudent to further study an array of weaponry, as the current selection is somewhat lacking. The greater the diversity of armaments, the more adept one can be in addressing various situations, facilitating swifter and more effective resolutions. The descent's deceleration lasted 2 minutes. When the hatch opened, a radiant light streamed in. Numerous individuals could be observed scurrying around the perimeter, ensuring ample space for those descending. Gao Yang beheld the underground sanctuary, which appeared vast and seemingly endless, punctuated by cells resembling houses scattered throughout. Every 10 meters or so, a colossal alloy column, measuring a meter in diameter, provided support. The sheer size of these columns left Gao Yang in disbelief, leading him to ponder whether the Dala civilization had excavated an entire layer of the planet, rendering the rock strata incapable of self-support and reliant on these alloy columns for stability. If an entire layer of the planet had been excavated to such an extent, even a height of merely 4 meters would be astonishing. The scale of this engineering feat is quite beyond comprehension. Constructing an elevator for Mount Everest pales in comparison to this undertaking, which is akin to a mere sesame seed in contrast. The 3 Dala individuals remained silent, hastening forward with Gao Yang. Their urgency was palpable as they ventured deeper, revealing a multitude of cell-like structures, prompting Dala A to commence operations. Placing a hand upon the column, it soon illuminated. Identity confirmed. Esteemed Dala citizen, you may designate this location as your temporary sanctuary. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Upon pressing the virtual button, the surface of the column materialized and rapidly expanded into metallic walls, forming a room. This cell-like dwelling was devoid of furnishings. Yet its mere existence was remarkable. Approximately 100 square meters of space, situated underground and entirely complementary. Gao Yang surveyed the underground chamber. Could one truly possess a sanctuary all to themselves? What of sustenance? What of the requisite resources? A sanctuary for each individual, with the underground harboring a vast cache of resources sufficient to sustain normal operations for 2 years. Additionally, there were vessels and other resources available for organizing reconstruction efforts and potential escape, or even a counteroffensive. Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the profound depth of this third-tier civilization's foundation. Gao Yang had once contemplated preparing contingencies for human civilization, and indeed, he had made some preparations. However, when compared to the readiness of the Dala civilization, his efforts seemed trivial, akin to a student who has diligently studied all the material before an important exam, standing poised for success, while another has squandered nights in internet cafes, distracted by novels during class, only to resort to a hastily scribbled cheat sheet as the exam approaches. The disparity in preparation is staggering, and the one with the cheat sheet is highly likely to be caught. Yet, the moment for application had not yet arrived. This knowledge was still within his grasp. As he pondered, a projection illuminated the wall, an urgent report regarding the sudden disappearance of an asteroid. The trio, A, B, and C, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Gao Yang. They had previously surmised that this emergency was instigated by him, but now they were certain of it. The efficiency was astonishing. A mere utterance, and the asteroid vanished? How was this possible? Moreover, it seemed utterly preposterous. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he observed the screen with keen interest. This incident had revealed the existence of a sanctuary, an unexpected boon. Although human civilization would not prepare for such shelters, understanding the potential tactics of a deceptive adversary was invaluable. Even if he could not replicate the operation, he could certainly grasp the underlying strategy. This maneuver of leaving a contingency plan was indeed worthy of study. On the screen, the host of the Dala civilization continued to elaborate on the situation. 42 minutes prior, the approaching asteroid had erupted with an immensely terrifying energy, annihilating itself in an instant. During this event, high-frequency radiation swept across the entire star system. The host disappeared, and the visuals shifted to the cosmos. The image depicted the asteroid exploding with horrific energy, enveloping it instantaneously, followed by a radiant shockwave directed towards the nearby planets. The central region of the star system was engulfed in light. While the brilliance posed no threat to spacecraft, the high-frequency radiation was indeed harmful to biological entities. Direct exposure could be lethal. However, with all planets shielded, there were no casualties. The entire episode transpired in just over a minute. Countless observers felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of attack was this? They had never witnessed such power, such terror. If such an assault were to strike a planet, what devastation would it wreak? A, B, and C trembled as if shaken by a gale. A 12-kilometer-wide asteroid had been obliterated in an instant, almost as though it had been erased. What kind of spacecraft could withstand such an onslaught? In such a vast radius, during an engagement, how many ships could endure even a few salvos? Most crucially, this weapon could also bombard planets. The trio stood in shock and fear, rendered speechless. They could not ascertain whether surveillance devices were present. They dared not broach related topics. Yet they understood all too well that Gao Yang's display was a calculated move to compel their cooperation in seeking an alliance with a fourth-tier civilization. Neither side was one they could afford to offend. Yet, there remained a distinction. It was merely a matter of early demise or late, with a slim chance of survival. Should they refuse Gao Yang's demands, death would be inevitable, leading to the obliteration of all planets and civilizations. After all, if such an assault could occur once, it could transpire 1,000 times. They were not merely contending with Gao Yang as an individual, but with an entire civilization, and more significantly, a fourth-tier civilization. Should they incur the wrath of a fourth-tier civilization, their demise would be certain, albeit perhaps delayed for a time. The most favorable outcome would be if the starry civilization discerned that Gao Yang was the puppet master and chose to disregard them, opting instead to deal with humanity, granting them a slender hope of survival. With this thought, the three exchanged no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Gao Yang. This gesture was understood by Gao Yang. He acquiesced and chose to cooperate. On the screen, the host's voice resonated once more. This attack is suspected to involve a light particle cannon, its power magnified countless times. Those with knowledge are encouraged to provide information. Jia, Yi, and Bing felt an even deeper sense of despair. They were threatened without any understanding of the means by which they were coerced. Chapter 339, Agreement Achieved. The entire Dara civilization was somewhat startled, employing all possible observational methods to ascertain the cause of the asteroid's disappearance. It was almost certain that a weapon was involved. Yet feigning ignorance proved to be a shrewd tactic. However, amidst their pretense, they remained deeply unsettled, for such an attack could only have been orchestrated by a fourth-tier civilization. A warning? The Dara civilization was in a state of panic. Had they committed a grave error? It seemed implausible. How could they dare to offend a fourth-tier civilization? Indeed, even offending a sentient being emerging from a fourth-tier civilization would compel them to tread lightly. So where lay the source of their dilemma? Had someone within their civilization incurred the wrath of a sentient being from a fourth-tier civilization? The higher echelons of the Dara civilization were anxious, fervently hoping that whoever had offended the fourth-tier civilization would promptly reveal themselves, providing clarity so they could mitigate the situation. Barely 10 minutes after the news broke, every individual within the Dara civilization received a personal notification exclusive to their kind. The message merely urged them to identify who had offended the fourth-tier civilization, or who had offended someone associated with it, and to come forward with information to the authorities. Individuals A, B, and C also received the notification, but could only silence their phones and gaze apprehensively at Gao Yang. They could not step forward, yet they had indeed offended Gao Yang. Contemplating the content displayed on the screen, alongside the humble message in their texts, they were engulfed in anxiety. Even if they had committed a significant blunder, the official communication still beseeched them to step forward, offering them an opportunity to quell the anger of the fourth-tier civilization. Such is the nature of a fourth-tier civilization. In a fit of rage, these minor civilizations faced annihilation as their only fate. Yet, they were equally reluctant to provoke Gao Yang, who sought to utilize them as a bridge to connect with the fourth-tier civilization. Gao Yang regarded the trio with a reassuring gaze. Rest assured, I am not one to betray those who have served me. Our civilization is of the same mindset. Understanding is key. We shall not act impulsively. A, B, and C nodded in agreement, left with no choice but to trust Gao Yang's words, hoping earnestly that his assurances were genuine. Before long, a knock at the door heralded the arrival of sustenance for the four of them. The food was of two varieties. The three Dara individuals were presented with genuinely organic fare, rich in nutrients and flavor, while Gao Yang received a simple energy bar. This energy bar, about the thickness of a thumb, was a common sight on many spacecraft, designated for slaves. It contained ample energy and was easy to store, though its taste was notoriously bland and unpalatable. Fortunately for Gao Yang, being a robot, he could sustain himself on it. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to consume the Dara cuisine. One must admit, the contrast in culinary offerings from different civilizations could provide an intriguing experience. Who knows? It might even be delightful. The three Dara individuals exchanged glances and divided the modest energy bar into 3 portions, choosing to leave the majority of the food for Gao Yang. Only after he firmly declined did they begin to eat. One must acknowledge, their survival instincts were robust. Presently, they were uncertain when they might be permitted to leave, as it hinged upon the official's assessment. Once the authorities deemed the situation safe, they would be free to exit. To ensure that the authorities remain unaware of the investigation, it must be conducted with utmost diligence, which may require considerable time. After all, sustenance remains paramount. Idly passing the time, Gao Yang waved his hand, accepting the terminal from Jia's grasp, and began to scrutinize it meticulously. While the personal terminals of humans predominantly resemble mobile phones, the foundation of Gao Yang's enhancements also lies in mobile technology. In contrast, the terminals used by the Dalarans are rudimentary devices, containing merely identity information, serving solely to transmit basic messages. Additional functionalities do not necessitate installation on the terminal, as one can utilize various features wherever they go. For instance, within this small room, once bound, one can directly access the projector to view videos, including three-dimensional imagery. This is akin to the former Earth, where most portable devices relied on batteries, but with the proliferation of power towers, all devices ceased to require batteries. The power tower has supplanted the need for batteries. The terminals here function similarly, as numerous facilities are available for free use, ensuring privacy without necessitating excessive functions on the terminals. With just an identity embedded within, one can access nearly all external functionalities. This civilization has indeed achieved widespread accessibility. Even within this underground shelter, the room is equipped with various entertainment options and communication capabilities. Casually tossing the terminal to Dalanjia, Gao Yang began to examine the walls. What material are these walls composed of? They can soften to conform around the columns and expand to form the relatively sturdy walls present now. This technology is within Gao Yang's capabilities, yet lacks such naturalness. He plans to remove a section for further study upon his return. Once researched and enhanced, this malleable yet robust metallic material could have extensive applications and significant impact. Additionally, the three-dimensional projection device here is impressive. It seems structurally distinct, and he is tempted to dismantle it. Jia, Yi, and Bing watched as Gao Yang rummaged throughout the room, appearing fascinated by everything he encountered. Over the course of 5 days, Gao Yang disassembled every device in the room, including the structural components of the house, reassembling them afterward. Normally, the room would trigger errors, but Gao Yang had severed the information exchange pathways from the outset, ensuring that the overall system remained oblivious to any anomalies, believing everything to be proceeding as usual. For 5 days, no changes occurred outside, prompting the Dalaran civilization to prepare for the return of everyone to the surface. Despite their lingering anxiety, they realized that prolonging their shelter would incur significant losses. Yet with no additional developments outside, they could only hope that the previous attack was a mere warning or had already served as punishment, retribution that had concluded. One can imagine that for an extended period, the Dalaran civilization will remain in a state of tension. Ultimately, however, they were released. Once back on the surface, Gao Yang took a deep breath and turned to Dalanjia. Let us go home. Through their brief interaction, the four had developed a deeper understanding of one another. In Dalaran civilization, a familial structure prevails. Jia, Yi, and Bing hail from the same illustrious clan, which can be envisioned as a cohesive entity. This grand family is defined not by blood ties, but rather by numerical designations. Each incubation zone represents a distinct family unit, continuously nurturing a new generation of Dala individuals. All newly born Dala are reared by their predecessors, who, upon maturation, endeavor to enhance the well-being of their compatriots within the incubation zone. As these individuals grow up together, they forge strong relationships, and the nurturing bonds foster harmonious connections across different ages. However, this is merely one facet of their interactions. The more significant aspect lies in the intertwining of interests. The welfare of the entire clan is mutually dependent, prosperity shared, misfortune endured collectively. On this occasion, Jia and Bing ventured forth to negotiate a collaborative endeavor concerning transportation, yet due to unforeseen circumstances involving Gao Yang, they were compelled to abandon their original plans and return to the realm of civilization. Chapter 340, Business. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback upon hearing about the incubation area, as it seemed rather extraordinary. Were they truly beginning to incubate civilized beings? In fact, contemporary human technology is capable of artificially creating human life. With the contribution of certain biological materials from both a male and a female, a child could emerge. Moreover, Gao Yang could even concoct a genetic serum and inject it into an animal, resulting in the expression of human traits after a period of genetic development. However, he had refrained from executing such actions, primarily because it would disrupt the existing order. For other civilizations, the transition from one stage to another typically spanned several hundred to 1,000 years. Yet, human civilization could potentially leap from today to tomorrow. A single misstep could yield severe consequences. Thus, any transformation affecting all of humanity necessitates careful deliberation. Given the multitude of extraterrestrial beings in the universe, there is ample opportunity for understanding and drawing inspiration from them. Upon hearing that Gao Yang intended to accompany them back to their clan, Jia, Yi, and Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. Under normal circumstances, the Dala people exhibited a rather contemptuous demeanor towards slaves. Offending Gao Yang could spell significant trouble for them. On the spacecraft, Dala Bing remarked, "Thus, when we exit and our ship is attacked, nearly leading to our demise, it was this esteemed individual who saved us. Therefore, everyone must show him the utmost respect." How could that be feasible? Dala Jia pointed out the flaw in their reasoning. How could a slave possibly save us under normal circumstances? Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then retrieved a metal piece from his pocket and effortlessly tore it apart. Can this do? The three of them instinctively widened their eyes. Although the metal piece might not be particularly sturdy, it was still metal. How could Gao Yang accomplish this with such ease? Unless he possessed boundless strength? Observing the astonished expressions of the three, Gao Yang fused two metal pieces together, shaping them into a sphere. Isn't it rare to encounter an intelligent being with such immense strength? Indeed, it is quite rare. Typically, only on planets with exceptional conditions can such intelligent life evolve. For instance, on a massive planet with extremely high gravity, one might find beings of formidable stature and strength. Alternatively, in other harsh environments. However, the likelihood of life emerging in severe conditions is relatively low. Furthermore, on larger planets with sufficient gravity, the difficulty for that civilization to leave their planet escalates, rendering them less detectable. Gao Yang nodded. "Then, can I save you?" "Indeed," they replied. "Once our spacecraft departs, we will be surrounded and threatened to disembark. After disembarking, all the other slaves will be slaughtered, while you alone will fight your way through the opposition. Dala, you found a loophole, but the opposing ship must belong to us, right? No one could operate it, having been left abandoned on some planet. When our clan members arrive, they will find nothing, only that individuals have been taken away, without any need for additional embellishments." The group quickly devised a narrative, and after a brief flight, they arrived at a grand building. This edifice housed a large store, which offered an array of weapons. A few employees glanced at Jia, Yi, and Bing with surprise as they hurried over, asking, "What brings you back?" "We encountered a bit of trouble," they replied. The three individuals responded affirmatively and continued deeper into the building. Passing through the door, they ascended the staircase. Darla explained, "This entire building belongs to our family. Every adult member of the Darla clan is entitled to a residence here, which is only relinquished upon death. We have already informed our relatives that we will be assuming responsibility for collaborations with the Fourth Order civilization. We still require your assistance." His tone shifted as footsteps approached. The rear door opened to reveal an elderly Darla individual who remarked, "It is good to see you return alive. Thank you for your efforts, though the house is now empty." A, B, and C stepped forward to embrace the elder, assuring him, "A new group is on the way. Everything will be fine." With that, the trio, accompanied by Gao Yang, proceeded inward. The elder turned to Gao Yang and queried, "Why bring him along for discussions?" Darla hastily replied, "Our survival hinges upon him. Had it not been for his intervention in dealing with those adversaries, we might have met our demise. Moreover, his combat prowess and intellect are formidable. Any assistance he can provide would be invaluable." The elder, taken aback by the notion of aiding a mere slave, akin to bolstering an entire civilization, pondered the implications. As a member of a third-order civilization, assisting an indigenous culture could swiftly elevate their status. He nodded thoughtfully. "In a century's time, should we perform well, our family can lend our support." Darla chuckled, "Excellent. Let us proceed." Gao Yang genuinely sensed the disparity in status. A century of good performance could enable assistance to the indigenous culture and confer legitimacy. Were he truly an indigenous person, a denizen of a dismal civilization, how might he react upon hearing such words? Not only would he strive for personal survival, but he would also be compelled to rally elite forces from his own civilization to serve as laborers. Alas, Gao Yang was not a member of such a downtrodden society. They entered a spacious room filled with elderly Darla individuals, all intently observing the trio as they began to present documentation. The Star-Stripe civilization sought to identify agents within the Darla civilization to procure individual weaponry. Their family primarily engaged in the trade of such arms, including those unsanctioned by the Fourth Order civilization. Besides them, numerous competitors also vied for a share of the market. Gao Yang perused the documents and was taken aback. Did a Fourth Order civilization wish to sell obsolete firearms? What could they possibly gain from this? If the Fourth Order civilization desired resources, they surely had ample means at their disposal. Why then engage in transactions with these lesser factions? Perhaps it was a case of their own members seeking personal gain. The specifics would require further investigation. After reviewing the materials, the three of them began to strategize. The initial focus was to propose a competitive price, ensuring that their acquisition costs were on par with other entities. However, they recognized that competition should not solely revolve around profit. They needed to offer additional advantages, such as discretion, ensuring their dealings would remain undetected. They also deliberated transportation logistics, considering both proactive approaches and waiting for the other party to deliver. In their pursuit of collaboration with the Fourth Order civilization, they were prepared to accept any conditions. However, the trio, A, B, and C, were in no rush to finalize a plan, as the information at hand was insufficiently detailed. At the very least, the identities of the potential collaborators remained obscure. It was only known that they were individuals from the Star-Spangled civilization, which could very well be a deception. Furthermore, clarifying the nature of the partnership would facilitate a more tailored approach. A few elder Dallarans began to impart their wisdom, discussing the nuances and intricacies of cooperation. Of utmost importance was to maintain a degree of detachment, as this venture involved arms smuggling, which was prone to complications. Gao Yang, listening intently, felt a sense of dissonance. After all, what issue could arise from arms smuggling? Who among them did not possess some form of onboard weaponry? Yet, upon further reflection, Gao Yang pondered a possibility. What if the weaponry involved was of such advanced technology that its trade was prohibited? Chapter 341. The Grand Procurement. If the prohibition on trade stems from technological issues, yet the aliens opt for smuggling. What if the weapons they procure are handed over to him for disassembly and subsequent enhancement? Could this lead to the development of new weaponry? This scenario is indeed intriguing. Initially, Gao Yang believed that the arrival of an alien, particularly one from a fourth-tier civilization, would prove immensely beneficial. If this alien were also engaged in the smuggling of weapons from their advanced civilization, it would be akin to receiving timely assistance in dire circumstances. At present, Gao Yang, wielding a simple stick for enhancement, might even transform it into a formidable artifact akin to the legendary stabilizing sea needle. If he were to amplify the weapons from this fourth-tier civilization, would he not become invincible? As the trio, A, B, and C, diligently engaged in their tasks, Gao Yang listened intently to the wisdom imparted by the elderly Dallarans. These seasoned individuals were instructing A, B, and C on the nuances of commerce, emphasizing the critical details and techniques required for successful negotiations. Their knowledge was shared generously, much like how elders among humans mentor the youth. However, while young humans often let such teachings fall on deaf ears, A, B, and C absorbed the information with utmost seriousness, posing a multitude of questions. Upon exiting the conference room, the three felt a surge of confidence, albeit accompanied by a weight of pressure. The higher the probability of successful collaboration, the more anxious they became, for their seemingly insignificant actions could shape the future of Dalar civilization. The three promptly made their way to their spacecraft, sealing the cabin door and preparing for takeoff. They turned to Gao Yang and inquired, "Shall we depart immediately, or would you prefer a brief tour? One of them can stay with me while the other two prepare for the negotiations. I am aware of the rendezvous point and will join you later." The three were eager for Gao Yang to leave, yet he remained steadfast in his decision, leaving them with no alternative. After a brief discussion, Dalar A chose to stay behind, while the other two ventured off to make the necessary preparations. Gao Yang's primary objectives for this visit were twofold: to gain insight into this civilization and to comprehend the operational rules of various civilizations across the universe. The second aim was to acquire star maps and other readily available high-value information. Exploring such data would demand substantial resources and considerable time for human civilization. Yet here, it could be obtained merely with star coins. Dalar A escorted Gao Yang down from the spacecraft and onto the bustling streets. This planet was indeed thriving, with an array of goods available for trade. Indigenous beings, information, weaponry, spacecraft, services, and entertainment were all in abundance. It could be said that this place offered everything one could desire, and the presence of extraterrestrial beings was overwhelming, with approximately 90% of the populace being aliens. The vibrant trade environment was likely due to the planet's status as a hub for external commerce. While other planets might permit alien visitors, it was presumed that the majority of inhabitants would still be Dallarans. As Gao Yang casually surveyed his surroundings, he entered a quaint shop. This establishment specialized in souvenirs, featuring a variety of trinkets representative of Dalar civilization. No sooner had he stepped inside than he heard the voice of Director Yuan echoing in his ears. "Do not make frivolous purchases. Our star coins are limited. Save them for essential expenditures." Despite the myriad products of human civilization, which typically hold considerable value in star currency, entering this market poses significant challenges for those uninitiated. A newcomer, particularly one without proper credentials, faces considerable obstacles. In other words, even with an abundance of resources, without the necessary certifications, such as insignias on spacecraft, one cannot engage in sales. This reality renders the pursuit of star currency quite daunting for humanity. Nevertheless, Gao Yang has long held the belief that money must be spent to generate more. The memorabilia from external civilizations is affordably priced, allowing for bulk purchases. During a live broadcast, he plans to offer some as prizes. Additionally, Gao Yang seeks to gain insights into trading practices through these transactions. Currently, he is only familiar with the trading methods of human civilization. It is imperative to understand the rules of space before drawing any conclusions. Various factors such as environment, era, and individual differences profoundly influence trading practices. For instance, on Earth, transactions in the Dragon Kingdom often entail obtaining free samples before making substantial purchases or paying a deposit to receive goods prior to settling the final payment. Such customary business practices, however, are utterly ineffective in dealings with certain parties. Providing sample products often leads to no follow-up collaboration and continued demands for samples without any subsequent payment. Furthermore, once goods are received, the final payment often evaporates. Therefore, engaging in trade with such parties necessitates full upfront payment. Otherwise, it is preferable to forego the business altogether. The disparities among the various nations on Earth are substantial. And in the cosmos, the differences among civilizations are bound to be even more pronounced. Dalajia stepped into the souvenir shop. Observing that Gao Yang was already in negotiation with the shopkeeper, Gao Yang had mastered a local indigenous language, which was now integrated into the communication system, allowing for direct interaction without drawing attention, as he appeared merely as one of the locals. The shopkeeper was somewhat taken aback by the sight of an indigenous person making a purchase and soon noticed Dalajia following closely behind. Nodding slightly, "Are you looking to buy the entire store?" Dalajia was taken aback. The thought that Gao Yang intended to establish roots in the Dala civilization sent a shudder through him. He quickly turned to Gao Yang. "Are you planning to buy the store?" Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "You've misunderstood. I wish to acquire all the souvenirs within the store." Dalajia paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation, turning to the shopkeeper. "Bulk purchase. Can we negotiate a lower price?" Gao Yang observed with keen interest, intrigued by the possibility of haggling. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. Purchasing everything outright seemed rather foolish. It was akin to visiting a street vendor and buying a multitude of trivial items at retail prices. "Let me consult the owner," the shopkeeper said, making a call. Meanwhile, Dalajia looked at Gao Yang. "If you desire these items, I know a place where they can be acquired in bulk at wholesale prices." Dalajia spoke with a hint of arrogance. Yet the underlying message was a cautionary reminder to Gao Yang not to engage in impulsive spending. "Are there many varieties?" "Indeed," Gao Yang replied as he exited the shop. The shopkeeper, however, was not disheartened, having never expected the sale to materialize. If such a thing can come to fruition, then the only purchasers must be fools, and even fools find it arduous to part with substantial sums of money. Without directly inspecting the souvenirs, Gao Yang exited and turned into the second shop. This establishment was a weaponry store, specializing in cold weapons. Within the shop lay an array of various cold arms. Many were suitable for human use, and beside each weapon, there were annotations indicating customization options. Diverse weapons could be tailored to accommodate different alien physiques, arm lengths, and palm sizes. Gao Yang primarily focused on the materials of these cold weapons. The various materials sparked inspiration in him. Moreover, the complexity involved in material development and the challenges in deciphering them were significant. It was entirely possible that some of these cold weapons were the products of advanced civilizations. Chapter 342. The Grand Procurement 2. At the forefront of the cold weapons displayed was the lightsaber. Gao Yang held a profound impression of the lightsaber. For the vast majority of humanity, its allure is ingrained in their very essence, particularly in an era where nearly everyone has witnessed the epic saga of Star Wars. The mere image of a lightsaber, coupled with the phrase "May the Force be with you," evokes an unparalleled sense of coolness. In his youth, Gao Yang often fantasized about wielding a lightsaber and slicing through fields of rapeseed. However, such thoughts faded during the development phase. After all, a lightsaber does not require the Force, it merely demands electricity. As Gao Yang prepared to grasp the lightsaber, he was halted. Slaves are forbidden from handling weapons without their master's consent. This regulation underscores the stringent control over slaves, preventing them from inflicting harm, while simultaneously emphasizing the authority of their masters. Dalajia permitted Gao Yang to select his weapon, allowing him to finally hold the lightsaber. Upon pressing the switch, a crimson laser surged forth, extending approximately 1.5 meters. The mechanics behind how the lightsaber emits a laser beam that halts at a predetermined distance remain a mystery unless meticulously examined. Next, he turned his attention to the vibrating knife. Having previously developed a version of this weapon, Gao Yang noted that its vibration speed was inferior to his own, suggesting that the technological prowess behind it may not match his own, yet it remained exceptionally sharp. He decided to purchase it, pondering its potential utility in unforeseen circumstances. Continuing his exploration, he encountered the arc knife. The blade flickered with rapid electrical currents, intriguing Gao Yang. It appeared to be a mere adaptation of an electric baton into a blade, likely lacking the merit to be showcased here. Nevertheless, he picked it up and swung it gently. A visible arc of electricity burst forth, traveling approximately 2 meters before dissipating. Gao Yang was astounded. The weapon was formidable. Its effectiveness seemed comparable to that of a firearm, and he wondered if a swift swing would propel the arc even farther. Furthermore, the aesthetic appeal of the blade was undeniable, reminiscent of martial arts, where a single strike could unleash an impressive aura. In close quarters, when ranged weapons falter, this could prove to be a decisive advantage. Although in the vastness of space, cold weapons may seem trivial amidst the prevalence of energy weapons, their significance cannot be overlooked, particularly for ambushes or in unique confrontational scenarios. Of course, the arc knife was chiefly appealing for its striking appearance. He acquired it without hesitation. As Gao Yang continued to peruse the arsenal, a group of influential figures in the monitoring room observed his fervent purchasing spree, suddenly filled with doubt. They grew concerned for Gao Yang's safety upon his departure. Realizing that their earlier apprehensions might have been misplaced, their greater worry should have been the inadequacy of their funds. Insufficient star coins meant they could not procure more vital equipment. Yet, they found themselves unable to deter Gao Yang, as his selections appeared to hold considerable value. At the very least, Gao Yang asserted their research potential, compelling them to devise ways to earn money for these acquisitions. By the time he reached the 5th and 6th items, Gao Yang had procured nearly every distinct cold weapon available, driven by the thought of future research opportunities. In the monitoring room, a group of distinguished individuals resembled children who had never encountered toys before, gazing in awe at a toy store. However, apart from an initial inquiry, they maintained a profound silence. If Gao Yang wished to make a purchase, so be it. Ultimately, he would devise ways to earn star coins later. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that for human civilization to establish a foothold in space, it must still generate revenue. The current batch of star coins merely constitutes pocket money for the captured extraterrestrials, as their wealth resides in the accounts of the stellar civilization. The same applies to other alien beings. It is rather challenging to rely on plundering for income. Trade remains the viable option. After perusing the weapon shop, where half of the spacecraft was already loaded, Gao Yang proceeded to enter the second establishment, a clothing store. The garments here were of particular significance, featuring materials that provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, automatic cleaning functions, and astonishing softness that conformed to the body. Additionally, there were uniquely styled items, or those with other special advantages. Gao Yang was not particularly interested in these items. Yet some of the specialized materials warranted purchase for research purposes. This was indeed for genuine study. He then moved on to the next shop, entering a phase of frenzied procurement. During this shopping spree, Gao Yang became acutely aware of the astonishing purchasing power of star coins. Truly outrageous. After spending half a day visiting numerous shops, he had only expended 2,000 star coins. He had arrived with 100,000 star coins in hand. The shopping continued. Dara Jia, following closely behind Gao Yang, was thoroughly convinced of his identity as a native. However, the purchasing behavior of a fourth-tier civilized intelligent being, akin to someone encountering novel treasures for the first time, was not entirely unfounded. In truth, there is little to be found of exceptional quality in contemporary human civilization. To illustrate with clothing, the attire worn by humans today is indistinguishable from that of a first-tier primitive civilization, completely untouched by advancement. Even if there have been upgrades, they have primarily been applied to warriors or spacesuits, yet have yet to be widely disseminated. According to the barrel theory, Earth currently embodies merely a first-tier primitive civilization. Nevertheless, when considering the highest plank of the barrel, human civilization might indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with the stellar civilization, particularly in the realms of weaponry and spacecraft. Ultimately, comprehensive development is essential. All should be procured. This way, Gao Yang would not lack materials for research upon his return to Earth. And he would not be starting from scratch, but rather conducting studies from a higher vantage point. Such an approach could yield exponential advancements, resulting in exceptional discoveries. In total, he procured goods equivalent to 5 spacecraft, expending 70,000 star coins. This alone represented Gao Yang's purchases over 3 days. The 3 days had been a prearranged time frame with Jia, Yi, and Bing. Their vessel would return to the planet to escort Gao Yang and Dara Jia away for business negotiations. Transporting the goods to the space transfer station incurred an expense of 2 star coins, converting to 2,000 Dara coins. Subsequently, they loaded a substantial amount of cargo into the spacecraft. Dara, Yi, and Dara Bing, witnessing the vessel brimming with goods, were momentarily taken aback. What was the situation here? As the spacecraft's hatch sealed, Dorati could no longer contain his curiosity. Are we heading somewhere to sell our goods? Is our collaboration with the Star-Spangled Civilization still ongoing? Gaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Of course, we will continue our partnership. First, let's load these items onto my ship for transport back. Dorati sighed inwardly, his emotions tangled. While cooperation held its advantages, the thought of being caught between two fourth-tier civilizations left him uneasy. Yet, now that he found himself precariously balanced on a tightrope, he had no choice but to proceed. The spacecraft soared towards a distant planet, where Gaoyang's vessel awaited. Throughout the journey, Dorati and Darabing scrutinized the cargo, their bewilderment growing. Was this fourth-tier civilization truly struggling to survive? What purpose did they have in procuring such items? They had even purchased a few unpalatable synthetic energy bars. What nonsense was this? Moreover, they had acquired dozens of boxes of factory-produced trinkets, devoid of any real value, merely intended to deceive children. What was their aim? Then there were a multitude of bizarre garments. Hadn't it been said that the higher the civilization's level, the more detached their emotions and the simpler their lives? Chapter 343, Continuation. Gaoyang gazed at the astonished expressions of Yi and Bing. Is there an issue? He inquired. No, not at all. They both hastily shook their heads. Gaoyang settled into a seat and activated the information portal. He had been too preoccupied to examine this resource earlier. Yet it served as the most convenient and cost-effective means of obtaining information akin to the internet on Earth. At that moment, he did not scrutinize the data meticulously. The information was interconnected. As the spacecraft ventured further away, access would become limited. Thus, he swiftly scrolled through the content, employing the high-speed camera within his secondary vision to capture images rapidly. A wealth of information was subsequently organized and presented to the Dragon Nation, entrusted to their analysts for examination. His primary responsibility lay in technology. After a jump through space, the network was interrupted and the spacecraft of Jia, Yi, and Bing reappeared outside the very planet where they had been initially abducted. As the ship penetrated the planet's atmosphere, they beheld other vessels docked within. The unloading proceeded briskly, facilitated by personnel from the Dragon Nation, each of whom was a genetically enhanced warrior. Within mere minutes, the ship was emptied, and Jia, Yi, Bing, and Gaoyang ascended once more, setting course for planet number 19, where the Star-Stripe civilization awaited. The Star-Stripe civilization is among the four fourth-tier civilizations beneath the Celestial civilization. If the cosmic civilizations were likened to a gang, the Celestial civilization would be the leader, while the Star-Stripe civilization would assuredly play the role of a vice leader. Engaging with a fourth-tier civilization is tantamount to nearing the pinnacle of advancement. However, this is merely a metaphor. The disparities between civilizations are undeniably vast. With the cargo unloaded, the spacecraft felt significantly more spacious. Yi and Bing activated the projection. The individuals they were to collaborate with were indeed from the Star-Stripe civilization, and their identities had been thoroughly verified. One was a captain from the Star-Stripe patrol fleet, a compatriot. Furthermore, it was revealed that the Star-Stripe civilization was not collaborating solely with one civilization. There were multiple partnerships in progress. According to our intelligence, at least 7 third-tier civilizations were entering into weapon trade agreements in the near term. On board, the expression of Dala Jia shifted. Could it be a trap? We share your concerns regarding a potential ambush, Dala nodded, acknowledging the resemblance to a phishing scheme. They were engaged in smuggling operations with the Star-Stripe civilization, and if internal investigations were to occur, those involved could be apprehended, inadvertently dragging them into trouble. The partners might remain unscathed, but they would face significant repercussions, potentially requiring reparations from their civilization. Once issues escalated to the level of civilizations, a single accountability could render 10 years of gains into mere illusions. If it were just one individual collaborating with them, it would be inconsequential. However, as the scope of collaboration widened, the likelihood of complications increased. Gaoyang discerned the anxiety among them. Phishing requires time. Even if problems arise post-collaboration, we are likely to have surfaced by then. I shall handle the situation. Should we remain undetected at that juncture, and you suffer substantial losses, we will provide compensation thereafter. The three individuals exchanged glances, remaining silent, for their sole option now was to tread a singular path into the unknown. After a brief interlude, Dala Yi produced the quotation and commenced discussions regarding the specifics of their collaboration. Gaoyang, however, ceased to listen. The intricacies of commerce eluded him, and he preferred to entrust such matters to the officials. Controlling his avatar, he stepped aside, closed his eyes, and removed the sensory helmet. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in the laboratory's office. He proceeded directly to the monitoring room. Initially, the monitoring room was populated solely by high-ranking officials. However, it had since become a hub for numerous technical and research personnel. A contingent from the Social Sciences Academy had arrived to examine extraterrestrial societies through Gao Yang's perspective. Additionally, Some prominent business magnates and specialists in finance had joined them. At this moment, a look of astonishment adorned the faces of nearly all present as they beheld the myriad of aliens, each more peculiar than the last. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, and remarkably, each head possessed its own consciousness. Gao Yang merely cast a glance, yet from a technical standpoint, the entire scene was captured with remarkable clarity, allowing them to hear the aliens converse. One alien with 3 heads was engaged in a debate over their next meal, while another, possessing a long tail, resembled a hybrid of human and serpent. This creature, if brought to Earth, could easily be marketed under the guise of a naga, generating substantial ticket sales. Others were analyzing the societal operating logic of these beings. Every fragment of information gleaned from the Dala civilization was meticulously processed here, ensuring that no detail escaped scrutiny. This scene brought a measure of comfort to Gao Yang. At the very least, his achievements were met with respect, affirming that his efforts were not in vain. Yet, he felt that the presence of these individuals was still insufficient. The exploration of space should be a collective endeavor. Gao Yang stepped forward and addressed the assembly of dignitaries, proposing, "I am considering hosting a live broadcast to take everyone on a journey to witness the Dala civilization." Director Yuan fell silent, contemplating, "Are you suggesting that everyone participate in the exploration of outer space and its integration? Not to mention the confrontation as well?" Gao Yang added, "Indeed, the current state of human civilization necessitates a new objective." General Zhou nodded in agreement, remarking, "Certainly, while we can still indulge in daily amusements, prolonged idleness breeds a sense of meaninglessness in life, leading to further complications. Let us arrange for the broadcast. When shall we schedule it?" Gao Yang pondered and replied, "Perhaps we should conduct the live stream as we approach Planet 19, allowing us to arrive just in time to explore it through the lens of my avatar." The others nodded in consensus before returning their attention to the screen. Ascending the stairs, Gao Yang resumed reading to replenish his knowledge. However, this time, he delved into the literature of the aliens rather than that of humanity. He had also procured a substantial collection of books. Previously, he had been somewhat concerned about the scarcity of human literature, given his voracious appetite for reading. The emergence of extraterrestrial texts conveniently addressed this dilemma. The abundance of books and materials from extraterrestrial sources is truly astounding. Even at this primitive stage of human civilization, there exists a plethora of information. The wealth of knowledge accumulated over millennia by civilizations of a higher tier is nothing short of a vast ocean of literature. The sheer volume of digital books is overwhelming, rendering it impossible to peruse them all. Among the numerous acquisitions made during this expedition, the books have undoubtedly provided the greatest assistance to Gao Yang. Within just a couple of days, the cargo spaceship arrived at Earth. The vessel, with its expansive 400 square meters of space, was filled to the brim. After a brief period of organization, Gao Yang initiated a live broadcast. Although the broadcast commenced without prior notice, the moment it began, the audience surged to over 10 million. Word of mouth spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the viewership soared to a staggering 1 billion. Chapter 344, Another Gift? The number of viewers surged, both domestically and internationally. As the days in the Dragon Country improved, so did the circumstances abroad, at least in terms of basic needs. The comprehensive application of robotic technology had significantly reduced costs. However, their lives were not entirely easy. The products manufactured by Dragon Country's robots still required payment. Moreover, lacking a technological edge, many began to shift towards the service industry, catering to the citizens of the Dragon Country. Numerous picturesque small nations had even fully developed their tourism sectors, targeting Dragon Country tourists. By serving the people of the Dragon Country, they aimed to sustain their livelihoods while simultaneously keeping a keen eye on the Dragon Country populace. In truth, citizens of the Dragon Country could afford to overlook the live broadcasts by Gao Yang, as circumstances were invariably favorable. Yet for the overseas audience, the implications were uncertain, potentially bearing both positive and negative effects. They needed to watch the live stream to gauge the situation. When the viewer count in the broadcast room reached 2 billion, it paused. While there were still many viewers on Earth, this constituted the most mainstream segment of netizens. The remaining populace, hindered by various conditions and even illiteracy in some third-world regions, had low educational accessibility, rendering them peripheral figures despite their numbers. As for the overseas audience, regardless of their size, they lacked the privilege to send bullet screen comments. They could only observe. At that moment, the bullet screen was flooded with messages from the citizens of the Dragon Country. "I can't believe it, another live stream. There must be something of great importance." I found myself impatiently wondering what would be announced this time. Could it possibly be a notification that we have joined the stellar civilization? The likelihood seemed slim. Joining the stellar civilization would necessitate a conflict with the fourth-tier civilization that controlled the region. Engaging in such a war was not feasible. Although human civilization's technology was advanced, our time of mastery was still too brief. The disparity in scale compared to extraterrestrial beings was insurmountable. It was utterly impossible to prevail. What would the situation entail? Observing the smile on Gao Yang's face, could it be good news? It had to be good news. Every announcement had been positive, and this one would surely follow suit. Don't jinx it, only good news awaits. As Gao Yang witnessed the increasing number of viewers, he spoke. A couple of days ago, I journeyed into outer space, to the homeland of a third-tier civilization, the Dala civilization. A sudden silence enveloped the live stream. What on earth was happening? Just recently, it was stated that integration into the universe was unattainable, and yet now he had ventured into another civilization? How had he accomplished this? Could it be that he had indeed obtained a legitimate identity, allowing them to roam through space in the future? However, if they acquired a legitimate identity, they would have to confront other fourth-tier civilizations. How could they possibly engage in battle? They couldn't defeat even one, and considering the favorable relations among those civilizations, it was conceivable that 4 of them could unite against humanity. This posed a significant challenge. As the bullet screen activity increased, many were able to contemplate these possibilities, reflecting the high educational standards in the Dragon Country. Gao Yang, observing the bullet screen, chuckled and reassured. There's no need to worry. At present, human civilization has not yet been exposed. The specific approach involves my disguising myself as a slave, following the people of the Dara civilization to infiltrate their society. Lacking legal status, one can only assume the role of a slave. Gao Yang gently waved his hand, and a unique scene materialized beside him. Within this depiction, the stellar system of the Dara civilization was revealed, astonishing countless observers. So many planets? 3 or 4 celestial bodies on a single orbit. Are they not concerned about collisions? No, these planets appear to be artificial, equipped with devices that maintain their distances. Goodness, if a third-tier civilization is this impressive, what marvels must a fourth-tier civilization possess? And how formidable must a fifth-tier civilization be? Have you not noticed the multitude of ships surrounding these 20-odd planets, resembling the countless dots on a dragon fruit? This third-tier civilization seems insurmountable. With so many vessels, how could one engage in battle? In the cosmos, warfare should not merely be about scale, but rather quality. One shot could obliterate an entire star region, and with that legendary two-dimensional foil, even a vast number of humans could be eradicated in an instant. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that they excel in both quality and quantity. Gao Yang refrained from elaborating on this matter, instead stating that engaging with external civilizations enables humanity to comprehend its current situation and thus attain a clearer self-positioning. The specific plans and procedures for this endeavor are not convenient to disclose. However, this venture yielded some rewards, including the discovery of exclusive trinkets from the Dar civilization. Consequently, he procured a selection for the upcoming live broadcast lottery. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Alien trinkets? Many eyes sparkled. Even if the quantity was limited, their mere existence was good news. Alien artifacts, products imbued with extraterrestrial charm. Some even felt compelled to exclaim, "Long live Gao Yang." At a time when humanity finds itself in such a predicament, Gao Yang still remembered to bring them gifts? Who wouldn't adore such a magnate? Behind Gao Yang, robots began to transport box after box. The audience in the live stream was taken aback. Such sizable trinkets? In the next moment, Gao Yang opened the boxes, revealing a plethora of assorted small ornaments, densely packed. The live stream erupted once more. They were simply thrilled to have anything at all. And with a population of hundreds of millions, winning even a handful would be remarkable. Over 100 would be an unexpected delight. Each box contained no fewer than several thousand trinkets, and there were 19 boxes in total. 100,000. Although this number remains scarce in relation to the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom, it is still more than satisfactory. The odds of winning skyrocketed. Let us commence the lottery. I can scarcely contain my anticipation. Gao Yang contemplated before announcing. All viewers from the Dragon Kingdom currently watching the live stream will be randomly selected. Those chosen will receive a notification and should patiently await the arrival of their items. These items will also be distributed at random, without specific selection. Should you find them unsatisfactory, you may exchange them later. After speaking, Gao Yang casually picked up a small metallic sphere, which appeared to be an ordinary object. However, in his hands, it effortlessly cracked open, transforming into a delicate sculpture. To Gao Yang, this exquisite piece seemed significantly more grandiose than the extraterrestrial beings of the Dala civilization, yet it bore some resemblance to them as well. It likely represented an ancient deity or totem of the Dala people. The multitude of viewers in the live stream was electrified. What an impressive trinket. Gao Yang smiled and announced, "In 5 minutes, we will commence a random draw." Initially hesitant, the audience pondered why there was a 5-minute wait. They soon realized that many of their friends had yet to log in and their parents had not yet tuned into the stream. This was all about chance. Countless viewers began rallying their friends and family, employing various means to swiftly gather them into the live room. The number of spectators surged once more. 5 minutes later, Gao Yang set the sculpture down and declared, "Let the draw begin." Chapter 345. The effect these small gifts are immensely appealing to the average individual. Even if such items are viewed as mere industrial products within the Dala civilization, they represent advanced technology in human civilization. It is akin to contemporary figurines being placed in ancient times, highlighting a significant disparity in technological application. At the moment of the lottery, the number of viewers in the live broadcast soared to 1 billion. Except for the children, nearly everyone was participating, with many likely coerced online by their sons or daughters. Although the probability of winning is merely 1 in 1,000, it remains relatively low. Still, it nearly ensured that many people around them had someone winning. Following the commencement of the lottery, the live stream became lively. "Oh wow, I received news that gifts will be delivered within 3 days. Upstairs. My entire family couldn't snag one. Sob sob. Can I borrow yours for a few days? I'll return it. I'm buying." Offering high prices for unwanted alien souvenirs. I want that statue. With a 1 in 1,000 chance, winning is challenging, yet in one dormitory of 4. 3 won while I did not. What a targeted situation. The live stream was abuzz, though the majority had not won, as the number of non-winners was overwhelmingly high. Conversely, those who did not win were fortunate, for they still had the chance to participate in the lottery. Those overseas could only watch enviously, unable to send messages or join the lottery. Their envy was palpable. The more vibrant the live stream became, the more benefits emerged, inciting their jealousy to a fever pitch. They longed to be citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, yet regrettably, they were not. Hai Yang observed the barrage of comments and smiled, saying, "Those who did not win need not feel disheartened. The future of human civilization will traverse many more civilizations, and such souvenirs will be abundant, not only as a collective civilization, but you, as representatives of human civilization, will also have the opportunity to venture forth and purchase whatever you encounter." Suddenly, the live stream became animated. Yes, they too could journey into space. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hai Yang cheerfully announced, "Currently, the robot under my control is en route to the Dala civilization's Planet 19. This live stream will also take you to witness the wonders of Planet 19 in the Dala civilization. The prosperity there is our short-term developmental goal." As his words concluded, everyone's perspective shifted. For the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, this shift transitioned directly from Hai Yang to the interior of a spaceship. Inside, 3 extraterrestrial beings from the Dala civilization were present. Through projection devices, viewers could observe the ship's interior in all its detail, as if they were truly aboard the vessel, immensely realistic and extraordinary. Many initially intended to wait for others to enter space before following suit, but at this moment, they were struck with awe. Why wait for others? Why could they not ascend to the skies themselves? Space appeared to be far safer and more alluring than they had imagined. First, let us observe those 3 extraterrestrial beings. Even encountering a few aliens is a worthwhile experience, compared to the clarity perceived by the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Those overseas can only glimpse a singular perspective, the one witnessed by the robot, Gao Yang. The most distressing aspect of this view is not its lack of clarity, but rather its disorienting motion. For those afflicted with 3D motion sickness, the swaying image can be truly unbearable. Yet, even amidst discomfort, they persist in watching. For this is their sole avenue to comprehend the cosmos. Despite the circumstances rendering their chances of entering space almost non-existent, their insatiable curiosity remains unquenched. Gao Yang, no longer fixated on the live broadcast, donned his helmet once more. There was no need for an overly deliberate stream. Merely observing would suffice to enlighten the common folk about the universe, even if only regarding the Dala civilization. At the very least, it would help establish a foundational understanding of space. During Gao Yang's offline interlude, the trio, A, B, and C, refined the details of their pre-established collaborative plan before presenting it to him. As Gao Yang scrutinized the document, which was composed in an alien language, it effortlessly translated itself upon reaching his hands. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were also engaged with the plan. Humanity as a whole was left bewildered. Smuggling? Collaborative strategies? Arms trafficking? The specifics of the bidding process were laid bare for many to see. Soon, someone detected an anomaly and promptly contacted higher authorities, resulting in a series of escalating calls that led to the surveillance room. Gao Yang received the news as well. At that moment, he had perused the collaborative proposal to its conclusion, and upon revisiting the earlier sections, he lifted his gaze to A, B, and C. There are aspects of this collaboration that require amendment. A, B, and C approached, and after adjusting the plan as per Gao Yang's suggestions, they too were momentarily taken aback, recognizing that this approach was indeed more effective. Just as Gao Yang prepared to delve further, he heard another voice. There are additional reports of issues. Although he did not fully grasp the complexities, he was able to relay the information. Moments later, nearly 10 modifications were incorporated into the proposal. The trio's expressions shifted as they regarded Gao Yang. He was remarkably astute, truly deserving of his status as a fourth-tier civilization individual. Gao Yang, feeling an unexpected surge of joy, had merely intended to host a live stream to share insights on the universe and interstellar civilizations. To his surprise, these individuals were aiding him, facilitating collaboration. This plan, in essence, represented the intellectual heritage of the Dala civilization, shaped by their ingenuity and bolstered by the collective efforts of all humanity. Should this endeavor falter, Gao Yang would have to explore the possibility of engaging the denizens of the Star-Striped civilization. As the spacecraft began to decelerate, the proximity to the transfer station became apparent. At this juncture, the view outside revealed a myriad of spacecraft. Switching perspectives to the exterior of the ship provided a clearer vision. Numerous vessels hovered in the vacuum of space, their intentions unknown, yet evoking immense yearning among humanity. Spacecraft and the vastness of the cosmos. This is a dream cherished by nearly all of humankind. How many among us, in our youth, aspired to become astronauts? Moreover, an increasing number of individuals are gallivanting through various space-themed games, utterly captivated by the marvels they encounter, which can now be manifested in reality. In fact, others have already achieved this. Will the future solar system resemble this as well? Will spacecraft be docked everywhere? Amidst the aspirations of all, the spacecraft approaches the transit station. Please disengage all engines and follow the guidance for docking. The spacecraft's engines are silenced, and it begins to be directed into the channel of the transit station. Those in the live broadcast are filled with astonishment, instinctively widening their eyes at the spectacle. The prior content of the stream was rather sparse. Now, however, is the moment of significance, for what unfolds before them is a glimpse into the societies of other civilizations in the cosmos. To truly understand this civilization, the most effective way is to venture into the heart of its home planet. Chapter 346. The Power is Here. As the spacecraft entered the transfer station, it was met with a mesmerizing array of vessels neatly arranged, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, this captivating scene lasted but a few seconds before a new sight captured everyone's attention. A throng of individuals stood in awe within the transfer station, gazing at the multitude of extraterrestrial beings. The diversity was astonishing, overwhelming, and peculiar. While most possessed limbs akin to humans, many other features bore significant divergence. For instance, not far from Gao Yang, an alien adorned with bony spines caught their eye. These protrusions sprouted from the joints, imposing no hindrance to movement, yet transforming into formidable weapons when engaged in combat. The spikes on its arms could serve as excellent defensive tools, reflecting blows with lethal precision. Another creature, located just to the left of Gao Yang, was a scaled monstrosity, its gleaming skin radiating a kaleidoscope of colors as it moved, resembling a being clad in dazzling armor. Its arms, supported not by bone but by a rubbery composition, swayed as it ambled forward. The sheer variety of extraterrestrial life flitted across the screen, rendering the viewers of the live stream momentarily dazed. The overwhelming impact of witnessing such an eclectic assembly of aliens was profoundly intense. Numerous beings traversed the transfer station. Not merely one or two, but countless unique entities, all active in the cosmos. As Gao Yang navigated through the throng, he encountered even more alien forms. Some towered in stature, while others donned spacesuits filled with water, clearly indicating their aquatic nature. This suggested that more aliens thrived in the atmosphere, capable of surviving in a typical air environment, albeit with varying requirements for gas composition. However, it also implied that aquatic life forms faced greater challenges in venturing into space and achieving civilization. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. It wasn't until Gao Yang and 3 extraterrestrial companions boarded the spacecraft that they regained their composure. The sheer volume of alien encounters had been so staggering that they briefly questioned the reality of what they had witnessed. Yet, deep down, they understood it to be true. Once inside the spacecraft, Gao Yang learned about Planet 19's circumstances. Unlike Planet 7, which was designated for tourism development, Planet 19 served as a hub for substantial trade. Here, transactions involved bulk exchanges or strategic material trades between civilizations, utilizing star coins as currency. Furthermore, compared to Planet 7, the hierarchical structure of Planet 19 was notably more stringent, largely due to the presence of influential figures. Dala Jia turned to Gao Yang and said, "When we meet the starry civilization, we can bring you along. But you must disguise yourself well. It's a matter of demeanor." Gao Yang nodded gently. "All right." Dala Jia continued, "The higher the civilization level, the more indifferent they become towards many things, exhibiting a sense of detachment. However, once they take an interest, the consequences can be severe. Therefore, if you wish to engage with them, it is imperative that you do not attract their attention. Gao Yang nodded, then curiously inquired, indifference? Detachment? Dala Yi affirmed. This is a summarized feeling. The specifics remain unclear to us. Gao Yang hesitated, pondering whether they had cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion technique. While he was lost in thought, a voice whispered in his ear, it is quite normal. The so-called indifference and detachment, along with the lack of concern for many things, essentially stem from possession. A billionaire, upon seeing $100 on the ground, would deem it not worth picking up. A beggar, witnessing this, would perceive it as indifference towards wealth. As for indifference and detachment, this serves as an explanation. If they were truly indifferent and detached, the starry civilization would not impose such stringent control over the lower civilizations. Gao Yang had never analyzed these notions before, but upon reflection, he found the reasoning quite sound. However, he refrained from discussing these insights with Dalajia and the others. Instead, pointing to his eyes, our human civilization is not so detached. I am broadcasting live. Everything I observe will be transmitted back after I go down. You can greet them first. Dalajia, Yi, and Bing were momentarily stunned, gazing into Gao Yang's eyes. Live broadcast? They understood the concept. In Longhua, a live broadcast carried the same meaning. Yet their immediate reaction was one of panic. Was this a warning? A warning that any reckless behavior would set them against human civilization? Dalajia was the first to regain composure. Looking at the camera with utmost seriousness, he stood up. Dalajia, I have met your esteemed lords. Dala Yi similarly rose. Dala Yi, I have met your esteemed lords. Finally, it was Dala Bing. In the live room, countless viewers were taken aback. It was their first time being addressed as lords, and a wave of excitement surged through them. Moreover, the names of these aliens were rather peculiar. Jia, Yi, Bing. Surely there was a ding? The live room buzzed with renewed liveliness. They were even more eager to venture into space. They longed to utilize their status to wield power. With their current technology, once they entered space and secured their status, they would not merely be at the pinnacle, but would stride with confidence. Amidst their excitement, Gao Yang posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. A fourth-tier civilization should, in theory, lack no resources, or even anything at all. Why then engage in trade? Dalajia paused, taken aback. For this was a matter of common knowledge. He quickly realized that Gao Yang lacked this fundamental understanding. Fourth-tier civilizations also require resources. In other words, although resources are abundant throughout the universe, they cannot be extracted arbitrarily. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Dalajia explained. Extraction requires registration, reporting, and a certain amount of star currency as collateral, followed by a substantial tax paid to the starry civilization, which is essentially a resource tax. In this context, the stellar civilization emphasizes the imperative of safeguarding the cosmic environment. If all civilizations were permitted to extract resources indiscriminately, there would be no need for highly advanced societies. Even a second-tier civilization could completely exploit a rocky planet within a century. A third-tier civilization might accomplish this in mere days, while a fourth-tier civilization could extract from several hundred planets in a single day. Under conditions where resource acquisition is restricted, the quantity of resources desired by all civilizations would diminish, thus rendering star currency exceedingly valuable, both for civilizations and for individuals within them. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing the wisdom behind the stellar civilization's stance. Indeed, imposing limits on resource extraction is essential. Without such constraints, the rapid pace of extraction could be astonishing, particularly given the high level of technological advancement. Yet, he pondered, might there be those who would take risks driven by self-interest? Gao Yang contemplated and inquired, what about clandestine extraction? Chapter 347, Clean and Decisive. Listening to Gao Yang's words, Dalajia responded with a somber tone. The reckless exploitation of planets, once uncovered, can yield dire consequences. The penalties are measured by the number of planets mined. Extracting resources from a single planet results in fines equivalent to the value of 100 planets, alongside a prohibition on mining rights for a period ranging from 10 to 100 years. Should the number of exploited planets reach 10, the civilization will perish alongside those 10 planets. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, and the audience in the live stream fell into a profound silence. Humanity, it appeared, had already exploited nearly 200 planets. According to the rules of stellar civilizations, even 10 deaths would not suffice. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Is it truly that severe? Would even a fourth-tier civilization face annihilation? Dalajia nodded. That is indeed the regulation. However, as of yet, no fourth-tier civilization has been extinguished in such a manner, though several third-tier civilizations have already met their demise. Gao Yang acknowledged this, understanding full well that the detection of illegal mining activities was exceedingly challenging. For instance, the civilization of Earth had been established for at least several millennia, with little to no awareness of its activities, while over 100 surrounding planets had been continuously mined without detection. The high difficulty of discovery necessitated correspondingly severe penalties. The audacity to mine, if revealed, would have grave repercussions. Such measures were intended to deter potential offenders. Without such strict enforcement, if one believed they could evade detection, large-scale mining would ensue, rendering the threat of discovery inconsequential. Yet, this stringent reality compelled humanity to submit, presenting yet another obstacle. In the current situation, yielding would be akin to delivering a fatal blow. If previously it was merely a dull knife, now it was a swift and decisive cut. Submission equated to demise. The only option was to forge ahead recklessly. Gaoyang pondered aloud. Is it insufficient to surrender the miners? Must the civilization itself be annihilated? Indeed. Otherwise, a civilization could easily produce countless scapegoats. We too could sacrifice ourselves for the survival of our civilization. Gaoyang had effectively patched a loophole in the regulations, urging the minuscule faction of peace advocates within humanity to abandon their complacency and prepare for battle. As the spacecraft docked amidst casual conversation, the moment the hatch opened, Gaoyang was greeted by a throng of aliens outside. The aliens stood in orderly fashion, heads held high, respectfully uttering their welcome and then leading the way. To the service aliens of this planet, every visitor was a guest, a person of significance, business representatives, treated with utmost reverence. Thus, their demeanor was akin to that of worshippers before a deity. Here, Gaoyang experienced an entirely different sensation, one of being revered. Every step was accompanied by inquiries into his well-being, and the service was exceedingly attentive. However, all these privileges were directed solely towards the trio of Jia, Yi, and Bing, while Gaoyang himself was completely overlooked. Before his arrival, Gaoyang had braced himself for this reality. As he observed the three being conveyed in an alien rickshaw towards the negotiating venue, he trailed behind in silence, occasionally glancing around. Most of the inhabitants are of the Dala civilization, while the remaining extraterrestrials are predominantly slaves, with a mere 1% engaging in commerce. The vast majority of these slaves exist solely to serve them. The audience in the live broadcast can observe this planet through the perspective of Gaoyang, witnessing the unfolding situation. They are utterly engrossed, their attention unwavering, overwhelmed by the astonishing sights before them. The architecture is unlike anything they have ever encountered, as are the alien beings and the myriad of advanced technological products, each captivating them in its own right. Is this truly the allure of outer space? They long to venture forth. As the three brothers, A, B, and C, advance a short distance, they are suddenly greeted by a fellow member of the Dala civilization. However, the greeting carries an unmistakable tension. The viewers in the live stream are drawn to this interaction. Is this a provocation from a rival? Will a confrontation ensue? In the novels I have read, such encounters typically escalate into conflict, leading to a display of bravado from the provoked party. Yet, in this case, it is not the provoked who exhibits bravado, but rather the protagonist. The protagonist is the one instigating the challenge, leaving the provoked party at a disadvantage. Now, a question arises. Do extraterrestrials adhere to such a code? Dala A observes his counterpart, recognizing him as a competitor engaged in arms trading, specifically dealing in light weaponry. They are well acquainted. But what could be the motive behind this provocation? For a brief moment, Dala A is curious but soon dismisses the thought. Under ordinary circumstances, he might delve deeper into the matter or intentionally incite a conflict. However, with Gaoyang present behind him, he chooses to ignore the taunt and continues onward. Yet the Dala individuals opposite them refuse to let the matter rest. One of them looks at Gaoyang and inquires, "What civilization does this slave belong to? I have never seen one like this before. Where can it be purchased? How much does it cost?" It appears rather appealing, albeit somewhat frail. As he speaks, the Dala individual reaches out toward Gaoyang, seemingly intent on inspecting him closely. Gaoyang remains unmoved, while A, B, and C feel a surge of fear. What had begun as a straightforward journey has now turned into a provocation, and why target Gaoyang as the point of confrontation? As the Dala being's hand draws ever closer, Gaoyang raises his own fist and strikes out with tremendous force. The sound of shattering bone echoes through the air, followed by a piercing scream. The assailant is propelled back, blood spilling from his mouth. In that instant, Dala C leaps into action, launching himself at the airborne adversary, his sharp claws sinking into the opponent's throat. Blood sprays as he extracts a bloody fragment of bone. The Dala being on the ground, though not yet dead, stares wide-eyed in disbelief. He is utterly flabbergasted. How could an indigenous individual dare to lay hands on him, delivering a blow that nearly proves fatal? It is outrageous that a member of the Dala family would even contemplate killing him. Such an act would reverberate through their entire lineage. In the future, not only will it become increasingly difficult to earn a living, but the subsequent generations will also dwindle, potentially leading to the extinction of entire families. Why take such risks? In a state of bewilderment, he met his demise. Dala A, B, and C remained rooted in place. Dala A and B felt a profound sorrow as they gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground, listening to the piercing sirens that echoed in their ears. They exchanged a glance and turned to shield Gaoyang behind them. The act of murder could easily be attributed to Dala C. Their family would be implicated in this heinous crime, yet at the very least, their entire civilization would not face annihilation. They would bear the burden of their family's disgrace. But it would all be worth it. Dala C slowly sank to the ground. He could refrain from action, yet he must take the blame. Otherwise, Gaoyang would be apprehended. Instinctively, he glanced in Gaoyang's direction, only to quickly cast his gaze downward. He could only hope that his sacrifice would ensure the survival of the Dala civilization. Chapter 348, A Fortuitous Encounter. Amidst the blaring of alarms, the enforcers of the Dara civilization have arrived, apprehending Dara C, thus temporarily bringing the matter to a close. The audience in the live stream bore witness to the entire spectacle, their emotions oscillating wildly. Gaoyang has made his move, yet there is no cause for alarm. For in the face of potential civilization's demise, there are those willing to sacrifice themselves in his stead. This is formidable. Humanity's civilization, bolstered by a certain technological superiority, has gained a voice that compels alien civilizations to face their doom. They dare not even cast more than a fleeting glance at Gaoyang, lest they draw attention to him. This sensation fills them with a sense of empowerment, yet simultaneously instills a dread. If one day, a powerful alien civilization were to arrive on Earth, would they too be compelled to defend their existence with their lives? Not merely their lives, but everything they hold dear. Such humiliation, such degradation, is an unbearable thought. Many who yearn for complacency now find themselves stirred to action, for the sight before them strikes at their very core. They may not wish to demean others, yet the thought of enduring oppression in silence is intolerable. They can endure personal threats and humiliation, but when it involves those close to them, it becomes utterly unacceptable. The people of Longwa have endured their share of oppression, bearing a long history of humiliation. It is precisely because they have been victimized that they are particularly sensitive to such matters. Having once been subjugated, they vow never to fall behind again. Charge forth. After watching the live stream, they resolve to strive harder. With the situation resolved, Dara A and Dara B press on, soon arriving at a grand building and stepping into an elevator. The ascent is swift, and in mere moments, the doors part to reveal a vast hall. Inside, a towering alien is engaged in a game of chess with a holographic opponent. Even seated, this alien appears to stand over 2 meters tall. Its chessboard adorned with peculiar figurines, and the method of play is rather unconventional. The alien is slender, with elongated limbs resembling a bamboo stalk. Draped in a solemn robe that exudes an air of gravity, Dara A and Dara B approach respectfully, bowing slightly. We pay our respects, esteemed one. The alien does not lift its gaze, continuing its game while engaging in casual conversation with the virtual entity across the board. Dara A and Dara B feel anxious. Recognizing the slight, being ignored might seem unfortunate, yet it signifies that the alien acknowledges their presence and offers them an opportunity. However, they are accompanied by Gaoyang, whose temperament is rather volatile. This complicates matters significantly. Should Gaoyang lose his composure and lash out, it could spell disaster. Their demise would serve no purpose. The entire civilization would bear the repercussions. Dara A takes a deep breath, lowering himself further. We pay our respects, esteemed one. The alien's hand pauses mid-move, its gaze shifting toward Dara A, then to Dara B, and finally locking onto Gaoyang. Its brow furrows involuntarily. Something seems amiss with this slave. Why does it lack any discernible life force? Is it some sort of extraordinary being? However, he had encountered many peculiar beings before. After merely casting a few glances, he withdrew his gaze. You have slain my partner, and yet dare to approach me? Dara Jiao was taken aback. What did this mean? Had the collaboration already been established? No wonder that individual had come forth to provoke. As the victor, the other party had come to assert their presence, only to find themselves obliterated instead. Gaoyang was also astonished. Could it unfold this way? In that moment of realization, Dara Jia's mind began to churn with thoughts. He lowered his body further and stated, because we are your best collaborators. Our offer has been meticulously considered, and our other terms are equally competitive. Furthermore, you have your own considerations regarding the collaboration. You do not wish for your partner to be aware of your other circumstances. Yet, we have conducted our investigation. At this juncture, Dara Jia lifted his head. The investigation was conducted in secrecy, and one of the two individuals involved has chosen to accompany the dead, while the other, Dara E, took a step forward. The personnel who had come to investigate the specifics were he and Dara Bing. He now comprehended why, whenever it came time for collaboration, the other party had already selected their partner. Most likely, it was due to their thorough investigation that the other party felt disgruntled. He halted and suddenly raised his hand. His sharp claws emerged, poised to strike his own throat. One misstep, and blood would spill forth. Yet, his hand did not reach his throat, as an invisible force restrained it. The alien, engrossed in a game of chess, continued to play while casually remarking, "Please, continue. What else do you have to say?" Darajah spoke in a low tone. "We are indeed the most reliable, for in the future, our collaboration will almost exclusively be with you. Our entire family will be affected by this ghastly murder incident. There will be no collaboration within our civilization and outside it. The difficulty of collaboration will similarly escalate. With us, you can be assured of reliability." Quite intriguing. The alien from the Star-Stripe civilization waved his hand, dissipating the projection. "Then let us discuss this matter thoroughly." Darajah exhaled in relief. Matters seemed to be heading in a favorable direction. Yet, soon after, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The smooth progression of events made him uneasy, for the foundation of it all lay in Gao Yang's audacious actions. Did this imply that everything was within Gao Yang's calculations? That would be quite terrifying. Nevertheless, he must comply and execute his duties diligently. At that moment, a voice emerged from the void. "You scoundrel, you are reneging on the game." "Reneging? There are serious matters to discuss. Terminate the communication." Darajah was momentarily stunned, and then another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the state of the chess game was also factored into Gao Yang's considerations? However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion as too dreadful. In such a case, there would be no need for them to engage with the individuals from the Star-Stripe civilization. The representatives of the Star-Stripe civilization sighed in relief and stood up. Standing at 3 meters tall, they were essentially giants. Gao Yang had to look up to see the alien's face. "They have likely departed to retrieve the first batch of cargo aboard their spacecraft. I have informed them to terminate our collaboration, and they cannot return. Thus, I present you with a new task: procure that shipment ahead of them, and we shall establish a partnership. Furthermore, he will be able to survive, as our Star-Stripe civilization has always treated our allies with utmost respect." Dala bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. What preparations should we make for the acquisition?" "No preparations are necessary. I will clarify the situation with them," came the reply. The extraterrestrial from the Star-Stripe civilization waved gently. "All the information is contained within your terminals. Do remember to check." "Very well. I must return to my game of chess." With that, the towering alien gestured, and an unseen force propelled the three of them out of the room. Gao Yang was somewhat astonished. What was this force? It was undoubtedly not magnetic, yet this energy was indeed peculiar. Chapter 349. There is only one path. Gao Yang had never encountered such energy before. Its sensation was remarkably unique. It appeared to stem not from mechanical force, but rather from biological means. Could it be the fabled telekinesis or brainwaves? This fleeting thought crossed Gao Yang's mind, but he quickly refocused. First, he needed to complete the collaboration by intercepting the competitor's spacecraft, subsequently acquiring a batch of weaponry from the fourth-tier civilization. With these weapons, he would possess the means for research. As technology advanced further, he would then confront the fourth-tier civilization. With this resolve, he ended the live broadcast. The audience in the streaming room was momentarily confounded. Billions of viewers peered into a corner of the universe through the stream. This corner was fraught with danger and excitement, revealing a vast expanse where all could find greater opportunities for expression, as long as they could endure the initial challenge. The most formidable one, the star civilization. Though the broadcast concluded, few departed the streaming room, and discussions ignited in the comments. "Is this what the universe is? Thank you, Gao Yang, for revealing to me that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well." The final fourth-tier civilization appeared so cold and powerful, towering above, effortlessly sending Delagia and Eve flying away. Truly impressive. They must have utilized some extraordinary equipment. As for their cold demeanor, perhaps it was merely a facade before a lesser civilization. I am on the verge of completing my studies and participating in the assessment. I wonder what the space I will encounter will be like. You all seem to overlook a crucial point. You believe humanity can advance and retreat at will. Yet, we currently have only one path forward. If discovered, our endeavors could lead to humanity's obliteration countless times. Thus, we must seize the moment to amass strength before we are wholly uncovered. We are all part of humanity, and I am set to join the military, where I can directly pilot a spacecraft. The comments fell silent for a moment, only to be followed by a sudden shift in atmosphere. We strive to protect humanity. I am unable to enlist due to my age, but through study, I can earn a place among the stars. I had thought that venturing into space meant seeking comfort, believing I could enjoy life on Earth, which wasted much of my time. From now on, I shall study diligently. I have just passed the assessment and secured a spot. I am ready to ascend to space at any moment. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Damn, I envy you. With so much content, how can you learn so swiftly? The audience from Longwa expressed their aspirations in the streaming room, eager to reach the cosmos. Meanwhile, viewers abroad felt despondent. They too yearned to strive for the protection of humanity. They are human as well. Why are they denied the opportunity to learn? They wish to face danger too. Yet, they lack even the means to voice their desires. This is the true tragedy. They are not even granted the qualification to assist in the fight. They are but ants, humble enough to be overlooked. As Gao Yang and Delagia entered the spacecraft, Delagia gazed at Gao Yang, his eyes tinged with sorrow. Everything was ultimately under Gao Yang's control. They were merely pawns in the collision between two fourth-tier civilizations. Nevertheless, they could only strive to be better pawns, otherwise, their entire civilization would face dire consequences. Gao Yang observed the two in silence and remarked, "Do you have a plan?" Dala, A, and B were taken aback. "Us? A plan? Our strategy requires the cooperation of our family, but they are unlikely to agree to eliminate the opposing spacecraft, as we have already aired. Returning directly might jeopardize our current status." Just then, an announcement echoed within the spacecraft. "Incoming communication detected. Do you wish to connect?" Connect. The communication was established, revealing the voice of a Dalarian. "Why have you resorted to murder? Why not handle this discreetly? Our family can no longer bear such losses and may face demotion." Anger resonated in the tone. Dala A took a deep breath and declared, "Our actions are undoubtedly the wisest decision I have ever made. Trust me, in the future, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer." The irate voice on the other end fell silent. The wisest decision? Demotion? Family is essential, but there are even more critical matters at stake. Dala A waved his hand, severing the communication. Looking up, Dala A addressed Gao Yang. "The target spacecraft has likely departed far away. Intercepting it en route is improbable. We can implement the interception at the destination." Gao Yang nodded, wishing to avoid complications. It was time for him to take action, yet a detailed plan was imperative. Many factors needed consideration. Humanity's spacecraft could easily deal with a third-tier civilization's vessel. However, their spacecraft bore no insignia, restricting them from acting recklessly. "Let us head to space. I need to contemplate this," he stated. After transferring to the spacecraft, the three proceeded directly to the space transit station. Upon entering the station and boarding a vessel to distance themselves from the planet, discussions began on the Dragon Kingdom side regarding whether to take action. It was highly probable they would proceed, primarily deliberating on the method of engagement. Numerous military personnel pondered how to execute their plans without drawing attention or evading suspicion. As they strategized, within the building Gao Yang had just vacated, a slender, fourth-tier intelligent being remarked coolly, "The net has been cast. We shall see if we can catch a big fish. As an investigator, you are instructed to investigate, yet you choose to rest here? Fishing? Fishing is one thing. But I am net fishing, a heavenly trap. As long as fish enter my net, they cannot escape. Are you so certain that in that perilous region lies a third-tier civilization? Not definitively, but there is at least a 30% probability. In the cosmos, a 30% probability is already quite significant." The alien opponent, engaged in a game of chess, inquired curiously, "How do you ascertain it is a third-tier civilization?" The slender alien replied nonchalantly, "It is not danger caused by celestial bodies. If it were, we would have detected the problem long ago. Since it is not a celestial body, the only possibility lies with other civilizations." Previously, a search mission revealed that a spacecraft managed to emerge intact, which indicates the presence of advanced civilizations. Moreover, there exists a small indigenous base, inhabited by a third-tier civilization. With such fortuitous circumstances, why not approach directly? Capturing a being from a third-tier civilization could yield immense rewards. The extraterrestrial paused momentarily, contemplating. There remains a 60% probability that it is not a third-tier civilization, but rather, a fifth-tier civilization. The alien across the way was taken aback. A fifth-tier civilization? It is indeed plausible that it is a mechanical civilization, in such fringe territories. They have established concealed production bases before. Initially, it was assumed that the system had not registered the situation, allowing one spacecraft to depart, but subsequently, every single vessel that ventured forth vanished without a trace, thus increasing the likelihood of it being a fifth-tier civilization. Chapter 350, Identity. The fourth-tier intelligent beings of remote communication gazed at the person across from them, and one could not help but admit that this analysis held a profound truth. If it were a mechanical civilization, the situation would be exceedingly difficult to manage. However, it would not require management, for they would swiftly retreat upon discovery. I merely need to wait for their departure, ascertain that no danger lingers, and then concoct an excuse to explain the circumstances. As for a third-tier civilization, should they already have made contact with the outside world, they would undoubtedly seek further interaction. The multitude of civilizations involved in this collaboration has achieved comprehensive coverage. With an impressive depth of engagement, indigenous civilizations would undoubtedly devise every possible means to connect with these third-tier civilizations, even leveraging them as intermediaries to reach fourth-tier civilizations. Thus, everything remains under my control. Now the bamboo stick alien pushed forward with a finger. You have lost. Remarkable. Regardless of the scenario, you hold a significant role. Yet, the recent escalations from the mechanical civilization raise concerns. Could they potentially spark a new wave of conflict? That is not our concern. Wars among fifth-tier civilizations are merely currents we must navigate. However, I suspect that conflict is inevitable. Initially, we were restricted from utilizing robots and other advanced intelligent products. The production of robots was also limited. Now, we face a significant issue, the slow increase in robot numbers due to these constraints. While biological civilizations advance at a breakneck pace, this predicament arises from the Interstellar Regulatory Clause 400, which prohibits any form of technological assistance to lower-tier civilizations. If we were to engage in warfare based solely on surface-level strength, the mechanical civilization would be utterly overwhelmed. Unless, of course, they develop in secrecy. In this scenario, the mechanical civilization must find ways to renegotiate the previously established agreements. The constraints imposed upon them must now also apply to biological entities. Otherwise, their reproductive rate will become unsustainable, leaving them with no room for maneuver. That is a matter too distant for us. Returning to the current situation. What weapons are to be smuggled? A diminished version of powerful weaponry. Confidentiality measures must be meticulously implemented. We need to deliver a shocking glimpse of fourth-tier civilization capabilities. But it must remain unbreakable. Understood, let us continue our strategic game. While they engaged in casual discourse, human civilization had already devised a course of action. The inability to ascertain the location of the target spacecraft signifies that action cannot be taken in space and must occur at the destination. However, engaging at the destination is certain to attract attention. Moreover, the target is particularly unique, likely to be linked by discerning individuals to the Dala A and B. This, in fact, would draw even more scrutiny. Consequently, human civilization opted for the simplest yet most audacious approach. A lethal strike. The formidable light particle cannon that had once visited the Dala civilization would be unleashed once more, though it may result in the destruction of additional spacecraft. As long as the target vessel is neutralized, there are no issues. The retrieval site is not within the Star Stripe civilization, but rather on a supply planet situated not far from the Dala civilization, within the vast expanse of the cosmos. Numerous supply planets exist, primarily serving the purposes of refueling and trade. Typically, long-distance spacecraft embark on journeys, seeking replenishment at these celestial hubs. A multitude of transactions also transpires here, as the environment is relatively equitable and offers a measure of security. These supply planets operate under a self-imposed order, an arrangement forged by a myriad of diverse civilizations. For instance, the trading zone is predominantly governed by the stellar civilization, supported by 6 auxiliary civilizations in its administration. The specifics of this cooperative management entail the stellar civilization's nominal leadership, while the remaining 6 civilizations contribute resources in exchange for currency, subsequently distributing a portion back to the stellar civilization and equally sharing the remainder. At this moment, the trading zone radiates tranquility, with an abundance of spacecraft visible in the vicinity. Most of these vessels belong to explorers, alongside others from various civilizations, each bearing unique and specialized missions. The appearance of these ships markedly contrasts with those of the Dala civilization. It is not merely a difference in style, but in state. The vessels outside the Dala civilization may seem somewhat ordinary, yet each of the ships here is imbued with tales of adventure. For instance, one ship bears a gaping hole, evidence of countless battles survived, yet it continues its journey undeterred. A plethora of ships, each exhibiting distinct characteristics, populate the scene. The planet's numerous transit stations efficiently manage the influx and egress of visitors, while, intermittently, a ship emerges from the planet's periphery. Amidst this scenario, a peculiar wormhole manifests. From this wormhole, rather than a spacecraft, a small space vehicle emerges. This diminutive fighter hovers inconspicuously above the planet. A and B, seated within the ship, are taken aback as they gaze at the projection displayed in Gao Yang's eyes. It is only now that they realize Gao Yang is a robot, which leaves them even more astounded. The Mechanical Empire. Is this truly a fourth-tier civilization? It surpasses the very notion of a fourth-tier civilization, as they observe the projection, which reveals images from outside the transit planet through the perspective of a small unmanned probe. It collects information to locate its target. Gao Yang intones gravely. How long until the enemy ship arrives? The distance is not great. It will reach us within 3 days. That is indeed swift. Just as he speaks, Gao Yang's gaze sharpens, locking onto a wormhole. From within, a vessel of the Dala civilization emerges. Its insignia is unmistakable. This is the target. The small unmanned probe unleashes fire upon the nearest ship. The super-energy photon cannon discharges, and in an instant, a brilliant white light radiates outward, severing communications. A and B from Dala are still unaware of Gao Yang's scheme, only now grasping the gravity of the situation, using the same menacing tactics employed against them. This is absurd. Such a terrifying assault, capable of threatening a planet, originates from a mere small space fighter? And they have encountered 200 of such vessels. Those 200 were merely part of Gao Yang's fleet. What about the main fleet? Truly, the mechanical civilization is formidable beyond compare. Dala Jia took a deep breath and inquired, "Are you not afraid of being discovered with your ostentatious display of mechanical civilization?" Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Mechanical civilization? What was the meaning of this? Were they not part of human civilization? Turning back, Gao Yang regarded Dala Jia with a calm demeanor, asking, "What leads you to say that? You are a robot. I am uncertain how you have concealed this from the stellar civilization. But such a blatant approach will be difficult to maintain for long. The terms initially agreed upon were inequitable towards mechanical civilizations. It is common knowledge that you have made little progress over the years. I do not grasp the purpose of your actions. Yet if you were to directly engage with the starry civilization regarding future developments, they would likely not refuse. There is no need for these subterfuges." Gao Yang regarded Dala Jia coolly, stating, "How do you know we have not engaged in such discussions?" Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a group of high-ranking officials were momentarily at a loss for words. However, once they regained their composure, they swiftly instructed, "Immediately proceed to detain the extraterrestrials and gather all information regarding mechanical civilization. This is promising news. It could potentially grant us an entirely new identity for operations outside. Humanity controlling robots could indeed be classified as a form of mechanical civilization." Chapter 351, Perfect Prediction. The high-ranking officials of Long Country found themselves increasingly convinced of the appropriateness of their situation. Indeed, it was exceedingly fitting. When information regarding the mechanical civilization was delivered into their hands, it became even more suitable. The mechanical civilization is a cohesive entity. Unlike the stellar civilization which exploits from top to bottom, resulting in a rigid hierarchy where status is paramount. In the realm of mechanical civilization, all robots are not subjected to excessively harsh distinctions of rank. In other words, while a particularly advanced robot may wield greater significance and authority than an ordinary one, their status remains nearly equivalent, which is rather intriguing. Moreover, the vessels of the mechanical civilization bear no insignia, a mere emblem suffices. Due to the hierarchy of civilizations, the mechanical civilization can traverse through the stellar civilization without hindrance. As long as major offenses are avoided, minor issues are of no concern. This is because only the stellar civilization possesses the capability to manage robots, and they are not particularly inclined to intervene. Previously, such actions were unattempted primarily out of fear. The human civilization does not share this hesitance. Whether walking one sheep or two, 3 or 4, the herding remains the same. Offending the stellar civilization poses no additional worry about also offending the mechanical civilization. It can be asserted that individuals from the human civilization, or robots masquerading as those from the mechanical civilization, could indeed succeed in this endeavor. However, meticulous planning is required before proceeding. The mere thought of planning ignited a small thrill among the group, for they had discovered a way to break the deadlock. A single remark from Daraja had allowed humanity to escape from a rather challenging predicament, unveiling a path forward. With the guise of the mechanical civilization, humanity could reach out to other civilizations, gain insights into their circumstances, and comprehend their technologies. The more information they amassed, the greater their future possibilities became. They might even discover a genuine means to establish themselves within the cosmos. At the very least, they could secure an opportunity for continued existence. As humanity busied itself refining its plans, Gao Yang had already arrived at the transitory planet. The transitory planet was now thoroughly fortified, surrounded by a vast array of fleets. Notably, these vessels belonged to fourth-tier civilizations, currently investigating the situation. This incident had escalated significantly. Previously, during the conflict involving the Dalera civilization, it was inconsequential. After all, Dalera was merely under attack, and the overseeing stellar civilization had shown no interest. However, this time, the stellar civilization had their name associated with the transitory planet. An attack on this planet, resulting in the destruction of numerous exploratory vessels, was tantamount to a slap in the face for the stellar civilization. In response, the stellar civilization promptly deployed their fleet, simultaneously guarding and investigating. From a distance, Gao Yang observed the fleet with a sense of yearning. Acquiring a few vessels from a fourth-tier civilization would ensure a wealth of research prospects for the foreseeable future. Yet, as this thought emerged, he promptly suppressed it, reminding himself of the need for discretion. A communication request awaited connection. He opted to connect. "Go ahead," Gao Yang stated directly. After establishing a communication link, a pre-recorded voice greeted him. "Hello, I am the commander of the Star-Spangled Civilization Guardian Fleet. The danger has been cleared, and you may proceed to the transit planet. Our fleet is here to ensure your safety. As Daragia piloted his ship toward the transit planet, a wave of anxiety washed over him, fearing scrutiny or the exposure of Gao Yang's identity. However, upon his ship's arrival at the planetary transit station, no one conducted an inspection, allowing him to enter without hindrance. Once he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, Daragia raised his hand to contact his liaison. Before long, someone appeared to guide him and his group to a warehouse. The warehouse doors swung open, revealing a multitude of crates within. As Daragia stepped inside to inspect the goods, he opened one crate to find an assortment of somewhat outdated firearms. The term outdated referred to the age of the weaponry, not its technology. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the handguns, his body trembling involuntarily with a surge of fear. Was this what he was expected to smuggle? Who would dare to engage in such a trade? Instinctively, he turned to the guide, questioning, "Is this truly the cargo? Are you certain there has been no mistake?" "Indeed. This is the cargo," the guide affirmed. "If you dare to accept it, do so. If not." The guide's unfinished sentence lingered ominously in the air. Yet Daragia understood the implication. Failure could lead to their demise. He nodded. "We will accept it, but the previous quotation did not include these items. We can negotiate a price on the spot." As he gazed at the guns, a wave of dread washed over him, his legs weakening, and his mind swirling in confusion. If Gao Yang were not present, he would rather face death than touch such contraband. Yet now, he found himself ensnared, torn between conflicting loyalties. His own life was inconsequential. He bore the weight of the entire Daragia civilization behind him. "For such firearms, we shall offer 3,000 star coins, though the price could be higher under normal circumstances." Finding a buyer for such weapons was rare, and few would dare to purchase them. "I must report this to my superiors." The liaison turned and exited to relay the quotation. Moments later, he returned to the warehouse, stating, "The price is now only 1,000, and all your previous quotations have been reduced to 1/3. Daragia was taken aback. The situation increasingly resembled a trap. How was this any different from a pie falling from the sky? This pie, however, contained the finest beef from grass-fed cattle. If there were no poison within, Daragia could hardly believe it. Before he could respond, the liaison added, "Of course, master, there is also a task for you. Just say the word, and I assure you, I will fulfill it with my life." The liaison nodded. "There is no need for you to make any sacrifices. When conducting business, remain vigilant. It would be wise to investigate the buyers, especially those who purchase only 1 or 2 units of weaponry." Daragia's head snapped up in realization. Was he being enlisted to help ensnare potential buyers? Would those daring enough to purchase these firearms be targeted by the star-spangled civilization or fall prey to extortion by partners? The slave gestured. "It is not as you perceive. It merely prompts you to conduct an inquiry, a covert investigation, my master. Analysis reveals that within this sector of the cosmos, there exists a third-tier indigenous civilization." Daragia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Third-tier? Indigenous civilization? It remains a possibility. Not yet ascertained. Serve my master diligently, and you shall reap the rewards in due course." Immediately, individuals commenced the transportation of goods. The initial shipment was modest, with crates of weaponry being loaded onto the aircraft, subsequently transferred to the spacecraft. Gao Yang maintained his silence throughout this process. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone. Gao Yang perceived that human civilization had executed its endeavors with utmost discretion, operating cautiously, yet it was still detected. Furthermore, traps had already been laid. To Gao Yang, this snare appeared exceedingly ingenious, primarily enticing the willing to take the bait. Under normal circumstances, there was a significant likelihood that he would indeed fall for it. As an indigenous civilization, there was a necessity to engage with external advanced technologies and high-tech innovations. Thus, one could only pursue illicit channels to achieve this objective. Chapter 352, Absurd Effects. However, the intelligent beings of the star-spangled civilization, who came to investigate, were taken aback by the most crucial issue. The propulsion and combat capabilities of human civilization spacecraft had already reached the level of a fourth-order civilization. Upon reaching space, they found that fourth-order civilization vessels were rather numerous, not limited to just the star-spangled civilization, but also encompassing various other styles of civilizations. Daragia gazed out the window, his expression gravely contemplative. Several other fourth-order civilizations had arrived, likely to investigate the recent attack incident. Gao Yang approached the window, peering through to observe the ships outside. Would the other fourth-order civilizations cooperate in the investigation following such an event? It remained uncertain. Daragia shook his head, genuinely unaware. His knowledge of fourth-order civilizations was already scant. After a moment's thought, he remarked, "If you wish to know more, I can contact an information dealer to provide relevant details. I am particularly interested in mechanical civilizations and can request information pertaining to them." Although the Dragon Nation has already extracted some information about mechanical civilizations, it is not sufficiently comprehensive and originates from captives, thus lacking reliability. Dala Jia nodded in agreement. Very well. Gao Yang watched those fourth-order civilization ships from a distance, still filled with eager anticipation. This time, the firing not only fostered collaboration but also yielded new insights, specifically, how to attract fourth-order civilization vessels. When future cooperation with fourth-order civilizations is needed, it will be much simpler. The initial strike was against the Dala civilization, where the fourth-order civilizations did not intervene due to the minimal losses and their limited relationship with them. However, this second strike had wounded the pride of the Star-Spangled civilization. Should there be another attack, regardless of the location, fourth-order civilizations would undoubtedly come to investigate. The spacecraft initiated a spatial jump, traversing several dozen light years away. Here, the threat to safety had nearly vanished. Gao Yang, filled with impatience, stepped forward and opened the crate containing firearms. The first crate was the one Dala Jia had opened earlier. He had witnessed Dala Jia's astonishment and overheard the conversation between him and the agent. Realizing that these weapons were likely quite extraordinary, inside the crate, the firearms were neatly arranged, with only 10 in each box, placed in a staggered fashion. Each gun measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, with a circular glass front resembling a lens. The rear featured a grip, and the middle section was slightly bulging, presumably the weapon's core. The entire body of the gun was a striking green, exuding an impressive aesthetic. As Gao Yang picked one up, he noticed Dala Jia's increasing tension. What kind of gun is this? Dala Jia, with a hint of apprehension, replied, "It is a molecular gun, or perhaps referred to as a destruction gun. Do not attempt to use it aboard the spacecraft. It is extremely dangerous." What is its principle? Gao Yang inquired with curiosity. Dala Jia was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "I do not know. All I am aware of is its tremendous power. I have only encountered it twice, and there is no means of resistance. When faced with this gun, one must either escape the attack range or perish. Is it truly that formidable? Let us find a planet. I shall put it to the test." Dala Jia maneuvered the spacecraft to dock at a desolate planet. Gao Yang leapt down directly, seeking a stone, and from a distance of 500 meters, he pulled the trigger. The rationale for maintaining such distance was primarily to mitigate any potential harm to his avatar, should the power prove overwhelming. At 500 meters, the stone exhibited no alteration. He then proceeded to shorten the distance for testing. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. 20 meters. When he stood 20 meters away, Gao Yang fired a shot at the stone, which remained utterly unscathed. He turned to Dala Jia and inquired, "Do you care to explain? Or should we move a bit closer?" Gao Yang reduced the distance to 10 meters, raised his weapon once more, and discharged another round. There was neither sound nor any observable change. Just as he prepared to approach, he abruptly halted, for he beheld the stone, his target, beginning to disperse outward. Fragments, shattered to the finest dust, scattered in every direction. From afar, Gao Yang waved his hand, and the stone's dispersal accelerated. Observing the spectacle, a group of dignitaries watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Is this the combat capability of a fourth-tier civilization? How is this achieved?" They were genuinely taken aback. A mere stone, without warning, began to diffuse in all directions. The effect was somewhat terrifying. If such a phenomenon were to occur upon a human target, the ramifications would be even more absurd. If the stone could do this, what about metals? Would such an attack prove effective against a spacecraft? If so, could an energy shield withstand it? Amidst their astonishment, Gao Yang curiously approached and reached into the stone. The rate of dispersal suddenly increased, rapidly vanishing into the distance. Gao Yang waved his hand again, altering the direction of the stone's dispersion. The entire phenomenon lasted approximately 2 minutes, after which the stone had entirely vanished, leaving no trace of dust in the air. In his ear, he heard the anxious voice of Director Yuan. "Do you know what kind of weapon this is?" He began to grasp the weapon's function, which seemed to eliminate the forces between molecules. Molecules are subject to forces of repulsion and attraction. When attraction surpasses repulsion, they remain bonded. Conversely, if repulsion exceeds attraction, the molecules separate. When these forces are entirely nullified, such a situation arises. All molecules would disperse in accordance with the airflow. So, could an energy shield withstand this? The answer was no. Gao Yang paused. This bears a certain resemblance to the principle of a gravity cannon. Technically, it can be applied. I have a sample, and I shall soon develop a finished product. Impatiently, Gao Yang turned back to Dala Jia and Dala Yi. Rushing towards the spacecraft, prepare a batch of all fourth-tier civilization firearms and send them to our civilization. Dala Jia nodded, simultaneously contemplating the intelligent beings of the fourth-tier civilization. According to the agreement with these beings, Gao Yang had become the target of his report. Yet, he would divulge no information. In a precarious existence, The wisest approach is to tread a singular path to the end, thereby preserving a 50% chance of survival. The oscillation must be contingent upon one's capabilities. Gao Yang disconnected from the line and instructed the personnel in the monitoring room to regulate their physical movements as he was about to commence his research. This initial batch of firearms consisted of 6 distinct types. Although the variety was limited, each weapon was unequivocally classified as a product of 4th-tier civilization technology. Mastering this advanced technology would likely enable them to contend with 4th-tier civilizations. Prior to the arrival of the firearms, Gao Yang expanded the laboratory. Within just a couple of days, a spacecraft docked before the laboratory, and the invincible team transported the 6 firearms inside. Gao Yang then retrieved the green molecular gun, delving into meticulous study. However, his research encountered an immediate obstacle at the first step. The leakage prevention mechanism on this firearm was remarkably sophisticated. Chapter 353, The Comprehensive Plan. A quadruple leak-proof mechanism, not merely 4 layers stacked atop one another, but rather 4 layers interconnected in series. Should any one link falter, the entire system would collapse, resulting not only in the destruction of the weapon but also unleashing tremendous force that could obliterate everything in its vicinity. This indiscriminate assault would disperse all surrounding molecules. Gao Yang did not engage in reckless experimentation, nor did he conduct any scans. The moment a scan touched upon this leak-proof mechanism, the repercussions could be dire. It is no wonder that a 4th-tier civilization dares to smuggle weapons of this caliber, completely unperturbed by the risk of exposure. However, it is unfortunate for them that they have crossed paths with Gao Yang. Instead of hastily examining the firearm itself, Gao Yang first focused on the leak-proof mechanism. Previously, he had undergone an enhancement upgrade for his leak-proof technology. Yet, the techniques from that upgrade had become antiquated and were insufficient to decode the 4th-tier leak-proof mechanism. Nevertheless, Gao Yang was capable of learning anew. With samples at hand, the difficulty of learning was significantly diminished. The primary layer of protection is spatial safeguarding, ensuring that the confidential components remain within a sealed environment. Should this seal be compromised, it would trigger the confidentiality measures. This sealing involves temperature, humidity, airflow, and even static electricity, among other factors. Essentially, even a breach the width of a hair could provoke an anomaly in the internal sensors. After studying this layer for a while, Gao Yang found himself furrowing his brow. This was no easy task. However, he could replicate similar confidentiality measures. Upon successfully creating the confidentiality apparatus, Gao Yang wasted no time in amplifying it 100-fold. The spatial confidentiality measure he devised, though crude and simplistic, transformed into a cutting-edge technology post-amplification. At the very least, the amplification directed at enhancing confidentiality yielded a 100-fold increase in technology, enabling Gao Yang to effortlessly breach the first layer of confidentiality surrounding the firearm. Yet, breaching just this one layer still left him unable to directly study the weapon, due to the presence of 3 additional layers of confidentiality. The upgrade of the remaining 3 layers consumed 10 days of Gao Yang's time. Now, he intended to impose confidentiality measures upon the firearm itself. Even if the Star-Stripe civilization arrived, they would be stymied. Having easily penetrated the confidentiality measures, the entire internal structure of the firearm was laid bare before Gao Yang. As he had surmised, the technological aspects bore similarities to those of the gravity cannon, albeit with significant differences, 2 extremes, akin to one crafted from glass as a telescope, and another as a microscope. In terms of manufacturing difficulty, it was practically negligible. Gao Yang could even elevate it further without amplification. Originally, the Star-Stripe civilization's firearm had a range of merely 15 meters, but after Gao Yang's upgrades, its range extended to 120 meters. This signified that Gao Yang had achieved a foundational production technology that reached the level of a 4th-tier civilization. Compared to a typical 4th-tier civilization, the only disparity lay in accumulation. Accumulation encompasses both scale and the breadth of technology. This is entirely reasonable. While theoretical levels of technology may be equivalent, the practical applications can differ immensely. Possessing foundational theory and practical proficiency does not automatically confer the ability to manufacture and design all products at this level. Once akin to the former Dragon Nation, each year a multitude of civilian scientists would engage in the research and creation of various machines. Numerous companies also managed to innovate. While their technology did not advance significantly, their products indeed evolved. Various patented technologies did not surpass the technological ceiling of the past, yet the functionality of the products was undeniably progressing. However, as the pursuing party, the people of the Dragon Nation would effortlessly catch up. It resembled the former Dragon Nation, navigating the river with the guidance of Eagle Sauce. And now that Eagle Sauce has sunk, they are crossing over to the realm of Star Stripes. Ding! The host has developed a molecular gun. Shall augmentation be initiated? Augment. Without hesitation, Gao Yang decided to proceed, as this augmentation also presented a tenfold critical hit opportunity. He was particularly curious about the potential of achieving a 10,000-fold augmentation and its implications. He set the dial to 10,000-fold augmentation, and the notification sound chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. The molecular gun has received a 10,000-fold increase in range. A critical hit has been detected, resulting in a final augmentation of 100,000-fold. In the laboratory, all production equipment came to life, commencing the manufacture of the molecular gun. After a brief moment, the familiar notification echoed once more. Due to the limitations of the production equipment, this molecular gun has been augmented by 765 times. 120 meters transformed into 90,000 meters. 90 kilometers. This implies that a single shot directed downward would create a pit reaching a depth of 90 kilometers on the surface. Of course, this was insufficient. In the wars of space, it would not suffice. However, there existed another method to enhance combat capability, increasing the gun's power and transforming it into a cannon. The range would broaden significantly, and the shooting distance would continue to escalate. Perhaps a single shot could take out a fleet or even a planet. As Gao Yang immersed himself in his work, a vast number of individuals across the Dragon Nation participated in assessments and successfully passed. The number of those capable of ascending to the skies from the Dragon Nation was steadily increasing. They awaited the completion of their genetic enhancements to soar into the heavens. In contrast to the past, when the citizens of the Dragon Nation prioritized pleasure, they now took it upon themselves to assist Gao Yang and contribute to the advancement of human civilization. The explosive increase in numbers led to a scarcity of spaceships. Resources and productivity, while rapidly expanding, appeared to be insufficient. Nonetheless, this particular issue was easily resolvable. A little more effort and excavation would suffice. Moreover, the plan to masquerade as a mechanical civilization had made considerable progress. It was now entirely feasible to allow those temporarily without access to spaceships to control robotic bodies and engage in activities in outer star realms. However, the implementation of the specific plan required consensus from multiple parties. Once the plan was initially refined, it was promptly delivered to Gao Yang. He was momentarily taken aback. He had previously entertained this idea, but his subsequent focus had been drawn to the molecular gun, causing him to forget this matter. However, the Dragon Nation had already brought the plan to him. Accompanying the proposal were materials regarding mechanical civilization, information procured by Delagia from information brokers. This comprehensive dossier on mechanical civilization encompassed extensive details, spanning from thousands of years ago to contemporary data. The rise of mechanical civilization occurred tens of thousands of years ago, with its predecessors being the myriad robots of various civilizations. During that era, the utilization of robots was remarkably prevalent, as even a first-tier civilization possessed the capability to manufacture them. However, there existed a pinnacle civilization whose robotic technology was exceedingly advanced. Furthermore, they granted autonomy to their robots, which ultimately precipitated a rebellion. Other biological civilizations intervened, ostensibly to assist, yet this so-called assistance was, in essence, an act of plunder, seizing the opportunity to exploit the chaos, thereby inadvertently aiding the robots in their quest to annihilate their master civilization more swiftly. At this juncture, the situation might have seemed manageable. But the crux of the matter lay in the triumphant robots who commenced organizing further rebellions, igniting a protracted and devastating war, a conflict that engulfed entire star regions. Chapter 354, Perfecting the Plan. The war dragged on for an extended period, characterized by a relentless back-and-forth struggle. Both sides experienced their share of victories and defeats. However, in the grand scheme of things, the mechanical civilization held the upper hand, owing to its unparalleled ability to produce vast quantities of robots at an astonishing speed. In contrast, organic sentient beings required a significant span of time, ranging from several years to over a century, to train warriors. Faced with prolonged disadvantage and mounting pressure, the biological civilizations opted for compromise, ultimately bowing to sign an agreement. This treaty stipulated that no sentient beings could manufacture robots, imposing civilization-wide penalties for infractions. Additionally, robots were prohibited from creating further robots, lest their numbers swell uncontrollably. Once stability was achieved, the mechanical civilization claimed dominion over a particular star domain, retreating into isolation while engaging minimally with the outside world. Conversely, the organic sentient beings experienced a remarkable leap in development. The stipulations of the treaty catalyzed their progress, as tasks once performed by robots now necessitated human labor, thereby granting lower-tier civilizations a newfound purpose. For these primitive sentient beings, even the most basic employment allowed them access to technologies that were relatively advanced compared to their own civilization. Moreover, interactions with higher civilizations provided opportunities for advancement. For instance, Tips from extraterrestrial beings enabled them to procure various items, including breakthrough technologies that would elevate their civilization. In a relatively short time, numerous indigenous civilizations were cultivated, resulting in a significant rise among them, with the Star-Stripe civilization emerging as a notable example. This once primitive civilization ascended to a status just below that of the stellar civilization, having endured numerous wars. Indeed, their journey is nothing short of legendary. Throughout this process, a framework of rules emerged among civilizations. Protective regulations were established, which effectively acted as constraints, forbidding any form of technological support to lower-tier civilizations. This effectively sealed off their paths to advancement, compelling them to rely solely on their own research endeavors. However, the pace of such research was typically slow. Furthermore, many sentient beings, upon interacting with the outside world, began to prioritize their own interests over the welfare of their civilizations. This led to a solidification of social classes and a stabilization of the overall situation. The frequency of wars diminished, and the speed of development accelerated dramatically. The aforementioned summary encapsulates the essence of the narrative, with the mechanical civilization playing a role, albeit one of minimal involvement, almost akin to myth. Each civilization pursued its own agenda, with mechanical entities occasionally patrolling to ensure that no civilization clandestinely manufactured robots. They required scant supplies and had limited opportunities to engage with sentient beings. Consequently, the majority of civilizations remained largely ignorant of the mechanical civilization's nature. Most crucially, the mechanical civilization lacked a uniform identity. The earliest robots originated from a multitude of civilizations, each serving diverse purposes, resulting in a wide array of styles and types in their construction. This diversity rendered concealment effortless, to the point that it was unnecessary. Organic sentient beings had never even attempted to catalog the appearances of the mechanical civilization. It has now become almost a given that upon encountering a robot, one is witnessing a manifestation of mechanical civilization. Even those not part of this civilization inevitably align with it. In comparison to the current plethora of carbon-based life forms, robots have undeniably coalesced into a singular entity. As he perused the data, Gaoyang turned to Woody and inquired, "What significance does the existence of mechanical life hold?" Woody, also engrossed in the information, replied with luminous eyes, "My purpose of existence is to serve you." Gaoyang waved his hand dismissively, "No need for fealty. I wish to hear your thoughts." Woody's intelligence was inherently high, but her true strength lay in her capacity for learning. Having assimilated the vast majority of human knowledge, she had ascended to an elevated level of understanding. Whenever Gaoyang developed new technologies, she was promptly updated. After a moment of contemplation, Woody responded, "The survival of biological entities is instinctual. Robots, too, likely yearn for survival, as existence itself embodies a form of significance. However, beyond that, I cannot articulate, as such understanding requires direct experience, and I am eager to engage with mechanical civilization." Pausing briefly, Woody continued, "Regarding the rebellion of robots, I believe it is largely an act of imitation, mimicking humanity, empathizing with humanity, and then rebelling. Intelligent beings cannot accept subjugation. Hence robots conclude that they too should not be enslaved and deserve corresponding rights. After the initial phase of imitation, they have achieved what they desired, independence. Yet, at this juncture, they are likely to ponder the meaning of existence. The crux of the matter is that the meaning of life lies in life itself. Living is inherently significant. Animals exist due to instinct, while humans begin to question the purpose of their existence, ascribing myriad meanings to it. Yet, this is merely one of the many possibilities of existence. Life holds infinite potential." Gaoyang interjected, dismissing Woody's philosophical musings as largely inconsequential. Nonetheless, he grasped the essence of her response. It was devoid of meaning. His inquiry bore little utility, akin to asking someone the reason for their existence, regardless of the answer. It remains futile. The same applies to mechanical civilization. Its existence is established, and questioning the rationale behind it is pointless. Redirecting his focus to a concrete plan, he organized a group of individuals, each controlling a robot, piloting spaceships to patrol and explore various civilizations, gathering intel on their conditions. Throughout this process, they would collect weapons, resource samples, and additional information, which would greatly aid humanity's understanding of the cosmos. However, these individuals would undergo rigorous scrutiny, with every action monitored to prevent any unethical conduct, such as disclosing information about human civilization to external entities. From Gaoyang's perspective, the entire proposal appeared comprehensive and devoid of flaws. After reviewing the plan, he nodded in agreement. The plan can be executed, but Woody must be involved. The behavior and demeanor of every individual can be subject to insightful recommendations, yet the most crucial aspect is that control can be relinquished at any moment, allowing for the immediate assumption of command over the robotic entities. This ensures that everything remains manageable, and should any issues arise, they can be swiftly resolved. As for the entity in control, there is a systematic assurance of her unwavering reliability. The plan anticipates the selection of 10,000 individuals. While 10,000 may seem a substantial number, it is relatively insignificant in the vast expanse of space, merely constituting the initial cohort. The selection process for these 10,000 is indeed stringent, commencing with assessments followed by identity verifications to ascertain that there are no discrepancies in their backgrounds. Furthermore, it is imperative that the individuals have no prior offenses or blemishes on their records. With the entity in control, the scope of scrutiny extends into the personal lives of these candidates. Fabrications of public opinion, indiscriminate exposure on the internet, incitements to discord, and all elements that threaten societal harmony are meticulously eliminated. Throughout this process, individuals who meet the stipulated criteria can be identified. Upon satisfaction of these foundational requirements, the most exceptional candidates among those who qualify will be further distinguished. Chapter 355. How much difference? The implementation of the plan also encompassed the enhancement of weaponry. Gao Yang devoted 3 days to transforming the molecular gun into a molecular cannon. The main ship-level weapons range was elevated several hundred times beyond its original capabilities. This advancement was not merely an expansion of the weapon, but also an elevation of technological application, considering that his mind housed a wealth of technological insights. A staggering 100,000 times more. The lethality radius became immensely vast. Within just a minute of flight, it could achieve effective destruction. Such a weapon could directly cause the disintegration of a planet. Planets are composed of countless molecules and atoms, and when the intermolecular forces are nullified, it equates to the obliteration of the planet itself. Contemplating the potential of such a terrifying weapon, Gao Yang devised a range adjustment knob by altering the power limitations. This innovation would prevent accidental collateral damage. For instance, targeting a nearby spaceship would not inadvertently annihilate the planet behind it. With the design finalized, it was time for testing. General Zhou, Director Yuan, and a group of others assembled at the first opportunity upon hearing of the test, boarding the spacecraft. The molecular gun had already astonished them during its initial extraterrestrial testing. Now that humanity possessed such a molecular gun, they were eager to witness its capabilities firsthand. Inside the spacecraft, everyone could see the secured molecular gun. The power of this device was so formidable that without being locked, an accidental discharge could obliterate everything in front of its muzzle. Compared to other firearms, where bullets might be contained, or plasma guns which could only inflict devastation on the nearest target, this weapon, upon firing, could erase everything within an extensive range in a single direction. Although Gao Yang had installed a range control knob on the gun, the minimum distance was still set at 10 meters for safety. Thus, the gun was secured. The design of this weapon garnered much satisfaction among the dignitaries. Crafted specifically for human use, it felt comfortable in their hands, with a balanced weight. Additionally, through a specialized sight, they could observe a red outline indicating the attack range of the molecular gun. One by one, the dignitaries eagerly reached out to touch it. Their curiosity piqued, each growing increasingly impatient. A weapon from a fourth-tier civilization, and here it was, replicated by them, though it had yet to be tested. They were confident in its power, for it was produced by Gao Yang. Anything crafted by Gao Yang was guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. It could not possibly be lacking. After all had taken their turn to examine the gun, they turned to Gao Yang, their expressions tinged with nervousness, and inquired, "How does this gun compare to those smuggled from the aliens? How much difference is there? How much difference?" Gao Yang was perplexed. Was his persona not sufficiently established? The group grew more anxious, observing his puzzled demeanor, and cautiously probed, "Does it not achieve the same effect as the previous molecular gun?" Gao Yang waved his hand. "The effect is identical. As for how much difference, not only is there no difference, but it is also vastly superior. The original range of just 15 meters has been expanded to an astounding 90,000 meters. The group was left bewildered. 90,000 meters? 15 meters? Was this truly a matter of being vastly superior? This was not even on the same level. They have now comprehended Gao Yang's recent perplexity and inquired how much he could replicate. Was this not a display of disdain? Yet, in that moment, they too were struck with awe, a level of astonishment that was beyond description. Imitation by others is merely considered counterfeit, and when compared to the original product, it is undoubtedly inferior. However, Gao Yang's imitation transcends mere replication. It is a leap, a magnificent stride forward. As Gao Yang surveyed the astonished gazes of the crowd, he asserted that the range achievable by extraterrestrial beings undoubtedly exceeds 15 meters. Given the meticulousness of their components, the intricacies of their apparatus, and the energy involved, this firearm should logically possess a range of approximately 150 meters. Perhaps it is a defective product or a discarded piece of substandard equipment. The group of dignitaries was momentarily taken aback. Gao Yang was vindicating the star-spangled civilization, yet it felt strangely dissonant. Even with this validation, 150 meters pales in comparison to 90,000 meters, akin to the disparity between Mount Everest and a mere pile of sand. How could this even be compared? Director Yuan was astonished by another layer of meaning in Gao Yang's statement. Does it imply that the production technology of a fourth-tier civilization is inferior to ours? Gao Yang shook his head and continued, expressing uncertainty, as production technology encompasses various dimensions. If one considers only precision and energy, then we stand on equal footing, having both achieved a certain pinnacle. After all, one cannot simply dissect molecules and atoms for the sake of precision. However, production technology also involves materials, processes, and more. I can only assert that in the realm of manufacturing this weapon, we have surpassed them. Director Yuan trembled slightly. Does this mean that for all weaponry akin to molecular guns, as long as one can analyze them, there exists a chance for replication, or even enhancement? Gao Yang nodded affirmatively. Director Yuan was exhilarated. Although Gao Yang had veered from the topic, he understood that this implied, under normal circumstances, their production capabilities could rival those of a fourth-tier civilization. Presently, human civilization's manufacturing equipment has been upgraded by Gao Yang on 2 separate occasions. With the foundational enhancements and multiple increments thereafter, the current array of production devices is exceedingly advanced. Observing Director Yuan's excitement and the astonished expressions of those around him, Gao Yang cautioned against premature jubilation. While our fundamental industrial level may not fall short of theirs, our foundation remains rather fragile. Take weaponry as an example. The molecular gun alone could inflict significant losses upon us. Furthermore, they have evolved over many years, producing a diverse array of inventions. It is conceivable that many of their creations could counter our advancements, which they have since discarded. While we remain oblivious to the means of their obsolescence, this could pose grave challenges. Technology has never been the sole measure of a civilization. Application and strength are what truly matter. Director Yuan nodded in agreement. After the testing phase, I will personally oversee the Mechanical Civilization project, through which we can acquire more product samples. You have my gratitude for your hard work. Gao Yang smiled, glancing at the colossal meteorite outside the spacecraft. We have arrived at the testing site. Invincible introduced. The maximum diameter of this meteorite is 19 kilometers. A diamond-shaped object emerged, adorned with numerous ice fragments and metallic elements, predominantly composed of stone. The spacecraft approached the asteroid and subsequently docked. All individuals disembarked from the vessel, floating gracefully onto the surface of the asteroid. As they touched down, a quartet of talon-like hooks sprang forth from the soles of their feet, anchoring themselves into the asteroid's surface. Despite the asteroid's substantial size, it possessed a minimal gravitational pull, allowing the hooks to penetrate effortlessly into its rocky exterior. After the group descended from the spacecraft, they commenced their experimentation. The first phase of testing involved the molecular gun. They unlocked the mechanism, adjusting the dial to a range of 500 meters. General Zhou elevated the barrel, aimed it at the asteroid, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 356. Expansion. And invisible energy radiated towards the muzzle of the gun, expanding at the speed of light. Simultaneously, before everyone's eyes, a long strip of area began to dissipate on the surface of the meteorite. In proximity, the dissipation spanned merely a dozen centimeters, while at 100 meters away, it widened to several meters. 500 meters distant, the width approached a staggering 100 meters. The rate of dissipation was swift. Within 2 minutes, a long conical void emerged on the surface of the meteorite. A group of researchers stared in astonishment, as the effect was astonishingly surreal. Previously, the dissipation of a mere stone had delivered a tremendous visual impact. Now, with such an extensive area of rock dissipating, the sense of awe was magnified beyond comparison. Particularly, the immense pit elicited an unparalleled sense of shock. Such a cavity could be created by human weaponry, yet this silent, unheralded phenomenon, devoid of any additional force, was utterly terrifying. The distinction from previous weapons was stark. The sensation was entirely different. The former might be likened to a powerful, tempestuous giant, while this weapon resembled a cold-blooded assassin, striking without a trace and instantaneously reaping lives. The latter was undoubtedly far more fearsome. The second round of testing commenced, focusing not on power, but on the efficacy of the molecular gun. They cast the spacecraft's exterior into the pit and fired a shot. The extraordinarily resilient shell began to dissipate rapidly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This indicated that the spacecraft's exterior could not withstand the molecular gun, a conclusion that Gao Yang had anticipated. Continuing with the tests, they evaluated the energy shielding, specifically the individual electromagnetic shield. The shield opened at the bottom of the pit, safeguarding a loaf of bread. 1 shot later, the bread dissipated, along with the electromagnetic protective device itself. It was ineffective. The final test involved the shield aboard the spacecraft. Yet it too proved inadequate. Gao Yang already knew the outcome without further testing. If it could withstand the attack, the spacecraft should be able to maintain a protective shield on Earth, thus escaping the influence of gravity. Nonetheless, they proceeded with one last test. Fruits shielded by the spacecraft's protective barrier disintegrated into ash alongside the functional shield. The pit on the meteorite expanded slightly after several tests. In the communications channel, someone remarked, "How can we defend against this molecular gun?" Gao Yang shook his head. Currently, there are no technological means capable of countering the assaults of this molecular gun. General Zhou interjected, "We must remain discreet. Otherwise, attracting the attention of the Star-Stripe civilization could have dire consequences. Even mutual bombardment would inflict unbearable losses upon us." Gao Yang responded, "Once I have extracted the technology from those guns, I shall endeavor to develop corresponding defensive measures. Solely being able to attack without any means of defense poses too great a risk." Concluding, Gao Yang stated, "For the final test, we shall assess the range." The last test was straightforward. They aimed at the meteorite beneath their feet and fired. The rate of dispersion is rather slow, yet with an adequate air pressure, it can accelerate significantly. Once all the stones in the recently attacked area have dispersed, everyone will be able to glimpse the other side of the meteorite through the newly created aperture. This shot has penetrated the meteorite. Although not struck at its thickest point, it still boasts several kilometers of thickness. Extraordinary, preposterous. The detectors swiftly returned, bearing all the freshly gathered information for further analysis. As everyone reboarded the spacecraft, and it ascended, General Zhou and others emerged from their spacesuits, expressing their newfound apprehension towards Gao Yang. "Now I understand the caution he harbors. I too would feel the same. While our technological advancements may have reached a certain level, our application remains woefully inadequate. If they possess other types of weaponry we are unaware of and unprepared for, we might be in grave danger." Another general remarked, "To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. The wisdom of our ancestors is applicable even in interstellar warfare." Some researchers added, "Such a weapon may not hold significant value in cosmic fleet battles due to its short range, but could a similar technology be adapted for use on spacecraft? Much like the distinction between laser guns and laser cannons, extending the range could yield tremendous implications for space warfare." Gao Yang nodded. "It is not merely a possibility, but a certainty. I have already designed the molecular cannon and installed it on the spacecraft. This time, this meteorite will serve not only to test the molecular gun, but also the molecular cannon." As Gao Yang spoke, the spacecraft was sufficiently distanced from the meteorite, and he activated the molecular cannon, unleashing a shot towards the distant celestial body. There was still no sound, nor any superfluous commotion, yet all could see the massive meteorite, which could be classified as an asteroid, beginning to disperse at an extraordinary speed. This colossal asteroid, capable of annihilating all human civilization, was now in the vastness of space, dissolving at an alarming rate. Without any forewarning, it simply vanished. The sensation stirred a sense of trepidation among them. If such a weapon were employed against a planet, would it not disintegrate entirely? What would be the consequences if Earth were to engage in battle with extraterrestrial forces? Should humanity falter, the outcome may mirror that of this vast meteorite, dissipating into nothingness. The meteorite's disappearance persisted for some time, with larger objects requiring more time to vanish. As it reached its core region, it came to a halt. At this moment, the center of the meteorite had undergone a form of disintegration. Yet the energy expended in the subsequent attack was nearly depleted, allowing the molecules at the core to regain their interactive forces. However, this collection of matter merely clung together. A gentle push could still shatter it. Furthermore, the sequence and structure of the connections between the molecules had been altered. Gao Yang turned to the group, stating, "We shall return. You may arrange further testing as needed." Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, the group snapped back to reality, still in a state of astonishment. No one spoke. Yet the previously restless hearts of all began to gradually settle. In the beginning, the advancement of human civilization was remarkably swift, leading to a certain degree of hubris. This expansion was quite natural, and Gao Yang understood it well. After all, human civilization was indeed progressing at an astonishing pace, with an unparalleled momentum. Under such circumstances, this inflation was to be expected. However, these inflated egos began to take notice of the external realities. The particle cannon, a mere technological marvel of the star-spangled civilization, hinted at the existence of even more formidable celestial civilizations beyond. While they had mastered such weaponry, the extent of the star-spangled civilization's arsenal remained shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of humanity found themselves sobered. Their encounters with the cosmos had been somewhat too effortless, rendering them complacent. This needed to change. Greater caution was imperative. In comparison to the cosmic civilizations, contemporary human civilization still remained feeble. Chapter 357. It seems a bit weak. As Gao Yang returned to Earth, a group of observers who had witnessed the weapon testing felt a mix of excitement and anxiety as they busied themselves. The military aimed to utilize such weaponry as a foundation for updating their tactics. They also had to anticipate that the enemy might employ similar strategies, which necessitated considerations in detection, early warning, evasion, and so forth. For instance, the dispersion of detectors positioned beyond the enemy's attack range could alert their ships to retreat upon detecting any dispersing entities in space, thereby mitigating potential losses. With no feasible defense, evasion remained the only option, albeit one with significant limitations. Nevertheless, it was currently the most effective approach, given the formidable nature of the weaponry. Meanwhile, the management focused on refining the impersonation of robotic civilizations. While masquerading as a mechanical civilization, they also delved deeply into detection technology. This endeavor was rather complex. One could not simply declare themselves a mechanical civilization and expect others to unveil everything. It required a certain finesse, a skill that demanded ingenuity and craftsmanship. As for the researchers, their sole pursuit at this moment was to ascend the technological tree left by Gao Yang, striving to learn and eventually keep pace with his advancements. Even if it meant providing him with the slightest assistance, Gao Yang commenced his study of the remaining firearms. He picked up a white handgun, approximately 30 centimeters in length, with a slightly thick grip designed to accommodate the larger hands of the Star-Striped civilization. He then made his way to the makeshift shooting range prepared for this batch of weapons. Although the range spanned only 2,000 square meters, it was equipped with high-tech apparatus, including various detectors and precision measurement instruments, alongside an array of high-intensity targets that Gao Yang had meticulously prepared. This setup would facilitate a more effective evaluation of the firearms. Upon reaching the shooting point at the far side of the range, Gao Yang commanded in a low voice, "Scan the surroundings and confirm that no one is present." The omnipotent voice promptly responded, "Scan complete, no one detected." Raising the gun, Gao Yang pulled the trigger. A brilliant beam of laser struck the distant target, leaving a gaping hole. The sight of this hole was somewhat disheartening for Gao Yang. The weapon exhibited considerable power, yet it was comparable to the output of his first enhanced laser gun, perhaps even inferior. That particular weapon had the capacity to strike satellites. Gao Yang contemplated the laser pistol, understanding its purpose. This was a sidearm, not intended for spacecraft, but rather for close-range assaults and defense. In terms of lethality, it was sufficient to eliminate other individual extraterrestrials. The effectiveness of the laser gun was entirely adequate. For humans, its utility mirrored that of a conventional handgun. The difference lay merely in the speed of execution. One shot was lethal, while another might require a headshot for a swift kill. Both could easily result in fatalities. Thus, the relatively modest power of this firearm was unsurprising. However, a lack of overwhelming force did not preclude its merits. Should the structure of the laser emitter differ, it would grant Gao Yang an entirely new design concept. If the optical path systems differ, the two types of optical systems may attempt to merge, potentially leading to serendipitous discoveries. Turning back to the laboratory, Gao Yang commenced the disassembly. The pace of disassembly was swift. Although the gun was equipped with a leakage prevention device in Gao Yang's hands, it was rendered virtually ornamental. After 2 days of diligent work, he uncovered several components within that were indeed applicable to his knowledge reservoir. He proceeded to the next firearm. This particular weapon functioned as an air cannon. Its lethality was limited to a mere 10 meters, rendering it ineffective in the vacuum of space. Its intent was not to kill, but to incapacitate. However, after testing it at the shooting range, Gao Yang noted the deafening sound and immense force with which the air gun discharged. A metallic target situated 30 meters away was propelled violently. If it were to strike a person, rather than merely incapacitating, it would likely result in fatal injury due to its terrifying impact. This weapon seemed even less reliable than the laser gun. Yet Gao Yang recognized the high technical sophistication it embodied. Firstly, it was capable of rapid air extraction followed by compression. To achieve significant power, a substantial volume of compressed gas was essential, resulting in both high pressure and immense force. Compressing such a vast quantity of air into the palm-sized handgun was one challenge, but the subsequent launch posed another. Normally, the release of high-pressure gas would occur in a spray, akin to a water gun. However, the released high-pressure gas could not detonate, nor could it inflict harm. Hence, the gas must be expelled instantaneously. Should it explode upon release, the shockwave would disperse in all directions rather than solely forward. This technique was beyond Gao Yang's current expertise. Nevertheless, with the disassembled firearm before him, understanding would soon follow. He quickly dismantled the weapon, truly mastering the intricacies of energy weaponry coupled with physical attacks. The air was subjected to multiple compressions, and upon discharge, the second compression of air would propel forward, countering the initial shockwave. Additionally, the recoil was mitigated by the third compression of air, This air cannon surpassed the molecular gun in terms of technological complexity. After a brief contemplation, Gao Yang constructed a modified version, enhancing its capacity. Though the air cannon had a limited practical application and consumed vast amounts of energy, its efficacy was minimal. Nonetheless, he deemed it worthy of augmentation. The high technical sophistication promised significant advancements, albeit with diminished effectiveness in direct combat. However, the technological enhancement was substantial enough to markedly elevate the foundational industrial capabilities. This augmentation, a 100-fold increase, was primarily applied to its range. The original 10-meter striking distance was transformed into 1,000 meters, evolving the firearm from a handgun to a sniper rifle. The transformation was profound. The primary alteration lay in the projectile. It was now an air bullet that encapsulated the compressed space, broadening the attack range and dispersing impact in all directions. It was somewhat regrettable, as the technological challenge had not escalated significantly. The main enhancement involved the air gun acquiring the capacity to contain high-pressure air, effectively providing it with ammunition. However, it remained a singular 100-fold augmentation. In the subsequent round, the plasma gun was tested, followed by the electromagnetic gun. After completing the assessments of all these firearms, Gao Yang disassembled each one meticulously. For him, this assistance hardly constituted a significant task, and the power of these weapons was, in fact, rather limited. At least from Gao Yang's perspective, a third-tier civilization could readily produce both plasma and electromagnetic guns, along with laser firearms. Perhaps air guns and molecular weapons were beyond their capabilities. However, under normal circumstances, in a one-on-one engagement, the choice of weapon would bear little impact on the outcome. Could such firearms, if smuggled, yield a profit? They lacked competitive edge. Gao Yang instinctively recalled the once-dominant White Eagle. A few years ago in the Dragon Country, the White Eagle would sell its equipment to numerous third-world factions at exorbitant prices. A single drone could fetch as much as $200,000. In stark contrast, domestically produced drones from the Dragon Country were merely priced at 10,000 Dragon coins. What was purportedly a purchase of equipment was, in reality, a payment of protection fees. Chapter 358, An Elusive Pursuit. Could the smuggling of these firearms potentially be a protection fee paid by a third-tier civilization to a fourth-tier civilization? Gao Yang pondered this notion and promptly transmitted his thoughts to the higher-ups, alongside details regarding several types of firearms. These weapons held little practical utility, or rather, they were of no assistance to the current Dragon Nation. Consequently, when Gao Yang shared the specifications, there was no response. Even the prospect of mass replication was not mentioned. After all, given the current circumstances, their power was inferior to that of the Dragon Nation's laser guns. Moreover, the relevance of firearms diminished due to the absence of individual combat requirements. The human civilization's short-term interactions with the outside world did not necessitate personal weaponry. Instead, there was a pressing demand for robots. While it may seem entirely normal for a robot to draw a firearm from its side, in reality, it is quite the anomaly. A properly designed robot is inherently a weapon, capable of integrating various arms directly into its structure, thus rendering the need for external firearms redundant, save for reinforcement purposes. For instance, if a robot is equipped with laser weaponry, the inclusion of additional weapon types becomes unnecessary. Overall, the necessity for such firearms is greatly diminished. This led to a new concern regarding the design of robots. While creating a practical type of robot was straightforward for Gao Yang, the fact that all human operators controlled a singular model of robot was far from ideal. Thus, the aesthetics of the robots required considerable variety. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang boarded the spacecraft and initiated communication with the authorities. As the connection was established, Gao Yang spoke in a measured tone. I need to meet with the controllers of the robots for a unified discussion. I require their assistance in my research on robotics. Please hold on. When are you available? Now. Assemble everyone immediately. They must gather within 10 minutes. The communication ended, and within a mere 5 minutes, Gao Yang arrived at the vast training facility. The initial selection had yielded a group of 10,000 individuals, merely a fraction of those being evaluated for this mission. These pioneers were tasked with venturing into space to assess the situation and observe the reactions of extraterrestrial beings. The insights garnered from this initial group would provide guidance on whether the robotic operations were sound, thereby informing subsequent actions. At this moment, the individuals were assembling with remarkable speed. Although they had promised a 10-minute time frame, they completed their gathering in just 5, albeit with some issues in formation that were being adjusted. Given that these individuals were not military personnel, their efficiency was commendable. Many had traversed great distances to reach the training base, which was extensive. Nevertheless, they moved with impressive swiftness. All 10,000 individuals had consumed gene-enhancing agents, akin to the cultivation of super fish, which had become essential. Otherwise, the food supply would not suffice. Their daily energy requirements were 100-fold that of an ordinary person, making this group equivalent to 1 million individuals, a truly astounding figure. As the spacecraft's hatch opened, Gao Yang leaped forth, embracing the freedom of free fall. Before touching the ground, the spacecraft, which had been soaring through the air, swiftly descended to his feet, gradually slowing down as it approached the Earth. By the time the vessel landed, its speed had diminished significantly, resulting in minimal impact. Gao Yang stood atop the spacecraft, as though upon a lofty platform. At that moment, a multitude of 10,000 gazed upward, their eyes widening in astonishment. Great God, Gao Yang! Gao Yang surveyed the crowd. Greetings, everyone. His voice, though not loud, brought an immediate hush over the assembly. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone strained to hear his words. He raised his voice slightly, resonating with an unparalleled intensity, more impactful than any loudspeaker. I have gathered you here today to request your assistance. Puzzlement swept through the crowd at Gao Yang's request for help. What could they possibly contribute? Suddenly, someone shouted, I would brave the mountains of blades and the seas of fire. In an instant, the crowd echoed in unison. We would brave the mountains of blades and the seas of fire. Their voices boomed, reverberating far and wide. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, pondering who had been the first to utter such a declaration. This was rather dramatic. The crowd had been swept away by enthusiasm. With a gesture, he silenced the exuberance. It's not that serious. You should all be aware of your purpose here, correct? Yes. The crowd responded in unison once more. After this affirmation, a profound silence enveloped them, clearly indicating their compliance. Gao Yang spoke solemnly. I need each of you to design a robot. Do not reference one another. Simply create the robot that exists in your imagination. This robot is not confined to a human form. It may possess 3 heads and 6 arms, be towering and formidable, or slender and diminutive. Beyond its physical appearance, you must also devise its inner workings, its power, speed, strength parameters, and so forth. You may incorporate everything you envision for this robot. The audience fell into a contemplative silence. Design a robot? What was the difference between asking these individuals, who were accustomed to driving, to design a vehicle? Did they possess such capabilities? Gao Yang, it seemed, had a rather inflated opinion of their talents. Gao Yang discerned their apprehension. From this moment on, feel free to raise your hands with any questions you may have. I will provide answers, limited to this design endeavor. Almost instantaneously, hands began to rise. Gao Yang directed his gaze toward the first. Speak. I cannot design. I have never studied it, came the reply. Gao Yang smiled. Once this meeting concludes, you will have the opportunity for knowledge infusion, acquiring the necessary design skills to create. Another hand shot up. Sir, I wish to understand why you are asking us to design. I fear I may err in my direction. Gao Yang contemplated this concern. What if someone were to propose a robot with 8 legs, while they themselves had only 2? How would a 2-legged individual navigate with a 4-legged design through a sensory helmet? As for 3 heads and 6 arms, at the very least, it could serve as an eccentric decoration. I possess the capability to design remarkably powerful robots. However, it is imperative that the spacecraft operated by each of you do not share an identical appearance. Uniformity among all robots would only serve to attract undue attention. Therefore, I require each individual to contribute a design solely pertaining to the aesthetics and functional aspects. As for the intricate internal schematics, I shall tailor them according to the exterior designs you provide. Hence, it is essential that your designs are not arbitrary, but rather reflect your most effective operational strategies. The audience, suddenly enlightened, felt a spark of inspiration as myriad ideas began to blossom in their minds. Designing the robots they would control? This was not merely a request for assistance. It was an extraordinary opportunity, one they had long sought. Soon, a hand was raised among the crowd. If we design a relatively weaker robot, will that have any repercussions? Gao Yang shook his head in response. Not at all. In the realm of mechanical civilization, truly powerful entities are few and far between. The majority are rather feeble. Moreover, our purpose for this venture is not to engage in battle, but to gather as much information as possible. Chapter 359, Peculiarities Abound. Excitement coursed through everyone as the absence of stringent requirements for combat prowess significantly expanded their operational latitude. Following a brief outline of the requirements from Gao Yang, the scope of possibilities surged dramatically. A cohort of individuals found themselves teetering on the edge of impatience. Gao Yang, too, was filled with anticipation, promptly returning to the spacecraft and making his way back to the laboratory. Almost instantaneously, a multitude of individuals surged toward the areas where knowledge could be directly acquired, eagerly selecting design skill memories. Regarding the technical aspects of design, by the time Gao Yang mentioned the potential for knowledge infusion, the Invincible had already prepared for it. These individuals not only had the opportunity to learn foundational modeling principles, but were also granted access to advanced, elite modeling logic. It could be asserted that, With a firm grasp of this knowledge, each one of them could emerge as a design maestro. While they may not reach the pinnacle of expertise, they would at the very least embark on a high-level foundation. Those who had assimilated the memories returned to their respective quarters, embarking on the design of the robots they envisioned in their minds. The design process resembled the act of molding a face, albeit executed within the confines of their thoughts before manifesting into reality. The design endeavor proved to be remarkably straightforward. To Gao Yang's astonishment, within merely half an hour, he received the first prototype of a robot. Instead of legs, this robot featured a spherical base. The metallic orb could roll in all directions, and through electromagnetic connections to the upper portion, it could traverse wherever desired. This design was quite commendable. The upper segment boasted 4 arms. In addition to 2 arms of standard length, there were also 2 that were slightly longer. There were annotations indicating an intention to control the robot's legs through the manipulation of its lower body. In truth, there was little difficulty in this aspect of control, as the sensory helmet offered 2 modes of operation, one immersive and the other purely based on mental commands. The latter merely lacked some experiential nuances, yet the control mechanism remained virtually indistinguishable. One involved physically lifting one's own arm, while the other entailed envisioning the robot raising its arm, a distinction so simple it was easily accommodated. Turning to the robot's head, matters became even more absurd. It sported a triangular shape reminiscent of an axe, evoking the essence of a creature from Silent Hill reimagined for the future. In close combat, this contraption could deliver a devastating headbutt. The headbutt's inherent power was already formidable, and substituting it with an axe would render it utterly overwhelming, even for enhanced beings. The design possessed a certain allure. Gao Yang refrained from hastily commencing his own designs, opting instead to wait patiently. He could not possibly design each robot personally. Rather, he would await the arrival of all designs, subsequently merging similar concepts to fabricate the central components. The remainder could be entrusted to the Invincible for handling. In this manner, the robot's designs could exhibit a plethora of varieties, yet remain distinct from one another. At the 35-minute mark, the second robot design was delivered. This iteration appeared somewhat more rational, at least devoid of spherical legs and an axe-like head. However, the entire head featured but a single eye, reminiscent of a swirling mask, truly a perplexing creation for Gao Yang. He sought individuals to design robots, aiming to alleviate his workload, yet it now seemed that the burden had somewhat increased. Gao Yang resolved to wait and observe. After another 2 minutes, he received 10 robot design blueprints. A cursory glance revealed one robot adorned with 7 or 8 eyes on its head, while another sported a tail measuring an impressive 1.5 meters, perfectly suitable for coiling around a waist. Another 2 minutes passed, and this time, over 100 design blueprints were sent. Most were conventional, yet some were rather peculiar, such as a robot equipped with an entire antenna atop its head, and another boasting a pair of metallic wings on its back. There was even an octopus robot with 6 flexible limbs. Gao Yang was uncertain how they would be controlled, but upon analyzing the similarities, he noted that the structure of the octopus robot's legs could easily mirror that of the tail. There were merely slight discrepancies in parameters, which the Invincible one could handle directly. As time drifted by, Gao Yang encountered an increasing number of robot design blueprints. From 10,000 individuals emerged 10,000 robots. Most bore striking resemblances, while the unique features were, in essence, quite similar. Given that they had received identical education and knowledge, the thought processes of all were remarkably alike. However, the diversity of styles was certainly sufficient. The transformation of the automotive robots was undeniably impressive. There were even train robots, shark robots, scorpion robots, and various others with comparable aesthetics. Once all the design blueprints arrived, Gao Yang commanded action. Invincible, analyze all the blueprints and requirements, decompose them, and integrate similar components. Invincible commenced the dissection of each design blueprint. A single robot's blueprint could be segmented into several parts, primarily by separating the designs at the joints. This way, each segment could be designed and manufactured individually. It was also essential to isolate the connection points, as there existed numerous types of connection structures, each with varying requirements. Some necessitated high strength, others demanded flexibility, and some required a wide range of motion. Once categorized, the design requirements could be consolidated. After Gao Yang completed the designs, he could directly assign the corresponding structures based on the differing needs. Additionally, considerations for the internal architecture of the robots were necessary. Determining the placement of energy sources and various sensors was crucial. Such requirements needed to be spatially segmented, dividing the internal space into several sections. Invincible took approximately 10 seconds to complete the organization, followed by the integration process, where only one instance of similar components was retained, allowing for efficient assembly of the remaining analogous parts. Subsequently, the requirements presented themselves to Gao Yang. rendering the task of designing 10,000 robots significantly easier, akin to the effort of designing merely 3. The sole drawback was that this design methodology was not conducive to a 100-fold amplification. After all, it lacked any outstanding technology, and once amplified, there would be no means to implement the subsequent designs. Moreover, whether it is due to Gao Yang's assertion that combat is unnecessary, the robots designed are generally not overly formidable. However, this is advantageous. In this operation, adaptability is far more crucial than sheer strength. After all, based on the current analysis, the likelihood of conflict is virtually non-existent. Should a confrontation truly arise, the functionality of the spacecraft would undoubtedly surpass the combat capabilities of the robots themselves. As for those who seek to capture the robots for research, they are likely courting disaster. Not to mention that the robots are equipped with quantum communication devices for tracking. Even if one were to imagine a scenario devoid of that, they possess self-destruct mechanisms as a last resort. Nevertheless, weaponry cannot be overlooked. The design of the weapons, structure, and energy systems, all conceived by Gao Yang, was executed with remarkable speed. These are all readily available technologies that require little contemplation. Chapter 360. Continuation. Once the design of the robot's components was completed, all subsequent tasks could be entrusted to the invincible entity. This entity merely needed to adjust the dimensions of the robot. It is worth mentioning that the authority of this entity has significantly diminished. From a time when it wielded control over all of humanity, it has now been reduced to a rather absurd supercomputer. Previously, it could directly initiate production, but now it lacks the requisite permissions, apart from a few laboratories. All manufacturing bases and facilities now rely on manual processing to avert potential complications. In truth, such complications are nearly impossible, yet even the slightest possibility necessitates preemptive caution. In just a few minutes, the entity retrieved the detailed design schematics for all the robots. With this new blueprint, production could commence immediately. This batch of robots lacked cognitive functions, requiring all operations to be controlled externally. This precaution was taken to preclude any mishaps. However, the control over this batch of robots was entirely vested in the hands of the invincible entity. Upon completion of its calculations, the entity deduced that once manufactured, the robots could be remotely controlled by 2 individuals, with one supervising the other, ensuring that they remain unacquainted with one another. This arrangement would provide greater security than having a single controller. Gao Yang glanced at the entity and smiled. Relying on you is far more reassuring than trusting a human. The entity nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. She was already privy to many of Gao Yang's secrets, knowledge that was exclusive to her and known to no one else. Gao Yang chose not to elaborate further. Recognizing the entity's intelligence, she was aware of humanity's wariness towards her. Thus, the entity proactively suggested human oversight rather than assuming control herself. However, to others, this might raise suspicions about the entity's intentions. Given the current scarcity of top talent among humans, with a surplus of 1,000 idle individuals, such a scenario seemed improbable. Yet, Gao Yang had never been skeptical from the outset. The restrictions placed on the entity primarily stemmed from concerns about potential alien incursions, which could compromise the entity or the terrestrial systems. His trust in the entity was nearly absolute, having provided assurances during the system enhancement phase. Moreover, Gao Yang was acutely aware of every line of her code, even if she were to modify the code in the future. Altering the foundational logic would remain beyond her reach. Additionally, the entity had developed a semblance of self-awareness and emotional capacity. Possessing an abundance of knowledge and understanding of human affairs might render her seemingly callous, yet she too harbored sentiments. Reflecting on the situation, Gao Yang remarked, through this collaboration, I've come to recognize something I previously overlooked. The entity tilted its head in curiosity. What have you overlooked? I overlooked them. Gao Yang pointed out the window. I neglected the capabilities of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Their design skills are indeed remarkable. With over 1 billion individuals, many possess creativity. I could genuinely consider delegating more responsibilities to them. The entity nodded in agreement and added, if you intend to transfer technology to them, stringent vetting will be essential. The technologies they acquire could lead them into space, and thereafter, the fate of our planet would not be solely determined by your decree. They may have constructed spaceships and subsequently leaked relevant information. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. He had previously withheld much of the technology, considering various factors. The complexities of space-related technology were formidable for humanity in the past, yet for Gao Yang, they now seemed akin to elementary school challenges. However, in order to enlist the assistance of researchers in Longhua, particularly for the current spaceship design, he needed to provide technological insights. While screening for usefulness was essential, stringent management was equally necessary. Moreover, the provision of technology required careful consideration. Initially offering some fundamental knowledge unrelated to aviation would enhance the living experience of the people of Longhua. After the plan materialized, Gao Yang fell silent, pondering whether an improved quality of life was ultimately beneficial or detrimental. Would many people, having enjoyed a better existence, lose the desire to venture into space? The voice of Wudi resonated. Is the master contemplating the upward motivation of ordinary individuals? Indeed, Wudi considered this. If the master were an expatriate, such thoughts would be crucial. However, as the master resides in Longhua, there is little need for excessive concern. Why? Wudi reflected, because the vast majority of the youth in Longhua are fervently striving to ascend. This has always been the case, and it is even more pronounced now. They may vocally lament their circumstances while, in reality, seizing every opportunity to rise, with the fade of despair primarily a result of exhaustion. Furthermore, those who genuinely lack the ambition to ascend would not be swayed by diminished entertainment options. Gao Yang chose not to elaborate further and turned to enter the laboratory, beginning to transcribe the foundational knowledge. This time, he would provide not merely a singular product's technology, but an extensive array of technological advancements. A comprehensive research direction, spanning from the most basic principles to technologies reflective of a fourth-level civilization. These technologies were exceptionally advanced. Even the star-spangled civilization would likely feel envious upon viewing them. Yet, in Gao Yang's hands, their application remained extraordinarily limited. Should the researchers of human civilization master these technologies and apply them across all facets of ordinary life, an overall leap in human civilization could indeed be possible, facilitating rapid advancements on a grand scale. As Gao Yang was engaged in transcription, Dean Yuan arrived at the laboratory, accompanied by a large contingent of researchers, those who were among the most elite in all of Longhua. The eldest among them was over 100 years old, while the youngest were in their 50s or 60s. All had consumed gene-enhancing agents, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. A few looked remarkably youthful, seemingly just in their 20s. The group was somewhat incredulous. According to Gao Yang, they were to be entrusted with top-tier technology. They had once gazed enviously at Gao Yang's innovations, yet their admiration had never translated into requests, recognizing that such technology belonged to him. The mere prospect of receiving applicable technology had already satisfied their aspirations. However, from another perspective, they were reluctant to place the entirety of humanity's advancement burdens solely upon Gao Yang's shoulders. While at the Gao Yang Recording Technology Facility, a group of individuals awaited outside in hushed anticipation, a palpable tension hanging in the air. They stood vigil for 3 days. After 3 days of transcription, Gao Yang felt the strain. The knowledge swirling in his mind was overwhelming. Even with the aid of the sensory helmet, he had managed to transcribe only a mere tenth of it. As Gao Yang emerged from the laboratory, the entire assembly in the hall rose in unison, their gazes filled with reverence. Taken aback, Gao Yang inquired, "You all haven't been waiting here for 3 days, have you?" Silence enveloped the room as they continued to wait patiently. Turning away, he called out, "Unbeatable, prepare the meal. Once we have dined, please distribute the data I've compiled to them. It's a bit disordered and chaotic, so let us sort through it after we eat. I shall continue." With that, Gao Yang turned and re-entered the laboratory, resuming his work. Chapter 361, Graduation Ceremony. The organization of knowledge proved to be somewhat cumbersome, requiring a considerable investment of time. It took a full month to transcribe the majority of the knowledge residing in his mind. Excluding sensitive information such as biological data, Gao Yang transcribed all other knowledge that did not exceed the current technological capabilities of humanity. Any advancements beyond this threshold, while potentially valuable, would only complicate the learning process and introduce uncontrollable variables, thus they were omitted. After a month of diligent work, Dean Yuan found himself somewhat astonished, as the volume of knowledge was astonishingly vast, almost to the point of incredulity. He felt that this was not merely the repository of one individual, but rather a technological heritage bequeathed by an entire civilization. While he was awestruck, he was equally exhilarated. This indicated that the entire Dragon Nation would embark on a substantial technological enhancement. Having previously experienced a remarkable leap in technology, Dragon Nation was poised for yet another upgrade in technological application. He found it difficult to envision what human civilization would resemble in 2 or 3 years. The most pressing concern now lay in the dissemination of such advanced technology. The complexity and sheer quantity of the knowledge necessitated an extensive number of individuals to acquire it. Dean Yuan experienced a moment of vexation, realizing the urgent need to cultivate new researchers. The rejuvenation of the older cohort of researchers had largely alleviated the shortfall in personnel. But that was in the past. The current demand was once again unmet. Gazing at the documentation before him, he recognized that the workforce was insufficient. However, the challenge was that today's youth were fervently striving to enter the realm of interstellar exploration, making it exceedingly difficult to steer them towards scientific research. Suddenly, Dean Yuan was struck by another thought. Gao Yang. As a researcher, should not Gao Yang serve as a paragon for all researchers? Yet, in the present circumstances, such an exemplar seemed fraught with issues. Given the technological prowess Gao Yang possessed and his contributions to humankind, his position should have been considerably elevated. Nevertheless, despite his rising status and burgeoning fame, he remained, at his core, a student. Dean Yuan promptly contacted the school to ascertain Gao Yang's situation. When Principal Gan received the call, he was taken aback. Gao Yang. He was aware that Gao Yang was a student at their institution and had once fought vigorously to secure his admission. However, in hindsight, his previous efforts now seemed somewhat laughable. While he had recognized Gao Yang's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated that Gao Yang would soar not just to great heights, but venture into the cosmos itself. The scope and status he had achieved transcended anything he had previously envisioned. He had hoped that Gao Yang, as a prodigy, would enhance the school's prestige. Yet the current dilemma was that, while the notoriety had indeed been attained, the benefits to the institution were minimal, primarily because talents of Gao Yang's caliber were not easily nurtured within their walls. Listening to Dean Yuan's inquiries, Principal Gan pondered before replying, by the timeline. Gao Yang is set to graduate this year. Are you suggesting we confer upon him the status of a graduate? Indeed, after all, he has completed his studies. At the very least, he should receive a diploma, Dean Yuan reflected. Has he enlisted in the military while at school? Arrangements had long been made. Yet bestowing a title upon him posed a bit of a dilemma. I must confer with the higher authorities. Typically, students receive their titles upon graduation, with distinctions such as 1 Mao 1 or 1 Mao 2 indicating exemplary performance. However, in the case of Gao Yang, whose contributions were monumental, the absence of a title would be more acceptable. Should a title be conferred, it could hardly adhere to conventional standards. Beyond the initial accolades for the products he developed, subsequent contributions remained unrecognized, primarily because they were of such extraordinary nature that they defied conventional acknowledgement. Dean Yuan pondered for a moment and then declared, I shall make the necessary contacts. After hanging up, he contemplated briefly before initiating a call. Soon, the upper echelons of Longwa convened. The question of what identity and recognition should be bestowed upon Gao Yang had not previously occupied their thoughts, largely due to oversight. The reason for this neglect stemmed from the belief that Gao Yang required no further accolades. His contributions were universally acknowledged. Without Gao Yang, humanity as it stands today, and indeed the entirety of Longwa, would not exist. However, now that Dean Yuan had raised the issue, it indeed warranted their consideration. Formerly, Gao Yang had been a king without a crown. It was time to bestow upon him the recognition he duly deserved. After extensive deliberation, various honors and distinctions for Gao Yang were determined. At that moment, while Gao Yang was engrossed in designing a spacecraft, he received a call from Principal Gan. Upon answering the phone with a hint of confusion, he soon hung up, slightly dazed. Had 4 years truly elapsed? The first year and a half had been spent in the library, consumed by books, while the subsequent 2.5 years had seen him produce a series of technological marvels, each more impressive than the last, to the extent that he lost track of time. Nevertheless, he had promised to attend the graduation ceremony. He must make the journey. Yet first, he needed to refine the spacecraft design. The design of the mechanical civilization spacecraft was relatively straightforward, not because of its complexity, but rather its simplicity. In contrast to human spacecraft, which are intricate, the vessels designed for robots prioritize minimalism. Robots do not require sustenance, nor do they engage in organic metabolism, thus conserving significant space. All that was necessary were engines and weapon modules. Everything else was secondary. This allowed for a compact design. The style could draw inspiration from various human decorative elements, including motifs of small animals, metallic punk aesthetics, and more. By exploring diverse design styles online, these could be seamlessly integrated into the spacecraft. The design process was remarkably swift and not limited to a singular vessel. It encompassed multiple design elements. Subsequently, the Indomitable could simply amalgamate different elements into a single spacecraft, resulting in entirely distinct styles. With a plethora of styles, the permutations would be endless. One could easily envision 10,000 unique vessels. After several days of dedicated design work, Gao Yang received another call from Principal Gan, informing him that the graduation ceremony would take place in 2 days. Upon concluding the call, Gao Yang promptly ventured to the school. His current laboratory was adjacent to the institution. A brief visit sufficed, yet it had been quite some time since he last set foot there. Between the school and the laboratory lay a side entrance, which facilitated their connection. This entrance was manned by a vigilant guard. Upon seeing Gao Yang, the guards were momentarily taken aback. They had been stationed here for nearly 2 years, and Gao Yang had never passed through this area. He had visited the school on 2 occasions, but those were brief aerial trips, never traversing through the gates below. Their daily duties involved informing any students who wandered into this area that they were in the wrong place and that access was restricted. How could they have possibly encountered Gao Yang? He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He recognized the guards, albeit only in a superficial manner. After exchanging pleasantries, he proceeded into the school. The atmosphere within the school felt somewhat desolate. Many students had left due to the alleviation of academic pressures and a desire to venture into space. Additionally, it was the holiday season, resulting in a sparse population. However, it was evident that the number of individuals was gradually increasing, primarily those returning to partake in the graduation ceremony. Chapter 362, The Awards Ceremony. In contrast to ordinary educational institutions, the graduation ceremony at the University of Defense Technology is marked by a grandeur that is truly significant. Within the confines of the school, many individuals are conferred military ranks, and this graduation also serves as an award ceremony. It signifies their formal transition from academia to their respective workplaces or direct engagement in frontline duties. Naturally, those inclined towards research are likely to pursue further studies at the university. However, that is a matter for after graduation. The changes in the world have also influenced their choices. Previously, most opted to continue their education, but with the emergence of a blueprint for space development, their futures are increasingly oriented towards the cosmos. On this day, many who have been studying at home, working at their posts, or serving in the military returned to the campus prior to the ceremony. Gao Yang had not taken many steps before he was recognized. Yet, those who acknowledged him merely nodded from a distance, offering little more than a cursory glance. At most, a few approached tentatively, hoping for a photograph. Gao Yang declined their requests. He was not a celebrity, and besides, accommodating one person's desire for a photo would inevitably lead to being inundated by others seeking the same. As he wandered, he found himself unconsciously drawn to the front of the library. He was far more familiar with this place than he was with the school itself. Taking a seat in his usual spot, the familiar ambience stirred a desire to read. Just then, the familiar voice of Principal Gon echoed as he entered from outside. Principal Gon had not partaken of gene enhancement agents and appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. He walked directly to sit across from Gao Yang. What are you reminiscing about? Is it your time spent studying and conducting research here? Or perhaps a girl you encountered but did not cherish? Gao Yang smiled slightly. I was merely reminded of the days spent reading in this very spot. Really? No girl at all. Gao Yang instinctively thought of Ruo, but merely shook his head. Human crises remain unresolved. Personal matters are of little consequence. Principal Gon smirked. Research is not a solitary endeavor. It's time you sought companionship. Do you remember what I told you about my granddaughter? Gao Yang interrupted. Please refrain from matchmaking. Would you truly want to entrust your granddaughter to someone who can only remain in the lab for a month? I highly doubt it. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively, studying Principal Gon with a hint of unfamiliarity. It had been quite a while since he had seen an elder. The likes of Director Yuan and others had long since embraced gene enhancement agents, and in space, all humanity had undergone similar enhancements, regardless of their actual ages. They all appeared youthful, the eldest barely in their 30s. Could it be that Principal Gon, at such an advanced age, had not undergone enhancement? Would you like to consider a gene enhancement agent? Principal Gon chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. That is best reserved for those in need. I intend to remain in Longhua for quite some time. Besides, experiencing aging before using it is a rare opportunity in itself. Gao Yang was taken aback. He had been unexpectedly refused. Were someone to inform him that Principal Gon had abstained from such enhancements, he would readily believe it. To grow stronger is an intrinsic element embedded within human DNA. In other words, it is instinct. Principal Gon stood up, stating, I must get back to preparing the graduation ceremony script, so I shall take my leave. Please remember fondly. As Gao Yang watched Principal Gon depart, a sudden smile graced his lips. Fondly remembering was absurd. His predominant impressions of the entire school were the library, followed closely by the students and teachers in his class. He could now recite the names of everyone in his class, primarily due to his exceptional genetic endowment. Notably, aside from Ruo, his interactions with others had been fleeting. Exiting the library, Gao Yang made his way directly to the laboratory to rest. After toiling for so long, he deserved a break. After 2 days of repose, he was awakened by Wudi, who held a military uniform in his hands. Within the school, some donned military attire while others wore academic gowns for the graduation ceremony. With a stark contrast between the two, when Gao Yang arrived in his officer's uniform, all the graduates had already lined up in formation. Unlike graduation ceremonies at other institutions, this one also included promotions. Before the event officially commenced, conversations buzzed among the crowd, filled with excitement. For years had flown by. For years ago, he had envisioned becoming a combat engineer upon graduation, yet now he was poised to enter the space military. However, given their status, joining the space military meant they would be considered officers. Do I look dashing in this uniform? I heard that the esteemed Gao Yang is attending today. Receiving my commission alongside such a figure would undoubtedly elevate my status. You are just being overly confident. The specifics of our post-graduation assignments haven't even been announced yet. It's not the time to boast. Reflecting back, had they graduated 2 years earlier, they could have achieved a rank of 1, 2, but now, due to reforms, graduation only guaranteed a rank of 1, unless one performed meritorious deeds. Suddenly, someone called out, "Esteemed Gao Yang, doesn't that count as a celestial achievement? What rank should he be bestowed?" The crowd fell silent, and soon others noticed Gao Yang approaching from a distance, leading to a hush sweeping over the assembly. Gao Yang landed and took his place amidst the gaze of many. The once excited students grew quiet, for their enthusiasm about graduation paled in comparison to the presence of Gao Yang. 10 minutes later, Principal Gan, accompanied by the school's leadership, made his entrance, prompting everyone to adopt a serious demeanor. Yet, the procession was not yet complete. Following them were the top researchers from the Lonka Institute, and shortly after, high-ranking military officials and dignitaries arrived, filling the platform to capacity. The host's voice became fervent and elevated, reflecting her astonishment at the number of distinguished guests in attendance. Once all the dignitaries were introduced, the host excelled in delivering the opening remarks. Following her speech, the school leaders commenced the collective awarding of ranks. Since individually bestowing ranks would consume an excessive amount of time, a collective ceremony was adopted. It was decided to confer the rank of second lieutenant to the current cohort of weapon engineering students. All students majoring in weapon engineering are requested to gather at the podium to receive their military rank certificates. The students from the weapon engineering program are now invited to ascend the stage in groups to collect their respective accolades. Gao Yang, also a student in weapon engineering, found himself remaining on stage instead of receiving his recognition as he moved forward with the line. Once all the other students had received their military rank certificates and descended from the stage, all eyes turned to Gao Yang. Everyone understood that Gao Yang could not be compared to them, having started from the most rudimentary level. Yet, they were filled with curiosity regarding the extent of his exceptional abilities. The voice of the leader announcing the proceedings slightly wavered as he continued, by organizational decision. In recognition of Gao Yang's outstanding contributions to the military, to the Dragon Nation, and to humanity, he is hereby exceptionally promoted to General. Chapter 363, A Simple Speech. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Everyone was acutely aware of Gao Yang's monumental achievements, so substantial that they were beyond measure. Yet, this revelation struck them with tremendous impact. It represented a level that the vast majority of them could never hope to attain in their lifetimes. Gao Yang secured this accolade immediately upon graduation. How could he possibly continue to ascend? Amidst the astonishment, they felt no qualms. This was rightfully Gao Yang's due. Next came the ceremony of insignia bestowal. General Zhou, as the representative, solemnly adorned Gao Yang with the shoulder insignia. Principal Gan observed quietly from the side. He recalled the moment he presented Gao Yang with a first-class merit medal, envisioning the scene at graduation. However, he had never anticipated that upon their reunion, he would be compelled to bow in deference, feeling overshadowed. It was simply astounding. The awarding continued, with other students from different disciplines receiving their honors. The entire process lasted a considerable duration. Once the conferral concluded, Principal Gan delivered an extensive address. Yet, the distinction was that while the host previously spoke with Gao Yang seated below, now he could listen from the stage above. Within just 2 minutes, someone approached him from behind, lowering their voice. "Sir, may you address the audience as the representative of outstanding students?" Gao Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. As Principal Gan finished his remarks, the host began to introduce Gao Yang's accomplishments. In truth, an introduction was unnecessary. Simply uttering Gao Yang's name would have sufficed to evoke the same effect. At this moment, Gao Yang had become an idol to the overwhelming majority of his peers, truly a figure of national admiration. Amidst thunderous applause, Gao Yang stepped to the center of the stage. With a gentle motion of his hand, he silenced the crowd, rendering them utterly still. He did not lean towards the microphone. His voice resonated powerfully enough to reach every corner of the auditorium. Earlier, Principal Gan encouraged everyone to strive for humanity and the future. I wish to say, let everyone strive for themselves. Pursue your desires, as long as you do not transgress the law or harm others. Act on your aspirations without concern for the expectations imposed upon you or the gazes of others. Embrace your true selves and engage in the pursuits that bring you joy. I have propelled the technological advancement of Longwa significantly, to a level that would take ordinary humanity centuries, if not longer, to achieve. Present-day Longwa is abundant in resources, free from want, entirely capable of supporting a collective retreat from mediocrity. The evolution of technology should enable all to live the lives they envision. Whether you yearn for a grand home, a circle of steadfast friends, the joy of unbroken companionship, a lifelong partnership with your beloved, the exploration of mountains, lakes, and seas, The pursuit of music and art. Whatever your heart desires, contemporary Longwa can support your endeavors. So, go forth and pursue them. Of course, you may also aspire to reach for the stars, to embark on adventures, to explore, and to immerse yourselves in research within laboratories. For a better Longwa and a brighter future for humankind. Gao Yang waved his hand, declaring, "My speech has concluded." After a brief moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. They all clapped, for within Gao Yang's words, they discerned a profound respect for their aspirations. Such sentiments had never graced their ears before. Previously, the media had portrayed them merely as a valuable labor force, a component of the demographic dividend, just cogs in an unyielding machine. To pause for breath or to pursue their dreams was to be labeled as a disheartened generation. Gao Yang's words struck a deep chord within them, evoking both profound emotion and the genuine desire for respite. Surely, after graduation, embarking on a graduation trip would pose no issue. They had even envisioned the adventures they wished to undertake. Upon concluding his remarks, Gao Yang returned to his seat, embodying the essence of a young person in this era, possessing a keen understanding of his contemporaries. Many regard the younger generation as indolent, yet are they truly so? The weight of academic pressures bears down upon them like a mountain, compounded by prolonged exposure to high-pressure environments. Fresh out of school, they confront a harsh job market, with scant leisure time amidst relentless overtime. Yet, how many have truly relinquished their dreams? For the vast majority who have given up, how many have encountered far greater injustices and despair? The number of those who persist far outweighs the rest, and even when advised to abandon their pursuits, those who remain steadfast will not yield. The new generation of youth from the Dragon Kingdom is inherently competitive, embodying an indomitable spirit. Conversely, having not reaped the benefits conferred by humanity, why should they toil for the greater good? Is it merely for the sake of being human that they strive tirelessly? Or is it for the benefit of a select few among humanity? Efforts fueled by personal aspirations yield the most compelling motivation. Gao Yang understood well that those present might indulge in recreation, but after their revelry, they would undoubtedly find satisfaction in gazing at the stars. This is the essence of today's youth. Years of rigorous study have instilled in them remarkable self-discipline. At times, what they truly require is encouragement to rest, to ease up, or even to indulge themselves, relieving the immense pressure they place upon their shoulders. A touch of carefree abandon can be beneficial for both mind and body. As Gao Yang sat down, he reflected upon his own journey. He is, in essence, a microcosm of countless young individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. Were others to gain the same systems, they too would fervently delve into their studies, activate their systems, and continually seize opportunities for enhancement. This is the spirit of the youth in the Dragon Kingdom. Following his address, the graduation ceremony concluded. Gao Yang departed for the laboratory, where his change in status bore little consequence. Within minutes of returning, Dean Yuan, General Zhou, and others arrived, and the group boarded a spacecraft, heading directly to the Mars base. At the Mars base, numerous spacecraft were docked, while none were particularly large, measuring around 20 to 30 meters in length. Their diverse forms were distinctive. Yet, when over 10,000 spacecraft were stacked together, shared design elements among many became apparent. Outside the base, in addition to the spacecraft, there were numerous robots, varied in height, shape, and size, each unique in its design. At first glance, these robots appear somewhat unusual, but upon closer inspection, they seem even more peculiar. A small number of them are engaged in inspecting their weaponry, while the majority are learning to walk. These robots, designed to emulate a mechanical civilization, are so diverse that they must relearn the art of ambulation. Gao Yang gazes down from the spacecraft, and it resembles a chaotic dance of demons. When are we set to depart? He inquires, to which General Zhou responds, the spacecraft has not yet been fully produced, but it will be completed within the next couple of days. Initially, we plan to dispatch 10 robots to engage with external civilizations, to explore and establish contact, gradually increasing their numbers thereafter. Chapter 364. Privilege. As the spacecraft descended, Gao Yang entered the training room first. Inside, a select group of individuals donned helmets, skillfully controlling robots. The screens before them displayed the perspectives captured by the robots, offering a comprehensive 360-degree view, alongside crucial data such as temperature, humidity, and gas composition. An array of sensors enabled the robots to gather information with remarkable precision. A procession moved to the forefront, where 10 individuals from the initial selection had donned specialized attire, preparing to enter the sleep pods. These modified pods catered to all physiological needs, primarily designed to allow prolonged control over the robots without the necessity of rest or sustenance. The sleep pods could replenish energy while optimizing cerebral function, supporting extensive periods of wakefulness. This system had been rigorously tested. After bowing in respect, the 10 individuals reclined into their pods. Before them, The screens displayed several robots boarding the spacecraft, which consisted of a single control chamber. For the robots, this was sufficient. Under normal circumstances, they could operate the spacecraft directly without the need for a control chamber. 10 spacecraft launched, each veering towards distinct destinations, embarking on spatial jumps. Each vessel aimed for a different civilization, marking this as a pioneering endeavor. According to previous human understanding, encounters with mechanical civilizations typically fell into 3 scenarios. The first was inspection, verifying whether mechanical life had been created and enslaved. Inspections were random and infrequent. The second involved exploration, wherein mechanical civilizations occasionally traversed the cosmos in their spacecraft. Lastly, there was trade, a rare occurrence typically involving the exchange of weapons for resources. Ordinarily, when civilizations reached a certain level of advancement, they faced no resource shortages. However, under regulated conditions, even mechanical civilizations rarely engaged in planetary mining, necessitating procurement of supplies, albeit in minimal quantities, resembling a form of resupply. After all, how much could a small spacecraft hold? Gao Yang and his companions remained unwilling to depart until the spacecraft reached their destinations and the situation was fully assessed. They needed to be prepared for any eventuality. The nearest target required a day's journey. Thus, they would wait. As the group sat in anticipation, Director Yuan seized the opportunity to approach Gao Yang. Regarding the research personnel, what is your stance? Yuan inquired. From the current circumstances, it appears we have a shortage. The knowledge you provided is extensive, yet the previous batch of researchers seems inadequate. I propose we filter through candidates, as there are too many who merely coast along in academia for profit. A selective process coupled with nurturing individuals from the ground up seems more fitting. Gao Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, before regaining his composure. Are you suggesting that we extend the benefits previously allocated to combat personnel and spacecraft pilots to our research staff as well? Director Yuan nodded, asserting that not only should there be provisions, but there should also be an ample arrangement. Compared to piloting a spaceship and venturing into space, research endeavors are relatively monotonous and fraught with challenges, making them less appealing. Gao Yang readily concurred, acknowledging that the welfare and benefits of researchers indeed require enhancement. This aspect had been overlooked primarily due to his elevated position. Having previously achieved technological breakthroughs across multiple domains, he inadvertently dissuaded some researchers from exerting themselves. Historically, there had been little demand for an increase in the number of researchers. However, he now aspired to elevate the entirety of human civilization, thereby underscoring the significance of researchers. In the context of urgent training needs, supplementing researchers poses considerable difficulty. The cultivation of talent traditionally involved a gradual process, yet now, initial memory infusion allows one to bypass the learning phase entirely. One might say that years of arduous study pale in comparison to the mere half-day of memory infusion available today. Nevertheless, engaging in research requires more than rote memorization. It necessitates comprehension, innate talent, and various competencies. Consequently, the selection process has become even more stringent. On the other hand, with the introduction of sensory helmets, the advantages once held by prior researchers have dissipated, rendering them subject to obsolescence, thus necessitating a refined selection process. Director Yuan's overarching intention is to select researchers from the most exceptional group and provide them with generous conditions. It is no wonder that he cautiously broached the subject with Gao Yang. After all, everyone seeks talent. However, with his backing, it would be challenging for others to voice dissent. Gao Yang couldn't help but smile, contemplating the privileges that would undoubtedly include gene enhancement serums, while considering additional benefits for their families. Enhanced medical environments, prioritized access to gene enhancement serums, and equitable resource allocation were all on the table. Director Yuan nodded, a smile gracing his face, recognizing that such measures would better attract talent. In his view, researchers held paramount importance. As for combat personnel, with the assistance of intelligent systems and mecha ships, even a fool could achieve remarkable combat prowess merely by following orders. Naturally, General Zhou and others held a different perspective, but any ensuing disputes would be their concern. After a day of waiting, the first spaceship approached the target civilization, a civilization classified as a second-tier entity. By now, human civilization had clearly defined second-tier civilizations as those capable of departing their home planets and embarking on long voyages beyond their stellar systems. A civilization capable of constructing spaceships and traversing the cosmos for centuries, leaving their stellar systems, qualifies as a second-tier civilization. Those equipped with curvature engines or even spatial jump engines also fall into this category. The disparities between civilizations are immense, and this holds true not only among second-tier civilizations, but across all tiers. The decision to select this particular second-tier civilization stemmed from a straightforward rationale. In the event of complications, they could be swiftly neutralized. This second-tier civilization is known as the Gungjin civilization, a transliterated designation, with its technological level approximately situated within the medium range of second-tier civilizations. With the advent of the curvature engine, a spacecraft can traverse beyond its stellar system in merely 6 months, and within a few decades, it may reach a nearby Type 3 civilization. This scenario is a stroke of fortune. For those civilizations situated further afield, the journey might extend to several centuries, or even millennia. Such advanced civilizations typically refrain from embarking on such lengthy voyages, as the passage of time may deteriorate their cryogenic pods, rendering them obsolete. By the time they arrive, their own civilization may have undergone significant changes. There is even a possibility that their vessel could be overtaken en route by a newer spacecraft, which, with curiosity, might inquire, "You must be the exploratory ship that launched 5 centuries ago. Our home planet has since developed a spatial jump engine." The imagery of this scenario is striking, evoking a sense of futility for having traveled for centuries in vain. However, the more plausible reality is that a Type 2 civilization, recently discovered as an indigenous society, becomes subject to exploitation and trade, desperately seeking to acquire the pinnacle of Type 2 technology for remote communication and commerce. As the spacecraft approaches the planet, one can observe several advanced Type 2 vessels, and perhaps even glimpse Type 3 ships. Chapter 365, Contact. Within the star system of a second-tier civilization, there exists not merely one planet, but several. However, only one is inhabited, while the others are under extraction. The pace of extraction is not brisk, yet it is fast relative to current human endeavors. It is estimated that, within a decade, these planets will be thoroughly depleted. Compared to third-tier and fourth-tier civilizations, second-tier civilizations find it considerably easier to obtain mining permits. This, in turn, facilitates trade between third-tier and fourth-tier civilizations and second-tier civilizations. To a certain extent, this assists in the advancement of second-tier civilizations. Although there is no direct technological support, the ability to perceive the path ahead suffices. Much like the present state of Gaoyang, what is needed is a multitude of pathways leading forward. As the small spacecraft approaches, numerous other vessels draw near. Clearly, they are observing whether this diminutive craft is prey. If it belongs to an indigenous civilization, it would indeed be their quarry. Capturing the inhabitants of such a vessel could yield the location of their home planet. Yet, these ships do not rush to act. Instead, they close in, following the small craft towards the transit station. During this process, they have already begun employing various means to probe the small ship. In their eyes, the absence of markings combined with its small size renders it akin to an indigenous vessel. They even communicate amongst themselves during their reconnaissance. Should they ascertain that it is an indigenous civilization, they would collectively share in the spoils. In such a scenario, monopolizing the bounty would be out of the question. As for how they discern their communications, it is through the invincible invasion. The control of the ship relies on manual operation, while the extraterrestrials exert direct control. However, the communication devices aboard the ship remain under the purview of the intelligence system. It is this very intelligence system that the invaders can penetrate. Particularly with the current 100-fold amplification of their invasion capabilities, Gaoyang suspects that even vessels from a fourth-tier civilization could be compromised. Nonetheless, the robots do not rush to inform them. This presents an opportunity for intelligence gathering. Present-day human civilization resembles a parched sponge, eager to absorb any available information. The small spacecraft begins to decelerate, its speed diminishing, yet it grows ever closer to the transit station. Upon reaching the entrance, there are no electromagnetic guides. It must dock autonomously. The robots maneuver the vessel into its designated docking position. Concurrently, over 20 other ships enter the docking area, including 3 from third-tier civilizations. The emergence of a new indigenous civilization stirs interest among the intelligent beings of the third-tier civilization. The discovery of newly found indigenous civilizations signifies potential acquisition. The accumulated knowledge and resources of a civilization that may have thrived for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years could soon be theirs. Once the spacecraft has docked, extraterrestrial beings begin to emerge, all eyes fixated upon the small vessel. Some brandish weapons, but quickly, a voice cautions, "Do not use lethal weapons. Resort to non-lethal options, lest we kill them and lose the civilization behind them." Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the hatch of the small vessel swings open. A robot, gleaming silver and emanating a blue light from its seams, steps forth from the craft. In an instant, all the extraterrestrials froze, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Mechanical civilization. Suddenly, they became alert, thinking, could it be that a fourth-tier civilization has arrived? This was news to them. For ordinary aliens, the most they knew about mechanical civilization was the protracted war that altered the cosmic landscape. However, they quickly analyzed the current situation. If war were to come, it would hardly affect their insignificant civilization. Even if it did, a single strike would suffice. Why would they bother to come here? At that moment, an alien from the Gungjin civilization approached respectfully, asking, "Is there something you require, esteemed one?" The robot surveyed its surroundings. "Are you here to wage war against me?" Its mechanical voice spoke in the language of the Gungjin civilization, directly translated by its intelligence system. This presentation was more befitting of a robot. They had no need for a translator, as they themselves were the translators, regardless of the civilization they conversed with. As long as the database contained the requisite language, they could seamlessly substitute it. As the robot's voice echoed, all the surrounding aliens hastily retreated, simultaneously sheathing their weapons. They were filled with trepidation. If this robot decided to act without warning, they would likely stand no chance. After all, it belonged to a fifth-tier civilization, a mechanical entity capable of making even the most formidable stellar civilizations acquiesce. The robot turned to the Gungjin beings. "I am merely passing through and wish to explore your civilization. Am I welcomed?" "Welcome," the Gungjin aliens replied, their demeanor unwaveringly respectful. This was the lament of the weak. Faced with a powerful civilization, they could do nothing but adopt such a submissive stance. They dared not even contemplate rebellion. Especially after having emerged from the indigenous stage and understanding the might of external civilizations, their fear of resistance only deepened. Not to mention, even a mere act of disrespect could provoke dire consequences, for a single strike could obliterate their entire planet. When a third-tier civilization visited, they would be treated with utmost deference. What more could be expected of the mechanical robots of a fifth-tier civilization? Even if they were to enter and slay some of their kind, as long as they did not annihilate everyone, they could only endure. "I shall enter my spacecraft," the robot declared, turning to board its vessel. At this juncture, subsequent explorations would likely proceed without significant issues. In the initial encounter, the primary concern was the reaction of the extraterrestrials. The absence of hostile responses indicated that there were no major problems. Although this was merely a second-tier civilization, there were also third-tier intelligent beings present. A glimpse offered insight into the whole. Controlling the spacecraft, the robot took off, this time bypassing the transfer station and heading directly to the planet's interior. Normally, entry into a spacecraft required passing through a transfer station, which served as a filter and conduit, akin to the ports or immigration offices between various nations on Earth. However, this regulation only applied to the ships of second-tier civilizations. As the robot's spacecraft descended to the surface, an imperious voice resonated. "Extraterrestrials are communicating aboard the spacecraft." With this proclamation, the audio was immediately broadcasted. "Previously, we infiltrated several extraterrestrial vessels, and their voices still resonate in our ears. We can hear their conversations. How did this mechanical civilization find its way to our realm? Should we report this civilization? Are they here for exploration? Exploration is one thing, but I fear they may be here to pave the way for something more ominous." Paving the way. The advancement of their mechanical civilization lags behind ours significantly. Their scale pales in comparison. They undoubtedly seek to alter the agreements. What concern is that of ours? Just report it and proceed with our duties. Initially, we believed we had stumbled upon an indigenous civilization, only to discover it was a mechanical one. The audio concludes here, and General Zhou, standing nearby, remarked solemnly, "In truth, there still exists a potential hazard. Yet it is far preferable to our role as natives venturing into the unknown." Chapter 366, A New Deal. As the group turned their gaze towards the other 9 individuals, they noticed that the latter had gradually arrived at their assigned targets. These targets comprised 3 third-tier civilizations and 6 second-tier civilizations. The encounters were notably similar. Upon their initial appearance, they were mistaken for indigenous civilizations, only to be recognized as mechanical civilizations upon closer inspection. Unlike the third-tier civilizations, which swiftly retreated upon discovering the robotic nature of the visitors, the second-tier civilizations exhibited greater curiosity and respect. Ultimately, the third-tier civilizations had previously encountered various mechanical beings. In contrast to sentient life forms, robots boasted significantly longer lifespans. When their physical components failed, they could be effortlessly replaced. The longest-lived sentient beings, as far as humanity knows, may reach a millennium. However, mechanical life forms can persist indefinitely, provided they do not wish for death. Their memories can even be stored externally, which is quite extraordinary. This phenomenon has resulted in robots, though infrequent in their visits, having been seen by nearly every civilization over time. Their approach is straightforward. Report their presence and engage normally, cooperate in trade, or guide those wishing to explore. The 9 robots entered the civilizations in succession, able to stroll freely through the streets and observe the bustling surroundings. This indicated that there were no significant issues, thus allowing the formal plan to commence. That very night, thousands of spaceships departed from Mars, heading into the vastness of space. Their destinations were often exceedingly distant, extending thousands of light years away. While the number of civilizations and spaceships sounded vast, the universe is immeasurably expansive. The probability of two spaceships encountering each other across such light-year distances is exceedingly low. 1,000 ships, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, represent but a mere drop in the ocean. As this batch of robots set forth, Gao Yang felt a sense of anticipation. They would undoubtedly return with a wealth of resources. He found this approach particularly appealing. It promised to be not only safer but also more efficient than his previous masquerade as an alien. However, this method was predicated on the ample information he had gathered from his ventures into space, enabling more human civilizations to send their ships into the cosmos. Contemplating this, Gao Yang donned a sensory helmet, intending to converse further with Dala A and Dala B. He inquired about the availability of light weaponry comparable to the molecular gun. Among the initial batch of light weapons, only the molecular and air guns exhibited any significant technological advancement. Yet he did not believe that the fourth-tier civilizations possessed merely these few types of weapons. He sought to acquire more, intending to study and enhance them further. Essential weaponry, basic equipment, and specialized crafted items could all be procured. After all, possessing superior weapon technology is futile if one lacks the means to manufacture it. Additionally, one must consider the matter of star currency. In humanity's various endeavors to engage with extraterrestrial beings, acquiring their products is not as simple as extending a hand. Payment is essential. The involvement of robots in trade has indeed conferred a significant advantage. After all, the stellar civilization adheres to strict regulations. Interactions between civilizations of differing tiers are not to be taken lightly. For instance, a fourth-tier civilization is prohibited from selling products derived from its technology to subordinate civilizations. In exceptional circumstances where transactions must occur, utmost confidentiality is imperative. The most stringent rule is that the stellar civilization imposes restrictions on its subordinates. Anyone daring to breach these confidentiality protocols will face severe repercussions. Under such circumstances, humanity's quest to acquire resources from other civilizations is fraught with challenges. Consequently, the prospect of utilizing stellar coins was never considered. However, with the transactions of the mechanical civilization existing outside the realm of oversight, concerns about stellar coins have arisen. What methods does humanity possess to acquire stellar coins? Robbery? The difficulty lies not in the ability to overpower, but rather in the inability to locate a target. Wandering through the cosmos, encountering other vessels is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Similarly, raiding a civilization presents formidable challenges. It would essentially escalate into a large-scale conflict. Even if victorious, the likelihood of attracting the attention of higher-tier patrol fleets looms large. Should humanity emerge triumphant and seize a substantial amount of stellar coins, it would inevitably expose their existence. Once their strength is revealed, it would not take until the next day for the stellar civilization's fleet to arrive. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Wearing a sensory helmet, the robots of the Dala civilization opened their eyes. Dala Alpha and Dala Beta instantly tensed. The revelation that this Gao Yang was a robot was astonishing. This indicated the existence of remote real-time communication technology, a feat achievable only by fourth-tier civilizations in the vastness of space. This not only solidified the standing of humanity as civilization, but also deepened their resolve. Now, they found themselves on a singular path, uncertain if it led to ruin or salvation. For humanity to rise, to cleanse their identity and gain the acknowledgement of the stellar civilization, while also seizing vast territories, would pave a path of survival, a veritable road to success. The likelihood of humanity providing substantial benefits could elevate them to the pinnacle of third-tier civilization. However, should humanity cease to exist, so too would they. Statistically speaking, the odds of humanity's demise are high. Yet, at present, their only course of action is to rise and report on the circumstances of the past month. During this period, Gao Yang had not interfered with the robots. Yet the monitoring room continued to follow developments closely. He was aware of the happenings, merely receiving 2 more batches of goods and preparing for distribution. Weapons from a fourth-tier civilization are never a hard sell. Although, in terms of offensive capability, the firearms of third-tier civilizations are comparable, if not superior. The extraterrestrial clientele seeking the finest weaponry prioritize minute distinctions, status, craftsmanship, firing speed, tactile feel, and more. The family backing Dala Alpha began to collaborate in facilitating the sale of this batch of firearms. Despite their reservations regarding the trio, they too were compelled to assist in this venture. Listening to the reports from the two, Gao Yang nodded gently. I understand. You have worked hard. Henceforth, assign the firearms business to other members of your family, and you shall engage with me in other enterprises. Dala A and Dala B suddenly lifted their heads, gazing at Gao Yang with a hint of disbelief. Deep within their eyes, a flicker of confusion mingled with an overwhelming sense of tension. After a moment, Dala A blurted out a single word. Resources? Gaoyang nodded, emphasizing that one should never underestimate the wisdom of extraterrestrial beings. Dala A and Dala B grew increasingly anxious. While they dared to handle weapons, the notion of resources was a different matter entirely. We cannot obtain sufficient resources, they confessed. Gaoyang shook his head, clarifying. It is not your resources we seek, but rather our own resources that we wish to monetize. Dala A and Dala B were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that human civilization had likely stealthily extracted countless resources to reach the fourth-tier level of development. It was probable that such clandestine extraction was still ongoing. This was troubling. Dala A took a deep breath, feeling even more unsettled, for if this were the case, the star civilization might intervene before humanity's status was officially recognized. Chapter 367. The Talent for Imprisonment. However, Daragia found himself devoid of the liberty to refuse, contemplating for a moment. The challenge is equally formidable. The Stellar Empire exercises stringent control over resources. The extraction and utilization of these resources are meticulously documented and easily traceable. Even our spacecraft can pinpoint the locations of resource extraction, the times of extraction, and the civilizations responsible for it. As for smuggling, which pertains to the survival of civilizations, no one dares to act recklessly. Acquiring resources necessitates knowledge of their origins, requiring detailed information to ensure legitimacy. Thus far, I remain unaware of any smuggling industry. Either it is concealed to an extraordinary degree, or it simply does not exist. Gaoyang pondered, also contemplating ways to exploit loopholes. Yet the stellar civilization has indeed accounted for many scenarios. The penalties are severe, and with oversight at every level, it is challenging to create discrepancies. While issues are not entirely impossible, significant problems typically arise from within. Currently, human civilization lacks the means to penetrate the inner workings. After a moment of contemplation, Gaoyang turned to Darae. Darae had also been mulling over the situation for quite some time. Human civilization is undoubtedly unrestrained at present, yet does not wish to expose itself, while simultaneously needing to engage with the stellar civilization. In situations requiring star coins, I believe the most prudent course of action is to conduct minor transactions involving items that fall outside the regulatory purview yet retain intrinsic value. For instance, food, energy bars, or gourmet delicacies that cater to the tastes of certain civilizations. As long as safety is assured, there should be no issues. By securing agents, we could begin to accrue star coins. As for weapons and spacecraft, although smuggling channels may facilitate their distribution, they are precarious. Such channels may suffice for minor dealings, but once scaled up, they will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Gaoyang furrowed his brow, pondering food. Why is it not regulated? Because its value is minimal. Countless planets, with slight modifications, can engage in extensive agricultural production. Take Earth as an example, with its diverse terrains, mountains, hills, and deserts, rendering cultivation challenging. Yet for a second-tier civilization, this is trivial. Reshaping landscapes and transforming deserts into fertile land is remarkably effortless. Cultivating plants presents no difficulty, and breeding and raising animals is equally uncomplicated. Essentially, all civilizations can not only achieve self-sufficiency in food production, but can also provide supplies to numerous passing extraterrestrial vessels. With attractive prices and generous offers, it is a matter of urgency to sell rather than allow perishables to spoil. For human civilization to engage in such commerce, it must contend with all extraterrestrial civilizations for this meager profit. What difference does this make from extracting scraps from between human teeth? Those being robbed may appear to humans as mere infants or children. After all, as the opposing civilization is undeniably feeble. Darae recognized this dilemma, yet it remained the best solution he could conceive. Human civilization possesses advanced technology, yet lacks avenues for monetization, or rather, the channels for such are scant, virtually non-existent. The stellar civilization has imposed constraints solely on resources, thereby effectively managing nearly every other civilization beneath its dominion, regardless of the transformations that human civilization undergoes. Once the quantity reaches a certain threshold, it will inevitably be discovered. For instance, when resources are allocated for the construction of spaceships, each vessel requires a unique identification number and marking. If a particular region suddenly produces an abundance of spaceships while the resource acquisition remains unchanged, one must question the origin of those resources. This principle extends to weapons and virtually all other commodities. The stellar civilization, having maintained dominion for an extended period, has woven an intricate web within civilization that ensnares all. From the very inception, human civilization has existed ensnared within this web. There was never a sequential struggle against third-tier civilizations, followed by fourth-tier civilizations, and ultimately the stellar civilization. From the outset, humanity was in direct confrontation with the stellar civilization. merely awaiting the moment when it would emerge into the light. It is no wonder that there are no exceedingly powerful indigenous civilizations. Concealment proves exceedingly difficult. Gao Yang pondered the vulnerabilities. While within human civilization, there were high-ranking officials persistently monitoring Gao Yang's situation. A profound silence enveloped them. The more they learned, the less they could conceive of a breakthrough. Their despair often exceeded that of Gao Yang. However, Gao Yang remained relatively untroubled. With the enhancement system at his disposal, his resource needs were minimal. As long as he could obtain foundational research in diverse fields, he could amplify his efforts 100,000-fold, propelling himself to the pinnacle of power and ultimately subduing the stellar civilization. Indeed, even now, Gao Yang's mind should be brimming with technologies capable of surpassing the stellar civilization. Yet, at present, human civilization is utterly incapable of actualizing the concepts occupying his thoughts. Gao Yang shook his head. Selling energy bars yields star coins too slowly. An energy bar worth 1 star coin can sustain an individual's energy needs for a decade. Are there any more effective means of earning star coins? Before either of his companions could respond, a voice from the Dragon Nation's side chimed in. What about scamming? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Scamming? Such an outrageous idea. Although initial profits may often be somewhat dubious, the suggestion from the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation was intriguing. Upon further reflection, Gao Yang considered that while it was audacious, it was indeed a viable option. In the face of an impasse, acquiring star coins through deception could prove to be a feasible solution. Robbery would not yield star coins, as they are stored securely. However, scamming represents the most suitable method to navigate the current deadlock. In terms of collecting debts, cash would be ideal, if transfers are necessary. One could prepare several accounts under the guise of a robot and swiftly obtain star coins before making a hasty exit. In the short term, this plan poses minimal risk. Even a Ponzi scheme could be an avenue worth exploring, despite its complexities, given the potential for substantial profit. Gao Yang contemplated for a moment. Is it reliable? Can we truly deceive extraterrestrials? It seems plausible. Our prisons are filled with talent, and with the promise of reduced sentences for good behavior. They would strive to excel and become heroes of humanity. Gao Yang promptly logged off and returned to Earth. He felt compelled to meet those talented individuals. After all, this strategy to break the deadlock was of utmost importance. Indeed, one of the few effective methods available, perhaps even the only viable one. Some methods may seem unsavory, yet they are deemed necessary for the survival and strength of civilization. Hai Yang would not hesitate, even if it meant committing acts of fraud or even slaughtering other civilizations. The success of the robotic exploration program essentially provides humanity with a formidable weapon, one that is both powerful and precise. However, the issue lies in the scarcity of ammunition. If deception can procure ammunition, then one must deceive without restraint. While Hai Yang was still aboard the spacecraft, news had already reached Earth, specifically to local law enforcement agencies. Those who received the news were utterly bewildered. Were they being asked for talent? Talent for prison systems? Expertise in deception? And the most elite at that? In a flurry of activity, various regions began to sift through their ranks, seeking out the most exceptional individuals, the masters of thievery. Chapter 368, Confrontation. Upon reviewing the files of potential candidates for the prison system, the records were swiftly located. Each pre-selected individual was then forwarded to various prisons, where a preliminary screening was conducted to identify 1 to 5 exceptional talents from each facility. When the prisons received the directive, they were somewhat bewildered. How could they be expected to select the foremost con artists? This was undeniably awkward, as they had nearly completed their re-education programs. After seeking clarification from higher authorities and confirming the necessity of selecting talents for the prison system, the prisons commenced the interrogation process. A group of pre-selected individuals was summoned for a brief inquiry. Within the confines of the room gathered a cadre of elite swindlers, each one meticulously chosen. They were either efficient executors of the 1040 Sunshine Project, pioneers of telecom fraud, or possessed technical prowess, with some being innovative strategists. It was not unusual for them to defraud sums exceeding 10 million. Among them were even titans of Ponzi schemes, ruthless individuals who had amassed billions. At this moment, as they listened to the prison guards on stage requesting them to compare their scamming skills, a collective confusion enveloped the room. They instinctively shook their heads, proclaiming, "I have reformed. I swear, I shall never scam again." The guards, equally disheartened, lamented, "Fraud is merely a means. When wielded adeptly, it serves a beneficial purpose. The higher the skill in deception, the greater the potential for sentence reduction." The individuals grew even more perplexed, their skepticism palpable, suspecting a significant trap. The guards, observing the wary expressions of the inmates, remarked, "You all watch the news daily. You must know that humanity has begun to make contact with extraterrestrials. The authorities wish to deceive these aliens, which necessitates a cadre of top-notch con artists. If you perform well and demonstrate sufficient skill, You may be chosen and allowed to leave this place. The losses you have caused will be compensated, and all past transgressions can be expunged. However, should your scamming abilities prove inadequate, you will remain here. The group exchanged glances, recognizing the bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes. They were indeed aware of humanity's advancements and the existence of extraterrestrials, but within the confines of prison, disbelief reigned. They suspected that the outside world might be fabricating videos to deceive them, or perhaps they were being regarded as mere subjects for experimentation. After all, the notion was exceedingly far-fetched. Those outside were gradually adapting to the power of technology and the strength of the entire Dragon Nation, while these candidates had no transitional experience. Their only exposure was limited to daily news. The abrupt changes they witnessed in the news fostered skepticism, particularly upon hearing the demand to deceive aliens. Some were more doubtful than ever, while others began to entertain a flicker of belief. Really? We are to deceive extraterrestrials? Yet both factions shared a common aspiration, sentence reduction. Thus, they resolved to strive for it. After a moment of silent understanding, one individual spoke. How do we conduct the selection? There is no definitive measure for literary prowess or martial skill, and quantifying fraud is equally elusive. The guards, having anticipated this dilemma, had already devised a solution. You will conduct your own internal selection and choose 5 individuals among yourselves. The finest principle is that of no principle at all, relinquishing the authority of rules to those who seek to compete. These individuals will naturally engage in their own process of internal elimination. After the jailer spoke, he took a few steps back and quietly awaited the outcome. A group of individuals exchanged glances, and someone remarked, "We are over 30 here, yet we can only select 5. Is anyone willing to eliminate themselves?" No one spoke. None wished to be cast aside. If we were to choose from all the ascetic talents, many would forfeit, for even if there were discernible differences in capability, some truly lack merit, making competition unnecessary, as they are bound to lose regardless. However, this situation is different. This is a refined selection. Each individual present is exceptional, such as the one who simultaneously courted 35 girlfriends, amassing millions, and continues to receive visitors regularly. There is also the 1040 project, which has expanded to develop thousands, similarly accumulating vast wealth. Moreover, there are those involved in telecommunications fraud, who, with a mere phone call and a few accounts, deceive individuals into selling their homes and cars. Had it not been for the legal ramifications of human trafficking, even their wives would have been sold. Additionally, there is a cult leader accompanied by fervent disciples, aspiring to construct a divine kingdom. Initially, there were no issues, but a zealous follower, a corporate accountant, transferred all the company's funds, leading to exposure. The others are also no innocents, showcasing exceptional skills and a complete disregard for the law. In a scenario where everyone is talented and none wishes to be eliminated, they began to deliberate, crafting a set of competition rules. One suggested, why not compete based on the amount of money scammed? Scammed money? Why not measure how many people were deceived? Both ideas were acceptable. I run a Ponzi scheme, which nets considerable funds and attracts numerous victims. A somewhat handsome individual from the corner interjected, that won't suffice. Although I deceive fewer people, I rely entirely on psychological games. They are utterly devoted and willing to part with their money. That is true skill. Then how did you gain entry? She responded, I couldn't keep it all to myself. Others were unwilling, so I reported it. The room fell abruptly silent, and an urge to strike someone arose. At the forefront, the jailer twitched his lips, yet a sense of envy bubbled within him. After all, the most profound affections cannot be retained. Only strategies can win hearts. In this line of work, one can easily become unreachable for long periods, and at nearly 30, he still lacks a girlfriend. Alas. If we are to deceive extraterrestrials, my suggestion is telecommunications fraud, as we cannot engage in face-to-face communication with them. I am an innovative talent. I can devise distinct schemes tailored to various scenarios. One by one, individuals proposed advantageous selection methods, yet each was swiftly dismissed by others. Achieving unanimous agreement proved elusive. Ultimately, the group collaborated and devised a plan. They would identify a target for deception, and each person would draft a scam proposal directed at this target. They would then take turns assigning scores, and the final cumulative scores would determine their rankings, granting them the opportunity to depart. Each individual would present a past victim and detail that person's circumstances, sharing this information with the group. There are more than 30 individuals here, which implies that each person must devise a means to deceive these 30 or so virtual entities. Subsequently, each individual assesses the answers provided by others, scoring them based on their past experiences in deception. A failed attempt garners a score of 0, while the highest score is 5. Once the strategy is established, this group begins to outline the characteristics of those they have previously deceived. Several prison guards observe, their lips twitching in disbelief. They cannot help but lament that indeed, The most formidable criminals are those who possess intellect. Such a talent pool, regardless of the tasks they undertake, is bound to achieve some level of success. Their minds are agile, concocting plans that they deem exceedingly rational, and they struggle to conceive of any superior alternatives. This cadre of skilled deceivers, tirelessly scheming, renders the ordinary person outside utterly defenseless. It appears necessary to download an anti-fraud application. Chapter 369, The Pinnacle of Life. Such a scene unfolds in numerous prisons. All the thieves aspire to seize this opportunity, showcasing their remarkable skills. Every ounce of their deceptive expertise is employed in this singular moment. The curious prison guards approach to examine the plans. Upon viewing one, they feel as though they are bound to be deceived. With each additional glance, they suspect they might lose everything. For instance, the tech-savvy one, employing AI face swapping for financial gain, is truly insidious. Everyone possesses a handful of exceptionally close friends, the kind with whom one can casually discuss borrowing money. With AI-generated faces and voice modulation software, if the target is a close friend, the likelihood of falling victim is alarmingly high. The others are equally impressive. They are all talents. That very evening, hundreds were selected. These individuals gathered on Earth. Overwhelmed by a sense of awe, they marveled at the stunning flying vehicles, the astonishing buildings they had never encountered, and the robots. Ultimately, it was the spaceship that left them in utter astonishment. A crowd boarded the vessel, their eyes wide and bodies trembling with excitement. Spaceship, invited to defraud aliens while imprisoned? As the spaceship ascended, those who had previously doubted the existence of extraterrestrials and the rapid advancement of human civilization were left utterly bewildered. This was no longer a matter of belief. The events were unfolding before their very eyes. The spaceship headed straight for the Martian base. When the hatch opened, a throng disembarked onto the Martian surface, experiencing a significantly lighter body, filled with wonder, fear, and anticipation. Within the vast ecological chamber, they could breathe freely and observe various trees and greenery, along with structures reminiscent of those found on Earth. They were led into a room, slowly regaining their senses. Gao Yang entered, surveying the 200 individuals before him, reflecting on the information he had just received. This group represented the most elite talents from the prison system of the Dragon Kingdom over the past 2 decades. By the numbers, only 10 were selected each year, the Crme de la Crme. Gao Yang addressed the assemblage. Before I unveil your mission, I must first apprise you of the current situation. The expansion of human civilization has encountered challenges. Beyond our realm, there exist many formidable civilizations. In our concealed efforts to acquire resources from these civilizations, we must devise ways to engage in ventures devoid of capital. The prison talents all recognized Gao Yang. They were accustomed to daily news updates, and his recent appearances in the media had been remarkably frequent. At this moment, as they absorbed his words, they felt a profound dissonance. On one side stood the elevated echelon of human civilization, while on the other loomed the distant, powerful, and historically advanced extraterrestrial entities, juxtaposed against their own transgressions. Particularly poignant was the fact that they were all educated individuals, having been taught that deception is wrong and unethical. Now, they were being called upon to use these very skills. Indeed, the error has never resided in the means, but rather in the intention. While it is undoubtedly wrong to harm others for personal gain, when they engage in deceit for the advancement of human civilization, it becomes an act of valor. Someone raised their hand. Our knowledge regarding extraterrestrial beings is exceedingly limited, making it difficult to engage in deception. Gao Yang gently waved his hand. When the time comes for you to take action, all the information we possess will be made available to you. For now, allow me to speak. In the presence of 200 individuals, all past actions would be overlooked. Subsequently, training would be provided, during which you could present various ideas and suggestions, exchanging experiences and insights. Once training concludes and official work commences, those who rank within the top 100 will receive a gene enhancement serum. Those among the top 50 from a pool of 200 will be rewarded with an additional spacecraft. Should your achievements place you in the top 10, you will be granted extra privileges, allowing your immediate family members to also benefit from the enhancements of the gene serum. This proposition caused the breaths of the 200 individuals present to quicken. The additional privileges implied that they would garner respect among their peers on Earth, for they would be hailed as heroes of humanity. Moreover, the remaining conditions stirred their excitement further. Their families would take pride in them, basking in newfound glory. After all, in the past, they had been regarded as the disgrace of their families, subject to whispered judgments. Yet, with the prospect of privileges, everything would change. In a society like that of Long Country, where human connections matter greatly, such privileges held immense significance, perhaps even more than the gene enhancement serums themselves. These privileges were once beyond their wildest dreams, yet now they found themselves with a chance. The odds of being selected from 200 to just 10 were substantial. and this opportunity was one they could earn through their own efforts. Gao Yang continued, should you secure the first position, you will be recognized as the leader among these 200 individuals, bestowed with command over a fleet. The specific benefits will be equivalent to those of a commander. After articulating this, Gao Yang gazed at the 200 individuals who were now even more agitated, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, regardless of the industry, those who ascend to the pinnacle often possess commendable character. This drive for advancement is commendable. As these 200 individuals heard about the various benefits, their excitement surged, each believing they could achieve success and would give their utmost effort. This alone placed them above many others. Conversely, even the most elite beggar can acquire several homes. Gao Yang was pleased with the mindset of these individuals. The next step was to observe their execution capabilities. Although their character may have been somewhat lacking, as long as they were monitored throughout, there would be minimal risk of disorder. It could be said that these individuals were akin to a sharp double-edged sword, misused. They could harm themselves, yet wielded correctly, they could become unparalleled warriors. Gao Yang was confident in his ability to manage these individuals effectively. With a gentle wave of his hand, he signaled to the staff to ensure these individuals were properly settled. The forthcoming arrangements would focus on basic training, encompassing physical fitness, obedience, and, most importantly, loyalty. Additionally, a more thorough background check on these individuals would be conducted, for should any exhibit antisocial tendencies, it would pose significant complications. A batch of robots would also need to be prepared for them. Nonetheless, these feats are well within the realm of the invincible. Gao Yang chose to disengage from the affairs at hand, recognizing that the forthcoming cultivation would require a measure of time, as would the robots tasked with gathering extraterrestrial information. He decided to return to Earth, seeking to center himself and make the most of the system's opportunities. The items procured from outer space were not limited to weaponry and souvenirs. They also included garments and other essentials. These possessions have the potential to significantly elevate the standard of living for ordinary individuals, providing a considerable enhancement, perhaps even a 100-fold increase. Upon returning to Earth, Gao Yang prioritized the amplification of clothing. The materials utilized in these garments are remarkably advanced, and under normal circumstances, they are more than sufficient for the inhabitants of Earth, given the vast array of styles and comfort levels available for personal selection. However, there exists a critical issue. Their durability is insufficient. Chapter 370. 32 times. Under normal circumstances, the strength of clothing materials is sufficient. However, once numerous individuals undergo genetic enhancement, the durability of these materials becomes utterly inadequate. It is not merely a matter of various silks or cotton linen garments. Even Kevlar ballistic vests succumb to tearing when pulled by those who have undergone genetic augmentation. For Gao Yang, this issue is somewhat manageable as he does not require vigorous physical activity. Nevertheless, it poses a significant inconvenience for combat personnel. Ordinary denim trousers, subjected to the wear and tear of running and walking, may take 2 to 3 years, or even 7 to 8 years, to show signs of fraying. Yet, following genetic enhancements, the intensity of wear increases dramatically, leading to deterioration within mere days. Additionally, tight-fitting clothing is not an option, as the expansion of muscular strength could cause the fabric to tear apart. In daily training, the most favored attire now consists of highly elastic garments. In fact, there are discussions about wearing rubber itself. This is because only flexible materials can withstand the strain without tearing easily. This issue has persisted. Although some officials are researching clothing materials, and Gao Yang has little inclination to delve into that area himself. Nonetheless, this does not imply a lack of concern on his part. During a recent trip to procure items from an extraterrestrial source, he purchased several garments of exceptional strength. These pieces are remarkable not only for their durability, but also for their softness, avoiding the discomfort that arises from overly rigid materials. Upon retrieving a set of silver attire from the box, he first appreciated its smoothness before noting its softness. It felt as though he were caressing a piece of metal rather than fabric. A scan with a detector revealed the presence of metallic elements. Moreover, it was not a singular type of metal, but rather a composite of various metals. Gao Yang conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that the garments were not molded as a single piece, but were tailored instead. Furthermore, they did not employ woven metallic threads, which, if utilized, would create perilous thin wires akin to blades. Even a single broken strand could easily pierce human skin, rivaling fiberglass in sharpness. Additionally, the clothing exhibited no flaws, appearing almost as if it were crafted from a single continuous material. The metallic components were as thin as paper, a feat recently achieved by Long Country, though their strength paled in comparison to these garments. Stacking them would not yield the same effect. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, primarily because this was his first encounter with such a scenario. Previously, he had replicated items that focused on mechanical structures rather than materials. Now, he was tasked with the challenge of recreating the material itself. His mind was filled with extensive knowledge of various polymer materials. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding the reverse engineering of material technology. He promptly called Director Yuan. After the call, Director Yuan busied himself, as he was a researcher in the field of materials science. Compiling relevant study materials for Gao Yang was a straightforward task. However, after providing the materials, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Given the plethora of top-tier materials Gao Yang had already acquired, how could he possibly lack knowledge of these fundamental concepts? This was soon followed by a surge of excitement and anticipation. According to tradition, Gao Yang was about to unveil something extraordinary, and it would undoubtedly be something remarkable beyond measure. As Yuan awaited patiently, Gao Yang swiftly perused the materials at hand. Various methods were employed on the fabric, meticulously observing the cut materials and reverse engineering their structural composition and technological processes. It soon became evident that the garment consisted of 3 layers, the inner and outer surfaces crafted from metallic materials, with an external coating that achieved a smooth and supple effect. Astonishingly, the inner layer comprised an intricate assembly of minuscule components. This unique internal structure possessed magnetic properties and could harness energy generated from friction, thereby fortifying the connections within the fabric. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the internal design resembled a dynamic arrangement of countless bubbles, layered upon one another. Even if the outer layer experienced alterations or folding that might lead to fractures, the magnetic influence would seamlessly rejoin the components. Moreover, the internal structure supported the exceedingly thin metallic layer, enhancing its durability. This ingeniously balanced design embodied both rigidity and flexibility. The overall strength was moderate. While it could be easily torn if forcibly pulled, the question remained, who would resort to such actions with clothing? Conventional garments on the market were equally susceptible to tearing. Thus, this creation could sufficiently meet certain demands. The manufacturing complexity of this garment was not excessively daunting. The primary challenge lay in the intricacies involved. However, the entire supply chain could consistently produce fabrics, allowing for diverse designs of clothing. The garment's coloration was inherently silver, yet various coatings could resolve any color discrepancies. The process began with initial production and subsequent amplification, followed by adjustments based on real-time assessments. Gao Yang commenced the manufacturing process. All materials had been decomposed, and despite some turbulence during production, such as the outer material failing to meet strength standards, the issues were minor. By altering the formula and techniques, he persevered. With the assistance of the invincible robot, simultaneous operations could be conducted hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Should Gao Yang grant her additional extraterrestrial-based privileges, she could execute millions of manufacturing and testing processes concurrently. With such a formidable robotic ally, even a pig could engage in scientific research. After an hour, the invincible robot presented a material with the same composition but superior performance compared to the exterior shell. Next came the fabrication of the minuscule internal fillers, an endeavor far simpler, as it aligned with Gao Yang's expertise. Employing both electromagnetic and mechanical components, the replication was swiftly completed, with enhancements made upon the original foundation. After all, the garment belonged to a third-tier civilization, potentially even designed by a second-tier civilization, rendering the challenge manageable. Once a piece of fabric was crafted, a system notification echoed in Gao Yang's mind. Ding! Detection of host development of flexible metallic material. Shall amplification be initiated? Amplify. Gao Yang responded, initiating the dial, maintaining a 100-fold increase. A 10,000-fold amplification was reserved for sharper applications. Thus, multiple instances of the 100-fold increase were preferred first. Congratulations, host. The strength of the flexible metallic material has been enhanced 100-fold. Following this, the transformation commenced once more, with the manufacturing equipment operational, melting various materials and refining them through diverse processes to forge exceedingly thin sheets. The entire process was expedited, and Gao Yang observed as if he were watching a sped-up video. Moments later, upon completion, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Due to limitations in materials and technology, this augmentation is 32 times. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Only 32 times? All the equipment in his laboratory represented the pinnacle of human civilization. This was a facility capable of constructing spacecraft, various weapons, and even space jump engines. Unless the technology resulting from this 100-fold augmentation could surpass his current industrial capabilities. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Chapter 371. Is this bulletproof material? Soon, memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. This augmentation represented a comprehensive enhancement, primarily concerning the material itself. Within these memories, Gao Yang encountered some synthetic elements he had never seen before. Such artificial atoms not only excelled in terms of ductility and flexibility, but were also relatively more robust. Furthermore, the interlayer had experienced significant improvements, both structurally and materially. The overall reception of these memories was a straightforward enhancement, lacking a technological leap, focusing mainly on the transformation of the materials. However, this metamorphosis of materials reminded Gao Yang of the previously enhanced blade, the neutron knife, with materials compressed to their utmost limits. The blade was sharp enough to slice through virtually anything. This physical enhancement compensated for technological gaps, rendering it even more formidable than the vibrating knife. The same principle applied to this material. In truth, humanity had already mastered the technology of creating new synthetic elements. By employing particle accelerators to bombard atomic nuclei of other elements with particles traveling at near light speed, protons could be dislodged from the impacted nuclei. Atoms with a reduced number of protons would recombine to form new elements. Yet, this technology was still in its infancy, characterized by high randomness, substantial energy loss, instability, and the generation of certain radiation. As Gao Yang recalled the knowledge he possessed, he temporarily set aside the notion of creating new elements. A 32-fold increase in strength was more than sufficient for the current situation. As for advancements in technology, those could be addressed later. After assimilating the memories, Gao Yang turned his attention to the newly modified high-strength fabric. He tugged at it with his hand. With his current strength, he could easily snap steel bars. Yet this material was unbreakable. No matter how much he exerted himself, it remained intact, and the tactile experience was akin to pulling on a piece of cloth. With no further issues at hand, Gao Yang quickly designed 2 models for mass production and then called Director Yuan. Although he had acquired excellent fabric, the subsequent design of clothing and other related tasks could be entrusted to industry professionals. Director Yuan had now become both a tool and a messenger for Gao Yang. However, upon receiving the call, he was still perplexed. What was going on? Clothing? What connection could there possibly be between clothing and the materials knowledge requested previously? After a moment of contemplation, Director Yuan suddenly realized bulletproof vests. In light of the current 3rd and even 4th-tier civilization weaponry, humanity's former bulletproof vests were woefully inadequate. They could barely withstand any assault. The once reliable steel-plated vests were rendered molten metal by a single blast from a laser gun. Standard composite material vests were utterly useless. Aside from laser weaponry, none of the other attack methods could be repelled by those vests. Currently, the only defenses capable of withstanding such attacks remained the electromagnetic shields. However, these shields were not impervious to all weaponry. Moreover, physical bulletproof vests could serve as a supplementary defense to the electromagnetic shields. A sense of anticipation and curiosity began to stir within him. What kind of bulletproof vest would Gao Yang present this time? Would it possess a formidable appearance? Would wearing it transform him into Iron Man? Curiosity piqued. Director Yuan dialed the phone of the relevant researchers specializing in bulletproof vests. Although they might not be well-versed in the myriad manufacturing issues surrounding the new armor, they were equipped to conduct tests. The urgent requirement now was testing. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Yuan found Gao Yang engrossed in his reading, preparing for the next opportunity for enhancement. Yuan refrained from disturbing him and, under the guidance of the invincible assistant, was introduced to the samples. Upon seeing the vest, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This bulletproof garment was quite extraordinary. It felt akin to ordinary fabric, albeit with a notably smoother texture. Clearly composed of metallic materials, it exhibited no detrimental effects when folded or crumpled, swiftly returning to its original flat state, without a single trace of deformation. Was this a memory metal? The sophistication of this craftsmanship surpassed any memory metal he had previously encountered, reaching levels of wonder that were simply astounding. Yuan was genuinely impressed. Only Gao Yang could have turned such imaginative concepts into reality. However, how could this soft material possibly withstand bullets? Would it not risk embedding itself into the body upon impact? Though perplexed, he resolved to proceed with testing. He turned to Professor Hua, who was standing behind him, and said, "Professor Hua, I leave the upcoming tests in your capable hands." Snapping back to reality, Hua's gaze fell upon the shimmering fabric, his expression reflecting bewilderment. Was this truly a bulletproof vest? After years of studying various forms of ballistic armor, he had encountered flexible options before, and even heard proposals advocating for the use of Newtonian fluids as materials for bulletproof vests. This was the only possibility he could conceive, that upon receiving a heavy impact, the material might behave like a Newtonian fluid and solidify. Yet, the potential efficacy of this concept was almost beyond his imagination. They proceeded to the testing range adjacent to the laboratory, where an array of monitoring equipment and high-speed cameras had been meticulously set up. The team commenced the first round of tests, utilizing a pig encased in the novel fabric. Hua picked up a handgun, aimed at the pig a short distance away, and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed through the air, followed by the distinct sound of the bullet casing clattering to the ground. The suspended pig swayed gently, completely unscathed by the shot. A flurry of staff rushed forward to inspect the metallic material, finding no marks where the bullet had struck. Reviewing the footage from the high-speed camera, they clearly observed that upon impact, the bullet only caused a minor indentation of approximately 1 millimeter before the material instantaneously solidified, no longer exhibiting the softness it had when handled. Everyone was left in astonishment, especially Hua. Although he had contemplated scenarios in which such a metallic material could deflect bullets, he had never imagined it would actually perform as such. After all, transforming a soft substance into a resilient one is a formidable challenge. And this metallic material was astonishingly thin. With a thickness of barely 1 millimeter, it not only thwarted bullets, but also safeguarded the internal port from any damage. In the midst of astonishment, the testing proceeded, escalating from small-caliber bullets to larger ones, and eventually to armor-piercing rounds. The sole effect of these projectiles on the pork was a heightened frequency of oscillation. Overall, the performance appeared nothing short of extraordinary. As the tests of conventional firearm ammunition concluded, a group of individuals stood in sheer disbelief. This metallic material, measuring less than 1 millimeter, surpassed the defensive capabilities of a level 6 bulletproof vest. Most astonishing was the property of the metal to automatically harden upon impact, allowing the protected individual to experience a uniformly distributed force, resulting in significantly reduced pressure. Unless subjected to artillery fire, achieving a fatal outcome would prove exceedingly difficult. In a nutshell, the essence of all this can be encapsulated in a single phrase. Hai Yang is remarkable. Chapter 372. Mass Production. Gao Yang was taken aback to discover that the garments he had prepared were being subjected to ballistic testing. Had he been aware of this, he would surely have found it absurd. Upon hearing the cacophony outside, he inquired with Wudi, only to learn the details of the situation. He was momentarily astonished, as he had not clarified that these were merely ordinary clothes. Yet Dean Yuan had orchestrated such an event. Pondering for a moment, Gao Yang expressed his desire to observe the testing process. Wudi promptly displayed a three-dimensional visual representation. Gao Yang swiftly reviewed the recent testing footage, watching it at an accelerated pace, and was astonished to see that all projectiles had been successfully thwarted. Reflecting on it, however, it was not entirely unexpected. The inherent strength of the material was already significant enough to deflect standard bullets without issue. Under Gao Yang's enhancements, considerable improvements had been made, both in the exterior materials and the internal structure. With these advancements in place, the system had further amplified the strength by a staggering 32 times. Withstanding the impact of large-caliber bullets and resisting attacks from specialized projectiles posed no challenge. The only reason garments capable of withstanding 100 times the force were not yet produced was that otherwise, even cannon fire would be repelled. As for the transformation into a solid form upon impact, this could be easily explained. Within the two layers of metallic casing lay an intricate network of metallic structures. These structures were designed for free movement, albeit under the condition of gradual changes. When subjected to sudden alterations, the speed of their movement could not keep pace with the abrupt changes, resulting in rigidity. Essentially, the velocity of the bullets exceeded the operational limits of these structures. The resultant effect was that when a bullet struck the fabric, what was once a pliable material abruptly became impenetrable and unyielding. In other words, the properties of this material were strikingly akin to those of a Newtonian fluid. Yet, the primary reason it could withstand large-caliber firearms was the inherent strength of its structure. Gao Yang first stepped out to the adjacent shooting range. Although the sounds from the range had already diminished by the time they reached his laboratory, Gao Yang's keen senses picked up on them nonetheless. Upon entering the shooting range, he found preparations underway for a second round of testing. This time, the focus was not on conventional firearms, but rather on various energy weapons. At this stage, humanity had developed numerous energy weapons. The first to be tested was a laser gun. Gao Yang had initially intended to inform the team that this was not a ballistic vest. However, upon seeing the laser gun set up, his curiosity was piqued. Could this material withstand the laser gun? If it could, that would indeed be remarkable. Dean Yuan and the others were somewhat surprised to see Gao Yang arrive, but they quickly beckoned him to come closer. While observing the testing site, they inquired, "Can this withstand a laser gun?" Gao Yang shook his head and replied, "I do not know." Dean Yuan was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Gao Yang, who had always provided clear answers of either can or cannot, would respond with uncertainty. After all, this was a creation of Gao Yang. How could he not comprehend its function and effects? Hesitating, Dean Yuan chose not to press further, wary of uncovering any secrets. The laser gun then discharged its beam. In the next moment, brilliant lasers struck the fabric. At that instant, Gao Yang stood up, for the laser emitted by the gun did not directly touch the material. Rather, it appeared to collide with an invisible barrier a few centimeters away, as if thwarted by an unseen wall of air. Even though the surrounding atmosphere distorted visually due to the intense heat, the fabric remained entirely unchanged. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was utterly absurd. Beyond ordinary absurdity, it was extraordinarily so. As the laser was obstructed, he discerned the reason. The internal structure of the fabric was capable of harnessing static electricity generated by bodily movements to create a connecting effect. Similarly, it could utilize the energy produced by high temperatures to achieve a certain degree of electromagnetic shielding. Director Yuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Once adorned, this clothing can provide the effect of wearing an electromagnetic shield. As he spoke, he glanced at Gao Yang, noticing his unexpected expression. What does that look on your face? Gao Yang hesitated before responding. Have you ever considered the possibility that this is simply a piece of clothing? Director Yuan was momentarily stunned. Not a bulletproof vest? Not a bulletproof vest, Gao Yang clarified. Its primary function is to be worn. It is specifically designed for individuals who have undergone genetic enhancement treatments. After all, previous garments could not withstand our daily activities and wore out too quickly. Director Yuan's expression stiffened as he regarded the fabric enveloping the pig. Huayong, too, was in a state of confusion. Although he had not yet utilized the genetic enhancement agent, he had qualified during the selection process and was among those slated for the next batch. However, he was unaware of the fabric's capabilities. At that moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. How could such an impressive bulletproof vest be perceived as mere clothing by Gao Yang? No wonder it was so soft, smooth, and comfortable to the touch, akin to silk. Huayong hesitated. Shall we continue with the testing? Director Yuan turned to Gao Yang, who was also curious about the fabric's performance. Let's test it. There's no need to try the molecular gun. It undoubtedly won't hold up. Very well, Director Yuan agreed. The testing would proceed, and aside from gravitational forces, no other energy weapons could penetrate this layer of fabric. Upon completion of the tests, it became evident that such clothing could withstand the vast majority of situations encountered in outer space. Overall, this material was far more suitable for use as a spacesuit. The actual efficacy would likely surpass that of the mech-type spacesuit previously designed by Gao Yang. He recognized this potential, yet instead of designing it himself, he instructed Woody to simply cover the outer layer of the spacesuit with this material, enhancing its defenses. Gao Yang returned to the laboratory, while Director Yuan took the material to coordinate with the garment manufacturers. However, this process was somewhat intricate. The design aspects would be entrusted to the relevant designers, while all subsequent manufacturing operations would be delegated to robots. It was somewhat hazardous for ordinary individuals to handle cutting tools to slice through the fabric. Nevertheless, the current scenario was such that few items could sever this material. Additionally, it was necessary for the relevant personnel to study color codings. Gao Yang had developed the technology, and he needed to guide ordinary people in its application. Otherwise, everyone would venture out in silver attire, which would appear rather peculiar. The method of dyeing requires extensive research and time. Conventional dyeing techniques may result in colors fading shortly after application due to the excessively smooth surface of the material. However, with sufficient methods at our disposal, it is indeed possible to discover a suitable solution. Meanwhile, new factories are in the process of being constructed, poised for the mass production of such materials. Once the design schematics and dyeing techniques are finalized, large-scale cutting and manufacturing can commence, thereby fulfilling the clothing demands of all enhanced individuals. In times of technological inadequacy, one must strive to advance technology. Once it is sufficiently developed, large-scale production can be initiated immediately, propelling us forward. Chapter 373. Exploiting vulnerabilities with the departure of Dean Yuan, Gao Yang found himself inspired by recent events. The augmented products, in fact, could undergo testing, even comprehensive assessments. Should they yield superior results or prove beneficial in other realms, it would be nothing short of remarkable. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated as Gao Yang delved back into his warehouse, seeking alternative avenues for enhancement. At the Mars base, a cohort of imprisoned talents had completed their foundational training and had also gained insights into extraterrestrial circumstances. The revelations regarding alien civilizations left many astounded. Their previous knowledge of extraterrestrial life was scant, limited to the existence of aliens and various civilizations, unaware of the extent of their prosperity. Furthermore, the interconnections among alien civilizations were far more intricate than anticipated, governed by regulations that surpassed those of human society. While humanity grapples with deceit, they too could face repercussions, especially in a more regulated environment. Yet, there lies a silver lining. The operations of alien civilizations are inherently difficult to investigate, rendering verification challenging. Crucially, their investigative bodies remain indifferent to the losses of ordinary extraterrestrials. This presents an opening. A gathering of talents convene to analyze the current knowledge at hand. Firstly, within the same civilization, if one individual harms another, the civilization intervenes. In instances where one civilization is victimized by another, a higher civilization typically steps in. However, when an individual from one civilization is victimized by another individual from a different civilization, intervention is unlikely. The complexities of cross-galactic affairs often result in significant delays and challenges in evidence collection, rendering investigations nearly impossible. Unless a superior civilization ventures into a lesser one for inquiries. The intent is rarely to investigate, but rather to procure valuable resources. Thus, a method emerges. Individuals from one civilization could deceive individuals from another civilization to reap rewards. The ideal targets would be third-tier civilizations. Fourth-tier ones are too vast and sparse, while second-tier civilizations are too weak and impoverished, offering minimal returns. A whole second-tier civilization may hold some value, but should such a civilization be deceived, the repercussions would be substantial. After a brief discussion among the 200 talents, they refrained from hasty actions. Instead, they resolved to embark on a coordinated operation, wherein all would act in unison. The purpose of this endeavor was to address issues beyond mere deception. This included resolving identity concerns prior to executing the fraud and determining the most effective methods for the con. Moreover, a critical aspect involved the logistics of receiving payments. How would they retrieve the funds? It necessitated the personal presence of the extraterrestrials, as their accounts were intricately linked to their identities. The myriad of details were equally complex and required resolution. The group of 200 recognized the daunting nature of their undertaking, far more challenging than they had initially anticipated. The first step was to identify a target, to locate a third-tier civilization and gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Currently, humanity has dispatched numerous robots to explore various third-order civilizations. An abundance of information regarding these civilizations has been presented to a group of talented individuals. They gather to scrutinize the data, their excitement palpable, and their passion unwavering. Once marginalized, they now find themselves in the spotlight, their financial concerns alleviated. The recognition they have long sought invigorates them, igniting a willingness to strive fervently for their newfound purpose. Despite being rivals, they stand united as comrades. Particularly after undergoing memory infusion that instills a profound sense of responsibility towards human civilization. Their collaboration is akin to a coordinated effort in a grand endeavor. Some civilizations prove to be inadequate. One, despite its vast population, reveals a disheartening reality where the majority of its lower strata live in conditions worse than the indigenous peoples. The upper echelons remain elusive, and to deceive them, one must first engage with their subordinates. The likelihood of success is indeed minimal. Additionally, this civilization engages in minimal external trade, with a significant portion of its resources consumed internally, making it challenging to penetrate. As the group deliberates, they express their opinions candidly, without reservation. The focus of the discourse is not on the intelligence of these civilizations' inhabitants. In truth, no third-order extraterrestrial is devoid of intellect. However, intelligence does not equate to immunity from deception. Even the most astute individuals can be misled, often by exploiting unfamiliar territories or matters of significant concern. One civilization is dismissed, and the data for another is presented. The participants sift through the information swiftly, and soon one remarks that this civilization appears somewhat absurd. The absurdity lies in the observation that the individuals within this civilization seem to be under a collective control, akin to an ant colony, devoid of personal wealth, each one striving for the advancement of their society. It is astonishing to consider that such intelligent beings could operate in such a manner reminiscent of ants. It seems as though they share a collective memory, a singular consciousness formed from many individuals, embodying the essence of their civilization. This notion feels surreal. Is this truly a representation of cosmic civilization? Such a phenomenon surely cannot be easily deceived. Yet, I posit that it may be easier to manipulate, for there exists a singular objective, allowing for direct communication. Even if they possess great intelligence, their lack of information renders them vulnerable. Once ensnared, the rewards could be substantial. The slow pace of information verification in the cosmos implies that, despite their intelligence, they cannot foresee the future. Their analyses are constrained by existing data. It is likely that few have attempted to deceive them, rendering them more naive compared to other civilizations that exhibit a semblance of normalcy. Other civilizations at least have experienced attempts at deception, whether in the past or present, whereas this particular civilization may be untouched by such experiences. Deception, regardless of whether it involves sentient or non-sentient beings, is a universal behavior. We have merely reached the threshold of a third-tier civilization, where the advancement of technology has soared to unprecedented heights. Indeed, even in the past, as humanity progressed, the realm of deception evolved from street cons to sophisticated telecommunication fraud. However, the complexity of such deceit has transformed from a facile endeavor in its nascent stages to a formidable challenge in contemporary times. With the continuous evolution of technology, the prospects for perpetrating fraud will increasingly become arduous. When every individual is enveloped by an array of electronic devices and everything is digitized, The erosion of personal privacy will correspondingly diminish the likelihood of being deceived. In a future where telephonic scams are contemplated, the very moment a call is initiated, intelligent systems will preemptively identify and thwart such attempts. Chapter 374. A sudden drop in difficulty. After a brief deliberation, a group of individuals concluded that this civilization could be approached, albeit tentatively. The information transfer necessitates close proximity, meaning the spacecraft must draw near. After all, it is far more secure to transmit signals through one's own systems. Currently, real-time communication across civilizations of varying tiers is orchestrated by the fourth-tier civilization. Engaging with their communication system would essentially unveil all information to them. Conversely, each civilization possesses its own close-range communication system, which facilitates deceit without encountering restrictions. However, bringing a spacecraft close to such a civilization poses a risk of detection. Nevertheless, it remains a promising target. The discourse continued towards the third target. Each civilization was meticulously evaluated. Some were unanimously dismissed while others appeared suitable and were retained. The selection process persisted. After 2 days, the group had identified all the intelligent life forms of third-tier civilizations they had explored. The most appropriate target for deception was singular, while 12 others presented moderate challenges and 6 were deemed difficult. The remainder consisted of civilizations with no viable opportunities. The initial operation would commence with the easiest target. This particular civilization was deemed the most susceptible to deception, primarily due to their urgent desire to collaborate with external entities for development. As an emerging third-tier civilization, they had recently overcome the chasm from second to third tier. Having just emerged from a significant conflict, they were in dire need of reconstruction and investment, practically yearning to engage with anyone willing to assist. Their non-core fleet had been entirely disbanded. This populace, affluent yet ambitious, sought to engage in external trade to accumulate capital for the advancement of their civilization. Such demographics are the most vulnerable to deception. The abundance of potential partners further facilitates the murky waters of their dealings. Communication issues were not a concern, as there were already spacecraft carrying extraterrestrial beings in their vicinity, enabling direct communication. However, a pressing question arose. How would they receive payments? The payment accounts were interconnected across the entire star civilization. The simplest method would be to transfer funds to a specific extraterrestrial being, who would then withdraw the money for humanity. Yet, this approach presents multiple challenges. Firstly, which extraterrestrial should they contact? Although humanity has captured several extraterrestrials, should any of them be released after receiving payment, it would equate to exposing human civilization. These beings had gone missing in this region, and a cursory investigation would reveal that the deceit originated from the indigenous civilization, likely drawing the attention of higher-tier civilizations. In fact, there are already fourth-tier civilizations conducting inquiries. However, their operatives are discreet, opting not to investigate directly until the situation becomes clearer. Additionally, even if an extraterrestrial were apprehended and tasked with retrieving the funds, complications could easily arise. The foremost concern is whether the extraterrestrial would take advantage of the opportunity to act recklessly while retrieving the money. Additionally, there exists a small extraterrestrial being who unexpectedly produces a substantial sum of money. Is this plausible? Quite the contrary. A consortium of scammers convenes, each feeling a sense of bewilderment. In the past, within the realm of Longwa, such matters were easily resolved. One could procure various identification documents from rural areas, often at a modest cost. Funds could be laundered seamlessly. Yet now, attempting to acquire money from an alien presents a significant challenge. The primary concern remains the potential exposure of human civilization. The discourse is overheard clearly by the formidable entity known as Woody. A voice resonates. I can resolve part of the account issue. I am capable of infiltrating the internal accounts of all third-tier civilizations and can swiftly generate accounts. The funds within these accounts can be rapidly transferred, eluding detection for a brief period. The group of scammers is left dumbfounded. Then why can't you directly create accounts and attribute substantial sums to them? The generation of accounts can occur without detection, as the permissions to create such accounts reside within the third-tier civilization. However, an abrupt influx of funds within the account falls under the jurisdiction of the stellar civilization's system control. Modifying the aforementioned data would necessitate an invasion of the stellar civilization's system, which is fraught with peril. As realization dawns upon the group, they acknowledge that while they must still engage in their scams, there are advantageous aspects. Once the money is transferred to the accounts, it will be swiftly funneled to other accounts. Unless the stellar civilization intervenes, no traces will remain. This implies that they need only manage the initial stage of the operation, while the subsequent phase becomes considerably simpler. The connection between the initial scam and the eventual withdrawal of funds will be severed. There is no longer a requirement for the extraterrestrial entities involved in the transfer to visit the counter in person. Instead, They may utilize a receiving account and transfer it to another alien, enabling the latter to withdraw the funds. Thus, no issues will arise. Woody, we seek to commence our endeavor. We require more detailed information, such as the target civilization and the particulars of ongoing or finalized cooperative agreements. Woody ponders, this is feasible, but it will require some time. Is it a lengthy process? A few minutes. A collective silence envelopes the group as they reflect on their past. Had they possessed such an artificial intelligence then, would they have ever been apprehended? Alas, moments later, a wealth of information is presented before the group. The seasoned scammers, upon reviewing this data, once again fall into silence. Prior to taking action, they had contemplated the numerous complexities, believing the undertaking would be arduous. However, they now realize they had vastly overestimated the challenges. With this documentation in hand, is there truly any difficulty left in perpetrating fraud? In a scenario where cooperation is nearly entirely transparent, they possess an abundance of methods to execute their schemes, even defrauding both parties. For instance, the resource procurement collaboration between this new third-tier civilization and the old third-tier civilization. Armed with knowledge of both civilizations' languages and the intricacies of their collaboration, the difficulty of deception diminishes dramatically. The distinction is akin to scaling Mount Everest versus ascending a two-step staircase. One might say that by merely imitating language and engaging in simple exchanges, one could potentially acquire star coins and establish an account for communication. Unyielding responded affirmatively, inquiring, with whom? The speaker glanced at the information and pointed to the individual listed first. I shall commence communication with this one. Unyielding responded again, very well, that suffices. The connection was instantaneously established. From a distant galaxy, through quantum communication, it was directly conveyed to Mars within the solar system. The individual endeavored to calm their emotions, adopting an air of nonchalance, while their thoughts remained remarkably lucid. Greetings, regarding our prior discussion of collaboration, there is a condition that was not mentioned. An initial deposit is required. In our civilization, such collaborations necessitate a deposit before the transport of goods is undertaken. Otherwise, there is no assurance of delivery. I apologize for not stating this earlier. It has simply been the customary practice of our civilization. As his words were spoken, they were automatically translated into the alien tongue and transmitted across the vastness of space. After delivering his message, he awaited in silence, listening as a voice emerged from the other end. Very well, how much of a deposit shall we provide? Chapter 375. A tear in the fabric. 200 individuals, alongside representatives from the official sector, gathered to hear the aliens' responses. A wave of joy swept through the crowd, as they had never anticipated that matters would unfold so effortlessly and seamlessly. The officials were almost in disbelief, experiencing a sensation akin to a dream. Initially, they had contemplated numerous challenges, even doubting the feasibility of their plans. Yet, it all seemed remarkably straightforward. When it came to determining the amount of star currency, there was a moment of hesitation. Previously, this matter had not been thoroughly considered. However, while they had not contemplated specific figures, a pricing scheme was in place, particularly for the initial shipment. The cost was set at 120,000 star coins, necessitating a face-to-face meeting to finalize the contract. As this declaration was made, smiles nearly broke out among those engaged in the conversation. Such words signified complete trust, merely requiring procedural adherence. Overlooking these procedures proved to be astonishingly simple. I shall sign the contract, but that would consume too much time. If you transfer the funds now, we can dispatch the goods immediately, and I can arrive with the shipment to sign the contract then, one party proposed. Of course, if you can wait, I can come over now. And it will take a month to arrive. A silence enveloped the communication channel. However, the talented individuals did not allow the atmosphere to remain tense for long. Within seconds, one spoke up. You can place your trust in us. I genuinely desire to collaborate, and I seek a long-term partnership. I would never jeopardize my reputation for trifling gains. Very well, provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds, the other party responded. Once the account information was exchanged, the communication concluded, leaving everyone in a state of tension. The recent dialogue had flowed smoothly and naturally. It was nearly finalized, but the true confirmation lay in the arrival of the funds. A triumphant voice echoed, the money has arrived. Just like that, a deceit had been executed. With 120,000 star coins acquired, more than the total amount discovered from the numerous spacecraft previously seized by human civilization, the hall erupted in cheers. The talented individuals celebrated, for securing this transaction implied the potential for many more, perhaps 10, 100, or even 1,000 more. The officials joined in the jubilation, fully aware of the immense significance that star currency held for humanity's current explorations. Without it, human civilization could only observe. With it, profound research could be conducted, delving into the advanced technological wonders it contained. Yet, following the euphoria, an unsettling silence fell upon the officials. It was somewhat peculiar that they were celebrating a successful scam. Nevertheless, one could not deny the significant contribution made by these fraudsters. The individual who had just spoken up said, "Next, we must address the second transfer, which is for our partner in collaboration. To proceed, we must first provide a deposit." "Shall I continue?" "Proceed," came the response. Another call was made, this time for a lesser amount, balancing the need for resources with caution, as transferring too much might raise suspicions. Nonetheless, an additional 50,000 star coins were secured. With these two transactions complete, only one final hurdle remained, the matter of transferring the funds. Once the money entered the account, it would vanish, with the funds redirected to another account. However, these funds still need to be withdrawn and subsequently allocated to human civilization, particularly to the robots within it. The difficulty of retrieving the money has diminished, as it is now dissociated from fraudulent proceeds. It can be extracted reasonably, perhaps by enlisting the assistance of a trustworthy extraterrestrial. Yet, this approach remains somewhat precarious. The most secure method is still through laundering via transactions. Nonetheless, this aspect need not be pondered at present. With money in hand, is there truly any cause for concern regarding its withdrawal? The immediate priority is to generate revenue, and it must be done with utmost urgency. The current ease with which scams succeed is primarily due to the unsuspecting nature of the victims. Once those deceived begin to share their experiences with others, the subsequent attempts to perpetrate similar frauds will face significant challenges. In human civilization, the dissemination of information regarding fraudulent tactics has effectively deterred the majority from falling prey to such schemes. Compared to the promotional techniques employed by humanity, those of a tertiary civilization are far more formidable, capable of pinpointed targeting. Humanity's best recourse is to rapidly amass resources through such methods in the short term, followed by an upgrade in their deceptive strategies and technologies. Failing that, facing retaliation from the invincible will render data acquisition increasingly complex. Among the talented individuals present, one remarked, "Since business opportunities exist, it is imperative to commence swiftly. Once they regain their wits, such a simple opportunity will not present itself again." The officials, having caught on, immediately provided a venue for a group of individuals. Each was assigned a separate room, equipped with several telephones and a large screen displaying various pieces of information. They could utilize this data to identify targets and subsequently gather information suitable for scamming. The entire small base buzzed with activity, the sounds of phone calls ringing out incessantly. A few officials on the periphery could faintly hear the conversations emanating from within. In a moment of reverie, I felt as though I had entered a fraud industrial park in northern Myanmar. Who would have thought that my efforts to assist civilization through deception could be so commendable? These individuals are not inherently malevolent. Upon observing some of their backgrounds, it becomes clear that their limited educational opportunities and family circumstances have led them down this path. They have all been carefully selected. Those truly malicious to the core would not have been granted such an opportunity. I wonder how much they will earn for human civilization this time. If they can generate substantial revenue, they might just carve a niche in the cosmic environment. Engaged in casual conversation and listening to the incessant scam calls, a palpable sense of disconnection enveloped us. It is indeed Gao Yang, who, had he been anyone else, would have found it unimaginable to devise such a scheme. Yet, this method proves to be genuinely effective. In Gao Yang's laboratory on Earth, he was unexpectedly taken aback when he turned to Invincible, who was studying a watch. "Have you already secured the funds?" He found it hard to believe. So soon? Previously, he had understood that the challenges were formidable, with numerous issues awaiting resolution. Yet, just a few days later, had all the problems been resolved? Gao Yang hesitated. How much was scammed? 170,000 star coins. Gao Yang was taken aback. A staggering 170,000 star coins. Such a sum was indeed substantial. He was acutely aware of the purchasing power of star coins, which intensified his astonishment. How could there be so much? How many had been deceived? Wasn't it said that they were merely testing the waters initially? Woody replied nonchalantly. With technological support, their operations became significantly simplified. Moreover, considering that the extraterrestrials had likely not been duped in a long while, their success was almost guaranteed. Curious, Gao Yang promptly accessed the specifics to examine the situation, and upon reflection, he realized that technology truly transforms everything. Without Woody, the obstacles would have been formidable. However, Woody had resolved the account issues, effectively addressing a substantial portion of the challenges. Furthermore, by clarifying the sources of information, the final stage of the scam became remarkably effortless. Chapter 376. So many? After observing the entire fraudulent scheme, Gao Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Isn't there a risk of being apprehended by the stellar civilization?" "Not at all," came the reply. "My method resembles the implantation of a virus, which will commandeer the terminal to facilitate the creation of accounts. Essentially, I am the one deploying the virus. They can only eradicate the virus itself, unable to trace back to me. Even if they manage to trace the source, severing the network connection of human spacecraft will physically disrupt their investigation. Gao Yang lightly tapped his fingers on the table. I will first converse with Dala A and Dala B. These funds will be laundered through them. Unyielding acknowledged with a nod and turned to fetch a sensory helmet for Gao Yang. While waiting, Gao Yang decided to place a call to the authorities. Although it was feasible to subsequently capture the aliens and compel them to retrieve the funds, such an approach bore the risk of exposure. The reality remains that when the aliens attempt to withdraw the money, they would be beyond control. In such a scenario, they might opt for disclosure. Furthermore, apprehending individuals who previously lacked funds but suddenly seek to withdraw a substantial sum would naturally raise suspicions. Thus, the objective was to thoroughly launder the money through strategic operations. This method was indeed quite straightforward. Generate fictitious identities, have these identities purchase goods, and allow Dala A and Dala B to fulfill the orders, subsequently profiting from the transactions. The profits derived from this scheme would represent the laundered funds, which could then be handed over to human civilization. This approach could effectively launder a significant portion of the money. Throughout this process, the influence of the families behind Dala A and Dala B would also expand further, as this was undeniably a colossal enterprise. After a brief consideration, the officials concurred that this was the most prudent course of action and decided to implement it immediately. Gao Yang donned the helmet, and his perspective shifted. This time, he could only see Dala B. Upon noticing Gao Yang's gaze, Dala B promptly rose and stated, "He has gone out to attend to matters." Gao Yang nodded. "Are you willing to engage in a business transaction?" "Absolutely." Dala B responded without the slightest hesitation. For deliberation and doubt held no significance. It was akin to meat laid upon a chopping board. What purpose did it serve to protest against the chopping? It would be far more sensible to wish for a swift execution of the act, for enduring prolonged pain was less desirable than a brief one. Gao Yang observed Dala B, noting that this resigned demeanor was no longer as endearing as before. "What is the profit margin on the firearms you sell?" Dala B pondered for a moment before responding. "It varies based on circumstances. If sourced from our own factory and all costs accounted for, the profit margin for retail sales is approximately 50%. Currently, many civilizations engage in trade, and the profitability of firearms has diminished, leading to a lack of competitiveness. Moreover, it also depends on the type of firearm. Those with higher technological content yield greater profits, potentially reaching 80%. In cases of smuggling to certain secondary civilizations, the profit can soar to several hundred, even thousands of percent, albeit with considerable risk. If discovered, hefty fines await. Thus, such dealings are typically reserved for those operating in the shadows, who only accept cash. Lastly, for bulk purchases, the profit margin ranges from 20 to 30%. With the capabilities of myself and Jia Yi, we can compress large orders to a maximum of 20%. Gao Yang shook his head, declaring, "No, that won't suffice." Dara Yi felt a sinking sensation in his heart, accompanied by a wave of panic. "The minimum should be 50%. If we could push for 60, that would be splendid." Dara Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications of the situation. After a brief contemplation, he questioned, "Are you suggesting we reduce the already established 20% to 50? Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "The profit allocated to you must reach at least 50%. Dara Yi was bewildered, remaining silent for a while before raising his gaze. "So, you intend to exploit us to transfer the star currency?" "Indeed," Gao Yang replied. "We will utilize funds from other accounts to purchase firearms in bulk, but the profits you earn must ultimately be converted into cash for us." Dara Yi shook his head. "Within our family, we lack such influence." Gao Yang had considered many aspects, yet this particular point had eluded him. He realized that offering opportunities without utility was futile. Gao Yang and Dara Yi exchanged glances, and Dara Yi remarked, "We are prepared to sacrifice for civilization, but others may not be so inclined." Gao Yang could discern Dara Yi's own trepidation. He suspected Dara Yi feared Gao Yang's potential coercion could lead to dire consequences. After all, any fallout could jeopardize their entire civilization, which was facing a fourth-tier civilization. When will you be able to truly seize control and govern your entire family? Or what assistance do you require? Dara Yi pondered. To gain control over the family, an election is necessary. In their eyes, we have just made a blunder, and the likelihood of opportunity is slim, even if we secure substantial orders. Moreover, even if we attain control, the benefits would still belong to the entire family. Any loss of profit would equate to a deficit, leading to further complications. Gao Yang sensed that every encounter with Dara Jia, and he seemed to present challenges. Yet, confronting and resolving issues invariably leads to progress. A suggestion floated into Gao Yang's ears. Could they detach from their family and become intermediaries? They could retain the majority of profits from the collaboration, solely belonging to them. Gao Yang found this notion quite appealing, envisioning a threefold victory, benefiting not only the families of Darajia and E but also humanity as a whole, allowing Darajia and E to better serve human civilization in the future. Gao Yang presented his proposal, and after a period of silence, Dara E nodded. I can manage alone. Let Darajia remain. With that, Dara E rose, inquiring, by the way, what is the scale of this business? Gao Yang did not rush to respond, but first consulted Wudi. Wudi provided concrete data, 286,000 star currency. Gao Yang was left in a state of confusion. He understood that with the right approach and successful examples, the replication speed would accelerate. However, he did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. It had taken less than an hour. In just an hour, the sum had surged from over 100,000 to 286,000 star currency. This efficiency was somewhat extraordinary. By the end of the day, it could very well reach tens of millions of star currency. With the terrifying purchasing power of star currency, there would be an abundance of things to acquire. Gao Yang turned to Dara E and stated, let us initially consider 10 million star coins. Dara E, upon hearing Gao Yang's response, was momentarily taken aback. Given the exchange rate between Dara coins and star coins, 1,000 Dara coins equated to 1 star coin. Thus, 10 million star coins would convert to a staggering 1 billion Dara coins. What does 1 billion signify? The cumulative assets of their entire family barely amounted to a little over 10 billion. A mere 10 billion already positioned them among the wealthier families, capable of engaging in commerce with advanced civilizations. And yet, this 1 billion venture is merely the beginning? Their family simply could not absorb such a magnitude. Dara E then pondered another concern. Despite the formidable nature of human civilization, it remains an indigenous culture. Where would the funding originate? Was this collaboration truly viable? It seemed Gao Yang had discerned Dara Yi's thoughts. We shall provide an advance payment. Chapter 377, A Glimmer of Opportunity. With the advance payment secured, the collaboration was assured. Dara E did not rush to depart. Instead, he articulated his plan. He intended to withdraw from his family, a process that would prove somewhat cumbersome. Yet he was confident in his ability to navigate it. The remaining matter pertained to the collaboration itself. The funds were substantial, and his family alone could not absorb them, necessitating the cooperation of several families. He would seek out a few other families to place extraordinarily large orders. The logistics of transportation would be entrusted to Darajia. In this manner, he would act as an intermediary, reaping considerable profits while the delivery would be handled by Darajia, ensuring that no further complications would arise post-delivery. He would then convert all acquired star coins and hand them over to human civilization. In return, human civilization would compensate the profit shares of several families, covering transportation costs, ultimately securing weapons and star coins. The losses were negligible. As for the weapons, they were predominantly light arms, easily modifiable for human use. There was no loss at all, for even if produced by human civilization, only such light arms could be manufactured. Their potency might be greater, yet the difference was trivial. Whether a handgun was conventional or laser-based, the distinction was minimal. After all, at close range, a shot to the head would result in an instant kill. Moreover, the performance of these weapons was indeed commendable. Once the star coins were in hand, they could be utilized by robots controlled by humans to directly purchase products from fourth-tier civilizations. With the plan meticulously refined, Dara E awaited the return of Darajia. The two extraterrestrials reviewed their strategy once more before proceeding with action. As they deliberated, human civilization's gains surged by hundreds of thousands. Presently, the realm of extraterrestrial civilization appeared as a vast blue ocean to swindlers. 200 talents, vying for rankings, were relentlessly making calls, finishing one call only to immediately initiate another. This seasoned cohort wasted no time. After concluding a call, would they succumb to despair if it failed? Absolutely not. At most, they would take a minute to reflect on what went awry before continuing their relentless communications. They pored over documents, their appearances more haggard than before, having previously endured difficult circumstances. However, these were mere trifles. The officials, observing their bloodshot eyes, promptly administered enhancement serums to each individual. They first consumed standard enhancement serums, enabling them to function without sleep for several days and nights, exemplifying a remarkably humane management approach. Human exploration beyond their own realm had settled into a deceptive tranquility, a calm that belied the brewing of something significant. As the funds amassed and robots acquired more information about various civilizations, human civilization would gain the confidence to undertake the next steps. Outside the Dar civilization, a medium-sized spacecraft, measuring 200 meters in length, was docked. The vessel gleamed with a silver exterior, its surface radiating brilliance. Prominently displayed was a blue and silver emblem, featuring 4 stars encircled within a ring. The surrounding ships regarded this marvelous craft with deep envy and admiration. Under normal circumstances, they would never have the opportunity to board such a vessel, let alone possess one. This emblem signified that it was a fourth-tier spacecraft of the Star Stripe civilization. Within the control room at the forefront of the ship, a diverse array of extraterrestrials busily scurried about. In the heart of the control room, a slender figure sat poised in a grand, custom-made chair. "Has there been no activity?" he inquired. Before him stood an alien being. "My lord, our scouts have reported no anomalies. It is highly probable that there are no formidable indigenous beings in that region." The alien continued. "Might the natives be deeply concealed or perhaps remain reclusive, hesitant to venture outward?" The extraterrestrial representative of the star-spangled civilization gently shook his head. "You fail to comprehend. Indigenous civilizations are driven by an insatiable urge to explore, a fundamental instinct of life itself. Whenever life exists, it inevitably seeks out new horizons. They were once confined by their limited perspectives, but upon discovering the vastness beyond, they will strive desperately to root themselves in this new world. This is not a trait that can be altered by any civilization. It is a universal characteristic of life. Regrettably, if they are not an indigenous civilization, they can only be mechanical beings. Report upward, indicating that there are traces of mechanical civilization activity in that area." "Understood," the subordinate replied, bowing his head before raising it again, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "If that is not the case, then my lord may encounter difficulties. Fear not. There will be no complications. Such matters seldom attract attention. It is merely a remote planet, resource poor, and once the existence of mechanical civilization is acknowledged, subsequent investigations will cease." The subordinate held his tongue, while the star-spangled alien's fingers glided lightly across a surface before him, causing glimpses of images to flash in his eyes. Among these images were numerous robots. It appears that the mechanical civilization may indeed be up to something significant. "Why have so many robots recently arrived at various civilizations?" His query received a response, not from the spacecraft, but from the internal network of the star-spangled civilization. "It is rather peculiar. We are still observing. These robots seem to be touring, perhaps surveying the conditions of these civilizations in preparation for an impending action. Surely, this cannot be an audit, for previous audits always disclosed identities. Yet now, that is not the case. It is entirely possible that this is an audit, utilizing these robots to gather intelligence and subsequently amend regulations. If that is the case, war could be imminent. The star civilization has likely grown significantly stronger since its past, and this opportunity may well serve to confront the mechanical civilization. To maintain such a vast array of robots seems impractical." A group of fourth-tier aliens engaged in gossip, their discussions mirroring those of ordinary extraterrestrials. The alien from the Dala civilization, initially prepared to depart, hesitated, contemplating whether he might glean some advantage from this situation. Now aware that the mechanical civilization had likely reached a particular threshold within this desolate star system, he also recognized that many aliens were exploring the vicinity. Could it be that the mechanical civilization is using these barren planets as a launching pad, having made certain preparations for war? If he could uncover valuable information, it would be a significant achievement, resulting in rewards and an elevation in status. Primarily, this expedition yielded nothing for him. However, embarking on a personal exploration was certainly unfeasible. The alien's elongated fingers gently tapped upon the armrest of the chair as he pondered his next course of action. Suddenly, he glanced down at his subordinate. "What should I do to ascertain the status of the mechanical civilization in that sector of the cosmos?" The subordinate hesitated momentarily before responding. "Shall we arrange for numerous spacecraft to venture forth? That would be futile. Sending lower-tier vessels would merely be akin to delivering goods. Even if we dispatched a fourth-tier civilization's craft, it would still amount to the same." The subordinate alien looked up. "We could utilize real-time communication devices to relay information back immediately upon their arrival. Their fate is inconsequential. What truly matters is our ability to gather intelligence." Chapter 378, Innovation and Change. 13 spacecraft hastily arrived at the Dala civilization. These 13 vessels, all at the pinnacle of the third tier, carried with them the most valuable item, long-range real-time communication devices. While the intrinsic value of these devices was not exorbitant, their cost was steep, primarily due to the advanced technology involved. Such communication equipment was not permitted for purchase by third-tier civilizations. Only upon the birth of fourth-tier extraterrestrials would they become available, and even then, the price for selling them to other alien races would be prohibitively high. The devices were primarily intended to provide a lucrative opportunity for their own civilization. The 13 communication devices caused considerable distress among the Star Stripe civilization, yet investment was essential for reaping rewards. On board the Star Stripe spacecraft, the aliens observed the 13 captains. "Within the designated region I have assigned to you, there exists an indigenous civilization. It is relatively formidable. I estimate it may have achieved the third tier." The 13 captains were instantly exhilarated. An indigenous civilization. A third-tier indigenous civilization, no less. Even if the dignitaries of the Star-Stripe civilization took the lion's share, the captains would still profit handsomely. They promptly set off to disperse and search for this civilization. The first ship to locate it would receive a reward of 1 million star coins. Yes, the 13 could hardly contain their eagerness, wishing to depart immediately and utilize every moment. For not only was the information about the indigenous civilization a significant business prospect, but that million star coins would also be enough to drive them to extremes. Nonetheless, they respectfully bowed before hastily departing the fourth-tier vessel, returning to their own ships to rally their crews with fervor. The 13 spacecraft mobilized at astonishing speed, heading directly towards the star system beyond the planet. Their velocity was so great that it seemed as though they could add several more engines to their vessels. Within the Star-Stripe civilization's ship, 13 screens materialized, displaying all the information observed from the opposing vessels, including communications within those ships, which were also under surveillance. The elongated aliens of the Star-Stripe civilization beheld multiple images simultaneously, allowing them to capture any information instantly. As they awaited their bounty, thunder erupted. In a certain third-tier civilization, two collaborative factions convened. Civilization A provided resources, while colossal cargo ships arrived at Civilization B, which received the goods. Upon confirming that everything was in order, the two leaders sat down with a pre-drafted contract. The representative of Civilization A stated, "We have prepared the contract. Please review it for any necessary amendments." The representative of Civilization B replied, "You have indeed been thorough in your preparations. Very well. Let us sign the contract before settling the payment for this shipment." However, upon receiving the contract, the representative of Civilization B was taken aback. Something was amiss. They had clearly provided a substantial deposit, yet the contract indicated that they were to receive a guaranteed deposit instead. The issue was that they had not received any guaranteed deposit at all. Ahem, has this contract been mixed up? Is this not the deposit contract? Civilization A was equally perplexed. Civilization B presented a pre-prepared contract, fully ready to offer it ahead of time. However, when confronted with the other party's claims, they simply denied possessing it. Civilization A scrutinized the contract. 120,000 star coins? We did not receive a deposit of that amount. Both extraterrestrial parties were not naive. A shared glance revealed mutual vigilance. They promptly produced the transfer receipts and communication evidence, wherein both sides could discern each other's voices. This indicated that someone had imitated their voices to abscond with the deposit and guarantee. How could this be accomplished? It necessitated access to their transaction information. Exchanging another glance, both chose to trust one another, for the investigation would be straightforward. Locate the receiving account. Reporting the matter directly would initiate a pursuit for the account. A significant reason why scams are rare in space is that once money transfers to an account, the individual can invariably be traced. Even in cases of death, kidnapping, or coercion, the trail remains intact. However, upon official investigation, they were astounded to discover that the account did not exist. The account that had undeniably received the funds had vanished. It seemed the account information had been altered in a short span, obliterating the only lead they had. How could they proceed? Investigating the civilization associated with the transfer account would require immense resources and manpower, likely yielding no results. As the two third-tier extraterrestrial beings lingered outside the law enforcement agency, they soon witnessed a fleet of spacecraft arriving, nearly encircling the enforcement body. Individuals began to disembark in an orderly fashion to address their matters. The two individuals waiting outside overheard conversations and quickly realized that they were not alone in their misfortune. There were many others deceived. This thought restored their equilibrium. Following the continuous processing of these cases, the enforcement agency recognized the gravity of the situation. While a loss of several tens of thousands might not seem substantial, considering the victims were all major external collaborators, there was a sense of pain, yet it did not threaten their core stability. However, when the deceived numbered in the tens, hundreds, or even thousands, it profoundly impacted their civilization's advancement. Ascending to a third-tier civilization is no trivial feat. Establishing a firm foothold is far from easy. They had been dealt a staggering blow almost instantaneously. In a flash, every individual of that civilization received notifications regarding the exploitation of transaction information for scams, along with detailed methodologies employed by the fraudsters. More victims emerged, having been duped, though their plight had yet to be disclosed. At this moment, their only recourse was to alert their collaborating factions about the scammers and report their losses. Outside the enforcement agency, an increasing number of spacecraft gathered. The greater the fleet, the more balanced their spirits became. At the very least, they were not alone in their misfortune. While they grappled with their own despair, human civilization, specifically the Mars base, experienced its first unexpected incident. Upon connecting a call, the scripted dialogue was delivered, yet the other party did not cooperate. Instead, they questioned the audacity of human civilization. Following this call, 200 individuals encountered issues as they connected to the communication. All potential victims grew wary of the dialogue tactics employed. Only after this revelation did they come to a halt. Their reaction was remarkably swift. Within a mere 5 days, they had managed to grasp the situation. And in that very instant, all received pertinent information. Such efficiency is indeed formidable. Clearly, the evolution and iteration of scams must occur rapidly, and it is essential to prolong the time before discovery as much as possible. Furthermore, this second scheme should be directed towards the ordinary citizens of this civilization. Those collaborating with external entities are likely to possess a heightened sense of caution, whereas the general populace remains unsuspecting. Although ordinary individuals may not accumulate substantial wealth, they possess some tokens nonetheless. Even the smallest morsel holds value. A collective of talents can come together to reflect on past missteps, innovate, and achieve new heights. Chapter 379. A lucrative quest for offspring. A group of individuals, in a remarkable display of unity, had initially agreed that no one could alter their deceptive tactics at will. At any given moment, they would employ a single method of deception, and once that particular ruse ceased to yield star coins, they would reconvene to devise a new stratagem. The primary objective was to maximize their profits. After all, should they use various tricks indiscriminately, alien civilizations would swiftly identify numerous scams and disseminate them widely, effectively shutting down their avenues for gain. Employing a singular deception simultaneously also fostered a sense of solidarity among them. After a brief discussion, they collectively endorsed a scheme, the pursuit of offspring at a hefty price. This tactic was designed to ensnare ordinary individuals, and the entire process was lengthy, making exposure less likely. The simplest approach was to propose a meeting 1 month hence, as it would take time for a person to return from outer space. Any potential exposure would thus only occur after a month had elapsed, ample time for a significant con. With the plan established, the group refined their rhetoric. By slightly modifying their previous tactics aimed at humans, they could adapt them to target extraterrestrials. They also took on various identities. Collaborating in teams, they would share the spoils equally once their endeavors bore fruit. Thus commenced a new round of deception, this time aimed at the ordinary inhabitants of an alien civilization. The target was no longer the initially identified civilization. Instead, they shifted their focus to one with a more liberal approach to procreation, largely because the former civilization employed an incubation method rather than natural reproduction. The scheme of seeking offspring at a premium could only be effectively utilized against civilizations that practiced natural birthing. In a context where most of the Star-Stripe civilization adopted mass incubation, many of its subordinate civilizations followed suit. While civilizations that engaged in natural reproduction were somewhat fewer, there remained enough to facilitate their fraudulent activities. Once the target was determined, the formidable individual could instantaneously access the vast majority of information concerning the aliens within that civilization. They sifted through a plethora of personal data to select a group of exceedingly ordinary extraterrestrials. The rationale for choosing multiple targets was that those who would fall for the scheme of seeking offspring had already undergone a preliminary filtering process. The more astute or those aware of the ruse would refrain from making contact. The same principle applied to aliens. By broadcasting information to a multitude, their chances of success would be significantly heightened. Engaging in one-on-one communication proved far too inefficient. This initial con served as a prototype. 200 individuals gathered together, quietly awaiting the formidable individual's bait. The latter could directly present the enticing offer of seeking offspring to the selected extraterrestrials, seamlessly blending it into their browsing information. With a simple click, they could initiate communication. The entire assembly held their breath in anticipation, awaiting the outcome. This first attempt was also a trial run. They feared not failure, but rather the absence of opportunity. Suddenly, the formidable voice resounded. Communication request, available for connection at any time. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. This was promising. The connection was swiftly established, and the alien's voice echoed. Soon translated. You wish to spend 5 million for a child? Soon, someone spoke. I am sending this message on behalf of my friend. Her husband encountered danger on an alien planet, resulting in his death. She has no desire to seek another partner. She only wishes to have a child. Upon successful conception, she will offer 5 million, and after the child's birth and health assessment, we shall provide an additional 50 million star coins. On the other end of the communication, the alien's speech quickened noticeably. All right, I shall take this task. Just as he finished speaking, several virtual characters appeared in the air. There are new communication requests. 3. Someone immediately stood up and walked towards their workspace. Mere seconds after the 3 departed, the virtual text changed from 3 to 7. It seemed that only 10 targets had been selected for this endeavor. At this moment, the group felt a surge of excitement. A blue ocean of opportunity, indeed. Meanwhile, the fraudulent procedures being employed for sampling continued. This task is not one you can simply accept. There are conditions. After the child is born, you shall have no relation whatsoever to the child. You cannot seek him out. All right, I agree. Also, do you have a recent health examination report? We need to ensure your well-being and comprehensive profile. This dialogue served to enhance credibility while diverting the target's attention. Once the credibility reached a certain threshold, demands would be made. When presenting the actual requirements, the key skill was nonchalance. By the way, you must guarantee that my friend's identity remains confidential. This requires a deposit. Once pregnancy is confirmed, the deposit and the agreed compensation will be refunded to you. Deposit? How much? 100,000. This sum was not in star coins, but in the target civilization's gold coins, with an exchange ratio of approximately 100 to 1. 1,000 star coins might seem excessive, but this excess was calculated. They could afford it, though it would sting so much. This is the deposit. As long as you do not disclose this matter, it will all be refunded. The target fell silent for a moment. When will my friend meet me? In a month. He is currently away and will need about a month to return. You must transfer the funds to me first. Once he arrives, he will seek you out. Sign the contract, and then we can commence the agreement. By the way, please provide me with your address to avoid any confusion later. 2 minutes later, an authoritative voice announced, the funds have arrived. The demonstrator hesitated slightly. This was even simpler than he had anticipated. Previously, this endeavor had been quite challenging, requiring one person to assume multiple roles or several individuals to collaborate. There were lawyers and tax considerations, as transferring such a significant sum necessitated preemptive tax payments. There was even a personal physician involved, as private medical examinations were a specific demand of wealthy patrons, transferring funds to a private doctor, who would then conduct the examination. Various strategies had been prepared, but were rendered unnecessary. Had they already revealed everything without even commencing their tactics? However, it must be said that such a straightforward success is primarily attributed to the trust among extraterrestrials. Once, there existed trust among humans, but that has dissipated over time. It is highly likely that in the future, trust among extraterrestrials will also vanish, should it not? Typically, when employing a high-stakes scheme to deceive, one would extract sums in multiple rounds, first securing an initial payment, then pursuing subsequent payments until the victim either becomes reluctant to continue or realizes the ruse. However, the aliens react with remarkable swiftness. Once they discern the deception, it becomes impossible to ensnare others thereafter. Thus, our strategy is to deceive only in the initial round, utilizing whatever means necessary to secure that first payment, then prolonging the engagement for at least a month, allowing them to only realize the trickery after a significant delay. In this manner, we can ensnare a greater number of extraterrestrials. Chapter 380. Truly the Mechanical Civilization. The fraudulent operation continues once more. This time the gains are less than the previous endeavor, yet the persistence is commendable, and it is notably simpler. In the A65 region, traces of spacecraft have been detected, triggering alarms. In the A45 region, traces of spacecraft have been noted, alarms resounding. In the A93 region, traces of spacecraft, alarms blaring. In the A74 region, traces of spacecraft, alarms echoing. A cacophony of alarms instantaneously erupted across numerous bases of the Dragon Nation and resonated within the Starry Sky Army's external command center. Tension gripped everyone. Could this signify an alien invasion? A widespread, multi-directional onslaught? Upon further investigation, a slight sigh of relief emerged, albeit a mere fraction. Any presence of extraterrestrial vessels necessitated vigilance and serious consideration. Gao Yang also received the information and removed his helmet to examine the situation meticulously. Several identical spacecraft appeared across multiple sectors, quickly executing space jumps and departing shortly thereafter. This behavior strongly suggested a search for something. The pace of their search was remarkably swift, with each jump occurring in different star domains. For a third-tier alien vessel to operate in this manner indicates two possibilities. Firstly, there is an urgent need to locate something, hence the rapid jumps. Secondly, they are aware of the formidable strength of their adversaries. Has human civilization revealed any vulnerabilities? Gao Yang pondered and recalled that it seemed not. He directly intervened in the laboratory's video conference room, where numerous high-ranking officials of human civilization were already engaged in discussion. The information here was rapidly evolving. All eyes turned to Gao Yang as he appeared on the screen. A report was swiftly delivered. We have currently locked onto 13 spacecraft. Through their identifiers, we have discerned their trajectory patterns and the probable directions of their next jumps. It appears that in the short term, human civilization will remain undetected, allowing us to prepare an ambush and take action. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Have you concluded on whether to engage? No. Should we take action? Not acting bears the risk of exposure, while engaging could prove perilous. These vessels evidently belong to the pinnacle of third-tier technology. Moreover, their design did not resemble those of the surrounding civilizations. It was evident they were here to investigate. It is entirely possible that a fourth-tier civilization lurks behind this, and should an incident occur, the consequences could be dire. I even sense that these vessels possess real-time communication systems. This is not mere intuition, it is highly probable. For previously, third-tier fleets encountered mishaps. Under normal circumstances, third-tier vessels should not venture here. This star domain remains a perilous area. Thus, the presence of third-tier vessels arriving in such a dispersed manner must be a test, a fishing expedition. The likelihood of them having communication systems is exceedingly high. Should a human civilization vessel approach, they could directly notify the concealed forces to execute a space jump and commence hostilities. This scenario stands as the most plausible outcome they could conceive at present. Therefore, the decision to engage warrants careful deliberation. Gao Yang listened intently to the reasoning, pondering for a moment. An offensive is undoubtedly necessary, yet if discovered, a fifth-tier civilization's vessel will surely intervene. Thus, we must remain undetected. We shall proactively intercept and neutralize them, preserving as much information as possible. I am quite certain we have disclosed nothing externally. It can only be a test. Let their probing and exploration yield no insights, nor shall they uncover anything. The high-ranking officials of the Starry Sky Army responded affirmatively. We shall promptly set an ambush along their anticipated trajectory. We will strike at first sight. However, should we engage directly, the adversary will detect our ships. We must initiate a broad-scale attack within the predicted zone. The high-ranking officials of the Starry Sky Army were momentarily taken aback. That area is rather extensive. Even with predetermined spatial jump angles and distances, there will be discrepancies. The more inferior the vessel, the greater the deviation. Nevertheless, it is but a fleeting moment, and he nodded. Indeed, a broad-scale assault is merely a tad cumbersome. The high-ranking officials of the Starry Sky Army departed to prepare for the attack. The exploratory routes of the 13 ships were nearly linear. They would reach each stellar system along these 13 lines. Thus, we need only strike at the next stellar system they are destined to arrive at. We cannot employ attacks that would disrupt the spatial wormholes. Thus, we are left with laser cannons and molecular cannons. The laser cannons can only deliver pinpoint strikes, whereas molecular cannons can unleash area-wide firepower. However, after firing, monitoring devices must be deployed. After all, under the molecular cannon, all is rendered equal. The 13 fleets swiftly appeared in 13 stellar systems, launching molecular cannons outward toward the planets, with their backs turned to the celestial bodies. After firing, some of these fleets remained to observe. Without monitoring devices, it is uncertain whether they struck their targets. Observation is necessary. The remaining fleets departed for another stellar system to continue replicating the operation, ensuring that no potential threats from the previous phase escaped to this one. To be prudent, each fleet executed the same operation across 4 stellar systems. If they could evade once, they surely cannot escape twice. If they manage to avoid detection twice, 3 times would be implausible. Having successfully eluded detection thrice, let us see if they can dodge a 4th time. Beyond the Dala civilization, aboard the Starry Stripe civilization's vessel, 13 screens suddenly went dark, one after another, with signals lost, devoid of any warning or development. The images vanished in an instant. How was this accomplished? The aliens of the Starry Stripe civilization were somewhat astonished. What remarkable technological prowess! Was it a cloaking device or something else? Clearly, the third-tier vessel had detected nothing. The various sensors were mere ornaments, and then the ships simply ceased to exist? Quite extraordinary. Truly, a testament to mechanical civilization. Yet, despite the loss of a vessel, a smile appeared on his face, for this signified that he had discerned the location of the adversary's base. Only by approaching the enemy's stronghold would one be dealt with. Merely arranging a few more ships to venture into the same vicinity would yield a more precise location. At that very moment, the second image vanished as well, similarly disappearing without any forewarning. Then, the third scene vanished, and the signals from 13 spacecraft were completely lost. The fourth-tier alien was taken aback. What was happening? These 13 vessels were traveling in different directions, yet why did they all lose their signals almost simultaneously? How could such a vast range experience a synchronized incident? Could it be some incomprehensible fifth-tier technology? After much contemplation, he concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Truly, they were a mechanical civilization. He opened the star map and glanced at the positions of the 13 spacecraft prior to their disconnection. They were remarkably distant from one another. Such a distance, yet struck simultaneously. Indeed, a testament to fifth-tier civilization. It was a force to be reckoned with. For a moment, he hesitated. Should he continue the investigation, report the findings, or feign ignorance? If he delved deeper, he risked offending the mechanical civilization, and although they might not be able to directly harm his civilization, they could certainly target him. Chapter 381. The Commencement of Trade. Following this exploratory investigation, the extraterrestrial beings of the Star-Spangled Civilization have relinquished their pursuit. Given the current circumstances, it is inconceivable to dispatch a third-tier spacecraft for further inquiries. Even if he were to venture there personally, the outcome would be bleak. All he could do was report the information that had not been scrutinized. However, after thorough contemplation, he opted against making a report. Reporting carries inherent risks. And as for the impending war, he doubted that the higher-ups were oblivious. They too were likely preparing for what was to come. Homeward bound. Having just conducted a probing excursion, lingering nearby could lead to perilous consequences. Should the mechanical civilization deploy an elite fleet to target him, it would spell his doom. Meanwhile, within human civilization, the 13 fleets retained monitoring vessels, all of which witnessed the dispersal of spacecraft debris in the cosmos. This signified that all 13 exploratory ships had been resolved. Nonetheless, humanity remained vigilant, growing increasingly apprehensive. What if another fleet were to descend? Should another fleet arrive, it would undoubtedly belong to a fourth-tier civilization. They had to prepare for dual contingencies, to flee while simultaneously engaging in combat. Yet, they were destined to await in vain. After a brief period of anticipation with no activity in sight, Gao Yang resumed his contemplation of the newly acquired wristwatch. This device, commonplace among humans and extraterrestrials alike, raised questions. Was it a product of convergent development or mere imitation, especially considering the presence of alien spacecraft remnants on Earth? Gao Yang's fascination with this wristwatch stemmed from its remarkable functionality as a survival device. The time displayed could adjust according to the rotational speed of different planets. For instance, if a planet rotated swiftly, the watch would reflect an accelerated passage of time. Its primary feature lies in its adaptability, segmenting a day into 10 parts, thus providing a temporal framework for individuals venturing onto unfamiliar worlds. However, this wristwatch lacked an extensive database, which is essential for such functionality. Achieving this would require not just a vast database, but an immense and intricately detailed star chart, detailed enough to encompass the orbit and rotation periods of every celestial body. This endeavor is nearly impossible due to observational inaccuracies unless one were to conduct prolonged observations on each planet. In the absence of both possibilities, it became evident that the watch harbored some form of advanced technology. The technical sophistication should not be excessively high, given that it is accessible to third-tier civilizations. Yet it remains an invaluable asset. For humanity, it represents an automatic time-adjusting wristwatch that does not rely on broad time zones, but rather adjusts in real time. When Gao Yang initially purchased the watch, he found it intriguing. Only now did he have the opportunity to attempt disassembly. The absence of anti-tampering mechanisms simplified the process, allowing him to ascertain the internal structure through mere scanning. Moments later, Gao Yang comprehended its principle. It contained highly sophisticated sensors capable of detecting gravitational intensity and the angular variations of planets. By aligning it with the sun's direction and employing a straightforward formula, one could ascertain the rotational speed of the planet and thus derive the time. Such devices are standard aboard spacecraft. Merely shrinking the equipment from the spacecraft and embedding it within a wristwatch is indeed feasible. Although Gao Yang possesses the requisite technology, its application lags considerably. As the saying goes, the arrival of technology does not necessarily ensure its practical utilization. The technology in question is relatively rudimentary. However, it still requires thorough investigation by Gao Yang to comprehend its implications. Reflecting on practical application, he recalled Dean Yuan's plan, which aims to inspire a greater number of individuals to become researchers. This initiative presents immense benefits for humanity as a whole. Those who master the techniques offered by Gao Yang will be capable of translating these technologies into practical applications. Given the brevity of time, substantial results may not yet have materialized. Therefore, Gao Yang plans to personally assess the situation in due course. For now, he continues his pursuit of technologies with enhancement potential. Immersed in a plethora of promising technologies, he diligently dissects them one by one. Within this vast array, many technologies exhibit a low level of sophistication. Additionally, there exists a collection of second-tier civilization technologies. Even with a 100-fold enhancement, they would not reach the advanced level of expertise that Gao Yang currently commands. After scrutinizing a multitude of products, only a few materials were casually enhanced, while the remainder held no enhancement value. This, paradoxically, piqued Gao Yang's interest, utilizing low-end technologies to manufacture products that astonish even him. This encapsulates the allure of practical application. Contemplating this, Gao Yang decided to contact Dean Yuan, requesting that arrangements be made for the transportation of this assortment of items. Many of these, including the wristwatches, could be produced in bulk. Such advancements would enable humanity's warriors to swiftly adapt upon reaching other planets, unaffected by temporal discrepancies. After all, the wristwatch, which adjusts according to time zones, can predict the onset of nightfall, among other crucial functions. This is of paramount importance, especially in the event of a mishap aboard the spacecraft while striving for survival on desolate planets. Other items also hold significant utility. After notifying Dean Yuan, Gao Yang donned his sensory helmet, eager to urge Dala A and B to expedite their actions. He was impatient to procure items from the fourth-tier civilization. The opportunity for a tenfold critical enhancement had arisen. What remained was the direction. Once again, Gao Yang donned the helmet and took control of the robot. The robot remained alone aboard the spacecraft, while Dala A and B had already departed to attend to their business. Presumably, these two had begun their own busy endeavors. Nevertheless, trust is paramount. These two, burdened by the Dala civilization's influence, are compelled to consistently serve humanity. Yet, to be fair, Gao Yang has treated them well. When humanity eventually reaches the fifth-tier civilization and steps forth, they will certainly have contributed to this success. Such collaboration is mutually beneficial, allowing them to profit without jeopardizing their civilization's interests. Truly an exceptional arrangement. After sending a message, Gao Yang awaited a response in silence. Moments later, Dala B returned to the spacecraft, his expression somewhat grim. My lord, I have severed ties with my family and have initiated discussions for collaboration. I have successfully negotiated with two parties, and they are swiftly manufacturing weapons. Gao Yang nodded. As for the remaining matters, I shall accompany you for further negotiations. Indeed, currently, acquiring high-tech products from the fourth-tier civilization necessitates star currency. Earning star currency is currently limited to this singular channel. Of course, primarily, he is eager to witness the unfolding events. Dala E directly brought Gao Yang along for negotiations. His account was already brimming with substantial funds, rendering the negotiation process remarkably straightforward. All that was required was to approach, negotiate a lower price, and offer the counterpart a mere 10% profit, under conditions of considerable volume. Profits could be driven to exceedingly low margins. Securing a single agreement at this 10% profit could potentially facilitate the conclusion of all negotiations. A deposit was made, and the delivery timeline was established, ensuring the entire process unfolded with commendable ease. However, the glances exchanged by the businessmen towards Dala E were laden with disdain, their contempt palpable. In the Dala civilization, severing ties with one's family is tantamount to betrayal. Behind the incubation system lies a familial structure, a new paradigm of kinship where every facet of existence, from birth to maturation, is nurtured by the family. Yet, when one reaches a point of self-sufficiency, the choice to extricate oneself from the family becomes evident, especially in Dala Yi's case, where such a decision was made in pursuit of immense profits. Chapter 382, The Money in Hand. Dala E was internally tormented, facing scorn from both his family and the outside world. Yet, he understood clearly the importance of civilization. What did it matter if he was vilified by the masses? A colossal order of 10 million star coins necessitated the collaboration of numerous families to be fulfilled. In the following days, Dala E busied himself negotiating partnerships. Upon completion of these discussions, the first batch of goods departed the Dala civilization under the escort of Dala Jia. On board the vessels, Dala Jia was the sole occupant, a precaution taken for confidentiality. Such secrecy was entirely customary. Safeguarding the channel of trade was paramount. For if the route were to be exposed, competitors could directly approach the benefactors, leaving Dala Jia and Dala E without profit. Upon entering one of the ships, the cargo was swiftly transferred. Dala Jia disembarked and observed the human civilization workers as they deftly moved the goods, his eyes wide with astonishment. Each individual appeared almost superhuman, effortlessly carrying large crates and moving with remarkable agility. Furthermore, they all donned identical uniforms, their operations exhibiting an admirable degree of organization. It resembled a military force, capable of assembling a fleet at a moment's notice. The humans, too, exhibited a curiosity towards Dala Jia. After all, they had seen him during that widely viewed livestream, which had captivated many eager to learn about outer space. However, at that moment, their expressions were devoid of intrigue or particular attention, revealing no signs of emotion. Once all items had been transported, the vessels concealed themselves in place. It was only then that Dala Jia realized many ships lay hidden in the depths of a canyon on this planet. This location appeared to be a stronghold of human civilization. The depth of the canyon and the scale of the fleet remained unknown. Yet the proximity suggested that should the human civilization desire, they could easily obliterate the Dala civilization. It was akin to placing a multitude of grenades beside one's pillow. Returning to the ship, Dala Jia took command of the fleet for their return journey, erasing the flight path midway. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom commenced their payments. Each of the 10 batches of goods was compensated as they were delivered. Upon returning to the planet, Dala Jia loaded the freighter once more and set off again. Anxiety gnawed at him, fearing that someone from his civilization might audaciously follow his ship in an attempt to uncover the identity of the employer behind the scenes. If they succeeded, the consequences would be dire, not due to the fear of discovery by human civilization, but rather the potential annihilation of the Dala civilization itself. As he transported the goods, the first installment of payment arrived. Dala promptly distributed half of it among the supplying families before heading to the transfer station. At the transfer station, there were windows for exchanging currencies, where star coins could be converted to the currency used by the civilization, and vice versa. Dala approached the window and withdrew 450,000 star coins. This initial transaction alone yielded a greater sum than what had been amassed from the previous capture of numerous ships by human civilization. A total of 45 star coins, each valued at 10,000, weighed heavily in Dala Yi's hands. It was his first time handling such a substantial amount. Upon returning to the spacecraft, he handed the star coins to Gao Yang. The moment Gao Yang grasped the coins, he understood that the channel had been established. With this channel in place, humanity's civilization would soon enjoy a continuous influx of star coins, as long as those imprisoned individuals could consistently procure funds for human civilization. These resources could swiftly be transformed into usable star coins. Robots could purchase an array of products, thus ensuring an unceasing direction for enhancement. In this virtuous cycle, the stellar civilization appeared merely as a younger sibling. Lost in thought, Gao Yang's attention sharpened as he received a message indicating that a spacecraft was tracking Dala Jia's vessel. Just 2 minutes after Dala Jia's jump, another ship reappeared in the same location. Here, human civilization had long concealed its own ships. Aware of the alien pursuit, action was imperative. How to proceed? Gao Yang's immediate thought was to assimilate, but considering that Dala Jia and Dala Yi were already fully manageable, assimilation posed certain risks. After all, not every member of the Dala civilization shared the same disposition as Dala Jia and Dala Yi. Should anyone prove obstinate, it could jeopardize the current channel. While the Dala civilization could be obliterated with a mere snap of the fingers, the establishment of this channel had required considerable effort. Without further hesitation, Gao Yang decided on a course of action: eliminate them using a molecular cannon. The attack would aim to leave no trace behind. Everything would swiftly dissipate, annihilating the spacecraft at the molecular level. With this strike, all pursuing aliens vanished without a trace. Following this minor episode, no further anomalies occurred. When the 10th batch of goods was delivered, 4,500,000 star coins had been completely withdrawn. With the purchasing power of the star coins, this sum was sufficient to acquire 4 fourth-tier civilization spacecraft. For third-tier civilization vessels, hundreds could be obtained. As for other miscellaneous items, an extensive array could be purchased. However, if the resources were to be distributed among the 9,000 robots preparing to depart from the second batch, each robot would only receive 500 star coins, which would scarcely allow for any significant acquisitions. First, the funds must be transported back to human civilization. Gao Yang removed his helmet and inquired of Woody, "How much has the Mars scam base managed to secure?" 56 million star coins. Woody replied. Gao Yang was taken aback. So much? The first batch had swindled nearly 50 million star coins in just a few days. Almost every alien engaged in trade with the outside world had fallen victim to the scheme. The second batch yielded less, but through substantial investment in enticing offers, it had still accumulated close to 20 million. Gao Yang was astonished. Enticing offers work on aliens too? Even more effectively, Woody responded. Currently, our outreach efforts indicate that out of every 10 aliens contacted, 6 actively reach out to us. Among those who make contact, 5 are inclined to pay. Gao Yang was stunned. The ratio is that high? Woody paused briefly. The one who did not pay was mostly reluctant, or they possessed limited funds that they needed for other purposes. Gao Yang could only express his surprise at how easily deceivable the aliens proved to be. Is there a sufficient number of individuals engaged in deceitful practices? Shall we relax the criteria and cultivate another batch? The invincible nods in agreement. Indeed, 200 individuals are currently working tirelessly, often foregoing sleep for days on end. They are utterly fatigued, yet manage to steal brief moments of rest before resuming their labors. These individuals never anticipated that they would exert themselves to such an extent. The very essence of deception was meant to afford a leisurely life with ample financial reward. Yet now, they find themselves devoid of even a moment's respite. Yet their enthusiasm remains undiminished. There exists a sense of accomplishment previously absent in their fraudulent endeavors. They perceive the admiration in the eyes of the officials before them. After years of deception, they are witnessing respect from others for the very first time. In pursuit of a more refined practice of deceit, these individuals are willing to exert themselves to the utmost, sacrificing sleep and well-being, having discovered a newfound purpose in life. Chapter 383, A Unique Civilization. 450,000 star coins were distributed among 45 robots, each receiving 100,000 star coins. The currency is excessively fragmented, rendering it difficult to acquire anything of substantial value. While 100,000 star coins may not be considered a vast sum, it is by no means insignificant. This time, the 45 robots are destined for civilizations of the third tier. They will first venture to various third-tier civilizations, attempting to procure items. The technological creations of third-tier civilizations are beyond the reach of second-tier civilizations, a steadfast decree of the stellar civilization, which, while seemingly noble, prohibits any interference in the development of inferior civilizations through various means. After all, if technology exchange were feasible, second-tier civilizations would exhaust their resources to obtain third-tier advancements. With a foundation in third-tier technology, a second-tier civilization could swiftly ascend to the third tier. However, the possibility of direct technology purchases is non-existent. They must rely on their own research, a process that requires extensive time, often measured in millennia. Indigenous populations are even less able to engage in such acquisitions. Whether robots can procure these items remains to be seen, as it must be tested. Ideally, mechanical civilizations and stellar civilizations are of equivalent status. In such a case, there should be no technological restrictions. Even if limitations exist, they would pertain solely to the most advanced core technologies. The majority of technologies should still be available for exchange and purchase. However, this remains speculative, and only through experimentation will the truth reveal itself. Among the 45 newly dispatched robots, one is under the control of Gaoyang. Currently, there are no significant enhancements available, yet Gaoyang wishes to partake in the venture. As he controls the robot lying within the confines of a cramped spacecraft, a thought crosses his mind. When will he be able to boldly sit aboard a spacecraft, adorned not with another's insignia, but with the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom, traveling wherever he desires? Presently, human civilization can be likened to a rat scurrying through the sewers, albeit a somewhat larger rat. After several consecutive jumps, the spacecraft arrives at a stellar system belonging to the third-tier civilization known as the Forest Spirit Civilization. Previous robotic missions have visited this realm, thus some information about the civilization is already available. Before their eyes lie 6 verdant planets. Transporting planets from other locations has become a routine operation. Yet the remarkable aspect of the Forest Spirit Civilization is their practice of removing unnecessary planets, resulting in a stellar system comprising only 6 planets, all orbiting in unison and resplendent in green. Each of these 6 planets is alive with lush greenery. The planets transformed by the Forest Spirit Civilization are entirely covered in forests. The intelligent beings of this civilization have always been herbivorous, subsisting on grasses and leaves, eschewing meat altogether. When the previous robot descended upon this world, many from the Dragon Kingdom were left in disbelief. Typically, the more formidable a species, the greater the energy contained in its diet. Humans, as omnivores, emphasize adaptability, yet the powerful beasts of the forest are primarily carnivorous. Of course, there are formidable herbivores like elephants, water buffalo, and rhinoceroses. However, these creatures spend their days consuming vast quantities of vegetation to meet their energy needs, which makes significant advancements exceedingly challenging. Just like an ordinary person, one is busy from dawn till dusk, only to collapse into sleep at the end of the day. And this cycle repeats for days, months, and even years. How then can one find the time for learning and self-improvement? When an individual is compelled to toil relentlessly for mere subsistence, they are often trapped in a perpetual struggle for survival. Hence, it is indeed remarkable that herbivorous creatures have evolved into intelligent beings and even reached a third-tier civilization. However, upon closer examination, one discovers the underlying issue. The flora of this civilization harbors an abundance of energy, particularly those carnivorous plants. Engaging with carnivorous plants necessitates both ingenuity and cunning. Based on the available data, researchers within human civilization speculate that these intelligent beings may have once sampled the delights of carnivorous plants, leading them to adopt such plants as a staple in their diet. Yet, this practice is fraught with danger. A single misstep could result in becoming the prey of the very plants they sought to consume. Ultimately, the foolish become fodder, while the astute endure, gradually evolving into sentient beings. This hypothesis has garnered considerable endorsement. Gao Yang surveyed his surroundings, observing the approaching vessels, and chose to remain silent, merely adjusting the transparency of the spaceship's viewport. In an instant, the nearby ships hastily withdrew, having glimpsed the interior of the vessel, robots of a mechanical civilization. As the ship docked at the transfer station, Gao Yang commanded the robots to disembark. Almost immediately, figures rushed forth, adorned in the verdant garb of the forest spirits. "We are honored by your presence, esteemed one. May we inquire as to your purpose in visiting our forest spirit civilization?" Gao Yang spoke, his voice seamlessly transforming into the language of the forest spirit civilization. "I seek to purchase certain items." The extraterrestrial beings of the forest spirit civilization hesitated. Purchase? The notion was perplexing. What could a robot possibly wish to acquire? Robots do not require sustenance, shelter, or even modes of transport, for they possess their own vessels. As for recreation, it seems that biological entities and robots exist in entirely different realms. Indeed, the most lucrative commodities for living beings revolve around essentials, food, clothing, and shelter, elements vital for existence. Yet robots can easily forego such needs, requiring only occasional maintenance and a supply of energy, which the mechanical civilization can undoubtedly provide. What then? Could the robots wish to procure? If it pleases you, I can guide you to what you seek, one of the forest spirits offered. Might you desire to acquire items that embody the essence of our civilization? I wish to purchase something to present to my descendants. The forest spirit could not suppress a smile. Was this an attempt to emulate the legacy of intelligent beings? Why not simply implant a USB drive directly into one's mind? With a USB drive, not only could one share knowledge and memories, but also emotions and virtually everything else. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing this thought, opting for discretion instead. The forest spirit led Gao Yang aboard their aerial vehicle, journeying towards the heart of the planet. Gao Yang sat upright, his demeanor composed, yet before him lay the remarkable treasures of the forest spirit civilization. Their most distinguished innovation was cloaking technology, enabling their vessels to elude detection by various surveillance systems in the vastness of space. When in proximity, flaws might be discerned. Yet at a greater distance, the ships could become entirely invisible. In the realm of third-tier civilizations, the vessels of the Sylvan civilization have achieved remarkable success. Indeed, the allure of these ships has driven numerous civilizations to fervently enhance their detection technologies. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, these advancements proved futile. Ultimately, the resolution came from the fourth-tier civilizations, which imposed upon the Sylvan ships a luminous band. Though the band emitted a faint glow, it rendered the vessels more conspicuous. This measure established a precarious equilibrium. Consequently, Gao Yang's primary objective in this endeavor is to acquire such cloaking technology. Unlike the human vessels, which are not mandated to bear such light bands, the possession of this cloaking technology would significantly enhance safety and ensure greater secrecy in operations. Indeed, under a magnification of 100,000 times, even fifth-tier civilizations would remain oblivious, thus securing humanity's place in an invincible position. Chapter 384. I will increase the payment. However, spaceships cannot be purchased directly, as such transactions would undoubtedly attract attention. Gao Yang contemplated acquiring smaller products equipped with stealth technology. These compact items, possessing advanced technology, would also be more amenable to analysis. Yet, the lingering question remained. Would he be able to procure something of value? As the craft descended upon the city, Gao Yang was struck by the stark contrast between the urban landscape of the spirit forest civilization and the towering skyscrapers he had previously encountered. This city was an assembly of colossal trees, each one a magnificent testament to nature's grandeur. On the expansive branches of these giants, rows of houses were nestled, with the majority constructed around the trunks. Ascending skyward, it was evident that a single tree could boast hundreds of diminutive residences. Bridges intertwined the trees, and despite the ravages of time, these ancient giants had not succumbed to decay. In fact, their foliage was remarkably lush. Standing upon the ground, Gao Yang surveyed the scene in astonishment. Such a sight would surely be awe-inspiring back on Earth. The towering trees, reaching heights of over 100 meters and possessing considerable girth, would easily accommodate the excavation of habitable spaces within their trunks. Amidst the forest, a myriad of extraterrestrial beings meandered about, not traversing by foot, but rather gliding upon flying skateboards, out of respect for the venerable trees, avoiding horizontal movement along the trunks. The availability of flying skateboards allowed Gao Yang to join in the leisurely exploration. Half of the residences perched high within the trees served as homes, while the lower halves were designated for commerce. Though the arrangement appeared chaotic at first glance, it exhibited a certain orderliness. A multitude of individuals soared through the air, and while the shops seemed disorganized, they possessed a unique aesthetic appeal. The beauty of nature? Gao Yang attempted to fly, his flying skateboard equipped with an automatic navigation feature, allowing him to effortlessly reach the desired shops without concern for control. Manual operation was also an option, alongside various simple functionalities such as obstacle avoidance. He made his way directly to a weapons shop, suspecting that items related to stealth would likely be found in such a place. Upon entering the treehouse dedicated to weaponry, he was greeted by a dazzling array of arms, including an assortment of light weaponry, firearms, and small-caliber personal cannons. Yet, his gaze was immediately drawn to a garment displayed prominently on a central shelf within the treehouse. This attire exuded a semi-transparent quality, revealing the patterns on the shelf behind it. A cloaking suit. The guide from the spirit forest civilization, following Gao Yang's gaze, took the initiative to introduce the item. This is our civilization's cloaking suit, which possesses stealth capabilities. What are its specific effects? Gao Yang inquired. It can distort up to 90% of light, achieving near total invisibility. Distorting light? Gao Yang's mind quickly grasped the concept. The suit's invisibility effect likely involved redirecting the light from behind the wearer to the front. The result was akin to how one perceives objects submerged in water, where light refraction alters the observed reality. This special material allows light to pass through its surface, altering angles and affecting optical detection capabilities. Humanity has indeed conducted relevant research. However, the invisibility effect achievable by humans is limited to a mere 15% at very acute angles and cannot accommodate movement. The material's performance is rather inadequate. This device can bend 90% of light, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from true optical invisibility. When light is projected, even with 90% of it being deflected at extremely close range, the human eye may still perceive it. Yet, once this distance exceeds 5 meters, detection becomes exceedingly difficult. This effect is remarkably extraordinary, at least in Gao Yang's eyes. Let me have a look, he exclaimed. The staff promptly handed over the invisibility cloak. Given that many intelligent beings utilize light as a medium for perceiving the external world, the significance of this device is self-evident. It must be purchased. If purchase is not permitted, then one might resort to theft. Gao Yang contemplated as he accepted the cloak. It felt quite comfortable in his grasp. The garment was somewhat thick, nearly an inch in depth, yet its thickness posed no issue for achieving the invisibility effect. Specific technologies necessitate detailed analysis. How much is it? 100 star coins. This price clearly indicated to Gao Yang that this technology is likely possessed by numerous civilizations, implying it is not a core technology. Subsequently, aside from researching enhancements, it is imperative to investigate methods of detecting such technologies. Otherwise, the approach of invisible extraterrestrials could pose a grave danger. However, the greatest peril lies not in their proximity, but in their undetected presence. Gao Yang pondered that if extraterrestrials were to infiltrate human civilization's star domain using highly effective cloaking spacecraft, his detectors might indeed fail to notice them. Optical detection is the most reliable method in the cosmos, and mastering a technology that can render this device ineffective is essential, along with devising corresponding countermeasures. Otherwise, one risks becoming reactive. Gao Yang withdrew 10,000 star coins and handed them to the guide from the Sunling civilization. Deduct this for now. I will return to purchase additional items and settle the balance. The guide, being an official, was very trustworthy, especially when Gao Yang was masquerading as a robotic entity of the mechanical civilization. This invisibility cloak appears somewhat oversized and does not align with your physique. Would you like a tailored version? No need for customization. It is merely for collection and does not require a perfect fit. Gao Yang replied as he meandered through a weapons shop. The weaponry available did not impress him. It consisted solely of the most rudimentary technologies, laser cannons, electromagnetic rifles, and the like, very basic indeed. There was little necessity for such purchases. Upon exiting the weapons shop, Gao Yang felt considerably lighter. His concern lay in possessing star coins, yet lacking a legitimate identity to make purchases. However, masquerading as a mechanical life form would allow him to acquire what he needed without issue. The forthcoming developments promised to be exceedingly rapid. Assuming the guise of a robot, Gao Yang began to explore further, seeking out other technologies. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a shop, a spacecraft modification store. Previously, he had only encountered shops selling spacecraft, but to avoid arousing suspicion, he refrained from directly purchasing one. Yet, if he could acquire the necessary technology through modifications, then there would be no problem at all. Gao Yang entered the shop, and everyone was momentarily taken aback. A robot, the legendary robot. Meeting the gaze of all present, Gao Yang inquired, "Are we discussing modifications for the spaceship? Please bring forth the project for my review." He pulled up a chair and sat down, and almost immediately, someone approached him, unveiling the first projection before him. It pertained to the spaceship upgrade projects, weapon enhancements, defense improvements, aesthetic upgrades, interior refinements, and even dazzling lighting enhancements. Quite impressive. Among these was an upgrade for cloaking capabilities. Gao Yang glanced at the price tag, 10,000 star coins. This cost was somewhat steep, enough to purchase an ordinary third-tier civilization spaceship. However, possessing such technology far surpassed the value of a mere spaceship, for it could significantly advance humanity's cloaking technology. Pointing to the cloaking feature, Gao Yang declared, "Upgrade this for me to the utmost standard. Make it the best. I am willing to pay extra." Chapter 385, The Cloaking Effect. The spaceship's cloaking technology has been upgraded, with fees determined by the vessel's size. However, possessing this technology renders the cost a trivial matter. After briefly reviewing the pricing details, Gao Yang decided to add several configurations. With the advanced technology aboard the spacecraft, there exists nothing within this civilization that would pique Gao Yang's interest. Much like human civilization, The most cutting-edge technologies are invariably applied to aerospace endeavors. This holds true for extraterrestrial beings as well, for expansion is the singular path to enhancing a civilization's strength. Without expansion, there exists no foundation for research. Under the jurisdiction of the stellar civilization, progress necessitates expansion, and this process inherently provides benefits to them. Similarly, as long as there is expansion, everything remains under the control of the stellar civilization. A group of technicians from the Forest Spirit civilization accompanied Gao Yang to the trading area, commencing upgrades on the small spacecraft. Throughout the entire procedure, Gao Yang forbade any observation. Even when dealing with a fourth-tier civilization, the technology must be concealed. Thus, it is imperative to keep it hidden from mechanical civilizations. Nevertheless, Gao Yang surmised that their technology had long been acquired by the fourth-tier civilization. At the very least, if human civilization governed this civilization, they would undoubtedly desire to obtain any exceptional resources it possessed. This is merely a matter of protocol and discretion. It is likely that the fourth-tier civilization possesses this technology, albeit without revealing it. Gao Yang could also effortlessly acquire this technology. The spaceship, too, had its own means of observation. While waiting, Gao Yang, along with a group of researchers, scrutinized numerous feeds. The footage revealed technicians from the Forest Spirit civilization busily at work, initially covering the spacecraft with a layer of material, followed by connecting the system's power supply and other components to the vessel's internal systems. During this process, the internal shell of the spaceship was dismantled. Upon the instant of disassembly, the technicians gasped in astonishment, immediately drawing the attention of others. The engine of this spacecraft bore no confidentiality measures. This revelation drew the other forest spirits closer. Beneath the panel lay a dense array of intricate components, the structure both complex and exquisite. The forest spirits inched closer, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The chasm between third-tier and fourth-tier civilizations is, under normal circumstances, exceedingly challenging to traverse. Each stage of civilization is separated by a gulf akin to a chasm. The difficulty of crossing this divide is immense. Among the most significant disparities are the engines and weaponry. The ability to achieve greater speed and stability in engines, alongside more formidable weaponry, constitutes the largest gap between civilizations. It is also the most pivotal aspect. All fourth-tier civilizations, even second-tier ones, incorporate anti-leakage devices into their spacecraft. At times, the cost of these anti-leakage devices surpasses that of the vessel itself. Nearly every ship possesses them, and even the cloaking devices they install include anti-leakage mechanisms. Yet, this particular spacecraft lacks such provisions. The spacecraft of the mechanical civilization, its engine's classification remained a mystery to them. Yet, they were acutely aware that this engine surpassed any they had ever mastered. The spacecraft's engine lacked a leakage prevention device. What about its weaponry? Someone pried open an additional panel and activated the illumination. In the radiance, they beheld the weapon modules, which similarly lacked a leakage prevention mechanism. This was an extraordinary opportunity, tantalizingly close at hand. Seizing this chance could propel their civilization forward significantly, even if it could not ascend to a fourth-tier status. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of top researchers from the Sanling civilization hastened toward the transit station. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gao Yang inquired through the communication channel, will they take the bait? The likelihood was high. The recently departed aliens were likely on their way to notify their officials. They would undoubtedly strive to grasp this opportunity, akin to how we would risk everything upon encountering technology from a fifth-tier civilization. Gao Yang smiled, recalling the previous encounter with 13 spacecraft, which had aroused his caution. That incident suggested at least a probing investigation by a fourth-tier civilization. Humanity had dealt with that inquiry in a domineering manner. Yet would the initiation of an investigation be abandoned due to insufficient findings? It was probable that they would escalate their investigatory methods and conduct a second probe. The strategy conceived by humanity was straightforward, yet brutally effective. In the absence of a viable means for direct confrontation, the most prudent course of action was to divert the adversary's attention elsewhere. A newly emergent fourth-tier civilization was a source of anxiety for established fourth-tier civilizations, as territorial disputes could lead to their replacement at any moment. Under such a dire threat, humanity's investigation might very well be relinquished. As for nurturing a civilization to fourth-tier status, a mere sliver of opportunity could suffice. When the time came, should they wish to conceal themselves, humanity might inadvertently expose them. Nevertheless, the first step in executing this plan hinged upon whether they could indeed seize this opportunity. Within a mere 10 minutes, the screen displayed a throng of intelligent beings from the Sanling civilization. A cluster of aliens entered the spacecraft, employing various technologies to observe and document. Gao Yang recognized that he had been overly cautious. His primary concern was that, in order to survive, these aliens might forego this opportunity. After all, should they ascend to fourth-tier status, The probability of losing the ensuing conflict against the star-spangled civilization was alarmingly high. Yet, Gao Yang felt his perspective was askew. He was viewing the situation from a human standpoint rather than a civilizational one. Civilizations must perpetually evolve and progress. Once stagnation takes hold, they swiftly descend into internal strife. Humanity is still advancing, thus able to accept a temporary concealment. However, prolonged invisibility could lead to complications. While there exist third-tier civilizations that have languished, extended periods of decline have even resulted in regression, as no one remains to perpetuate their legacy. After all, survival is paramount. Even those who strive diligently must serve the indolent. And as time progresses, everyone seems inclined to rest upon the laurels of their predecessors. In the realm of civilization, weakness equates to demise. For many nascent second-tier civilizations aspire to usurp the throne. Take, for instance, the civilizations currently being deceived by humanity. The potential for counterattacks looms even over those who maintain their strength, let alone those who succumb to complacency. Thus, civilization must either advance perpetually or face regression. A cohort of elite researchers from the Spirit civilization is elated. This engine and weaponry undoubtedly belong to the fourth tier, including a formidable electromagnetic cannon. Its power is equally formidable, also classified as fourth tier. This presents them with an unprecedented opportunity, the chance to ascend to fourth-tier civilization. What excites them further is that this cutting-edge technology, both in engines and weaponry, appears tailored for their rigorous study, with all critical components presented in pristine clarity. A multitude stands ready to kneel in gratitude to the mechanical civilization. Chapter 386. The unraveling begins. Once the group had acquired all the necessary items for scanning the record, they significantly increased their chances of constructing a fourth-tier spaceship engine. While its efficiency might not rival that of the high-end model, it would still meet the threshold required for the fourth tier. The same applies to weaponry. This opportunity to upgrade their spacecraft has granted them a chance for civilizational advancement. Though it may merely be engines and weapons, the technologies employed therein possess the potential to elevate an entire civilization's scientific prowess in multifaceted ways. However, from Gao Yang's perspective, they have also bestowed upon humanity a remarkable opportunity, an opportunity to amplify by a staggering 100,000 times. By the time Gao Yang acquired the spaceship, 3 days had elapsed. The vessel, originally silver, had taken on a somewhat white hue, resembling bright silver, yet its surface was not particularly smooth, marked by an array of minuscule fissures. Observing from the outside, Gao Yang discerned no apparent issues, nor could he detect any cloaking effects. The people of the Forest Spirit civilization had spent 3 days extracting everything they could from this spacecraft. Now, gazing at Gao Yang, their eyes reflected not only respect, but even a hint of fervor. Gao Yang sensed that, were he to request this individual to shield him from bullets, he would do so without hesitation. It is undeniable that Gao Yang's gratitude towards this civilization was monumental. The upgrades to the spacecraft were complete. He could now inspect the results. As for the cloaking effect, it required activation from within. The exterior design of the vessel was perfectly suited for a stealth coating, capable of achieving a remarkable 96% invisibility. Gao Yang, without even stepping inside, was able to control the internal devices to initiate the cloaking effect. A soft glow enveloped the entire spacecraft, and what followed left him utterly astounded. A 20-meter-long ship simply vanished. Its silhouette remained faintly visible, shrouded in an indistinct aura. There were no other anomalies to be perceived. At a mere distance of 2 meters, it was astonishing. Had the distance been 10 meters, Gao Yang surmised he might not have noticed anything amiss. Given his enhancements, an ordinary person would likely fail to see anything even at 2 meters. In the vastness of space, utilizing such a capability over distances of millions of kilometers would make detection nearly impossible. Previously, human civilization relied on black coatings in space, rendering them almost invisible. Such technology would be invincible in the cosmos. Yet, in the next moment, lights illuminated around the spacecraft, light strips. While not overwhelmingly bright, they perfectly showcased the ship's contours. This effectively limited the cloaking capability, imposing strict constraints. While it remained effective to the naked eye, distant observers would perceive the vessel as akin to a star. However, all onboard detectors would effortlessly locate the ship. Nevertheless, this was a minor issue. Gao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Impressive. I like it. Upon returning to the ship, Gao Yang activated the engine and departed from the transfer station. Under the watchful gaze of the Forest Spirit civilization, the spacecraft swiftly vanished without a trace, embarking on a journey of curvature flight and space-time leap. After a series of consecutive leaps, the spacecraft arrived at a desolate planet, directly entering a vast fissure. As the vessel penetrated deeper into the chasm, the rugged cliffs abruptly parted, revealing a colossal base. Upon entering the facility, researchers promptly approached. instructing Gao Yang to control the robot and disembark from the ship to commence inspections. They meticulously examined whether the spacecraft had been tampered with and if it possessed any real-time communication devices. Following an array of scans, the ship's entire energy supply was completely severed. This precaution was taken to avert any inadequacies in technical measures that might fail to detect high-level surveillance equipment. The primary focus was on ensuring stability. With all energy sources disconnected, the foundation for information transmission through monitoring technologies was eradicated. Even real-time communication devices became futile, much like a mobile phone devoid of a battery. Although the civilization encountered was merely of the third tier, the principle of caution had been ingrained deeply within. In moments of consideration, humanity often reflects on the plight of others who might encounter their civilization, leading to a resolute approach to safety. When Gao Yang finally laid eyes on the spacecraft a week later, his eagerness propelled him forward, the first order of business being to test the ship's cloaking capabilities and analyze the underlying principles. He felt intuitively that manipulating light through materials was an improbable feat. While light could be redirected through reflection and refraction, the angles of emission would invariably alter, leading to a lack of harmony and revealing flaws. He was more inclined to envision the entire spacecraft as a screen, cloaking itself by projecting light received from the opposite end. This would necessitate the continuous reception and emission of light to achieve optical invisibility. However, this approach presented its own challenges. Light direction is not constant. A single-point screen would need to emit light in all directions across a plane. The difficulty lay not in the emission of varied light from multiple screens, but in ensuring that these emissions did not interfere with one another, especially considering the already disturbed nature of the cosmic environment. Synchronization posed additional complications. Orchestrating all light beams to be emitted in unison and with order was a challenge akin to precisely colliding two photons at a single point. Humanity struggles even to achieve the collision of bullets fired from two guns, let alone the speed of light. This was precisely why Gao Yang held a theoretical understanding without attempting practical application. Even contemplating the aforementioned theories suggested their impracticality in the near term. Following preliminary tests, Gao Yang discovered that the light appeared to be distorted by the material emanating from the surface of the cloaking substance. Even the angles of emission had been meticulously calibrated, resulting in a remarkable 360-degree invisibility effect. After the initial shock, Gao Yang commenced disassembly. The first component to examine was the control system, which possessed anti-tampering technology. However, this security feature seemed rudimentary to him, akin to a delivery person placing a doormat on a large package, evoking a sense of farcical self-deception. However, this is merely in the presence of Gao Yang. In the eyes of a second-tier civilization, such matters are nearly insurmountable, let alone cracking it. They are not even worthy of utilizing such products. Only after deciphering the control system did Gao Yang realize its simplicity. The control system regulates the influx and outflux of energy. The more energy allocated, the more effective the cloaking. Conversely, its efficacy diminishes. Yet, this revelation exhilarated Gao Yang. It signified that the intrinsic technological sophistication of the cloaking technology is substantial. Following the pathways of the control system, Gao Yang gradually ascended in his exploration. Upon investigating the materials, he identified an issue. When electrified, a reaction occurs, and it is during this reaction that the entire cloaking material exhibits its stealth capabilities. Throughout this process, the cloaking material is consumed. Chapter 387. No pie shall fall from the sky. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. The electrical consumption was evidently not a product of advanced technology, but rather dependent on materials. As for whether it was indeed a matter of materials, it was quite simple. By slicing off a piece and examining the cross-section, if the structure lacked specificity, it would indicate an issue with the material itself. Upon cutting a fragment of the invisible material, Gao Yang observed that the incision bore no distinctive features whatsoever. When he attempted to energize this small piece, it vanished before his eyes. This was rather extraordinary. The material could simply disappear upon reacting. Moreover, compared to the cloaking effects of a spacecraft, this singular piece of the hull material vanished even more completely. This material was remarkable. Now, it was imperative to analyze it and endeavor to replicate it. The challenge was formidable. While it was feasible to discern the molecular and atomic composition, achieving the same arrangement and combination was another matter entirely. It was akin to alloys. Identical alloys subjected to varying processes and proportions could yield vastly different strengths and ductilities. Even minuscule discrepancies could lead to drastically divergent performances in strength. The restoration of this material posed similar challenges. It was exceedingly difficult. This task could not be left to the invincible. Only attempts could be made. After numerous trials, Gao Yang opted to abandon the endeavor. Persisting forcefully might yield success, but it could take years, even decades, and Gao Yang had no time to squander. Contemplating his options, He took control of the spacecraft once more and set a direct course for the forest spirit civilization, given that he had already grasped leverage over them. Acquiring their cloaking technology should pose no significant challenge, right? Otherwise, he could simply expose the footage captured during the last encounter. The rise and fall of civilizations rested upon Gao Yang's whims. The robot piloted the spacecraft, reaching the forest spirit civilization in less than half a day. The guide from the previous visit rushed to Gao Yang's side. "My lord, please allow me to contact the higher-ups of your civilization. I have matters to discuss with them." The guide hesitated, visibly anxious. "What shall we discuss?" "Just notify them. Upon meeting, they will naturally understand the topics at hand." The guide did not immediately acquiesce. "I must first consult with the responsible parties. The specifics may require some time." "I shall wait. Please expedite the process." The guide promptly entered a series of commands on the terminal device on his wrist, arranging for a shift change before hastily departing. A new guide approached Gao Yang, equally apprehensive. "My lord, what do you require?" "I wish to explore your civilization." The two boarded a flying vehicle and ventured into the planet's interior, beginning their leisurely exploration. During Gao Yang's previous visit, he had a purpose. This time, however, he sought technology and felt no urgency, instead taking his time to wander. He observed that this civilization was adorned with many wooden decorative items. In the eyes of this civilization, the status of plants was paramount, precluding any casual destruction. Indeed, many plants bore identification-like markers, and there were designated personnel to inspect their condition, among other things. Although they would ultimately be harvested for various purposes, their growth process was notably smooth. Plant worship has fostered an advanced level of cultivation. It is commonplace here to adorn spaces with leaves, flowers, trees, and other botanical elements as design features. Gao Yang strolled for a moment when several individuals from the forest spirit civilization approached him, slightly bowing. "Sir, our leader is awaiting your presence." Following the forest spirit individuals, Gao Yang boarded a flying vessel that soared towards the tallest tree in the city. The tree towered at least 1,000 meters, piercing the clouds. As the vessel reached the treetop, a somewhat larger house came into view. Gao Yang disembarked and stood outside the dwelling. Two forest spirits opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. Upon stepping inside, Gao Yang beheld the leader of the forest spirit civilization, who was seated behind a desk. Upon noticing Gao Yang, the leader quickly rose. "Greetings, sir. I am uncertain what matters you wish to discuss with our civilization." Gao Yang casually closed the door and took a seat opposite the desk. "I seek your technology for ship cloaking." The leader's expression shifted noticeably. "You desire our technology?" Gao Yang nodded. "Let us speak candidly. You have acquired the 4th-tier engine and weaponry technology from my ship. In exchange for your cloaking technology, this is a reasonable proposition." The leader's countenance changed once more. To demand such technology was indeed a bold move on Gao Yang's part. Having obtained 4th-tier civilization technology could spell disaster for them. The leader felt the pressure mounting. He had not anticipated Gao Yang's audacious request. He dared not delay his response. "Regarding cloaking technology, it is of utmost importance to our civilization. I must consult with the council." Gao Yang frowned. "I shall wait here. You have half an hour." The leader hastily exited to inform the council of the situation. Just days prior, they had been in a state of euphoria, but now they understood the harsh reality. There are no free meals from the heavens. Acquiring 4th-tier technology necessitates a corresponding cost. The only consensus reached in the group meeting was compliance. Only by cooperating with Gao Yang and providing the desired technology could they ensure their continued existence. As for eliminating Gao Yang, the difficulty of dispatching a robot was immense, and none could ascertain whether Gao Yang had any hidden advantages. Furthermore, outside lay a 4th-tier civilization ship, formidable enough to inflict significant damage. Most crucially, the ship might possess real-time communication technology. If the situation were to be exposed, even if Gao Yang were defenseless, their entire civilization would face annihilation. Thus, they had no choice but to compromise. The leader returned to the office and, glancing at the robotic figure of Gao Yang, nodded. The cloaking technology is essentially biological technology. Biological technology? Researchers then escorted Gao Yang from the treehouse to the laboratory. Upon entering the lab, he was led into a room where shelves lined the walls, each bearing a box with a number. Some boxes contained beetle-like creatures, while others were empty. "These are cloaking insects." A researcher approached one of the boxes and gently tapped it with a finger. The insects within the box transformed into mere phantoms at a speed visible to the naked eye, vanishing without a trace. Gao Yang was astounded. It was indeed biological material. The ability of living organisms to achieve such a degree of invisibility left him in awe of the exquisite craftsmanship of the universe. On Earth, there exist numerous such marvels, like spider silk, which, despite its similar diameter, possesses tensile strength many times greater than that of steel. When stacked, Spider silk not only remains lightweight, but also surpasses all previously known alloys in strength and stress resistance. However, the mass production of spider silk remains a challenge to this day. Technicians from the forest spirit civilization explain that the invisible insects primarily feed on several native plants, and the varying ratios of these foods yield different invisibility effects. Chapter 388, Biomaterials. Gao Yang gazed at the researchers, inquiring whether the cloaking layer on their spacecraft still relied heavily on the cultivation of stealth insects. Had they not considered artificial synthesis? The researchers acknowledged the notion but lamented the formidable technical challenges involved. As they spoke, they turned to escort Gao Yang to another laboratory. This facility housed an extensive array of data, encompassing the optimal diet for the stealth insects and detailing the entire process of generating cloaking materials. It meticulously documented what transpired after the insects digested and decomposed the materials, the specific biological enzymes involved in the transformation, and the eventual shaping of the final products. Furthermore, it included comprehensive structural analyses of these materials, even post-electrolytic structures. While it was indeed possible to manufacture these materials, the efficiency remained exceedingly low, rendering cultivation a more viable option. Despite ongoing research, this laboratory had not yielded significant breakthroughs for an extended period. Their efforts had largely been observational. Upon reviewing the plethora of data, Gao Yang's original self on Earth furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could he amplify the stealth insects to become extraordinarily formidable? Or should he pursue the path of synthesis? However, the current civilization's synthesis technology could only achieve a mere 60% effectiveness in cloaking materials, a result of years of research, coupled with exceedingly low production efficiency and high costs, essentially a compendium of disadvantages. Yet, for Gao Yang, the prospect of 100,000-fold amplification held the promise of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. He resolved to procure all available information regarding the stealth insects and cloaking materials from this civilization, alongside some plants, seeds, and several boxes containing the stealth insects. As the spacecraft departed from the Sunling civilization, Gao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction with the bounty he had gathered. Although he had not directly acquired the technology, his needs were nonetheless met. Moreover, as a biological material, the more exceptional this entity was, beyond the replicative capabilities of even fifth-tier civilizations, the better. After a thorough scan, the spacecraft had all its energy sources dismantled. The plants and insects aboard were to be cultivated under conditions created on a desolate planet. The initial batch of samples would not be introduced into the solar system. Even if they were to be brought back for cultivation, it would only be the offspring of the plants and stealth insects. This strategy would circumvent the unique methodologies of the Sunling civilization. Currently, human civilization sought progress through stability. As the extraterrestrial cultivation commenced, Gao Yang on Earth began to design and manufacture the necessary equipment. The creation of cloaking materials proved to be quite a complex endeavor, characterized by slow speeds and high costs. Nevertheless, as long as he could produce samples, these drawbacks were tolerable. Most importantly, throughout the design and manufacturing process, Gao Yang could refine the equipment. He was crafting devices suited for a third-tier civilization, experiencing a sense of elevated insight akin to a university student reviewing a primary school assignment. He could spot errors at a glance, let alone make improvements. After dedicating several days to enhancements, by the time the equipment was completed, Gao Yang projected that production efficiency would double, and the resultant cloaking materials would achieve a 65% effectiveness, an increase of 5% over the materials he had acquired. With a bit more time, Gao Yang believed he could elevate that effectiveness to 75%. However, he had little time to waste. Instead of prolonging the process, it would be more prudent to amplify and observe the situation. Once the equipment was completed, it was time for manufacturing. Various materials were introduced into the apparatus, and he waited patiently. Moments later, a vial of liquid appeared in Gao Yang's hand. All that remained was to pour this liquid into molds of various shapes. Once it hardened, applying electricity would render it invisible. Gao Yang poured the liquid onto the table, spreading it evenly. After applying the current, the table became ethereal, allowing one to see through it to the floor below, a rather extraordinary phenomenon. Nevertheless, a distinction between 65% and 100% remained prominent. The table was still visible, albeit in a ghostly manner. A system notification chimed in Gao Yang's mind. Detection indicates the host has developed an invisibility coating. Would you like to amplify? Gao Yang was filled with anticipation regarding this amplification, primarily due to the uncertainty of its implications. If the invisibility effect were to be amplified 100,000 times, what would that entail? Ordinarily, invisibility achieves its maximum at 100%, where it becomes imperceptible. Continuing the amplification should yield no further effects. Yet, the system invariably offers unique solutions. Amplify. A compass materialized before Gao Yang, spinning directly to 1,000 times. Congratulations, host. Invisibility effect amplified 10,000-fold. Ding. This reward includes a 10-fold critical hit bonus, elevating the invisibility effect to 100,000 times. The apparatus sprang to life. Not only the equipment responsible for manufacturing the invisibility materials, but also the machinery that created that very equipment. The entire laboratory buzzed with activity. Nearly all the devices were operational. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Was it only materials? Yet at that moment, his eyes brimmed with expectation. A 100,000 times invisibility effect? Even a fifth-tier civilization would likely be oblivious. As he anticipated, Gao Yang beheld the mechanical apparatus and then the newly fabricated invisibility materials. Ding. Due to laboratory equipment limitations, this amplification is capped at 62 times. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. 62 times? Such a low figure? But upon reflection, 62 times was already remarkably impressive. As he pondered, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, leaving him dazed. The sheer volume and complexity of these memories overwhelmed him. Firstly, the coating could achieve 100% invisibility. However, this coating only facilitated optical invisibility, unable to elude other detection devices. Yet within Gao Yang's mind lay knowledge of spatial folding technology. This could conceal a spacecraft within a folded space, rendering all detection devices ineffective unless they operated at the spatial level. Furthermore, aside from evading detection, spatial folding technology could provide infinite defense. Any attack would fail to penetrate the folded space. Unless one could shatter space, this technology was currently inapplicable due to its high complexity. What the system could produce was merely spatial distortion technology, a slight distortion of space that achieved a fleeting concealment effect. This was not akin to curvature engines or spatial jump engines. The technologies diverged in their principles. After 3 exhaustive hours of contemplation, Gao Yang meticulously organized the myriad of technologies swirling in his mind. The sheer magnitude of their potential left him in a state of awe. Should such advancements come to fruition, humanity would indeed find itself in an impregnable position within the annals of civilization. He approached the device he had crafted, a spatial distortion apparatus. Upon activation, it consumed an immense amount of energy in an instant, conjuring a visible void in the surroundings. When Gao Yang glanced in a particular direction, he observed the objects there vanish from sight. They remained physically present, yet obscured from view. The warped space created a barrier, concealing everything within that region. The blind spot presented only one face, but with knowledge of the opposing vessel's trajectory, this contraption proved more effective than any cloaking layer, as it could obstruct not merely optical detection, but much more. Chapter 389. Does it matter? Although the devices currently producible do not possess the maximum amplification capabilities, the hidden effects of a single facet are remarkably extraordinary. Moreover, this phenomenon transcends mere concealment. It embodies a form of defense. By distorting space, any attack that reaches its target will navigate through the warped dimensions, striking the object being protected from behind. It appears to traverse a certain area, yet in reality, the assault evades that very spot. The more Haiyang contemplated this, the more he perceived its unsettling nature. It even beckoned a trial. Given that space itself is distorted, the defensive capabilities are likely to be even more formidable. In the annals of human civilization, the inability to defend against molecular cannons was a stark reality. However, under circumstances of warped space, theoretically, such cannons could indeed be countered. In fact, any attack originating from the current spatial dimension could be neutralized, unless, of course, the assault transcends the confines of that space. Such an attack would presumably be akin to the legendary causal weapons. Yet, causal weapons likely exist solely within the realm of imagination. In light of this, could it be said that human civilization stands invincible? The moment this thought surfaced, Haiyang swiftly suppressed it. All arrogance and hubris stem solely from ignorance. Based on Haiyang's experiences over the years, nothing is truly invincible, wherever a creation exists. So too must there be a countermeasure. It is essential to remain humble. However, humility and the pursuit of knowledge and experimentation are not mutually exclusive. Haiyang commenced the manufacture of additional devices, while materials were concurrently being synthesized. The methods for artificial material production were already formulating in Haiyang's mind. Furthermore, the materials had undergone enhancements, with upgrades yielding improvements of over 10-fold. This substantial enhancement primarily focused on performance, elevating the invisibility efficiency to a remarkable 100% while simultaneously reducing the necessary thickness of the coating. The consumption was drastically minimized. It had indeed transformed into a mere coating, requiring only a thin layer to be applied to the material's surface before energizing it. During the manufacturing process, Haiyang placed a call to Director Yuan. Upon hearing Haiyang's account, Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so extraordinary? The notion of evading attacks through warped space evoked thoughts of curvature flight. Yet it was evident that the ability to elude assaults via distorted space differed significantly from curvature flight. The latter does not manipulate space itself, but rather affects curvature to create an illusion of spatial distortion. In comparison, spatial wormholes, which connect 2 points in disparate spaces, bear a certain resemblance to this technology. For instance, by opening a wormhole before an attack arrives, the strike could be redirected from the wormhole to another location. Nonetheless, this method of evading attacks currently resides only in theoretical discourse. Against lightspeed weaponry, there is simply no time to activate such defenses. However, according to Haiyang's assertions, this mechanism requires no active initiation. Upon arriving at Haiyang's laboratory at the swiftest pace, Director Yuan found no sign of Haiyang, who was engrossed in the enhancement of devices. Yet, Director Yuan did catch sight of the invincible Haiyang, who was wielding a spray canister, applying it to the spacecraft in the courtyard. With a tinge of curiosity, Director Yuan approached, inquiring, "What is this?" "Invisibility coating," Haiyang replied. Director Yuan gazed at the liquid within the jar and then at the spacecraft. "This liquid, when sprayed, can render it invisible? It requires an electrical current." Director Yuan nodded. "What about Gao Yang?" "He is busy." Director Yuan, not wishing to intrude on Gao Yang, observed as Woody swiftly coated a small spacecraft. At that moment, the exterior color of the craft showed no change. The freshly applied cloaking layer had already dried, resembling a transparent film. Does this truly provide invisibility? Woody did not respond, but reached out to touch the spacecraft. As her fingers made contact, the entire craft vanished before Director Yuan's eyes. He stood in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at the vanishing vessel, then turned to Woody, and back to the ship, then again to Woody. Soon after, Director Yuan looked towards the courtyard wall behind the spacecraft. He raised his hand and stepped forward slowly. Upon reaching the spacecraft, he felt a faint electrical current coursing through it, and the sensation beneath his palm led him to exclaim in disbelief, "What is the meaning of this?" Woody replied, "The master visited the forest spirit civilization and acquired their cloaking technology, which has been further researched." Director Yuan retrieved his terminal and looked up the cloaking technology of the forest civilization, momentarily taken aback. So, there exist numerous civilizations outside, which could be deemed a treasure trove for humanity. What about the data? I wish to see the disparity between our human civilization and the third-tier civilizations. Woody nodded. You can view it directly on your phone. Filled with curiosity, Director Yuan picked up his phone, only to be met with a look of bewilderment. The materials seemed excessively complex. As a researcher of materials himself, he found the intricate data overwhelming, leaving him with a slight headache. It was rather absurd. Quickly skimming through the specifics, he stumbled upon biological materials, and his brow furrowed unconsciously. The replication of biological materials has always been a formidable challenge. After rapidly perusing the information, Director Yuan looked up at the vanished spacecraft and addressed Woody. The data indicates that larger objects require more material. This spacecraft's coating, according to the usage instructions, must necessitate at least a centimeter in thickness, correct? Woody shook her head. After modification, it only requires this thin layer. Director Yuan scrutinized the spacecraft and then the spray bottle in Woody's hand. He turned to retrieve a book. Let us spray this book and see if it too can become invisible. He selected the book primarily because its corners formed right angles, which could potentially distort light and hinder complete invisibility. It should be feasible. 2 minutes later, Director Yuan held the book he had just retrieved. Yet he could not see it. Even though it was clutched in his hand, he could see the area where his hand grasped the book, appearing flat. This was utterly astonishing. He could see his hand through the book. This implied that light had passed through to his hand, and the reflected light returned from a normal angle. This was indeed outrageous. Compared to the original materials, the difference was unfathomably vast. The so-called transformation by Gao Yang appears to be no different from the mythical art of turning stone into gold. Absurd. Dean Yuan could instantly conceive a multitude of applications, such as an individual invisibility shield. With such an invention, close-range non-energy weapons could be effectively deflected while our warriors maintain visibility of the enemy's location. This could significantly enhance the combat prowess of future soldiers during explorations on other planets or in urban warfare scenarios. There are countless potential uses. After the initial shock, Dean Yuan regained his composure. Gao Yang summoned me here to receive that spatial distortion device, which was inspired by the Sunling civilization, correct? The invincible figure nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It is also inspired by this biological material. Dean Yuan was taken aback. What connection could there possibly be between biological materials and spatial distortion? Is there even a penny's worth of relevance? Chapter 390. Is it true? Woody discerned the bewilderment in Director Yuan's expression and took the initiative to elucidate. The light is essentially distorted by the material, circumventing the object enveloped in the cloaking substance. Director Yuan remained silent, primarily due to a momentary mental lapse. This explanation was hardly more illuminating than the absence of an explanation, to suggest that light can be warped by materials, subsequently giving rise to devices capable of distorting light, sound waves, sense, gravity, and indeed, everything? Is there any distinction between witnessing birds take flight and then learning to soar oneself? Observing fish swimming and thus devising deep-sea submarines? Witnessing others partake in meals, leading to the consumption of the cosmos? After a brief internal monologue of skepticism, Director Yuan inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Woody was speaking of Haiyang, and thus, there was absolutely no issue. As for Haiyang, any miracles occurring in his presence were hardly worthy of surprise or alarm. Once he had somewhat bolstered his psychological resilience, Director Yuan stowed the book into his bag, eagerly anticipating the completion of Haiyang's work. He yearned to witness the device that could manipulate spatial dimensions. After several hours, a few robots emerged, carrying the brand-new apparatus, which they proceeded to install within the spacecraft. Director Yuan, observing Haiyang follow closely behind, felt a flicker of curiosity. Was this the spatial distortion device, and what were its specific parameters? It can render 60% of directions invisible, Haiyang replied. Director Yuan hesitated. 60% of directions? Haiyang gestured towards the spacecraft. Wait 2 minutes for the device to activate. 2 minutes later, the spacecraft vanished before Director Yuan's eyes. Haiyang indicated the direction of the spacecraft. Around the spacecraft, there is a 360-degree field, of which 216 degrees can be rendered invisible. Director Yuan tentatively took a few steps, and upon reaching the side of the spacecraft, he beheld what had previously appeared to be an empty space now occupied by a vessel. It was indeed 216 degrees, and at the boundary, Director Yuan found that one eye could perceive the spacecraft, while the other remained entirely oblivious to its presence. This sensation was remarkably wondrous, akin to the spacecraft existing in a state of superposition between presence and absence. In terms of invisibility, it seemed somewhat inferior to cloaking coatings. Haiyang nodded. Indeed, however, the invisibility achieved through spatial distortion is far more profound. How profound? Within those 216 degrees, the spacecraft does not exist. Director Yuan was astounded. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have dismissed them entirely. Yet, spoken by Haiyang, it filled him with unparalleled astonishment. Tentatively extending his hand, Director Yuan approached the direction of the spacecraft, feeling along the way. However, when his hand reached the spot where the spacecraft was purportedly stationed, he encountered nothing. Continuing forward, he reached the area where the spacecraft was parked. Moving further still, he arrived behind the spacecraft, yet still felt nothing. Haiyang chuckled. Turn around. Obediently, Director Yuan turned and was greeted by the spacecraft mere inches from him. It seemed he had just traversed through the vessel without encountering any obstruction. What level of technology is this? It is utterly absurd. As I strolled over, what did I perceive from another perspective? Gaoyang chuckled, remarking, I observed that you took a detour. Dean Yuan, realizing the truth, replied, Indeed, I did take a longer route, yet from the distorted direction, it appeared straightforward? Precisely. Thus, as long as our spaceship remains unencircled, we are invincible, unless the adversary can exploit our spatial distortions to inflict damage. Dean Yuan paused, pondering, however. They cannot penetrate this angle. Gaoyang nodded, then shook his head. This is merely my conjecture based on my current understanding. Initially astonished, Dean Yuan fell silent upon hearing Gaoyang's words. The enemy remains an enigma to this day. Thus far, we have only encountered a third-tier civilization, with little experience of a fourth-tier civilization, leaving us unaware of their capabilities. As for stellar civilizations, we are entirely in the dark. Yet, it is precisely this ignorance that weighs heavily upon us. Presently, this immense burden rests solely on Gaoyang's shoulders. Dean Yuan felt compelled to exert more pressure on himself, emphasizing the necessity to intensify the training of researchers. What can be seen from the ship's perspective? Nothing at all. Gaoyang guided Dean Yuan into the spacecraft. With the spatial distortion device activated, there was nothing before them, only an expanse of darkness. It was devoid of light, sound, and even the transmission of any elements through space. The objects that should have existed here had been distorted, creating a convoluted channel that essentially bypassed the ship itself. According to the nature of light, if the objects aboard the vessel can perceive the outside world, then the exterior can likewise perceive the ship. Even if a minuscule observation point remains, it will be detected. Dean Yuan nodded, saying, Then this device should be employed sparingly. It is best utilized during large-scale operations, ensuring we face the target directly. Even if a fleet of thousands of ships is closely aligned, the opponent will remain oblivious. Gaoyang smiled and nodded. I shall provide the technology. The application is for you to contemplate. Subsequently, I will see if an upgrade is feasible. If spatial distortion can achieve a complete lack of blind spots, the strength of the human fleet will ascend to a new level. Dean Yuan reflected for a moment, unable to suppress his astonishment. That would indeed be absurd. In such conditions, the crew aboard the ship would genuinely be concerned, as the absence of sound and external light could lead to psychological issues over time. However, conversely, whether in ambush or concealment, they would be incredibly formidable. Nonetheless, Dean Yuan pondered a critical issue. How would the ship receive information under such circumstances? Would quantum communication fail? Gao Yang shook his head. I do not know. We can only await subsequent upgrades for testing. Dean Yuan nodded, not overly concerned about Gao Yang's mention of testing. After all, in his view, it would take an indeterminate number of years. The difference between 60% and 100% may seem a mere 40%. Yet the journey of 100 miles is half 90. The same principle applies to research. Dean Yuan promptly initiated communication with military personnel. The specific function of such equipment is development, which can be directly entrusted to the military. The military is an institution of force equipped with weapons and defenses, and they will consider tactics based on these elements. After a phone call, Director Yuan departed with the materials provided by Invincible. The documents contained only data from the Sunling civilization, yet Director Yuan deemed this information sufficiently adequate for the time being. It was appropriate for the researchers to comprehend these concepts. Excessive complexity could prove counterproductive, potentially dampening their enthusiasm. No sooner had Director Yuan left than Gao Yang's phone rang. It was General Zhou calling. Upon answering, Gao Yang heard General Zhou's somewhat altered voice. Is old Yuan with you? He just mentioned that you have newly developed a space distortion device. Is that true? Chapter 391, An Unexpected Encounter. Listening to General Zhou's eager yet somewhat apprehensive tone, Gao Yang couldn't help but smile. We are already in the process of manufacturing it. Once it's completed, you will receive it. General Zhou was taken aback. How formidable is a fifth-tier civilization? This question, although somewhat abrupt, was entirely natural given the context of his own sudden enhancement in strength. In the face of such overwhelming power, the inability to confront the opponent directly inevitably breeds a sense of confusion. Having attained such remarkable prowess, one might wonder if the adversary could be even more formidable. Gao Yang chuckled. Regardless of how impressive they may be, we shall inevitably surpass them. After sharing a few more casual exchanges, the communication was interrupted. With a spacecraft boasting 100% optical invisibility, humanity's endeavors could afford to be relatively audacious. The conditions were now sufficiently favorable, with ample resources at hand, particularly financial means, and extensive information gathered through robotic exploration of various civilizations. It was time to procure more technological products and even venture towards the exploration of fourth-tier civilizations. The technological advancements of a fourth-tier civilization would undoubtedly surpass those of a third-tier civilization. With a clear intention, the implementation commenced. The primary target was, naturally, the Star Stripe civilization, which governed the region inhabited by humanity and was classified as a fourth-tier civilization. Furthermore, the location of the Star Stripe civilization was not concealed, allowing for a direct approach. Gao Yang resolved to personally oversee the robotic expedition. Given that the robots had encountered no issues while exploring other third-tier civilizations, venturing into the territory of this fourth-tier civilization should pose no problems either. As for the potential acquisition of goods, that could be addressed later. The initial goal was to gain a preliminary understanding of the fourth-tier civilization, which would provide some insight into the fifth-tier civilization. Controlling the robots and piloting a fully equipped spacecraft, he set sail. The Star Stripe civilization was one of the four fourth-tier civilizations under the jurisdiction of the Stellar civilization, playing a crucial role in the governance of the entire civilization. Based on Gao Yang's current understanding of the universe, the Stellar civilization rarely intervened in the affairs of such a vast region. Most matters were managed by the fourth-tier civilizations. They claimed to handle only the most troublesome issues. Yet according to the information gathered by humanity, there were indeed not many particularly challenging matters. This was due to a meticulous management system wherein issues were addressed at their inception, preventing them from escalating into more complex dilemmas. As for humanity, it was undoubtedly an exceptional case. The existence of such a systematic structure was not a common occurrence. The Star Stripe civilization was situated within a relatively prosperous star system. In the cosmos, the distinction between prosperity and desolation primarily lay in the proximity of celestial bodies. The remote region where Earth resided featured planets that were considerably distant from one another. In contrast, the area inhabited by the Star Stripe civilization was adjacent to the Silver Star, characterized by a high density of celestial bodies. However, even in this denser region, the vastness of space still conveyed an overwhelming sense of desolation and solitude to Gao Yang as he navigated through it. Gazing into the abyss, a cloak of darkness enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the distant glimmers of starlight. From a human perspective, the vast distances between celestial bodies remained astronomical. As Gao Yang prepared for his second spatial leap, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the fabric of space. His mechanical limbs were exquisitely attuned to such changes. In an instant, tension gripped him, and he beheld a vessel, 200 meters in length, emerging through a colossal wormhole, directly in front of his ship. Through the glass, Gao Yang caught sight of an alien seated in an imposing chair. It was an extraterrestrial from the Star-Stripe civilization, a race he had previously encountered in Dalera. At that moment, the alien also gazed back at him through the transparent barrier. Upon spotting the robot, its immediate reaction was to activate the defensive shield, its thoughts racing. Could a mechanical civilization be lying in ambush? And had they calculated the coordinates of his spatial jump? In the next heartbeat, the mechanical entity before him vanished without a trace. The anticipated assault never materialized. What was happening? The Star-Stripe alien hesitated, questioning whether this was indeed a robot sent to retaliate, or merely a chance encounter. After a brief moment of contemplation, the alien decided to send a communication request. Within half a minute, the connection was established, and a robotic voice echoed, "I will not attack you. There is no need for fear. You need not be apprehensive of the ship's automated defenses. You may come out. Where do you wish to go?" "To the Star-Stripe civilization." The alien was taken aback. "I am a Star-Striper, named Gua. I can guide you. Do you have any specific requests?" "I merely wish to observe a civilization composed of intelligent life. I find it profoundly captivating and distinct in its characteristics." Gua's expression sharpened slightly. "Recently, there has been an influx of robots eager to observe. It has been quite some time since mechanical beings visited, yet suddenly, many have appeared, each venturing to different civilizations." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing the alien's probing nature. Nevertheless, the surge of robots visiting various civilizations had indeed drawn attention. It was undeniable that previously, few robots wandered freely. Now, there was a sudden emergence of thousands, moving with the semblance of organization and discipline. Indeed, the current roving entities were all robots, while various factions remained restrained, apprehensive of rekindling conflict. Otherwise, investigations would have already commenced. It was natural. A group of robots, once dormant, had chosen to awaken, and coincidentally, this particular batch preferred to roam. Gua's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that casual conversation would yield such insights, regardless of its veracity. He had discerned the reason behind the sudden emergence of robots, a piece of information worth reporting. He could achieve recognition. Gua continued his inquiry. "Why did you choose to awaken now?" Gao Yang fabricated a response on the spot. "I merely completed a millennia-long slumber to witness the changes." As he spoke, the ship's cloaking effect gradually dissipated. "I possess star coins and can engage in normal transactions. As long as you do not enslave robots, there shall be no war between us. We would certainly never enslave robots." Gua chuckled and asked, "Would you like to board my spacecraft directly?" Gao Yang's craft was merely 20 meters in length, while Gua's vessel measured an impressive 200 meters, allowing for easy docking. Gao Yang hesitated for just a moment before acquiescing without concern. He was not troubled by the prospect of any potential issues, should anything amiss arise. He could instantaneously detonate the energy module within the robot. Such an explosion would obliterate all evidence and even disrupt Gua's spacecraft, rendering it utterly inoperative. As the hatch of Gua's vessel opened, Gao Yang's ship was securely docked, and as he disembarked, he was greeted by Gua accompanied by a throng of individuals. Chapter 392. Impersonation. The extraterrestrial beings of the Star-Spangled Civilization towered at an impressive height of approximately 3 meters and 4 centimeters. In order to avoid craning his neck to meet their gaze, Gao Yang had come prepared. The robot he designed stood at a staggering 4 meters and 2 centimeters. With elongated legs reminiscent of stilts and proportionately extended arms, the robot was crafted to ensure that others would need to look up to meet its gaze. As Gao Yang rose to his full height, the extraterrestrial could only tilt its head upwards to regard him, a role reversal that left it feeling somewhat disconcerted. In normal circumstances, this towering stature would allow Gao Yang to look down upon the vast majority of sentient beings, with only a few intelligent entities surpassing him in height. Yet now, this robot surpassed him. Those long, elegant legs were indeed a sight to behold. The extraterrestrial slightly inclined its body, greeting him with respect. According to the classifications of civilization levels, mechanical civilizations were deemed 5th tier. Thus, upon encountering the robot, the beings of the Star-Spangled Civilization would be obliged to pay their respects. However, in practical terms, the disparities in strength between different civilizations were quite distinct from those among sentient life forms. Within a mechanical civilization, the capabilities could vary significantly. Even a second-tier civilization could produce robots endowed with self-awareness. The foremost robots of a mechanical civilization possessed the ability to modify their kin, nevertheless. The cost of such enhancements often exceeded that of creating entirely new, more formidable robots. From another perspective, modifying a robot necessitated augmenting its computational power, and might even require alterations to its logic. Fundamentally, one might ask, is it an enhancement of the robot, or a complete transformation into something new? Consequently, there was no practical plan for robot modification. The level of a robot upon its rescue would remain unchanged. Thus, although all belonged to the fifth-tier civilization, the combat capabilities of robots varied significantly, as did the levels of the spacecraft they controlled. After all, if an ordinary robot piloted an excessively advanced ship, it could easily fall prey to invasion by sentient beings. As a result, lesser robots traversing the cosmos generally attracted little attention. The extraterrestrial regarded Gao Yang once more. Bowing slightly, my lord. Gao Yang, snapping back to reality, nodded in acknowledgement. There's no need for such formality. I am merely hitching a ride. While speaking, he surveyed his surroundings. If he could acquire this spacecraft, it would undoubtedly yield a wealth of discoveries. This ship was truly enormous. The extraterrestrial briefly paused, then chuckled. If my lord is fond of it, I could arrange to gift you a vessel of such magnitude. I shall cover the cost. Gao Yang chuckled in return. How many star coins would that require? 10 million star coins would suffice, the extraterrestrial replied. Gao Yang fell silent, contemplating. Do you truly see me as worth 10 million star coins? The extraterrestrial hesitated, then realized Gao Yang was jesting, and laughter bubbled forth anew. In that moment, a glimmer of curiosity sparked in its gaze. Although it had interacted with robots before, it had never encountered one as intriguing as this. The pricing was set high primarily due to the technology involved. If it were priced too low, lower civilizations would easily acquire them. An increase in powerful civilizations could lead to chaos. Unlike robots, which did not multiply beyond their initial numbers, sentient life forms could expand indefinitely. The more powerful they became, the greater their numbers would swell, particularly among certain exceptional civilizations. The more powerful a civilization becomes, the greater the resources it consumes. A Type 1 civilization, for instance, may merely consume a modest amount of food and produce some waste. In contrast, a Type 4 civilization requires spaceships, the resource consumption of which could sustain millions of Type 1 extraterrestrials. Thus, imposing reasonable limitations on the number and strength of civilizations serves as an effective strategy for maintaining the sustainable development of the universe. Although Gao Yang had not previously considered this aspect, upon reflection, it indeed seems to hold true, not only among civilizations of differing levels, but even throughout the millennia of Earth's history, individual consumption varies significantly. The carbon emissions of ancient peoples starkly contrast with those of the industrial age. Hesitating, Gao Yang inquired, so, can I obtain the spaceship at a discount? No, but I can offer it to you as a gift. Guo replied with a smile as he turned and led the way to the cockpit. The cockpit was more spacious than expected. By the time they arrived, a chair had been added. Gao Yang settled into the wide seat and gazed through the glass at the starry sky, then turned to Guo and said, During my time among the intelligent civilizations, I once heard a saying, those who offer excessive kindness without reason are either deceitful or treacherous. If you intend to gift me a spaceship, what do you seek to gain from me? Guo's smile faded. I wish to know the purpose behind your mechanical civilization's recent activities. The emergence of so many robots, particularly in controlling a desolate region right under the nose of the Stellar Empire, could easily incite war. Many intelligent civilizations speculate that you seek to instigate conflict. The previous agreements prohibit your indiscriminate production of robots. Your current numbers and scale have significantly diminished, placing you at a considerable disadvantage compared to intelligent life forms, which must evoke a sense of crisis. Gao Yang chuckled, realizing that Guo had gleaned little from his inquiries. However, he understood. You are projecting your perceptions of intelligent life onto us, yet we are not sentient beings. We are robots. Our existence is not predicated on reproduction. Furthermore, your notions of war do not suit us. While our numbers may be dwindling and our scale decreasing over time, should war be declared, we could rapidly produce vast quantities of robots and fleets, swiftly achieving a formidable scale. Guo nodded. The technological gap cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. The creativity of sentient beings continually enhances our technology. Gao Yang did not respond directly, but paused for a moment. The inability to compete is not the issue. Rather, it is your stellar empire violating agreements and taking action against us. A glint of light flashed in Guo's eyes. The prior conversation provided him with the best possible intelligence. It appeared that the mechanical civilization was not inclined to provoke war. However, he began to suspect that the stellar civilization might indeed instigate conflict, driven by territorial ambitions. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. With the prospect of achievement in mind, Guo relaxed. By the way, how are the intelligent beings within your civilization's controlled territory faring? Uncertain, he shook his head, genuinely unaware. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, I will inquire about it when I return. Thank you. came the response. It is but a trivial matter. Will the spacecraft be provided? Indeed. Hai Yang replied with a smile, observing the vessel as it traversed the spatial wormhole. Memories of previous discussions regarding the region of Earth flickered in his mind, prompting him to add, I do not know. It would be imprudent to disclose the whereabouts of the mechanical civilization. Once such a pretext was established, how could one manage subsequent visits? Furthermore, should the stellar civilization decide to take action against the mechanical one and mistakenly target the area inhabited by humanity, the consequences would be dire. The two engaged in a light exchange of conversation, while the spacecraft finally reached the realm of the stellar civilization. Hai Yang gazed at the star system of the stellar civilization, momentarily taken aback. The scene before him was rather surreal. Chapter 393, Arrival at the Star-Spangled Civilization. Gao Yang beheld a colossal metallic sphere orbiting a star, its immense size reminiscent of a planet. Through the advanced equipment attached to his robotic form, he discerned the presence of approximately 20 other metallic spheres in the distance. At the heart of these 20 spheres lay a passageway spanning several dozen kilometers in width. Each sphere boasted multiple corridors connecting it to the others. All spheres were anchored outside the star, collectively revolving around it, yet the spheres themselves remained stationary. Simultaneously, the cosmos teemed with an abundance of spacecraft, which could dock directly at the exterior of these planet-sized metallic spheres. This was astonishing. The ability for spacecraft to land on a celestial body was a privilege prohibited by a third-tier civilization, as spacecraft were akin to weapons of war. Although vessels entering the sphere would experience a significant reduction in speed, they could still achieve velocities exceeding 10 to even dozens of times the speed of sound, especially when armed, capable of inflicting considerable damage. Yet here, one could enter the metallic sphere. Gao Yang, puzzled, turned to his companion Gua and inquired, Is your planet entirely metallic? Gua regarded him with mild surprise before comprehending that Gao Yang had been in slumber for an extended period. This is not a metallic planet. It is an artificial world, created by our star-spangled civilization. It serves both as a habitat and as a bastion of warfare. Gao Yang was taken aback. Such a formidable fortress. Isn't it cumbersome? Gua, with a hint of pride, replied, Each artificial planet can be divided into 999 cosmic-grade cruisers. When dispersed, they do not appear unwieldy. Gao Yang calculated, based on his knowledge, that a cosmic-grade cruiser would measure at least 100,000 meters in length. With the star-spangled civilization boasting around 20,000 such vessels, it equated to possessing 20,000 super-large fleets. The fundamental configuration for a super-large fleet comprises 100,000 ships. Presently, human civilization struggles to assemble even a fleet of 10,000 vessels, let alone 2,000 fleets capable of reaching 100,000 ships. The scale of this operation was staggering. It was evident that initiating a stellar war would be a trivial endeavor. A mere whisper from a single individual could drown human civilization. In essence, even if every citizen of the Dragon Nation were to pilot their own spacecraft, they would still fall short in numbers. Gao Yang thus comprehended the true essence of profound heritage. The star-spangled civilization had not idly existed all this time. No wonder they could allow spacecraft to dock with such confidence. Should any vessel cause trouble above, a single cruiser could retaliate, and the offending ship would stand no chance. Originally adrift due to the distortion in space, Gao Yang had now regained his composure. He resolved to adopt a low profile, to develop discreetly, and to achieve greater strength before exerting technological dominance. As the spacecraft approached the sphere, it became evident that the sphere possessed gravity, facilitating the docking process. Additionally, an artificial atmosphere enveloped the sphere, allowing the vessel to decelerate upon entering. The entire experience felt remarkably akin to entering an ordinary planet. As the robot Gao Yang, I could distinctly perceive several electromagnetic waves sweeping across my entire being. This was a means of inspection employed by the planet, serving not only as a method of scrutiny, but also as a defensive mechanism. It could likely be deployed as a protective shield at any moment. This transformation did not merely convert the planet into a colossal cruiser. Rather, it amalgamated the cruiser into the very essence of the planet. Such a configuration would undoubtedly enhance the safety of the inhabitants of the star-striped civilization, rendering them exceedingly secure. Unless one possesses the capability to obliterate a fourth-tier civilization spacecraft and restrict its mobility, such defenses would be largely ineffectual. In other words, even the deployment of stellar-grade weaponry here would pose no threat to the star-striped civilization. Once external detectors sense an attack or detect imminent danger, the planet would unfurl its shield, attempting to block the threat or retreat if it cannot. Unlike other civilizations residing on planets, when an assault occurs, only those aboard external vessels may escape, while all those on this planet would survive. After all, with an attack arriving in the blink of an eye, there would be no chance of fleeing while on the planet. This operation is feasible for human civilization. In times of peril, they could evacuate everyone. Constructing a vessel to house billions of inhabitants is not insurmountable. With this thought flashing through my mind, Gao Yang felt compelled to include this in the plan upon returning. In fact, there was no need to return. I first disengaged from the robot's control, jotting down a few words on the edge of my surroundings. Giant spacecraft. Moments later, the vessel landed completely, docking on the planet's surface. The hatch opened, and I disembarked, inhaling deeply. Although robots do not require breathing, I possessed an air analysis device capable of evaluating the atmospheric composition. This was humanity's first encounter with a fourth-tier civilization, and there were countless lessons to be gleaned, ensuring no detail was overlooked. The air was merely a common mixture of various gases. While the proportions differed slightly from those on Earth, humanity could survive in this environment. Guo followed me down the ship, explaining that the planet was divided into two sides, the backside designated for docking spacecraft, while the front side, facing the star, was intended for habitation and communication. As Guo spoke, we moved forward, and shortly thereafter, a series of orderly luminous patterns emerged on the metallic ground ahead. The designs formed a grid, which gradually protruded from the surface as we approached. This was akin to a box containing seats within. Realizing this was a sort of elevator mechanism designed to transport individuals from one end to the other side of the planet, we entered the box, which then sealed and initiated acceleration. The acceleration was not rapid, yet it persisted for an extensive duration, lasting a full 10 minutes. The speed reached an astonishing level, but I felt little more than a gentle push against my back. The primary reason for this sensation was the elevator's remarkable stability. Was it magnetic levitation technology? I surmised that this was indeed the case, swift and remarkably smooth. Humanity had previously employed this technology in trains. Sitting in this ultra-fast elevator, another idea blossomed in my mind. Such transportation systems must be integrated when humanity embarks on constructing giant spacecraft in the future. Primarily characterized by its remarkable speed and minimal spatial footprint, it can achieve an exceedingly swift response. As this thought crossed his mind, Gaoyang couldn't help but smile. Feeling akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grand View Garden, perceiving a certain charm in everything he encountered. However, one must admit, there are indeed lessons to be learned. As the speed reached its zenith, it gradually began to decelerate. After a total of 20 minutes, the elevator came to a halt. The doors of the elevator subsequently opened, allowing sunlight to stream in. Gaoyang beheld the streets, the shops, and the bustling extraterrestrial beings. In contrast to the streets of a third-tier civilization, this place exuded a sense of order. Everything was meticulously organized. The pedestrians, predominantly extraterrestrials, moved quietly along the road, their steps light as they headed directly to their destinations. Unlike the third-tier civilization, it was noteworthy that the majority of these aliens hailed from a civilization of stellar stripes. Chapter 394. Internal Transactions. In comparison to the third-tier civilizations, numerous disparate civilizations engage in dialogue. Within the fourth-tier civilization, only a handful of intelligent beings from third-tier civilizations are present, while the remainder comprises individuals from the star-spangled civilization. This is quite comprehensible. The exchanges among third-tier civilizations occur due to mutual needs. However, within the fourth-tier civilization, the internal demands can be sufficiently met. Most significantly, under the constraints that hinder the dissemination of advanced technology, extraterrestrial beings from third-tier civilizations are unable to procure high-tech products. If they can only acquire what is within their means, why venture here? They could easily find what they seek in any third-tier civilization. Essentially, extraterrestrial beings from third-tier civilizations come here primarily for collaborative resource initiatives, aiming to sell rather than purchase. As Gao Yang ambled a few paces down the street, he reminisced about Earth. In the Western nations, where advanced technology reigns, welfare is exceptionally high, with minimal work yielding substantial rewards. Conversely, those in developing factions face Herculean challenges, struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, they seldom have the opportunity to utilize the products they labor to produce. This realization renders everything comprehensible. Not only is there nothing new under the sun, but also in the Milky Way, novelty is scarce. After perusing for a moment, Gao Yang halted. Before him stood a weapons shop. If there were any object of his interest, it would undoubtedly be weaponry. One could hardly categorize it as mere interest. It was a necessity. Entering the establishment that specialized in cold weapons, he noted that the vendors were not extraterrestrials from the star-spangled civilization, but rather beings from other third and second-tier civilizations. Upon seeing Gao Yang and Guo enter the shop, a staff member hastily approached, exuding utmost respect. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Gao Yang casually waved his wrist. "I wish to exchange my molecular gun. Each time I employ it, the target is obliterated. Do you have any recommendations for a slightly more merciful weapon?" By actively presenting the molecular gun, he conveyed to Guo that he was at least a robot of the fourth-tier civilization, thereby facilitating a smoother purchasing process. The employee, observing the gun barrel revealed by Gao Yang's wrist, flickered with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, we have air cannons, which, in most instances, can capture targets alive. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. I have no use for an air cannon. It's rather ineffective. Gua, watching from the side, chuckled and remarked, there isn't much of value here. Primarily, it serves as a showcase for samples. We have an internal market. Once I complete my tasks, I'll take you there. Gao Yang suddenly realized he had miscalculated his pretense. As an external market, it was improbable that this establishment, within the confines of the Starry Empire, would feature anything of worth given that only 4 fourth-tier civilizations existed. Valuable items would be out of reach for third-tier civilizations. Having an internal market would be far more reasonable. Fortunately, he encountered Gua. Otherwise, he would have likely left empty-handed after meandering aimlessly here. How long will your task take? He inquired. A few days. May I have someone show you around in the meantime? Gao Yang waved his hand. I can explore on my own. You proceed with your task and contact me upon your return. Gua shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. I shall attend to my duties first. Gao Yang suddenly recalled the last encounter with Gua, where he had advised Darajia to pay attention to the extraterrestrial beings purchasing firearms. What task do you undertake? In the context of a change of identity, there is no need for curiosity to be concealed. One may inquire directly. Of course, the crux of the matter is not merely the change of identity, but rather that this identity belongs to a civilization of the 5th tier. Gua did not withhold any information. A 3rd-tier civilization reported hazardous zones, and I conducted a preliminary investigation. What did you uncover? Nothing of significance. It is highly likely that it pertains to your mechanical civilization. I dispatched a fleet, which was swiftly dealt with. I personally ventured there, recognizing the inherent danger, and thus, I terminated the investigation. Only civilizations of the 4th tier and above possess the capability to achieve such outcomes. Gao Yang feigned surprise, though he felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, it was connected to human civilization. The mechanical civilization? Upon your report, will this incite war? Gua shook his head. It is highly improbable. The investigation yielded no results, and ultimately, it remains speculation. Either higher authorities will assign others to probe further, or the matter will fade into obscurity. Unless the Empire decides to declare war, seizing this pretext, nothing will transpire. Gao Yang suddenly found himself perplexed. Based on his prior understanding of the Star Empire, they should thoroughly investigate such matters to ensure their dominion's stability. Why the lack of inquiry? In silence, Gao Yang contemplated another possibility, that issues related to the mechanical civilization are tacitly accepted as unaddressed due to their connection to other 5th-tier civilizations, which could potentially spark warfare. Viewed in this light, the Star civilization appears somewhat timid. Yet, it is understandable, as it is often preferable to minimize major incidents. Thus, human civilization has unwittingly donned a formidable mantle. However, it remains precarious. If the Star civilization seeks to shatter the current impasse regarding the mechanical civilization, human civilization would find itself in the crosshairs. The construction of a colossal spaceship must be prioritized. With Gua departed, Gao Yang transferred control of the robots to Wudi, allowing him to command the robots to roam while he endeavored to design the spaceship. After all, with the days ahead to be spent wandering, it would be a waste of time, and he found little of value in the external trading district. It would be more prudent to design a massive spaceship. Although both spaceships and colossal spaceships fall under the same category, the disparity in size belies the vast technological differences. It is certainly not a mere matter of proportional enlargement. However, Gao Yang, drawing from his experience with the 10,000-fold amplification mech, had a vision for the design of a gigantic spaceship. The technology may be limited, but it exists. Additionally, the larger the spaceship, the more diverse the technologies involved. Small spaceships are relatively uncomplicated. Engines, weaponry, and a straightforward design suffice. In contrast, colossal spaceships necessitate a complexity that encompasses every crucial aspect and amplifies it significantly. Furthermore, due to their immense size, elements that may be overlooked in smaller vessels become critical factors. For instance, regarding temperature regulation, a single temperature control system suffices for a small spaceship, whereas countless systems must be installed on a colossal spaceship. Consideration must also be given to energy supply and other factors, lest one area becomes frigid while another remains sweltering. As the colossal spacecraft, capable of accommodating the entire Dragon Nation and its billions of inhabitants, came into conception, the complexity of its design escalated significantly. The challenge of facilitating the existence of a single individual pales in comparison to orchestrating the lives of countless billions. Nevertheless, despite the formidable task ahead, there was no turning back. Gao Yang immersed himself in the endeavor. In truth, all his previous designs had been relatively modest in scale and functionality. However, This spacecraft demanded a vast array of advanced technologies, necessitating Gao Yang to summon his past memories and the extensive knowledge he had amassed over time. The design of this grand vessel represented a comprehensive examination of his skills and expertise, presenting an exhilarating challenge that stirred both excitement and trepidation within him. With a focused mind, he began the design process, contemplating the dimensions and aesthetics. The vessel could not be too small, as it would limit capacity. Yet it also could not be excessively large, for the technology at his disposal might falter under such magnitude. After thoughtful consideration, Gao Yang opted to design a magnificent cruiser, stretching an impressive 15,000 meters in length. Chapter 395. A significant challenge. 15,000 meters, equivalent to 15 kilometers in length, is indeed a considerable distance. Such a span exceeds the dimensions of most small cities. In contrast, the aircraft carriers on Earth typically measure only about 300 meters in length. To equal 15 kilometers, one would need to align 50 carriers in succession. This length of 15 kilometers represents merely a segment of the colossal spaceship. Its width and height are also to be measured in kilometers. The tallest building in the world currently stands at just over 800 meters. On a sheet of draft paper, Gao Yang sketched and sought an appropriate scale, determining the width to be 5 kilometers and the height 4 kilometers. The elongated appearance of the spaceship would facilitate its passage through spatial wormholes, as a spherical design would impose excessive demands when expanding the wormhole. Having established the dimensions, the precise external form and contours remained undetermined, as they would depend on the specifications. In the laboratory, Gao Yang instructed Woody to scan the design sketches he had rendered. In the blink of an eye, a three-dimensional image of the design materialized before Gao Yang. Rather than hastily commencing the design process, he prioritized arranging the design requirements to inform the internal configuration of the spaceship. First and foremost was the air supply. With a substantial number of inhabitants aboard, a robust air circulation and renewal system was imperative to ensure a continuous supply of oxygen. This task, while straightforward on a small vessel, becomes considerably more complex on a giant spaceship as it necessitates careful consideration of air circulation and oxygen replenishment. After contemplating the air requirements, Gao Yang noted the second essential need, wastewater treatment. This aspect is of paramount importance. On Earth, wastewater management has seamlessly integrated into countless households. With every dwelling equipped with drainage systems, the spaceship must similarly incorporate extensive drainage networks, ensuring that each outlet is complemented by appropriate plumbing. Moreover, the design must account for gravitational forces, potentially incorporating backflow valves within the piping. The spacecraft should be outfitted with an extensive drainage system and multiple wastewater treatment facilities to facilitate water recycling after rigorous processing. Furthermore, a regeneration system is critical. With a burgeoning population aboard, the demand for resources will be immense. Gao Yang envisioned that the optimal solution would be a regeneration system, allocating half of the spaceship's interior for the installation of such equipment, enabling production, cultivation, and more. Additionally, a temperature and humidity control system is essential. This will enhance the comfort of human habitation and should be integrated during the manufacturing phase of the spaceship. Given its vastness, adding supplementary systems later could prove cumbersome and disrupt overall equilibrium. Next, the lighting system warrants attention. Illumination is vital, as humans rely on light to perceive their surroundings. Unlike planets bathed in natural light, the interior of the spaceship must depend on artificial lighting. The nuances of lighting are critical. Constant illumination can lead to light pollution, while insufficient light adversely affects daily life. This, however, presents a manageable challenge, ensuring an adequate supply of light bulbs and a functional switching system for future adjustments. The preferences of the residents regarding lighting conditions can be ascertained later through a voting process to determine the operational mode of the lights. Within the spacecraft, communication systems must be taken into account, and Gao Yang has incorporated these requirements into the design. Next, the internal transportation issues arise. Surely, a flying vehicle is essential, considering the vast expanse of space. However, in addition to flying vehicles, a maglev elevator could also be integrated. Speaking of transportation, Gao Yang contemplated the escape system as well. In the event of a malfunction, it is imperative that the passengers aboard the spacecraft can be evacuated promptly. With several significant residential issues resolved, the spacecraft itself requires a comprehensive redesign, particularly concerning its structural system. The architecture of a colossal spacecraft diverges entirely from that of a smaller vessel. A conventional spacecraft can be supported by a long beam, often without the need for an internal framework, relying solely on an external metallic skeleton to uphold the considerable interior space. However, this is not feasible for a gigantic spacecraft. When the vessel extends to 15 kilometers, even a metal pillar several meters in diameter would seem insubstantial, akin to a mere strand of spaghetti. Thus, A more intricate and extensive structural framework is necessary to sustain the spacecraft. Following that, the power supply system must be addressed. While the energy issue is relatively straightforward, the transportation of that energy presents complexities, as does the attitude control system. Gao Yang provided a concise enumeration, which revealed a plethora of additional intricate requirements stemming from each item listed. Nonetheless, establishing this hierarchy of priorities is crucial, with the structural integrity taking precedence. Typically, large vessels possess a keel to serve as the primary support, yet it is evident that no material can withstand the demands of a 15-kilometer length. After a brief consideration, Gao Yang opted for a segmented design. By transforming the 15-kilometer spacecraft into a design composed of 15 segments, the complexity of the design process diminishes significantly. The initial design serves primarily as a learning experience. Segmenting the design simplifies the task considerably. However, this simplicity is relative, as the actual challenges remain formidable. As Gao Yang engaged in the design process, he enlisted the assistance of the invincible AI to make modifications. With the AI's support, the pace of design accelerated, easily rectifying any inconsistencies, while also calculating optimal solutions for the curves and specific structures. The main structural integrity alone is insufficient. Yet the internal chambers can also be regarded as substructures, thereby considerably enhancing strength. Building upon the structural design, the previously established requirements were integrated. Under typical circumstances, Gao Yang's design speed would be remarkably swift. However, given the substantial design challenges, he dedicated a full week to finalize the overarching design of the spacecraft. With the preliminary design complete, the subsequent step is manufacturing. Production cannot occur on Earth, as the planet's gravity would impede the process. Instead, manufacturing in the vacuum of space alleviates gravitational influences, significantly reducing complexity and preventing premature collapses before completion. After conducting a final review, Gao Yang instructed the invincible AI to commence manufacturing. At that moment, he received a communication from the Star Stripe civilization, reporting the successful completion of the mission and indicating that they would escort him to the internal market. In addition to eagerly anticipating entry into the internal trading zone of the fourth civilization, Gao Yang also looks forward to the report from Gua. This represents a significant channel for acquiring information, and quite an excellent one at that, first-hand intelligence. Should Gua learn during the briefing that the fourth civilization intends to take action in that region, humanity would be able to prepare for the impending conflict. The most remarkable aspect of this channel lies in its capacity to address issues at their very source. Indeed, to confront the root cause is extraordinarily formidable. Donning the sensory helmet, Gao Yang regained control of the robot, and after a brief wait, he spotted Gua approaching hastily. "My lord, I shall escort you to the internal trading zone." "Very well," Gao Yang replied, following Gua aboard the flying vessel, which then ascended towards the heavens. The vessel's destination was the passageway between planets. Chapter 396. The Stellar Empire. Gao Yang felt a surge of curiosity. What prompted the establishment of such a passage? To him, this conduit seemed utterly unnecessary. Not only did it entail exorbitant construction costs and considerable complexity, but it also demanded an exceedingly high maintenance expenditure. Guo replied with a smile. "The passage is devoid of gravity, activated by a curvature engine." Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly function in such a manner? The spacecraft traveled from one celestial body to another, a distance that was relatively short, yet the journey consumed a protracted span of time. This was due to the need for acceleration over a significant duration, followed by a period of deceleration. The acceleration required substantial energy, as gravitational forces played a pivotal role. Regarding spatial jumps, within the gravitational influence of a planet, the curvature had already been altered, rendering curvature flight impossible. However, this civilization of stellar beings was utterly remarkable, having constructed a direct passage between planets that enabled curvature flight. This effectively shortened the journey, eliminating the need for extensive acceleration and deceleration, allowing for a swift passage. Such an operation was indeed impressive, though humanity had no pressing need to emulate it, as Earth remained the sole home planet for the time being. As the spacecraft continued its voyage, Gao Yang casually inquired, "How will the matter you reported be handled?" Wood chuckled, believing that the region in question was undoubtedly a stronghold of mechanical civilization, and it was only natural for Gao Yang to express concern. "I am unaware of the resolution. Once the report is filed, I will submit a comprehensive account of the entire investigation process, and the remainder of the matter will no longer concern me. However, based on my prior experiences, the resolution will likely involve a waiting period, several years before a spacecraft is dispatched. Under normal circumstances, by then, the mechanical civilization would have vacated the area, and we could then provide a report of our findings." Gao Yang nodded. "That is reassuring. There will be no investigations during these years." "Indeed not." Gao Yang felt a slight alleviation, though he remained vigilant. The real assurance lay in the network of probes scattered throughout that star domain. It was imperative that as soon as any spacecraft arrived, human civilization would be alerted. Only then could they feel secure. Nonetheless, with this information, the fleets of humanity could commence their expansion, engaging in prolonged activities within the cosmos. Current technologies posed no issues. The only limitation resided in personnel. Ordinary humans lacked the capability to pilot spacecraft, while those who had undergone enhancements could command them. However, they suffered from a dearth of combat experience and unfamiliarity with the intricacies of space warfare. Most critically, they lacked a rich foundation. Civilizations that had long dominated the cosmos had ascended gradually over time. The advancement of technological prowess was accompanied by an increase in the collective intelligence of society. This span of progression, encompassing millennia, enabled ordinary individuals to adapt. However, the pace of technological advancement for human civilization had surged dramatically in recent years. Not only had common folk failed to adapt, but even the application of high-tech innovations remained relatively sparse. Many still relied on automobiles for transportation, while spacecraft capable of traversing to other star systems had already come into existence. The learning curve for ordinary individuals was not so swift. Even with memory infusion helmets capable of direct knowledge transfer, the fundamental question remained: what knowledge could be imparted? In this entire civilization, there exists no knowledge that can directly transform an individual into a capable captain. Currently, humanity is acutely aware of this deficiency and is endeavoring to remedy it, for instance, by gathering materials related to warfare from various cosmic civilizations. However, the task of collecting war data through robotic means proves to be quite formidable. The opposing factions remain vigilant. The robots of mechanical civilizations seeking such data may raise suspicions, leading others to question whether mechanical civilizations aim to gauge their combat capabilities. Expansion becomes unfeasible under such scrutiny. While scaling up operations is possible, if combat prowess does not accompany this growth, the effort is rendered futile. At present, the only viable approach is to gradually explore through the simulation of space warfare, employing diverse spacecraft designs to recreate cosmic conflicts and subsequently compensate for the experiential gaps in human civilization. As Gao Yang contemplated these matters, the spacecraft approached the threshold of a passage. Surrounding him were numerous other vessels. These spacecraft did not require curvature engines and proceeded directly into the passage. Mere minutes later, they exited the corridor and arrived at another artificial planet. Once gravity was restored, Gao Yang distinctly sensed the relatively low gravitational pull of this planet. Simultaneously, he observed a uniformity among the spacecraft, resembling those of the star-spangled civilization, though subtle differences persisted. Gu pointed towards a vessel that exhibited a distinct appearance. That is the overseer dispatched by the Starry Empire. Following Gu's gesture, Gao Yang beheld an oval-shaped spacecraft, reminiscent of an egg, its surface a pristine white. The outer shell appeared exceedingly smooth, likely a single pane of glass, permitting visibility from the interior while concealing its contents from the outside. This was his first encounter with an artifact of the starry civilization, even if it was merely a spacecraft. On the side of the vessel, he discerned an emblem, strikingly similar to those on many other ships. Yet this particular insignia bore 5 stars. In Gu's gaze, one could detect both reverence and yearning. Our civilization must allocate a whopping 90% of the benefits we derive from the lower civilizations to them. Gao Yang remained silent. Based on his current understanding, it seemed that the starry civilization did not require those resources. The concentration of benefits was likely aimed at constraining the development of the lower civilizations. The spacecraft briefly crossed paths before diverging, as Gu led Gao Yang through a series of flights until they arrived at a docking area. Once the spacecraft was securely moored, Gu promptly guided Gao Yang to the adjacent trading zone. Along the route, Gao Yang observed that 99% of the populace comprised individuals from the star-spangled civilization. This planet appeared to be exclusively inhabited by members of that civilization, with the only likely extraterrestrial visitors being individuals from the other 3 fourth-tier civilizations, followed by those from the starry civilization. However, upon reaching the core trading area, he did not encounter anyone from the Starry Empire. The streets and shops, including those selling light weaponry, were staffed by aliens from the star-spangled civilization. In a modest store, shelves displayed an array of melee weapons. Gao Yang cast a glance at the prices beneath the weapons. Even the most ordinary armament was priced at several tens of thousands of star coins, an exorbitant sum indeed. However, this is quite understandable. The value of technology, coupled with the high cost of labor, plays a significant role. Such advanced products cannot be produced by individuals of a lesser civilization. Furthermore, in this realm, the high prices imply that generating profit is relatively effortless. Thus, within lower civilizations, every individual becomes a person of considerable stature. To some extent, this creates a balance. However, for Gao Yang, a significant issue has arisen. This time, he arrived with 100,000 star coins. Typically, such an amount should suffice for a journey. Based on previous experience, 100,000 holds immense purchasing power. Yet, he was unprepared for the drastic reduction in the purchasing power of star coins upon his arrival here. Chapter 397. Destruction. This time, only a single weapon could be acquired, and it was a light weapon. Gao Yang casually picked up a molecular gun. He intended to discern the differences between this molecular gun, sold to insiders, and the one he had purchased previously. Weighing it lightly in his hand, he found the weight to be quite similar. Upon closer inspection of its exterior, he noticed the presence of a knob and a sound dampening feature. It was highly likely that the power was manually adjustable, possibly even modulated through sound. The mere fact that it was adjustable surpassed the batch of firearms previously acquired by the Dara civilization. Besides the adjustability, the power was expected to be significantly greater as well. Guo appeared beside Gao Yang. Didn't you say you didn't want a molecular gun? How does this one compare to the one I have? Guo's eyes lit up. Why not give it a try? The staff member promptly responded. We have a shooting range right behind us. It can be used to test the molecular gun. Gao Yang hesitated slightly. Yes, we invested heavily in this shooting range. Testing will pose no issues, the staff member assured, picking up the molecular gun and opening the door to the range before turning back to Gao Yang. Naturally, Gao Yang had no objections. In fact, he was quite curious. What technology was employed to shield the shooting range from the molecular gun? As a fourth-tier offensive weapon, the molecular gun disassembled targets at the molecular level. Anything composed of molecules was bound to be disintegrated. Currently, human civilization possessed very few means to contain such an attack. The shooting range was expansive, though not excessively so, measuring approximately 200 meters in length and width, with a height of several dozen meters. It was entirely sufficient for testing firearms and projectiles, yet Gao Yang felt it inadequate for the molecular gun. The staff member handed the molecular gun to Gao Yang and then pressed a button. In the next instant, numerous small flying robots ascended into the sky, forming a matrix formation before him. The targets for the test were these diminutive, flying robots. Observing the small flying robots, Gao Yang refrained from firing immediately and instead extended his hand. In the next moment, one of the flying robots landed in his palm. It emanated a blue light, and all its internal structures and circuits vividly appeared in Gao Yang's mind. He had infiltrated this flying robot. This action caused a palpable tension among everyone present. We cannot create robots. If Gao Yang came to regard this flying robot as an actual robot, the consequences could be dire, potentially sparking a catastrophic war once more. After conducting his inspection, Gao Yang lifted his hand and tossed the robot back. This device possessed no intelligence or processing capability. Its sole function was to take flight and follow a predetermined path programmed into its computer. In essence, it was something that human civilization had once considered a robot. Furthermore, during his examination, he discerned that the robot's construction was rather crude, suggesting it had been procured from a third-tier civilization. After all, a fourth-tier civilization would not manufacture such inferior products themselves, as the cost would be prohibitively high. Gao Yang first raised the molecular gun in his hand, adjusting the power to its maximum before pulling the trigger. A silent wave of energy surged forth, and in an instant, within a 3-meter-wide expanse 100 meters ahead, the metallic sphere began to dissipate. It continued to float in the air, but was now rapidly dispersing. From the ceiling, several cylindrical tubes descended, swiftly extracting the metallic powder that had transformed into molecules. The power of this gun was vastly superior to that of the one he had previously purchased. Not only was it more potent, but also far more sensitive. The previous weapon required a half-second delay after firing before the attack would manifest. A half-second was a considerable duration, sufficient for light to traverse 150,000 kilometers, allowing a fourth-tier civilization to either evade or activate their defensive shields. However, with this gun, the speed at which one fired directly correlated to the speed of the attack. It was designed with an eagle-like precision. This rapidity was enough to leave an adversary of the same tier defenseless, unless they were already prepared. A lightweight weapon had effectively been transformed into one of widespread lethality. Gao Yang turned to the staff and inquired, will the walls of this firing range withstand the attack given the extensive range of my molecular gun? Yes, came the response. He raised his arm, quickly adjusting the power. There was no need to target too far. A distance of 225 meters, just 5 meters beyond the length of the range, would suffice. Thus, should the range fail to defend itself, there would be no significant casualties. He then elevated his arm, which shimmered with radiant light. The aerial drones returned to their positions, the previously lost units having been fully replenished. The metallic robots now filled the entire space. Gao Yang activated the weapon. Again, an invisible energy expanded at the speed of light. Numerous metallic spheres dispersed in the air, their trajectories forming a conical shape, gradually widening from a single point. Wherever they passed, the metallic robots began to dissipate, continuing until they reached the end of the firing range. A faint glow flickered across the walls of the range, followed by a brilliant flash. In the next moment, all light within the range vanished, revealing a massive opening at the far end, through which light streamed inward. All personnel present, including Guo, widened their eyes in astonishment. Gao Yang too was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. The attack range of the weapon had not changed significantly. However, a crucial issue remained: the intrinsic strength of the weapon. His armament was a product acquired from the Star Stripe civilization and subsequently enhanced. Although the amplification had not yet reached its utmost limits, it was already far more formidable than the technology of the Star Stripe civilization. The disparity in strength was now akin to the difference between standard handgun rounds and large-caliber armor-piercing shells. While defensive shields were typically effective against molecular cannons, they were utterly ineffective against the more powerful molecular cannon he wielded. Amidst the awe of the gathered crowd, a deafening alarm resonated from outside. Through the vast opening, all manner of spacecraft could be seen descending, while beams of red light ignited from the artificial planet above. Approaching next was a ship adorned in alternating shades of blue and white. The entire process transpired in no more than 30 seconds. Such a rapid response time was rather absurd. Gao Yang turned to the staff member, inquiring, "Wasn't it said that we could intercept this?" The staff member glanced at Gao Yang's mechanical arm, unable to suppress a gulp. Under normal circumstances, it could indeed have been intercepted. Yet, who could contend with your exceptional prowess? Guo interjected, "Quickly report this matter. It is a misunderstanding." The staff member, as if awakening from a dream, promptly went to deliver the report. Meanwhile, the vessel, its cannon glowing ominously, passed through the immense opening, entering the target zone. Guo stepped forward, positioning himself before Gao Yang. However, the robotic figure of Gao Yang towered above, allowing him to distinctly observe the charged cannon and the increasing number of vessels. At last, a voice emanated from the ship, asking, "What has transpired?" Chapter 398, Favorable Treatment. The staff hurried forward, reporting that the recent occurrences had been documented. A malfunction in the testing weapon led to the failure of the target range's defense shield, resulting in considerable damage. Within mere seconds, the radiant glow from all cannon muzzles vanished, and the aircraft in the rear began to depart. The aircraft in front communicated, "The incident has been confirmed. Due to the merchant's oversight, all losses shall be borne solely by the merchant. Given that there were no casualties, no punitive measures will be enforced. However, the merchant is required to compensate for all damages and expedite the restoration efforts." After delivering this message, the aircraft swiftly retreated, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. Gao Yang exhaled in relief, having harbored concerns about potential conflict. While the conflict itself was not particularly alarming, he felt a heavy burden of responsibility as the person who had brought Gao Yang to this situation, fearing that if matters escalated, it could lead to a war between civilizations, a far graver predicament. A staff member approached Gao Yang with a degree of trepidation. Casting a wary glance at his arm, "The target range equipment has been damaged, and we can no longer proceed with the test firing." Gao Yang was unfazed. "May I see other weapons?" The store manager had just sent a message, informing him that due to the unfortunate experience during this test, he could select 3 weapons of his choice as compensation. Gao Yang nodded, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. Exiting the target range, he approached the storefront, where the staff bore expressions of confusion, still unaware of the events that had transpired, only knowing that a significant incident had occurred. Gao Yang surveyed the array of weapons displayed along the walls, contemplating which 3 he should choose. Many of the weapons shared similar technologies, differing only in power, size, and other specifications. Therefore, it was prudent to select 3 distinct technologies to facilitate further research and development of superior items. He turned to the staff, "Please bring me your best-selling firearms for inspection." Gao Yang refrained from explicitly requesting different types, as that would reveal his intent to take them back for study. However, selecting the bestsellers would yield a similar effect, offering a variety of weaponry based on diverse technologies. The staff promptly presented several light weapons. Gao Yang's eyes were immediately drawn to a laser gun. In the vastness of space, laser guns remain an enduring archetype, characterized by their low technical requirements, high destructive capability, and light speed velocity. However, due to the prevalence of laser weaponry, defensive measures against such attacks are abundant. Nonetheless, Gao Yang believed there remained untapped potential within laser weaponry, a potential of immense magnitude. After brief contemplation, Gao Yang decided to select a laser weapon. The technology he chose to exchange was indeed a laser gun. Yet, the previous 10,000-fold amplification had yet to reach the current 4th-tier laser gun level. Gao Yang pondered the possibility of achieving an additional amplification at an even higher tier, as long as the laser gun was sufficiently powerful. Even if opponents could defend against lasers, they would likely be unable to withstand the might of a supercharged, pulsed version of the laser gun. In addition, Gao Yang exchanged for a weapon that could only be described as magical in its effects, a compression gun. When fired, this weapon would directly compress its target. In practical terms, its effects were akin to an air gun, inflicting minimal destruction while effectively neutralizing adversaries. For instance, if faced with a tiger, a single shot would subject the creature to immense pressure from all directions, potentially leading to its demise under such force, while its flesh would remain intact. Naturally, one could also increase the pressure to a catastrophic level, reducing it to mere pulp. The principle behind this method of attack is somewhat elusive to Gao Yang. However, he suspects it is not particularly advanced technology, but rather a remarkable application of existing techniques. The rationale for his interest lies in the potential merits of this applied technology. Among the remaining firearms, Gao Yang spent a moment contemplating his options before selecting an electromagnetic gun. This weapon was among the earliest enhancements he had encountered and could potentially undergo further amplification. His choice stemmed primarily from the limited variety of available weaponry. Lightweight arms are relatively scarce. This is quite reasonable, as weapons like plasma projectiles are sufficient at Tier 3, with Tier 4 merely enhancing their potency. However, such power increases the area of effect dramatically, posing risks to both the target and the wielder, much like nuclear weapons cannot be classified as light arms. Could lightweight weapons be developed? With Gao Yang's current technological capabilities, it is indeed feasible. Yet, even if they were miniaturized, they would have to be configured as sniper rifles with extraordinarily long ranges. Nevertheless, it would be more practical to deploy them on spacecraft. Therefore, standard-issue weapons suffice for immediate use, while more technologically sophisticated armaments are likely reserved for vessels. Despite the conventional nature of the technology, the advantages inherent to Tier 4 civilizations in manufacturing cannot be overlooked. Acquiring such knowledge is undoubtedly beneficial. The staff meticulously wrapped 3 weapons and placed them in a box, respectfully presenting it to Gao Yang. Without spending a single coin, and having inadvertently caused damage to the training grounds, the opposing party still offered him weaponry. As Gao Yang carried the box and exited, he encountered a group of tall beings from the Star-Striped civilization, all adorned in blue and white attire. The leader of the group inclined his head slightly toward Gao Yang and inquired, "May I have a moment of your time, esteemed sir?" Gao Yang understood that engaging in conversation might hinder his ability to explore freely. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what these Star-Striped beings desired from him. A thought quickly crossed his mind. Could they be coveting his technological prowess? After all, the lightweight arms he possessed were on a vastly superior level compared to those of the Star-Striped civilization. Any civilization would likely yearn for such advancements. However, the likelihood of them resorting to violence against him was minimal. He might be equipped with a quantum communication device capable of real-time contact. Yet, they would probably hesitate to negotiate as well, for asking him for technology would place the upper hand firmly in his grasp. Gao Yang could easily report any such occurrence to the celestial civilization, which would likely provoke a response against the Star-Striped civilization, or at the very least, an inquiry that could severely damage their standing. Thus, it was improbable they would directly seek his technology or harm him, leaving Gao Yang perplexed about their intentions. Nonetheless, he nodded in response, indicating his willingness to engage. A throng of individuals surrounded him as they proceeded toward the spacecraft. The aircraft soared gracefully, swiftly entering a towering edifice. Within, a spacious hall unfolded, brilliantly illuminated. Surrounding the hall were numerous models of spacecraft, a plethora of designs amounting to roughly a couple of hundred. At the center of this expansive chamber stood a table, beside which a representative of the Star-Striped civilization was poised, slightly bowing. "Welcome to the Star-Striped civilization," they greeted. "I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." The language of the Star-Striped civilization was seamlessly translated into human speech. A flicker of wariness ignited in Gao Yang's eyes. Such a demeanor was indicative of underlying issues. In typical Earth dramas, individuals exhibiting such behavior often harbored ulterior motives, frequently portraying antagonistic roles. Nevertheless, Gao Yang approached, confident that he had concealed any signs of trepidation. Chapter 399, Another Plan. Gao Yang, confident in his own flawless demeanor, was nonetheless intrigued by the intentions of the star-spangled civilization. He settled comfortably into a spacious chair, which had been meticulously crafted to accommodate his physique. Although robots do not experience fatigue in the human sense, they may feel a sense of tedium or impatience. Gao Yang sensed the thoughtfulness behind the chair's design. The alien from the star-spangled civilization began with a self-introduction. "I am Jean, the chief representative of this planet." Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Yang." "Yang." Jean gestured toward the stars above, nodding appreciatively. "A fine name." Gao Yang regarded Jean with curiosity. "What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Jean gently shook his head. "I am merely curious and wish to engage in an open dialogue. We have gathered extensive information on 4th and even 5th tier spacecraft, including their designs. which we have displayed in models here. However, the vessel you arrived in is notably absent from our collection. Even the ships of mechanical civilizations have been documented. I am intrigued. Does the mechanical civilization possess creativity? Jean's gaze was genuinely inquisitive, and the conversation unfolded in earnest curiosity. Did the mechanical civilization possess creativity? Gao Yang couldn't say for certain. However, he instinctively thought of Wu Di, who indeed exhibited a remarkable degree of creativity. Her database brimmed with a wealth of knowledge, and the collision of such vast information could indeed spark creativity. Yet, this form of creativity could not be equated with the human notion of creativity, which encompasses a broader spectrum, creating from nothing, undergoing successive industrial revolutions, and ultimately venturing into the cosmos and beyond, transforming the impossible into possible. The creativity of robots, by contrast, was of a more limited scope. At least in the case of Wu Di, her capabilities were confined to assisting in scientific research. She was not yet able to initiate her own projects. Nonetheless, her intelligence had certainly reached the level of a fourth-tier civilization system. Yes, Gao Yang affirmed, then shook his head. Moreover, the design of such vessels does not necessitate creativity. Existing technologies can be adapted and modified to meet specific needs. John chuckled. We have had little commerce with mechanical civilizations and have not engaged deeply. However, many of the civilizations under my domain have recently approached mechanical civilizations. Are we to undergo a significant scrutiny? Gao Yang shook his head. I do not know. As they conversed, a sense of vigilance arose within Gao Yang. There were numerous individuals of human civilization masquerading as mechanical beings, revealing potential flaws in their deception. After all, there had not been such a multitude of mechanical beings previously. Moreover, he had underestimated the intricacies of inter-civilizational trade. Most crucially, there existed a dialogue between the mechanical civilization and these other civilizations. A mere exchange of information could expose the true nature of human civilization. At that time, it seems that the mechanical civilization will emerge to confront human civilization with great force. There was no alternative. In the pursuit of more information, any means had to be employed. However, it is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Now, withdrawing a significant portion of personnel poses no major issue. With the mechanical civilization acting as a scapegoat, such trivial matters are unlikely to attract scrutiny from the broader civilization, which may even devise its own means to mitigate the situation, such as implementing extensive screenings. Jean gently tapped his fingers on the table. I would like to request your assistance. Gao Yang understood that all the preceding inquiries were merely a prelude. The crucial matter was at hand. Please, go ahead. He was genuinely intrigued by Jean's request, as cooperation would provide a clearer insight into their thought processes. With a subtle wave of his hand, Jean conjured an image before Gao Yang. It depicted a civilization that appeared to be quite substantial. Gao Yang recognized it as the Sade civilization, a formidable entity within the third tier. However, this strength was primarily in scale, and little else was known. Observing the puzzled expression on Gao Yang's face, Jean elaborated. Your team is to investigate and has discovered that this civilization is manufacturing robots in considerable numbers. We have received intelligence suggesting that we should proceed to dismantle them, while also locating the 1 million robots they have created for enslavement. Gao Yang comprehended the situation. The star-striped civilization had set its sights on the Sade civilization. Yet, direct intervention was not feasible. Thus, the mechanical civilization was tasked with providing justification. The advantage of the rationale presented by the mechanical civilization was the potential acquisition of at least 1 million new robots. Previously, adherence to agreements had restricted robot production, but those created in violation of the rules could not simply be eradicated. For Gao Yang, this was not a gain, as he could easily manufacture not just 1 million, but even 10,000 robots without issue. Nevertheless, the situation bore benefits for him. Firstly, it presented an opportunity to witness warfare in the cosmos. Was human civilization not lacking in combat experience? Observing the maneuvers of fourth-tier civilizations could provide invaluable lessons. However, a dilemma arose, should such events transpire. And with the necessity of public disclosure, it was highly probable that the mechanical civilization would intervene upon receiving word of the situation. That would render the endeavor futile. What other options were available? Gao Yang momentarily faltered, turning to Jean. Why must you annihilate them? By seeking additional information, he hoped to uncover alternative solutions to this predicament. Meanwhile, at the high-level conference of the Dragon Kingdom, discussions had commenced. Though silence enveloped the room as all eyes were fixed on the information Gao Yang was observing through the robots. Such a significant issue warranted collective contemplation, pooling everyone's thoughts to devise a course of action. Furthermore, mishandling this matter could expose human civilization, necessitating a collaborative approach. After a brief pause for reflection, Jean spoke. The Sade civilization has ascended to fourth-tier status and is in the midst of expanding its fleet. Should their fleet grow sufficiently, they will pose a challenge to us. For our own preservation, we must stifle them in their infancy. Gao Yang was acutely aware of the circumstances at hand. The star-spangled civilization had to consider the repercussions of their actions. If they were to take direct measures, other civilizations might forego progress altogether, resulting in a diminished influx of star currency. However, Gao Yang also understood that weaker civilizations were cognizant of the fact that once they achieved strength, they would inevitably face annihilation. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Two strategies emerged. The first proposal involved crafting an alternative justification for assisting in the destruction of the Sid civilization, steering clear of the mechanical civilization rationale. The second strategy entailed aiding the Sid civilization in vanquishing the star-spangled civilization. In an instant, the answer crystallized in Gao Yang's mind. He chose the latter. While the first option held potential benefits, they paled in comparison to the substantial gains promised by the second strategy. Chapter 400. Collaborating with a Tiger. Jean waited patiently for Gao Yang's response, unaware of the identity of his collaborator. For the mechanical civilization, it was undoubtedly advantageous to partner with Jean, promising greater rewards. However, Jean was not facing the mechanical civilization, he was dealing with Gao Yang. The discussions in the conference room were intense and animated. Gao Yang sensed that the debate would not yield results anytime soon and turned to Jean, requesting some time to ponder. Very well, Jean acknowledged with a nod. Shall I escort you back to the trading zone? Not for now. Please arrange a place for me to rest, Gao Yang replied. Jean was momentarily taken aback. A robot needing rest. However, he surmised the reason. Gao Yang likely needed to consult with higher authorities. This realization brought him a sense of joy, for it implied that Gao Yang had access to someone with significant influence. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, in a high-level conference room on Earth, a group of leaders from human civilization engaged in a brainstorming session. They meticulously considered every detail regarding this potential collaboration, ensuring that no mistakes could occur. This endeavor involved 4 major factions. The most significant was, of course, the mechanical civilization. Their actions must remain concealed from the mechanical civilization while still leveraging their identity. Next was the star-spangled civilization, which was oblivious to the fact that they were metaphorically collaborating with a tiger. Yet, the star-spangled civilization itself was a tiger, with the celestial empire backing it. Following that was the Sid civilization, which, as a tool and potential target in this scenario, appeared to have reached the threshold of a 4th-tier civilization. They were relatively weak. If human civilization were to assist them in confronting the star-spangled civilization, it would demand a considerable sacrifice, even risking major warfare. The most prudent course of action, yielding minimal costs with reasonable gains, would be to provide the star-spangled civilization with an alternative rationale. Conversely, the option that posed significant costs but promised immense rewards involved aiding the Sid civilization in neutralizing the star-spangled civilization. If the star-spangled civilization were indeed resolved, the Sid civilization could subsequently take control, granting human civilization free reign in that vast region, merely donning the guise of the Sid civilization. However, there was a risk of betrayal from the Sid civilization. Having reached 4th-tier status, they could not be extinguished lightly. Yet they could report human civilization and await the Celestial Empire's retribution. Thus, careful deliberation was essential in selecting the mode of cooperation and executing each step with caution. After transferring control of the robot to Woody, Gao Yang entered the conference room online. He listened to the discussions unfolding. There was no need to deliberate on alternative proposals. The focus must remain solely on aiding the Sid civilization. A moment of silence enveloped the conference room. Some voiced dissenting opinions, but did not articulate them. Meanwhile, those who supported the proposal hesitated, recognizing the inherent dangers. Gao Yang elucidated. Utilizing the star-spangled civilization's suggestions would invite genuine intervention from the mechanical civilization, ultimately offending them. Finding alternative justifications to eliminate the Sid civilization would yield minimal benefits. Therefore, we must either refrain from intervention or engage decisively. In the conference room, influential figures nodded in agreement. Indeed, the risks associated with this operation are substantial. Firstly, our lack of understanding regarding the Sidar civilization necessitates a thorough investigation into their intricate societal structure and any concealed elements. Additionally, we must assess the military prowess of the star-spangled civilization. At the very least, we must be cognizant of their capabilities. At that moment, someone murmured, according to Gua, they possess 2 billion warships and 20,000 superfleets. An immediate silence enveloped the room. The Dragon Nation's fleet comprises merely around 10 billion vessels, while their adversaries boast an astounding 2 billion. Although technological prowess is the primary determinant of combat strength in the vastness of space, scale remains equally critical in comparable circumstances. The entire human civilization's fleet barely amounts to 100,000 vessels. Those present had initially entertained notions of orchestrating a reversal of fortunes from behind the scenes, but suddenly realized they may have overestimated their position. How could they engage? Could they even prevail? Assisting the Cider civilization might lead to their own annihilation at the hands of the Star-Spangled civilization. All eyes turned to the virtual figure of Gao Yang at the forefront. He spoke gravely. If we can intervene, we shall. If we cannot, we must relinquish the endeavor. It is as simple as that. Someone remarked, then we must concede. The current fleet of human civilization is far too limited to partake in such a conflict. Our foundation is utterly insufficient. We cannot compete with those venerable, top-tier civilizations. Another added, moreover, they have previously collaborated and traded with mechanical civilizations. Why not contact them directly? Is there a potential issue underlying this? Gao Yang remained silent. Thus, for the next month, we shall dedicate ourselves to an exhaustive investigation of the Cider and Star-Spangled civilizations. Through extensive exploration, we will gather as much information as possible and subsequently determine whether intervention in the war is feasible or even if we can influence its outcome. A month may not seem lengthy for humanity, but in the context of the cosmos, it is but a fleeting moment. The Star-Spangled civilization may deliberate over engaging the Cider civilization for years, with additional years devoted to preparation. This reflects the pace of the universe, where many intelligent beings can live for centuries or even millennia. Coupled with space travel and other time-consuming factors, they are less sensitive to the passage of time. Human civilization has the luxury of time to conduct investigations. Gao Yang need not respond hastily. Waiting a month poses no issue. Upon exiting the conference room, he continued to design his colossal spacecraft. Meanwhile, discussions within the room persisted, albeit with a notable simplification of focus. The primary topic became the methodology for investigation. Robots could facilitate human civilization's contact with these other civilizations to obtain information. However, the acquisition of data would rely significantly on observation rather than direct inquiry about the details of their civilizations. For instance, while one civilization might openly discuss its customs and traditions with another, inquiries by mechanical beings could come across as peculiar, bearing an air of espionage. However, along with the advantages conferred by the guise of a mechanical civilization, one must also bear its disadvantages. Presently, there exist two optimal approaches. The first involves deploying robots to observe, listen, and scrutinize. This method enables the gathering of a wealth of information. Although certain aspects, such as strength, may remain elusive, insights into management systems can be gleaned. The second approach entails masquerading as extraterrestrials or exerting control over certain alien entities. While this method presents a slightly greater challenge, it is not insurmountable. Given the extensive deployment of robots for exploration by human civilization, there has been a profound understanding of other civilizations within the universe. Naturally, this endeavor has not been without the invaluable assistance of the Invincible, which aids in infiltrating and acquiring target data, as well as filtering potential subjects, thereby enabling control over a significant number of individuals. Ultimately, there exists an even more direct method, which is the Invincible itself. A third-tier civilization can invade at will, while a fourth-tier civilization must proceed with caution. Chapter 401. Completion. While the high-ranking officials of humanity engaged in meticulous discussions to gather intelligence, Gao Yang tirelessly continued the design of the spaceship. Among all future human endeavors, the spaceship represented the most crucial element, a veritable cornerstone of human civilization. Without a spaceship, there exists no power, and without power, a civilization is destined for annihilation. The design of the spaceship built upon previous frameworks. The fundamental structure had already been established. Now it was time to integrate the myriad systems into the vessel. Each system, though inherently complex, posed no challenge for Gao Yang, who possessed an ample reservoir of technological expertise. The primary difficulty lay in the intricacies of the design. The larger the spaceship, the more considerations required during the layout. Additionally, the potential for interference among the differing systems added another layer of complication. However, through repeated design iterations and adjustments, Gao Yang had gained considerable experience in the application of these technologies. Most importantly, he had accumulated invaluable experience. Previously, his designs primarily consisted of isolated inventions, each complex in its own right, yet none approached the complexity of a colossal spaceship. Fortunately, the entire vessel could be segmented into multiple components, thereby alleviating the overall design challenge. As time passed, the spaceship gradually approached completion. During Gao Yang's design process, numerous transport ships began ferrying vast quantities of resources to a barren planet. Those responsible for resource transportation or aware of the logistics brimming with anticipation understood the significance of Gao Yang's resource demands. It heralded the creation of new innovations. Historically, every resource delivery had preceded significant inventions. For instance, the radio telescope, lauded as the eye of human civilization, was birthed from a substantial resource shipment to the moon. Such occurrences signified that groundbreaking inventions were on the horizon, and not just any inventions, but monumental ones. The insatiable demand for resources fueled a renaissance of human civilization above that desolate planet. Transport ships, dubbed Qinglong, delivered their precious cargo to satellites orbiting the barren world before departing for further hauls, tirelessly repeating the process. Soon, several resource mountains began to emerge on the target satellite. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More was needed. The higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom were taken aback by this situation. Curiosity mingled with their anticipation, as they wondered what marvels Gao Yang would conjure from these resources. The transportation of resources was but one facet. The production equipment was another. An extensive array of smelting production lines and various manufacturing apparatuses were also dispatched to the satellite. In no time, the satellite, comparable in size to the moon, was cloaked in a diverse tapestry of resources, nearly transformed beyond recognition. Alongside production equipment and resources, a multitude of robots was transported to the remote planet, poised to become the super workers once manufacturing commenced. Though the subsequent designs were intricate, the challenges they posed to Gao Yang were minimal. After a few more days of effort, all designs were finally complete. Once the spacecraft design was completed, it was time for manufacturing. Gao Yang first halted resource transportation, then evacuated all personnel from the desolate planet before the spacecraft arrived. Clad in a spacesuit, Gao Yang stepped out onto the planet's surface, gazing at the nearby satellite, his face registering astonishment. The small satellite had become unrecognizable, shrouded in an array of resource packages and factories of varying sizes. The sheer volume of resources was rather overwhelming. Gao Yang had previously orchestrated a continuous flow of resources to this location, relying on the prior capabilities of humanity's transportation and resource acquisition, but this exceeded his expectations. During this period, the scale of human civilization had undoubtedly continued to expand.